Chapter 161 Strange Allies Increase. The shadow cracks. The well-known black stuff is washed back and forth with Festi and her subordinates. Many drow subconsciously dodged to the side when they saw the shadow coming. But no matter how fast they were, how could they remain unscathed in a space where the shadow energy was surging? The essence of shadow energy is negative energy. Only a few professions, such as the shadow dancer and the wanderer branch, would practice this specifically. For any living creature, this thing is like a corrosive liquid. The only difference is that the corrosiveness is too strong. If you stay too long, you will die. There was no time to hesitate. Thinking that the fire traps outside should have been set, Faizini made a casting gesture, and immediately a large number of her men rushed out from the cracks in the shadows in a very embarrassed manner. As soon as I came out, yes, the flame disappeared. The problem is there is still thunder and lightning. There was a flash of lightning, and many guys didn't even have time to let out a wail before they were instantly wrapped and bitten by countless lightning snakes. The unlucky guys in the front were even carbonized on the spot, and even their bodies shattered and completely dissipated in the world. Mage's Magic Tower. It was only then that they saw that there were strange metal towers inlaid on the top walls on both sides of the passage. It was obvious at a glance that these towers were not hung there, but were deliberately hung there by drilling a hole through the top of the cave from the upper level. Continuous twisting electric light penetrated between the two wizard towers, and the dense electric light, like a curtain, tightly blocked the cave entrances on both sides. Lightning snakes swept across the cave floor, collided with the rocks, and the sound of electric current and electric shocks that scorched something resounded throughout the cave. They have no way to escape. Madame Faithny's face lost all color. At this moment, Actina, whom she had been thinking about, finally came to them through the electric door and stood about 30 meters away, surrounded by her subordinates. Madame Faizini, surrender? As long as you believe in us Marxists, you will be our good sister. What are you joking? Thestoni said with a strong voice. Strictly refuted. Actina's skin tone is also lighter than that of most drow. Forget about stalling for time. Anyway, if you don't trust us, Marn, and you don't want to die, it will be very difficult for us to deal with you. Actina didn't give the other party any chance at all. The main reason was that she was not sure that Harry would do what she wanted. Surrender? How could I surrender? Faizini gritted her teeth. Then rush out. I'm not afraid to tell you that the flames in the tunnel will be fully charged in 3 minutes. Count down your life and soul. At this moment, a small accident happened. As if unwilling to be humiliated, or perhaps betting that this side would not really attack him, a dwarf suddenly tore off the slave collar from around his neck, shouting I am from the Karak Empire XXXX or something, and then rushed out. Very mysteriously, the lightning that had been sealing the entrance of the cave actually created a hole, allowing the dwarf to rush in unharmed. Welcome, friend. You are safe. We, Marn Pedra, although we have not formally joined the Holy Alliance of Humans, dwarves and gnomes, will remain neutral, Actina said very formally, without the whip of the head. There was no high humiliation words. It really told him to use an equal tone. Watching a deserved evildoer claiming to abide by the neutrality, the dwarf escape was weird, seeing that the other party was so foolish as to treat the lowly slaves as human beings. One of Faizni's men seemed to have found a way to escape. He put his sword on the neck of a dwarf slave with one hand. Unexpectedly, before he could utter the threatening words, a flash of lightning flashed across the cave. Bang! Half of that guy's body exploded. Died so quickly. Died so miserably. Only then did Harry's half-closed wizard eyes appear on the other side of the cave. His calm tone could not conceal his desire to kill. You have made a mistake. It's not that the physics school is incapable of setting each of you on fire. It's just that using fire is easier. Harry stated lightly the cruel fact that it was either death or surrender. Faizini was trembling all over. What should we do to make you let us go? Actina bowed to Harry first, then turned around and said, It's very simple. I know that every matron has hidden a so-called forbidden book in a corner of the psychic web. If you read it and pass its exam, you will be our comrade. Do Faizini and the others have any choice? The Dark Elves' bad habits of using all means at their disposal in internal fights, and immediately and completely obeying once they lose, were fully demonstrated at this time. Soon, all the surrounded drow showed expressions of great pain, because they were going to take a political exam. Taking advantage of this opportunity, All the controlled dwarves and deep gnomes hurriedly escaped from the control of their former masters. Ryan knew nothing about this until he was busy and occasionally glanced at the system's map of the legendary physical land. And then he found that there were many more green dots. Harry, what's going on? There are so many more drow? Yes, Master. Now the boundary area of the Marathon has become a gathering place for Marnpair. They seem to be to build a new government parliament after the awakening of the awakening, and then subvert the rotten rule of the spider goddess. Ryan was speechless. Did I offend a very powerful god? No. It should be the entire dark elf pantheon. By doing this, the Marxists and Engels are simply digging up the roots of the spider goddess. For some reason, what emerged in Ryan's mind at this moment was a video full of the smell of tea. The translation is, if the goddess of your Jouer family finds out that I did this, won't she be angry? Could it be that I am the only one in the world who feels the most sorry for Jouer Gigi? Vomit. Ryan couldn't drink the tea anymore. He suddenly realized that sometimes lawful neutrality was not so good. He should have risked his alignment and killed Actina's gang first. No matter how you look at it now, he is playing the Declare War on All Sects version 2.0. Ryan held his forehead with his hand. This world has not seen any gods for hundreds of years. Under all gods, demigods are the most powerful. No. I must urge towns and others to upgrade their legendary mages as soon as possible. Otherwise I'm really scared. On the surface, Ryan has everything under control. In secret, my good disciple, please upgrade for me quickly. As a wizard who is called a legend but is actually a master, and who can switch seamlessly between bluffing and domineering, Ryan seems destined to have no peace. Chapter 162, Great Strength Makes Miracles Come True. Renan wants to tell himself, as a mature legendary master, you should learn to decide which boss will be passed on the boss on the afternoon. He wanted to be high profile inside, but his strength was not allowed. He also wanted to keep a low profile in his heart, but his apprentice would not allow him to do so. Was it the moral decline? Or was it because he, as the master, had set a bad example? All of his apprentices, one by one, caused trouble for him without saying a word. Even the timid Harry was like this. Ryan no longer expected Baron to be any better. In the end, Ryan could only tell Harry, our actual territory has not increased or decreased by a single centimeter. This is the limit on the total number of Marnpai drow. The underground world is relatively poor in resources, unless there is an underground river or something that can provide a large amount of water. The food production in the underground world is not even half of that on the ground. Without plants, there will be no vegetarian animals, and it will be difficult to raise more advanced carnivorous animals to support a large city with a large population. Actina, can you expand? I have provided the defense system, and all that remains is to provide any assistance beyond assistance. Ryan seemed to have given up and decided to ignore that and focus on preparing to recruit a disciple. Originally, Ryan thought that with the current traffic conditions, he could catch all the talents from Sweetland, Marino and Cervantes, and finally leave some places for the two major empires for show, which would be basically enough. It turned out that after the physics school proved its strength, the influence of this disciple-taking ceremony was far beyond Ryan's imagination. The latest news is that almost all human countries in the southern part of the continent have organized large-scale convoys to escort candidates. The cost of the escort is borne by the country or the lord, and the candidates only need to bring their own dry food and transportation. The most outrageous thing was the Karak Empire, which directly dispatched half of the Knights Templar. There were more than 500 knights with official titles, as well as retainers, apprentices, and the accompanying infantry regiment. There were more than 5,000 regular soldiers alone, and a total of 10,000 people including the auxiliary soldiers for logistics. This battle escorts more than 2,000 candidates, plus a servant or something. Nearly 20,000 people crossed the national line. If there hadn't been diplomatic notification in advance, you could have called it an invasion or an armed march. This time, King Sabanes enjoyed the treatment of Earl Raman, without saying anything. Many small lords made a fortune just by supplying supplies to the wealthy dogs of the Karak Empire. The happiest person was Count Ramonk. Ever since the wordless test paper became famous, Ryan stopped pretending and directly distributed a large number of small pieces of dragon skin paper with special marks. Only candidates who could write their names on this weakened version of dragon skin paper were eligible to enter the re-examination. All Ramen's border posts led by Earl are staged with a scene tragedy and comedy. Damn it! Can this thing really be written on? No. Is this really paper? I can't bite it even with my teeth. As I said, this is dragon skin. No matter how thin it is still dragon skin. Ha ha. I'm in. I write the name. Some are happy and some are sad. This operation, which is similar to scratching lottery tickets on the spot, has undoubtedly greatly increased the transparency of this primary election. Precisely because at least 90% of the candidates were eliminated in the preliminary selection and sent home directly, and were prohibited from entering the earldom of Vermont. Many candidates were more convinced. Think about it. If a candidate travels thousands of miles and braves the freezing winter weather to get here, and then has to go into the city to be ripped off by high prices for food and accommodation, and spends every penny he has, and then turns around and tells him casually that he has no talent for magic at all, what would you think? Screening it out now is actually a way to stop losses in time. Representatives of various countries expressed their understanding and organized the guards to bring most of the candidates from the sieved in advance. What candidates really want to pay are actually their physical strength in toll. The lucky ones are always a minority. And the monsters among the lucky ones are also very rare. A black-haired teenager with expressionless face walked up to the Vermont border examiner, said nothing, and spread out his palms. The examiner was stunned for a moment, looking at this child who was alone without the escort team. He asked in surprise, "Wait, where are the people traveling with you? Did a monster appear?" The child shook his messy hair, and a large amount of snow fell off his messy hair. He answered simply and concisely, "I am alone. There is no monster." "You?" The examiner raised his eyes and looked away in the distance. How could there be the shadow of others? He was dumbfounded. Every child dreams of becoming a master. But how can there be so many masters in the world? Don't give your life for unrealistic dreams. Although countries find ways to clean up the monsters along the road, there are always missed nets. You are too careless. At least there is a photo. Oh! This child really seemed to have facial paralysis, and his expression never changed from beginning to end. No, not even the shape of his open hand had changed. The examiner still stuffs a large piece of dragon leather paper on his hands in accordance with the rules, as long as you can write your name on it. Even if you pass the level, as soon as the examiner turned his head, he heard "CI. Turn around. The examiner is stupid." I saw that the candidate actually poked a hole in the dragon skin paper with a feather pen. Ah! The examiner and his assistant were both shocked. This paper? No! No! The examiner stared in amazement as the tip of the feather pen pierced through the dragon skin paper and nailed to the wooden table like a nail. Wait! Just in case. Let me do a little test. The examiner pulled out the dagger from his waist and scratched the dragon skin paper with force. The sharp steel dagger only left a shallow mark on the dragon skin paper. This kid actually used a feather pen to pierce through the dragon skin paper? It's so weird. The examiner said that the companion came on the spot and said it. Everyone also secretly praised. Does this count as passing? Forget it. Anyway, we can just report this matter and let the physics school handle it in the end. Before they finished discussing, the boy who was known for his great strength asked from behind, did I pass the test? Well, we can't tell. But you can go to the city of Vermont. We will hand over the further judgment to the mages of the physical school. Okay. The examiner on the border sent someone to send the kid to the city. His assistant couldn't help asking, "This is also a mage? I don't know if he's a wizard, but at least he's pretty strong. Some people's fingers may look like carrot knives, but they may actually be Vidra fingers." At this time, one of the rejected candidates picked up the dragon skin paper with a hole in it. Thus, an urban legend that you can pass the preliminary examination by piercing the dragon skin paper with an ice pick became popular for unknown reasons. Chapter 163, Formulating Downes's Death. Mrs. Field, the border of Vermont is ahead. According to the temporary decree issued by the Kingdom of Cervantes, all candidates must undergo preliminary screening at the border checkpoint. Students who do not have magical powers do not need to waste time in the examination room. The knight saluted respectfully to his lord. In order to prevent the young lady from being hit, the coachman swept the frost-covered roof of the carriage before she spoke, to prevent ice spikes from splashing into the carriage when the window was opened. The young lady who looked like a blonde doll sighed. I know. As a noble, even if he is from another country, he should at least receive some preferential treatment. perhaps knowing that noble sons and daughters often have a certain strange sense of pride. The examiners of the initial test at the border outposts usually do not make things too difficult for them. An examiner came over and handed over a thin piece of dragon leather paper. "Hello, beautiful lady. As long as the examinee can write his or her name on the dragon leather paper without using any sharp tools, he or she will pass the test." Looking at the thin, white paper that was cold, the young lady's eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and she kept muttering in a low voice, "I will not let everyone down. I will definitely not let you. I will definitely." The thought that she had repeated countless times seemed to really have an effect. When she took the paper handed to her by the servant, she was surprised to find that her name was already on the paper. "Huh? Wait. Why do you know my name?" The young lady's question left the examiner confused. "I'm sorry. We don't know who you are, ma'am." Looking at the beautiful handwriting on the dragon skin paper, Mrs. Field was completely stunned. "Isn't this my handwriting?" After a brief moment of shock, the examiner smiled first. "Oh, maybe you are the 1 in a million excellent magic apprentice seed. You passed the test." "Ah, that's magic. We don't understand. The command we receive is as long as anyone can write your own name on dragon leather paper. Even if it's pass and let it go. No matter what. It's a good thing to pass." The accompanying knights all showed excitement and said, "Congratulations, Mississippi. This has not been included by Master Tesla." No. At least the young lady's plan took the first step. The cavaliers congratulated. Some people are happy, and naturally someone is sad. Looking at the flow of people who had to return at the border post, the blonde lady suddenly had a kind of Tesla master who was regarded as the only redemption of her. What can she do? No! I must be the daughter of the heavens. She pursed her lips with force. At this moment, the Tesla master, who did not know how many people thought about it, were unexpectedly calm. On the surface, Rin shook his hand shopkeeper and threw the miscellaneous privileges to Sophia Grand Duke. "Since physical denomination is a national religion, please show your country to show the appearance of respect for the state." "Ah, big master. What happened in case? There is no such thing as an emergency. My second apprentice, Harry, has been promoted to a master. He is in charge of the security of the entire main venue. The rest are just miscellaneous matters. I think you, Grand Duchess, should know how to handle relations with various countries better than I do. As for me, I will return to science and continue to teach my other 2 apprentices." Ryan was so determined to return to scientific research that he didn't even glance at the Archduchess's sexy collarbone. The Archduchess, whose collar was blown by the cold wind and felt quite cold, felt like she was flirting with a blind man. What else can Sophia say? Benefited, even if she prefers to cut the monster with a sword. She must carry a bunch of miscellaneous services in this position. She helplessly, "I need a letter of authorization." Can. Rin was so anxious to return to the valley because it was stuck to Downes's teaching progress. It is very different from Rin's imagination. A certain master initially thought that as long as he taught high school physics, Downes would naturally be able to advance to comprehend high-level magic. What is the Legend 8 magic? One of the biggest features of the master level Fae is at least a few levels of level 6 and 7. Considering that Downes followed Ryan and started with the shaping system, the magic he developed would either be simple and crude magic that increases the power, such as chain lightning, deep freeze, and advanced thunder, or magic that focuses on control, such as magic prison and realm vortex. Rin had forgotten that Downes was a strange product. When he moved out the formula of high school physics, Downes's face collapsed for a while. The public knows that the cavaliers of the world are generally bad mathematics, so that nobles went to copy the financial officers home every time they spent their money. Downes's math foundation was not good to begin with. And now, after seeing the law of universal gravitation F equals gm1 m2/r2, the master-level magician Downes' expression could no longer be restrained. He covered his head with his hands and wailed in an "I don't want to grow a brain" manner, "Master, I really don't understand. Can I not learn these formulas, theorems and so on? Otherwise, cut out 1 or 2 symbols or numbers." Ryan frowned and said firmly, "No. Science is rigorous. It is the truth summarized by countless predecessors who spent a huge amount of time and effort. 1 less number or 1 more letter is the greatest blasphemy to the physical formula." "Ah!" Downes finally resisted. It seems that the formula is the enemy of Downes's life. He tried various ineffective tactics, such as throwing tantrums and acting cute. But they were all suppressed by Ryan. He pleaded desperately. Master, can you describe universal gravitation in a simpler way? Ryan was also getting angry. The kid in front of him would be 18 soon. But he still looked like he hadn't grown up. How could he shoulder the responsibility of being the eldest senior brother? Ren threw a chalk fiercely. In order to strengthen the momentum, Ren even used a baseball pitch pitching. Since the action is complicated, it can't be fast. Looking at the flying chalk, Downs didn't dare to hide. But he slammed, and he was in the middle of his head. Downs. The correction was grieving, and the corners of his eyes were almost hung. Know what is gravity? Just now. Originally, the teacher didn't want to lose you. As a result, you have a big head. And there are things similar to iron-absorbing stones to suck the chalk. This is the gravity. Ren was already talking. Master, can you say that Master Newton discovered the process of gravity? Downs asked whispered. Chapter 164 Downs' year setting. Newton's discovery of gravity after watching an apple fall from a tree is definitely the most interesting anecdote in the scientific community. After Ryan told him about it in detail, he didn't think about anything else and just complained. If Newton knows that there are students who can't even understand the law of gravity of 1U, he will be so angry that he will jump out of the coffin board and hit you. Before Ryan finished speaking, Talon suddenly jumped up excitedly and shouted, Master, I understand. Ren's eyes widened. He's suddenly scared. Among so many disciples, when it comes to unexpected possibilities, Talon's is second to none, and no one would dare to claim to be first. Not to mention that Ryan only has 3 disciples now. Even if he accepts more disciples, it is unlikely that anyone can surpass Downs in this aspect. This is really afraid that Downs is not realized. But he is afraid of what ghosts he is crooked. Renines are happy and scared. He was holding Master's face. And he was so angry. What did you realize? Downs patted his palm happily. I won't be the law of gravity. Then I just ask Master Newton to come. Ryan? Don't scare me. We stupid netizens always say that Newton lifting the lid of the coffin is just bullshit. If he really did it, we would be scared to death. Here, Downs said to do it. When a gray-white coffin illusions appeared behind Downs, Ren was not scared to stop the cardiopulmonary arrest on the spot. After being stunned for 3 full seconds, Ryan was sure that Downs was not possessed and had turned into a necromancer. Because the system clearly states, Owner, your disciple Downs is performing unknown changes in magic. As long as it's not necromancy, then it's easy. However, why is the change series? This kind of scraping lottery. No. The uneasy mentality of opening the blind box makes Ren's heartbeat significantly accelerate. Well, it should be said that Downs is indeed the most surprising disciple. This real reflection of the illusion that Downs thought to think. The changes in the next second made Ren want to split Downs to death. When I introduced scientists before, Ren once used real phantom to projected Newton's photos. This is just great. You know what this guy did? In the illusion, Newton, wearing white leggings, took the coffin board with a very exaggerated visual effect, and then jumped out of Newton to put out the posture of a baseball player. Renine could not recognize Newton. Newton's classic hairstyle, finely soft will roll, has the other name of Newton head. Then, Newton threw an apple in the same way that a certain master threw a piece of chalk just now. Ren knew that at this moment. I saw that the real wrapped in the apple illusion was the small half of the small chalk he had just lost to Downs' forehead. Just like that, the apple illusion wrapped around the chalk, drew an extremely clear semicircular arc in the classroom, and flew out of the window. Do you think this is the end? The chalk is another reverse semicircular arc, which is generally AS-shaped, and finally hit a migratory bird's ass. Wow! The migratory birds had a pain and flew away after making a scream. All that was left was Tang Xi's silly laugh. Hee 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 hee. Ren looked at himself like a ghost. He was really dumbfounded. System tip. Your eldest apprentice Downs completes its own magic. Gravity of Newtonian. The caster can greatly increase the gravity of any goal within the scope of visual vision to ensure that the throwing items can bypass the terrain to obstruct the target. Ren's left and right eyelids jumped together. Damn it! This is called gravity? Are you sure this isn't a small homing missile? I've seen crooked ones, but I've never seen them as crooked as this. Well, you just say that such control is worthy of the title of Master Magic. The so-called everything is difficult. This is like the word pattern in front of the boudoir of the beautiful girl. When the pattern is opened, then it should. When Towns mastered this bizarre imitation of divine descent technique, it was like opening the door to a new world. Joule's law? That was the great god Joule showing up and performing the delayed explosive fireball himself. Doppler effect of waves? That is the noise shield. If hostile creatures pass through it, whoever passes through it will be in trouble. This is wonderful. A good master's career. And he is to play the momentum of God's punishment. Especially once encountered the magic of the electrical system. How can Ren say that Downs is unwilling to use the illusions of the two scientific gods? The two scientific gods of Nicholas Tesla or Anti. What qualifications do I have as a teacher? I should never be on the same level as these scientific giants. Ryan sternly ordered Towns not to use his illusions. Ryan underestimated how stubborn Towns was. No need. The famous chain lightning was used by Towns to give him the flavor of chain lightning. Right. The chain lightning that Downs used in Lamank City was a reduced power version. About the same level as chain lightning. The real chain lightning was a chain lightning that could blow up a small house or strike a big tree with each strike. After a master level chain of lightning, an area as large as a street suddenly became a scorched earth. There were trees and rubbles everywhere that were blown up by lightning. The commotion that Downs created in the physical destruction and protection testing laboratory was so huge that people like Barrett and Sanders were so scared that they ran over to see it. Soon, even Harry, who was outside, received the news and rushed back happily. Big brother, have you been promoted again? Towns touched Harry's head and said, Silly brother. I am upgrading. Upgrading is called promotion. According to Master, I am now at the upper level of the Master level. According to the rating of the Adventurers Guild, I am about level 15. Harry, Barrett, Sanders, and others opened their eyes wide with fanaticism. How long has senior brother Towns been studying magic? About half a year at most. Is this the Master level? Towns gestured to Sanders and the others to stay away, and drove away the outsiders. Then he whispered to his two fellow apprentices, Do you want to know the secret to a quick promotion? The two junior brothers kept nodding their heads like chicks pecking at rice. The secret is to hold in your mind the vision of the scientists, and imagine them coming with their theorems to help you perform the spell. The two young men blinked and shook their heads. Don't know. Stupid. Tangsi slapped his two funny heads. You are all aware of the Master's quirks. You should treat those so-called scientists as gods from other worlds. Their so-called scientific theorems are the laws of the world. Just treat them as a bunch of physics gods who have come to help you cast spells. I understand. The two funny junior brothers said in unison. Among them, the most important god, is a scientist. Naturally, our master Ryan Tesla. Chapter 165. Masters and strong men are cabbages? You know, in the world of chaos, belief in deification is popular. Some so-called gods are obviously not God, but mastering a method of grabbing faith. He can flickering people to become believers by intimidation and induction. But Ryan did the opposite. This strange low-key attitude was not only intriguing, but also made the three brothers think deeply. Now, the eldest brother has proven that by borrowing the power of the so-called scientists, not only will the world recognize it, but the power of magic can also soar to the master level. Master, what is this for? Could this be the so-called ceremony for the outer gods to enter the world? The two junior brothers were terrified. They stared with their eyes wide open, and it took them a long time to recover from the mental shock. Harry stuttered. Brother, you said that the master is actually a god. Tangsi deliberately lowered his voice. His strength is obviously no less than that of a group of demigods, and he has mastered many laws of different systems. His achievements are even more brilliant than those true gods, who were deified by mortals on the Chaos continent. But he refuses to admit that he is a true god. Don't forget, when I used his name as the core of magic, the power was at least 30% stronger than other magics in the same situation. I can only say that it is not the right time yet. The Chaos world has not accepted him yet. Barrett, who had the most religious knowledge, stroked his beard and said, Indeed, it should be said that it is not the right time yet. According to legend, it is a very profound and difficult task to integrate the laws of the outer world with the laws of the world. But once it succeeds, perhaps the entire physical god system will come in. Harry, who had just caught up with their train of thought, continued to tremble with excitement. What? You're saying that all these scientists that Master mentioned are true gods? Tangsi and Baron turned their heads, taking it for granted. Tangsi said. He can master the laws of the world, change the way humans, and even all races survive, and even increase the power of the entire world. Why can't such a person be deified? Fortunately, Ryan didn't overhear at the moment. Otherwise he would probably feel sad too. As a guy standing on the shoulders of giants, he certainly has no right to be deified. But what about Nikola Tesla himself? The emergence of alternating current can be said to be the pillar of modern human civilization. Without electricity, where would computers, aviation technology, and other advanced technologies come from? Here, Harry looked at the light bulbs that had been improved and perfected and were emitting stable light, and finally showed an expression of approval. Yes, Master is indeed the one who changed the world. Tangxi held out his hand. Master is unwilling to announce his true identity. Naturally, he has his concerns. He won't harm us. Anyway, he likes to act. So we just need to cooperate with him. Yes, I also want to be promoted to a master, or even a legendary wizard, as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't be able to help you, my brothers, and the master. Boleyn placed his big hand on the back of Talon's hand. Harry found that he had been beaten to the punch, and had a strange expression on his face. He finally put his hand on hers and said, "Since the master is responsible for changing the world, it is not just us, but also the brothers and sisters who have been accepted by the master. We all have to work hard together." 3 people's 6 hands were stacked on top of each other, their eyes fixed on each other with burning passion, and they shouted in unison, announcing the official establishment of this small group that was kept secret from their master. Oh. Ryan didn't know that people's hearts can change. Originally, Towns was just a young dreamer who had an unrealistic dream of magic. Now, after becoming successful, Towns has taken his fellow apprentices on a strange path to deify their master. Ryan was very busy. After all, once Towns had officially overcome that hurdle, the rest of the road would be easy. He was still afraid that Towns would be greedy and unable to digest the knowledge. So he taught Towns according to the progress he made when he was studying. No matter whether the guy can do it or not, assign the homework first. As for whether Towns will do it, and whether it will lead to something else, that is another story. While Ryan was inspecting the progress of the examination room layout, the candidates' food and accommodation arrangements, security and other work in Merino City from time to time, Downs intentionally or unintentionally wandered around the Adventurers Guild in the Cervantes capital. Ostensibly, he came to see if there were any followers worth recruiting. In fact, after he was promoted to the new master level, he came here specifically to show off his achievements. After receiving the news, Gannis rushed there immediately. He sneaked to the corridor on the 2nd floor of the Adventurers Guild, looked at Towns, who was surrounded by the crowd, and asked Master Famet beside him, "What? Towns has been promoted to the master level?" Famet pointed to the priest next to him, who also had the master's emblem. Gannis only then realized that Famet's burly figure was blocking the other party. He actually didn't see it at first, so he quickly saluted and said, "Greetings, Reverend Mariana." This priest with a strange reddish glow on his face is definitely an outlier among priests, because this middle-aged female priest is dressed like a dancer. No doubt about it. The magic power he radiates is quite pure, and the amount is also at the standard master level. The magic power is stable and powerful, not something created by forbidden techniques. It's hard to imagine that an outsider can be promoted to this level in such a short time. Gannis's evaluation is actually the most shocking. Those geniuses with such talent in history either died young, or became gods. The 2 masters fell silent at the same time. Such geniuses, if they do not have a strong background, will most likely not live to reach the legendary level. It just so happens that Tangxi's teacher is so powerful that even gods and demons are terrified. If you don't agree, just do it. Killed him and dried his body. No matter who dares to show up. It is useless to wear a vest. Relying on his outrageous prophecy, he can ignore the whole process and directly know who is the mastermind behind the scenes. Even if he is chased to H.L., he will be killed anyway. In the current chaotic and unclear situation of the gods, the legendary strongmen are the highest fighting force in the world. Who dares to go against a crazy wizard with explosive combat power? Famet smiled bitterly. No one would dare to harm Towns. Right? It was possible. The latest unconfirmed news is that Harry Winston, the 2nd apprentice of Master Tesla, seems to have been promoted to a master. What? How long has it been? The 2 masters were speechless at the same time. Are master-level warriors really cabbages? Can any adult train someone if he wants to? Even if Harry's talent is 1 in 3,000. Or at least a genius that appears once in 10 years. This is too fast. In just over a month, I reached master level. How embarrassing it is for the masters of the time. No. The most important thing is, this is not teaching apprentices. This is creating a god. When a legendary wizard can continuously teach powerful disciples, then it would be meaningless to kill all his disciples unless he, the master, is killed. This means that the best way to destroy the golden eggs is to kill the hen that laid the golden eggs. Oh, you can't defeat Master Tesla? That's fine. Chapter 166. It's just an instruction manual. Is it that serious? In fact, there are still 3 weeks before the formal assessment. Layman is only a first screening. After all, the formal dragon leather paper used in Harry during the Harry test was 3 times thicker than the first dragon leather paper. Testing magic on a thin piece of dragon skin paper is completely different from testing it on a thicker piece of dragon skin paper. 3 weeks in advance, all the major countries with reserved admission places finally receive the further instructions they have been longing for. This is the admission instructions for self-funded students. As soon as it opened, the kings immediately took a breath. After they passed on to the following ministers, they shocked the glasses. Naturally, it is difficult to get the legendary mage. Originally, in the imagination of the kings, it was probably the famous disciple Tang Si who bought up all the self-funded students. I didn't expect there would be a choice. The information clearly states that once self-funded students are selected, they can choose who to appoint as teaching assistants according to their own wishes. Don Quixote is a master magician, and his Adventurers Guild rating is 15th. He is proficient in 7 types of magic except for the necromancy type, and is especially proficient in the energy type of magic. Harry * Master Winston. The Adventurer Guild is rated at level 11. Baron Hammer High-Level Mage. Adventurers Guild rating is 9th level. Specializes in the Department of Spells. And also studies the Department of Shaping. Sometimes, the simpler the introduction, the greater the amount of information. Everyone knows how long the Master Tesla has received these disciples. These are the 2 masters and 1 high-level one. It's outrageous that hacking opens the door out of time, and is out of home. In the Cervantes Palace, Ganis suggested, I am now 90% sure that there is an elemental magic pool under the small valley in the Fulong Mountains. However, it is likely that the great wizard Tesla turned it into an order magic pool. Anyone who is a bit magical knows that there are many chaotic magic vortex on the earth. Near this vortex, if people do not die on the spot, there is a small probability to become a warlock. The word chaos is added in front of the magic vortex as an annotation that the free magic of these vortexes is uncontrollable. Before mortals become warlocks, at least 99% of them will die from excessive magic erosion. 0.5% will turn into monsters that are neither human nor ghost. And another 0.4% will become vegetative. Only 1 in 1,000 can truly become a warlock. In fact, the average lifespan of a warlock is not long. And many warlocks, who are forcibly transformed, do not survive the first year. Why is the data so accurate? Because there was a country in ancient times whose king wanted to turn all the citizens into sorcerers to form a kingdom of wizards. As a result, the death rate was too high. And in the face of huge casualties, the citizens and the army rebelled first and hanged the king at the city gate. Based on this history, Ganis added, if the great mage Tesla can really tame a chaos magic vortex completely, and use it as a basis to train a magician of the order department, then it is possible to quickly train mages. At this time, the palace minister interrupted, then, according to Lord Ganis's knowledge, what level should such a great wizard be? Ganis said very seriously, based on my limited knowledge, I would think that Archmage Tesla is at least a demigod mage. At least? King Sabanes grabbed the keywords. Ganis smiled bitterly, Your Majesty. Don't forget that in the history of chaos, there is a precedent that foreign gods joined and became our local gods after being accepted by the world. I dare not speculate on the true strength of Lord Tesla, but I can't rule out this possibility. There was a sound of people gasping for air in the palace hall. Isn't it? Since the War of the Gods 100 years ago, the entire Chaos continent has lost the protection of the gods. Since then, no gods have appeared in the world. And there are only vague divine revelations, and sometimes effective divine arts, which make believers of major sects firmly believe that their main gods have not fallen. but are temporarily unable to directly protect believers for some reason. For such a state of chaos, isn't this a fertile faith that is not developed? Master Tesla claims that he is only recruiting disciples and spreading physics. But who can guarantee that this universal truth involving the laws of the world is not a belief? These days, illegal fundraising will be packaged into so-called investment. Who can guarantee that spreading physics is not a form of missionary work? The Prime Minister patted his chest in comfort and said, "Fortunately, even if he is spreading faith, he is a lawful neutral being. The implication is that everyone should stop treating Ryan as a human. If he finally stops pretending, everyone should call him he, a term reserved for gods." Having said that, it is the key to the rapid rise of physics sex. If he had made enemies with all forces and fought against everything, the result would not be what it is now. His Majesty the King looked stern and frightened. Fortunately, I was sensible and opened the treasure house early to let the gentleman choose. Sure enough, he symbolically took some garbage from me, and that was it. I respect him, and he will not forget the respect our country has for him. Don't underestimate the importance of organizing such an exam. The nobles and common people from various countries traveled from far away, and the amount of money they spent in Cervantes was not a small amount. The children of nobles and wealthy businessmen spent money without blinking an eye. The net profit of hundreds of thousands of gold coins is inevitable. It is another thing to choose to be a mage to choose to be a mage. Just getting the exam economy twice a year. The economy of the kingdom of Cervantes is not bad. Cervantes 13 said cautiously, "Everything is subject to the official notification of that lord. Now please greet the candidates from each family. If anyone is selected, when honoring their master, they must follow the etiquette of honoring the regional bishop. Do you understand? Idiots who are petty should not go." Clear. For a while, Cervantes' noble circle jumped a chicken. Messengers from various families, setting out from the capital to Ramachandran, were constantly passing along the King's Road. Interestingly, other countries have the same behavior. Originally, those noble young masters and daughters were a little uneasy when they came to Ramamank city. After all, before coming here, everyone had heard that an unlucky noble had angered the great wizard Tesla himself. And sure enough, when they arrived, they saw the dried bones in gorgeous clothes at the city gate. Everyone was originally wondering why this great wizard was so powerful and could kill people at will even though he was a noble. Thinking of the rumors from emergency in the family, everyone was suddenly. It turns out that Master Tesla is most likely a god from outside the realm. That's not surprising. What do the gods need to look at your face? The reasonable god is still you kill you when you step on the thunder. Regardless of whether Lord Tesla is a real god or not, it is correct to treat him according to the etiquette of a god. Chapter 167 Princess. When Renmini used a fire bat to investigate the city of Laman, it was unexpectedly found that the security in the city was so good that he was so discerning. The city guards were doing nothing, so that they were so idle to be the welcoming brother and the street signs. Not to mention robbery. Even thieves can't see it. Don't forget that there originally was a god of thieves in this world. He was the deity worshipped by all wanderers and encouraged all acts of stealing. He was even willing to protect all believers when his power was at its peak and gave every wanderer a key divine spell to help them escape when they encountered danger. But recently, the security in Raman City has been very good. A certain master had no idea how horrifying what he was doing. The latest version of the rumor is that Master Tesla used the bones of the Dark Elves, which paved the entire Mara tunnel. Well, this news is not entirely wrong. Part of the adventurer entrusted by the security mission of the Adventurer Guild, and found a lot of Jwer bones that were roasted when they duty at the Mara tunnel. Plus those nobles who were hung on the southeast branches, big spiders and so on. This rumor has become very scary as it spreads. Pass it on. Master Tesla will use prophecy to find any thief who disrupts his disciple-taking ceremony, and turn his entire family into floor tiles to pave the road. Not many people know that this outrageous rumor was actually spread deliberately by the Earl of Ramonk. Well, in a sense, this isn't really a threat. It's a guarantee. If there really were some blind guy who robbed and killed someone, and killed the inner disciple that a master had reserved, the master would really get furious. As a result, those who go to career wandering and the ordinary hair thief are all very well behaved. One by one, they went to do odd jobs. Running for a strong man made managing worker. The additional food sent from the country alone is enough to eat daily. If you are smart, you can work as a tour guide or waiter, and receive a lot of tips in no time. This is not an exaggeration. With so many nobles and wealthy businessmen coming from other places, a small city like Ramen cannot cope with such explosive consumption growth, so that in order to get better services and food, these farewells had to increase the price. But the nobles tend to compete with each other. If you add 1 silver coin, I will add 5. There was even a new urban legend that if a waiter got a bottle of 10-year-old wine for a nobleman, he would receive 1 gold coin. For most people, who can make money and make money, who is going to hang the belt up and desperately, the entire city of Romancha presents a thriving scene. This city, which serves as a secondary examination center and transit station, is like this, and the city of Marino, which hosts candidates from 4 countries, is the one that reaps the biggest benefits. According to the Grand Duchess, I have never seen so many foreigners in my life. Candidates, servants, and guards of self-funded students have more than 3,000 people, more than 2,000 candidates who have passed the preliminary test, as well as more than 4,000 accompanying people, the most unexpected. More than 5,000 tourists. Yes, there are wealthy candidates who have failed the exam. Guys who have nothing to do and are looking for excuses to hang out with their family and friends. And even a group of dwarfs from the Karak Empire who came here and specifically asked to learn ballistics. According to incomplete statistics, nearly 15,000 foreigners came to the Principality of Marino through the Mara Tunnel. There were so many people that the Marinos had to make bread from 2-year-old grain, and they sold it out even at twice the price. There is no end to the food and no end to the gold coins. The Grand Duchess was so overwhelmed by the miraculous prosperity that her eyes almost shed pearls. This is just the beginning. Although the exam has not officially started yet, the secret war among countries to please Master Tesla has already begun. What's the matter? After receiving the message from Grand Duchess Sophia, Ryan came over with his disciples. I can't make the decision on this matter. I can only trouble you, Grand Wizard, to handle it personally. There was an unconcealable embarrassment on Sophia's face. Oh, what's that? Here's what happened. As soon as the Grand Duchess finished speaking, Harry's mouth opened wide for a long time. When the Grand Duchess left the living room and went to make the arrangements herself, Harry finally said what he was thinking. What? Princesses from all the kingdoms are hoping to become master's maids? A princess of a country actually condescends to be a teacher's maid. How cool is that? No. It's an honor. Harry, who was born into a commoner family, was completely shocked by this unimaginable operation. Harry's knowledge made it impossible for him to know which countries worship the Great Wizard. The king sent their princesses according to the standard of worshipping the new god. In ancient times, the countries of chaos had sent princesses to various major sects to serve as saints to strengthen the connection between the country and a certain god. Seeing Harry's inexperienced look, Down scolded Harry. Come on, Harry. You are not only Master Tesla's disciple, you are already a master wizard. Even if the royal families of various countries marry you, it is only an equal relationship. You should know that Master didn't like a group of princesses back then and directly shouted change the group. Ryan, who was sitting on the sofa in front, suddenly stiffened slightly. The dignified legendary wizard experienced another tragic social death. He couldn't say it at all. That was what he saw in the short videos before he traveled through time. And he learned to say it from the big guys in KTV. As expected, fate is a boomerang. All the boasting he made to towns when he had nothing to do has now flown back and hit him. What's worse is that as his status gets higher and higher, it becomes harder for him to explain that he was just bragging. At this moment, the Grand Duchess returned. Sophia's face was slightly hot. This was too embarrassing. Even her heart began to bleed. The great man she had been seeking for was sitting in front of her, and she had to bring the princesses in because of the national prestige of the country, and present them like goods to the man she cared about the most. Without exaggeration or understatement, the quality of these princesses is really high. They followed the ceremonial officer in, and as soon as they entered the door, the master felt as if they had lit up the entire living room. One has big breasts. The other has long legs. One has fair skin. The other has beautiful looks. The princesses are all outstanding and charming in their best attire. Can the girls in KTV compare with real princesses? Even better. They were often the third princess in line to the throne. Without a strong political orientation, but with a noble enough status to not affect the overall situation of the royal family, they were willing to serve the new god. Even though they were standing in a row like this, they were actively trying their best to show off their beauty. The beauty of plum, orchid, chrysanthemum and bamboo, each with its own unique features, made Harry and a certain master's eyes widen. Just half a second later, Ryan said, "I want them all." I never expected that Towns would answer first. Change the batch. A certain master. Chapter 168, Master's next batch. Ryan was struck by the breathtaking performance of his eldest disciple. Huh? My dear disciple, you dropped something. Are you losing these 10 kilograms of Huanggang real exam questions? Or these 20 kilograms of 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation? Or do you want both? Over here. Huh? Sophia was stunned for a moment. Then said awkwardly, "The princesses of all countries are here." Tangxi said righteously, "Is there any misunderstanding among the nations? Even if she is a maid, she should at least be an adventurer. If a woman with a weak constitution and no elemental adaptability rashly enters the Magic Academy, I am afraid she will lose her life." This is not nonsense, because as the academy upgrades, although the apprentice's learning progress is accelerated, the elements inside the academy become richer, and it is almost visible to the naked eye. Even Harry's sister and mother were discovered by Ryan to have a certain elemental resistance. Ryan stared at his eldest son and wailed at his heart with grief. "Sir Quixote, what you said makes a lot of sense. If I hadn't been waiting for you to level up and take me with you, I would have killed you today for the sake of justice." The resentment in a certain master's heart is one thing, and Downs' explanation is another. Downs added, "This Magic Academy is newly established, so the selection of apprentices and servants must not be sloppy. My master selected my second apprentice, brother Harry, from among 3,000 talented people because he valued his magical talent. Please ask the Grand Duchess to speak to the various countries on my behalf. If one were to criticize based on body shape, appearance, temperament, and family background, the princesses would definitely not accept it. Ah! It's chosen based on magical aptitude. There's nothing we can do about it." Although they felt a little regretful, the princesses still held up the hems of their gorgeous long skirts and bowed deeply. Looking at the white farewell gift, Ryan felt lost. The words he used to deceive his disciples in the past were now echoing in his ears. "Women will only affect the speed of our spell casting. Women only influence us. Woman." Just when Ryan was extremely heartbroken that his dream of having a harem was shattered. Looking at his master, who seemed to be smiling, Downs, who thought he understood what his master was thinking, turned around and told Sophia, "Your Majesty, from now on, our academy will follow this standard. Those who are not elemental censors and extraordinary people will not be accepted by us." "Oh, okay." The female Grand Duke had not pulled back from the back of the Ying Yin Yin, and she answered almost instinctively. According to the adventurer's occupational classification, she is an overseer among leadership professionals, and her level is 9. When she thought of this, Sophia's mood suddenly became as warm as the winter sun. As luck would have it, after Ryan lost a bunch of princesses because of his face, he suddenly thought of the happy victory wine, and for a moment, the two of them met eyes. His 3 troublesome apprentices were still around, and Ryan didn't want to be watched, so he could only nod slightly to Sophia. He didn't know that just this small action made the Grand Duchess so happy that she was delighted for several days when she returned home. Next is the admission of self-funded students. Since a backdoor is open for all countries, there must be an early batch of admissions. Otherwise, if self-funded students are admitted together with government-funded students, how can the children of kings, princes, and nobles of all countries put their faces? Just as candidates from various countries gathered in the ballroom of Grand Duke Marino's palace, the heroic female Archduchess, wearing a white dragon leather armor, proudly stood on the stage. She suddenly held the sharp sword in front of her body and pressed down on the end of the hilt with both hands. The Grand Duchess's aura as an overseer was instantly full, even though the Archduchess is younger than many of the candidates present. She is a woman who has truly experienced a life and death battle and killed a bunch of zombie skeleton soldiers in the fierce fighting. She can easily distance herself from these inexperienced boys and girls in terms of momentum alone. "I am Sophia, Archduchess of Marino." This opening remark was enough to make all the noble boys and girls in the audience bow in greeting. "I know exactly how you feel. Before the siege of Marino, I was just like you, like a commodity on the shelf, at the mercy of fate." As soon as these words came out, they immediately hit the nail on the head. A legendary wizard suddenly appeared like a meteorite falling from the sky, and suddenly became the focus of the world. They were suddenly chosen by the family, and were forced to come and wait for the selection. Some people were even warned that if they were not chosen, they would be punished. Do you say that they are angry? The answer is yes. The Grand Duchess's words touched people's hearts. I know that most of you will fail. Before this election begins, I just want to remind you that if you are selected, don't be proud. Your average quality is definitely not as good as the public-funded students. After entering the academy, your status is not the reason for you to look down on your classmates. Your arcane achievements are the reason. Those who fail don't need to regret it, or even resent Master Tesla, because I believe that your moment of destiny will come one day. The simple and straightforward words, coupled with the Grand Duchess's legendary experience in rising to power, immediately ignited the hopes of the noble candidates. No one even noticed that Sophia had secretly used her skills. It was the auxiliary skill of the Governor Heroes, which can dance morale and reverse the haze into the end of the victory. Although it seemed a bit strange to use skills at this time, there was no doubt that Sophia used her own way to clear possible obstacles for Ryan. When Ryan entered the venue with his 3 disciples, they felt the fanatical atmosphere that permeated the entire venue. A pair of young and energetic eyes were cast over him, and Ryan saw not only desire, but also a kind of humility and obsession that he had never imagined. Oh! What did Sophia tell them? Ryan had no time to hesitate, as all the self-funded students had already been divided into small squares according to their countries. He simply pointed out the self-funded students one by one according to the quota of each country, seemingly at random. Why is it seeming? Because this is already the next batch in Downs. Ryan followed the prompts of the system in his retina. If the magic radiance was similar, he would definitely choose a girl over a boy. There was only one spot, and if both were girls, the prettier one would be given priority. Cough cough. I see and choose the princess for the teacher. I see and choose a beautiful Duke Qianjin. Therefore, 15 self-funded students, 12 women and 3 men. This result undoubtedly surprised others. No matter what, no one would dare to question the legendary wizard's sharp vision. The 3 disciples he chose were the best proof. Those who are selected are naturally excited, and those who are not selected are not necessarily that disappointed. Of course, girls are the happiest, because from now on they finally have a second choice in life besides becoming a political bargaining chip and getting married. However, considering the quality of these self-funded students, Ryan is not worried at all that they might betray their teachers and ancestors. It is possible that they might become jockeys. Yes. Hurry up and find a female apprentice to make up. And don't stop the great cause of the teacher in the future. Chapter 169 is more prominent than lumbar disc herniation. A high-ranking master wizard. In other countries, he would be at least a marquis. These noble women are not eldest daughters. And Downs is definitely the right door. Looking at the hot gaze of the beauties, Ren knew too much. This is just like when he saw a beautiful woman playing the piano before he traveled through time. It would soon become a cool, beautiful woman playing the piano. And in the end, there would usually only be a beautiful woman left, because it was said that good choice in advance. 15 people chose Downs. Ryan had to come out and announce that the 3 brothers would be divided in the ratio of 7, 5, and 3. As a result, the 3 poor men all went to Berend. At this point, the selection of self-funded students should come to an end. Before leaving, Ryan raised his eyebrows and said, You, and you over there. Please wait a moment. Ah, Master, you called me? Several voices sounded almost in unison. They were already disappointed. Who would have thought that there was always light at the end of the tunnel? You do have a talent for magic, but you are not mages. You are warlocks. I don't accept warlocks here. If you still want to continue on the path of magic, I can recommend some warlock schools to you. Ah! Those noble boys were a little surprised. If they don't become a disciple of the great wizard, their future is uncertain. Of course, they can go home and continue their previous lives. Don't forget that except for the eldest son and the second son, who is the backup, other heirs have almost no chance to inherit the family business. Being a political bargaining chip is considered a good thing. When men reach adulthood, they will most likely be sent away by their families, either to the royal city, as a royal guard, or to do some job with no future. At this time, choice becomes very important. When Renin recommended the so-called friendly cooperation martial arts such as the Ice Wolf School to give them to them, they said they would consider it seriously. The selection of self-funded students has ended, and the apprenticeship of the selected students has just begun. They will be placed in a manor outside the city, and their daily lives will be taken care of by the servants they bring with them, and each family will be responsible for their own protection. Marino only placed a 50-man infantry squadron outside the manor to patrol. By the way, the former owner of this manor is Pangs. Yes, that is, the unlucky ghost aristocracy in Ran and was hung by Renan. Only during classes would the 3 teaching assistants open the portal and take these self-funded students to the classroom in the small valley. Ren did this intentionally. After all, being a self-funded student is a PY transaction, and it will be okay as long as the training is almost there. Anyway, just teach them to become formal mages, and they will be done with it. If 2 high-level mages appear occasionally, the king will make a lot of money. Ryan's real focus is still the 2 inner disciples and 15 public-funded students. It makes sense that Marino's arrangements are very good in this era. Sophia organized internal officials to sort out and investigate all the empty houses, and then arranged for the public to receive and take care of candidates. There is a brand uniformly distributed by the government at the gate of the private house. How many Marino's sword shield badge on it means that the family can accept how many candidates can accept, and then charges the 4 grades of red, yellow, blue and green, and each grade is fixed. For example, the lowest green file is 10 copper coins a day. Basically, the better the heating, food and accommodation, the higher the charges. Thanks to various measures, the candidates and their entourage were not forced to sleep outdoors in the snow and ice. The accompanying guards were all placed in an abandoned empty house. The environment was not bad, but for them, who were used to sleeping in the open, as long as they were provided with enough firewood, it was not a big problem. The house can block the wind is very good. Over time, February 13th, the formal exam finally arrived. More than 1,500 candidates gradually gathered at a manor outside the city of Marino for examinations, while nearly 1,000 candidates from the kingdom of Cervantes gathered simultaneously on the open space outside the original Space Mage Tower in the city of Ramonk. On the top of Marino City, Grand Duchess Sophia looked at the endless stream of people, feeling the warm spring day, and sighed. These are not candidates waiting for an exam. They are simply waiting for the favor of God. Her palace minister seemed to have some understanding. The son favored by God, and the girl favored by God? Sophia didn't know who Ren would choose this time, or the candidate had been set up early in the morning. In fact, there is widespread speculation from the outside world as to who will be elected this time. From the perspective of ease of control, the highest-ranking disciple should be someone like Downs, a commoner who lives outside the aristocratic circle. It is not acceptable if the status is too low. For example, the children of serfs have no chance to read and write. The minimum requirement for learning magic is literacy. There are even underground Kian's wings. What is the identity of the apprentices selected by Master Tesla this time? For this assessment, Ryan didn't plan to come up with anything new. The names were still written on dragon skin paper. And the biggest difference from the first screening was that the dragon skin paper was thicker and more difficult to write on. In fact, it was still half as thin as the normal paper Harry used in the last exam. The purpose of the exam is different, so the difficulty of screening is naturally different. Last time, Ryan tried to make the screening ceremony fair, open and just. Now he has much less trouble. Firstly, he has a greater reputation. And secondly, since everyone believes in his fairness, he does not have to make any explanations to the outside world. This time, the person presiding over the exam was still Ryan's disciple. When the 3 of them just stepped onto the examination platform, there was a thunderous cheer and greeting from the audience. I have seen Master Jade, Master Winston, Rian, the heavy hammer high-level mage. The voices were a mess and candidates from different places had different accents. Except for the candidates in the front row. Downs couldn't hear what the people behind were shouting. Towns stretched out his hand and pressed it in vain, and the whole audience suddenly fell silent. This is the prestige of the superior master. Seeing this scene, a certain master who was peeking at the screen couldn't help but sigh, unconsciously. My beloved disciple has become so powerful. No! Hoo. Obviously, Donghan had not retreated, and more than 1,000 people rushed to the cold on this vast playground waiting for Downs' speech. But there was still a little discordant voice at the scene. Towns' perception, which had been spreading out for a long time, quickly locked onto a strange candidate. He was wolfing down a baked sweet potato with one hand, while lifting a dumbbell with the other, lifting and lowering it so fast that it almost left an afterimage. Just looking at the appearance of that thing. People who don't know the situation would think that this is a barbarian selection competition in some mountain village. The feeling of being slapped in the face immediately made several black lines appear on Towns' forehead. Just when Towns was about to explode. And even the candidates around him had already realized that something was wrong and began to stay away from the unlucky guy who dared to offend the master. The fire bat on Towns' shoulder spoke. Downs, if there is no accident, it is your 4 younger brothers. Looking at the guy who was more prominent than lumbar disc herniation, Downs felt a feeling of being choked for the first time. Chapter 170 Disposter Expansion. How should I put it? The 4th disciple chosen by my master has a very funny oval face, a messy black bowl-cut hair, and funny facial features. He is probably the kind of person who doesn't look very smart at first glance. From Ryan's perspective, if you say this is the Wong Wong from Wong Wong Sabay, he will believe it. It's just that the figure of the goods is quite scary. Although he does not have extremely explosive muscle lines, like the barbarian professionals, his muscular body is definitely not inferior to any Merino knight who maintains order outside the field. Towns' height of 1.9 meters is already very exaggerated. And that guy is even more exaggerated, estimated to be at least 2.10 meters tall. The thing is, it's the magician exam now. What are you doing here? A guy who looks like you've guessed the profession? Not to mention Towns. Harry and Baron felt a trance as their blood pressure suddenly rose after seeing it. Master, your vision is always so unique. Tangsi has tried his best to pick the best words to describe the 4th disciple chosen by his master. Little did he know that a certain master was complaining crazily in his heart. Who could be more unique than you? Barin also complained quietly. Is this also called a mage? Firebat rumor. A physical mage is not a mage. 3 disciples. I almost forgot that my family is from the physics school. Well, when we didn't ask. When the 3 wizards on the stage withdrew their gazes in unison, the others still looked at the boys strangely, but with less gloating. No candidates are willing to lose their state. This is a manner controlled by the physics school. The huge wizard's eyes representing the great wizard Tesla are hanging high in the air. There was only silence between heaven and earth, and the cold wind of early spring seemed to be frozen. Only those with sufficient magical knowledge knew that the Archmage had manipulated the flow of wind elements, prohibiting them from approaching the manor and disrupting the exam. These great power of the world make candidates dare not look up at these mysterious and powerful eyes. Even though those eyes do not seem to fix the focus on a specific person, candidates can't help but hold their chests and show their best side in front of this big master who can change a person's destiny. The reservedness of these boys and girls was very interesting to Ryan, who was peeking at the screen. For example, seeing a poor girl almost fainting because her corset was too tight, or seeing a bad guy leaning sideways and farting in the leeward direction. Ren has a sense of electronic mustard while eating before eating. Among the 2 inner disciples in his inside, one was booked by that strange muscles. In his retina, the system highlighted 2 candidates for him. The first thing that came into view was a pretty exquisite noble girl. This 16 or 17-year-old girl was so beautiful that she easily caught the attention of a large group of candidates around her. In everyone's opinion, she should not appear in the public examination hall, but should join the ranks of self-funded students. In order to avoid others thinking that she was attending a party, she deliberately wore a simple outfit, a warm black fur coat, a pair of brown tie breeches, and even no extra jewelry. Perhaps, with her imagination, this is already the lowest key dress. It's so funny. How can an ordinary person's child be qualified to wear a fur coat? Not far around her, a teenager wearing a double-layer hemp clothing was frozen with a little purple lips. But Ryan didn't want to choose her. The reason is simple. This girl is troublesome at a glance. Judging from her expression, she was full of vigilance when she looked around from time to time. Most importantly, Ryan felt that there was a hint of devilish aura in her. He didn't say she was a devil, but it was just a kind of devil curse. In summary, this noble girl from the 4 foreign countries is the typical tragedy. Rin is self-proclaimed. I have always been low-key, and I am most afraid of trouble. Ryan secretly withdrew his gaze and turned his eyes to another candidate. This kid is much more pleasing to the eye, although he was also wearing a wolf fur coat. The rough sewing workmanship was obviously not done by a tailor. Thick hemp ropes were used to patch up pieces of wolf fur on the largest piece of wolf fur, barely making it look like a long-sleeved garment. The boy's short golden hair, which was almost a crew cut, combined with his strong face, made him look quite sunny. The age of 17 or 18 is the best time in life, with infinite possibilities and future. It can be said that Ryan chose this young man as his fifth disciple at first sight. In addition to the above three people, there are many outstanding talents among the others. With just your level of excellence, you cannot become the inner disciple of a legendary wizard. Ryan switched to the mage's eye in a second and came to the examination room in Lamanque City. He looked around and was a little disappointed. This time, Cervantes could no longer provide him with a disciple with unlimited potential. Speaking of it, a small Savanius can send a Downs and a Harry, but it has exceeded the standard. Ren silently sorted the excellent outside disciples observed, and the sevens could squeeze out 3 outside disciples. Without paying attention to the sub-examination room, Ryan turned his attention back to the main examination room in Marino. He was a signal, and Downs suddenly wondered. After Downs cleared his throat tactical, his speech spread throughout the audience through Porce magic. I am Don Quixote. I am responsible for hosting this exam on behalf of my master, the great wizard Ryan Tesla. Almost at the same time he spoke, Harry walked through the portal in front of everyone and came to the examination room in Romanche City, and made a similar opening speech. Here Downs continued, this is the second time my teacher has publicly recruited magic apprentices. This time, more candidates are more well recruited. My teacher will choose 2 apprentices as inner disciples, and 15 outer disciples taught by a generation of disciples. Considering the number of people who come to apply, my teacher has temporarily decided to recruit 50 magic assistants. As soon as his words fell, there was a low voice of a commotion below. Candidates have brighter the glory in the eyes of the candidates. Downs added, magic assistants are not formal disciples. They usually assist the great wizard and formal disciples in their work. The reward for their work is that after 3 years of being assistants, the 25 most diligent people will be unconditionally upgraded to outer disciples. Chapter 171 Everyone has a bright future. This condition was actually proposed by Ryan. How could Towns, who is still a blank slate when it comes to employing people, have such sophisticated skills in managing people? In a sense, this is the modern version of paid work plus last in first out system. If it were just this condition, many people would be willing to do it, and the capitalists would definitely tattoo Ryan's head on their backs, because this is a typical operation of hanging street lamps. Although he was a player of paradox before traveling through time, Ryan also felt that he would not be innocent if he was really hung up on the street lamp one day in the future. But this matter really had a reversal. The easiest reason is that nobles from all countries have a high reward to reward any young people who have become disciples under the gate of Tesla. Once the admission is passed, Guangzhou Niaozu will not say that the local marquis or the larger nobles will often ask the disciple to sign a contract. After the contract is signed, the disciple and his family will immediately enjoy the same treatment as a baron. When the disciple completes his studies and works for the physics school for 10 years and regains his freedom, he will be awarded a hereditary fiefdom above the baron's level according to his strength at that time, even if he is unwilling to sign a deed with local nobles. As long as he signs any short-term effective contract with binding power, there are various rewards. Maybe someone is strange. Who knows what happened in 10 years? Don't forget that the nobles were sent to the mage, who received a job for them to seal the land. And 10 years later, these young talents who are less than 20 years old are 30 years old, which is the most mature when FAE. That's right. The nobles bet on the future of these disciples. How can young people understand so many twists and turns amid the overwhelming propaganda of the nobles? It sounded like a brand new formula. Being admitted to the physics school equals actual hereditary aristocracy. So this set of gameplay has become. Ryan made his young apprentice work for nothing for 10 years, and his life might even be in danger. The nobles paid a little money in the early stage, and when the young men who went out of their territory became mages and returned, they would buy mages for their fiefdoms. These poor young people work hard, and once they succeed, they will own a piece of land that they can pass on to their descendants. If you can say that the physical school may be counted by the devil, chased by the demon army, copied by the evil god, etc., you can say so. Everyone has a bright future. Cough cough. In fact, after Sophia received various expansion requests and transferred to Ren, Renin had a little idea. And there was a post of magic assistant with over 100 million points. From another perspective, the mortality rate of mages is definitely the lowest among all professions in the Adventurers Guild. Why? because the kitchen knife occupation in the front row is the follower of Faye. The followers are like the relatives of the generals in the ancient cold weapon war. If the leader died first than his relatives, the relatives would be responsible. Basically, if all the front row kitchen knives are not killed, it will be difficult for the mage to die. Still that, most of the rights and momentum are going to take it for their own expense. Only the poor or powerless would come to study at government expense. If Ryan was an evil wizard, such as a necromancer who used assistants as consumables, most of the candidates would hesitate. But Ryan's reputation is too good. The whole world knows that he is lawful neutral and leans towards good. The advantages of the camp are fully demonstrated at this moment. If you want to know what the candidate's reaction is, just listen to the thunderous cheers. Oh! Praise Master Tesla. Thank you for your generosity. Choose me. Choose me. I'm not afraid of hard work. The candidates were excited. Even if only 25 people can be promoted in the end. There are 40 government-funded students in this class. Selecting 17, 2 inner disciples plus 15 outer disciples from more than 2,000 people is at least twice as likely as selecting 42 disciples. Feeling the burning gazes of the examinees, Tang Si and his classmates felt a sense of pride. Dow's waved his hand. I know. Some of you have studied 5 years of entrance examination and 3-year simulation for a long time. Now it is time to show your learning results. Once you meet the thresholds of apprentices, answer more and more correct resources, and you will get more resources. Master said that qualifications are just a knock on the door. After a pause, he said, I officially declare the exam open. Downs opened the tightly sealed box and took out a large stack of test questions wrapped in dragon parchment. As for the dragon skin paper that is useless for movable type printing, these test questions were copied out by 3 hard-working inner disciples using methods such as multiple casting. Fortunately, a kind-hearted master did not overexploit his 3 poor apprentices. This test paper, which was only the size of an A4 paper, only had 3 application questions that were as difficult as junior high school physics. These are all modified versions of the test questions that Ryan had previously posted in the city of Vermont. Judging from the difficulty of the questions themselves, it is not difficult. The real difficulty is that candidates must learn to call upon the abundant elemental energy in the examination room and inject it into the feather pen while keeping writing. This has significantly raised the requirements for candidates. Fortunately, on the other hand, the dragon skin paper used this time was thinner than the one Harry used last time. Relatively speaking, it was much easier to leave elemental writing on the dragon skin paper than last time. It is no exaggeration to say that this exam is a perfect combination of magic and physics knowledge. After all, disciples like Tang's who have perfect compatibility with elements and arcane energy are really rare in the world. When the standard is drastically lowered to that of ordinary outer disciples, there are many people who are qualified to become outer disciples. If Ryan slightly adjusted the screening criteria in the system, he would find that there were hundreds of young people who met the magic fluctuation standards. This is really going to screen. Not only outer disciples are screened, but inner disciples as well. Ryan controlled the fire bats hiding in various shadow corners, and started playing the multi-camera mode. First, the muscular physical mage. At first, Ryan was really worried that this guy had no elemental and arcane talents. If Ryan insisted on choosing him according to the system prompt, he really had to think carefully about how to clean up this guy. Who would have thought that this guy didn't know how to answer the questions? After writing his name, he began to draw stick figures in the blank spaces of the answer sheet. These lifelike little figures were doing various fitness exercises. How to say? He doesn't seem to be smart, and is amazing in the total magic. Candidates are saying that because they do not control the elements and have no element injection, they cannot leave the handwriting. Chapter 172 The One Who Ruins the Scene. If the system hadn't lied to Ryan, this muscular boy was probably the one with the strongest magic power among all his disciples. His magic is more like that of a warlock, emphasizing self-magic as the core. The key is that all his magic power is bound within his strong body, making it difficult for outsiders to sense it. Only Ryan could see through the system the surging magic power that was like a volcano about to erupt. I don't know whether this kid has high intelligence. Even if he does master it in the future, his so-called magic will be extremely powerful and unreasonable. When he saw the other person's wise face like a sunny and cheerful big boy, Ryan felt that his head began to hurt. All of his disciples had their own characteristics, which makes Master Ryan very happy. Retracting his gaze, Ryan cast his eyes on the second candidate disciple. Flores Field? Ryan couldn't help but read out the name of this doll-like girl written on the test paper. Ryan quickly glanced around and found that this girl was different from those candidates who had been preparing for the exam for more than a month. She was obviously a latecomer to physics. Her problem-solving ideas were not clear. Many formulas were forced into the formulas, and she even mixed up Newton's 3 laws of motion. In any case, she did work hard to answer questions. Huh? Ryan was surprised to find that the girl was actually looking in the direction of the fire bat's gaze. Don't look around. An invigilator sent by Marino couldn't ignore the girl's big movements. I suddenly felt too strong attention. Don't talk nonsense about what you mean by sight. I'm warning you once. If you look around again, your score will be cancelled, the examiner said sternly. Sorry. The girl apologized reluctantly. And finally she glanced at the place where the mages I was supposed to be. Ren's emotion. So strong perception. You know. Ryan just peeked at the screen through the legendary fire bat. When the legendary fire bat is still, its stealth skills are so high that most master wizards cannot find it. Only wanderers and rangers who specialize in exploration have a chance to find it. But Flora found out. Perception high. It is very helpful for elemental sensing. Ren secretly gave a good seedlings evaluation. But Ryan didn't expect that when Flora failed to answer the third question, she actually started writing an essay in the blank space. At first Ryan thought it would be something like I wish the teacher good health and a long life. It was only after a brief glance that I realized that after Flora couldn't answer the question, she actually wrote about her own experience. The elegant handwriting was totally inconsistent with the inscribed strokes that were deeply engraved into the dragon skin paper. Ryan was shocked when he carefully watched the screen. It turned out that Flora's parents and brother were captured and tortured by a pirate general named Baroque Roberts. This half-human, half-demon guy demanded a ransom that she could not afford and took pleasure in torturing the captives. When the 3-year period is up, the captives will be killed. What's even worse is that Baroque's backer is the demon Lord Griffith. In her autobiography, she begged for mercy and vowed that once she gained the power to fight Baroque and rescued her relatives, she would be loyal to Ryan for the rest of her life. Ryan sighed. Her intention is commendable. But she is not a good student. Being driven by a desire for revenge can certainly motivate people to work harder. Unfortunately, where is the way of magic so many urgent merits? Can profound magic and exquisite sorcery just appear and be understood at will? Are you treating my Tesla School of Magic as a wishing well? Or is there some misunderstanding about my teaching level? Others don't know how strong I am. But don't I know how I achieve my achievements? Game battle reports account for 90%. And the remaining 10% depends entirely on rebound. I thought I was gone to clean up the Demon Lord. LOL. I can't figure this out. Although I say that I am not afraid of boiling water. I would use as little boiling water as possible. Who in their right mind would want to take a hot bath? Does being a mage mean pouring boiling water over people's heads for no reason? And then using frost elements to cool down the water when it reaches midair? If the water temperature is not well controlled, one will either be frozen to death, or be burned to death, or die from both cold and heat, and at the same time receive 2 debuffs. Burn and frostbite? Isn't it qualified to take a warm bath? Ryan felt it was a pity for this girl. But the problem was that he was not worthy of having her as his apprentice. Flora sensed it the moment Ryan withdrew his gaze. Not only did she sense Ryan's gaze retreating, she even sensed that he withdrew his gaze only after reading her autobiography. Endless sadness and regret surged in her heart. Completely unable to control herself, beautiful tears dripped down her face. But this was dragon skin paper. The words on it, that were stained with elements, could not even be melted by tears. Tears soaked in herself, and had a visual vague refracting, but made her feel like a clown. What do I rush over to take the picture? Well, a beautiful girl suddenly started crying while taking an exam. Her sad beauty was enough to attract the attention of others. But what can we do? Under the strict gaze of the proctor, other candidates took their eyes, and did not dare to pay attention to it. Ryan sensed Flora's reaction. He could only sigh and look at the young man he favored, who was most likely a hunter. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it. But as soon as he saw it, Ryan became furious. For a moment, Ryan seemed to see in a trance that the boy transformed into Doctor Strange and jumped out and shouted, "I'm here to negotiate terms." This strong sense of cross-acting comes from his test paper. For incompetent candidates, it is extremely difficult to write a few more words. This guy, on the other hand, used elements as ink and wrote more than 1,000 words. His talent in elements is unquestionable. But he is not answering at all. The whole article means that Lao Tzu is a peerless genius. Obviously, his perception is comparable to the blonde doll. When Ren's eyes fell on his test papers, the corner of his mouth grinned with a raised arc that made Ren very uncomfortable. That's the smile that thinks about. He raised his right hand high, shouting with a strong voice that can be heard in the entire square, "I want to hand in the paper." At this moment, let alone help the proctor, even Downs on the stage tightened. Whenever the exam, the first one who submits the papers is either an idiot with white volume or a real genius. The last one did this. It was Harry, a genius master of Downs' white volume. The nature of these two people is very different. Chapter 173 is the world call us. Obviously, I felt that the other party might be here to smash the scene. Downs still reluctantly held back, and said coldly, "You can make a pair." The boy stood up, his hands on his hips, scanned the audience proudly, raised his test papers full of words. "What else? They are just my accompanying run. Isn't it good to go home earlier? You?" Downs instantly confirmed that the other party came to smash the scene. "Report your name." "Candidates." He stood up in a flash, with terrifying lightning flashing all over his body, and electric snakes twisting and turning around him. Barrand, who was sitting next to Downs, also stood up and glared at the boy with Downs. "Report your name." "Sir," Downs shouted, almost gritted. "Jameson Guzzin." The boy didn't seem scared at all. "I'm right. Last time, didn't Master Tesla let thousands of people run with him and only accepted one Harry Winston? My teacher has his own consideration." Downs's teeth were cold. Jameson shrugged, and the mockery of the corner of his mouth became more and more heavy. "What about that? The mediocre mortal children, after all, are the foil of our sons of these days. The guy who wants to plant the land is rolled back quickly, so as not to delay the peasant." "I'm right, Downs." Downs declined. "You are not qualified to call me like this. Of course, I will only agree to become his disciple if Master Tesla meets my requirements first. For example, he should first give me 50,000 gold coins as a settlement fee, and then give me a quarter of the element pool he controls permanently. If Jameson's product is just a waste of waste, what he said is tantamount to a crazy dog who has never seen a horse, but was scared by the majestic horses. But he said that there was an element that gathered the surrounding space while gathered. Countless white frost elements materialized around him, forming a ball of icy mist that surrounded him and lasted for a long time. His strength was indeed low, and he might not even be able to cast a proper magic. However, relying on his elemental sensing ability, he could instantly kill at least 99% of the candidates present. This time, the expressions of the candidates are not right. Seeing the situation, Ren couldn't bear it. The eyes of the mage seemed to see through all things appeared again over the examination room. "Boy, who gave you the courage to come and touch the porcelain?" The Kane mainland did not touch the word porcelain, and Ren translated in the way that the other party could understand. "What do you mean by bluffing? A master can choose his students. But who says students can't choose their masters? There are more than one master in the world who accepts disciples. Could it be that you are the kind of chaotic and evil person who forces others to become his disciples regardless of whether they are willing or not? Or, if I don't become your disciple, you will take my life? The rules are all rules. That's the trouble with law. Since Ryan swore when he accepted him as his disciple that he would coordinate with Cervantes and Marino to do their best to ensure the safety of the candidates, there is absolutely no reason for him to attack the candidates just because of a few words." The other party was aimed at Ren's preface characteristics and engaged in things within the scope of preface. Hearing this, Ryan laughed in his heart. "I knew it wouldn't be so smooth. Without it, he was too beautiful recently. He is so successful that his peers are envious, jealous and resentful of him. In this world, talent resources cannot be endless. The top talents are of course irreplaceable. For example, if the Earth lost to Tesla, there would be no alternating current, and the entire human history would undergo a huge turning point. Even though mages are still a blank field in this world, who says that people with high perception and intelligence must become mages? It is not impossible to be a second-rate pastor. Today is just a continuation of the last time when all the factions came together to cause trouble. Originally, Rin thought the guys hiding in the dark will stop a little. By the way, the momentum of other people's organizations has been up and down, so it's normal to do something. However, Who meow gives you the hallucinations of you? Do you think I have no rule of you? Ren sneered and replied, Who teaches you to say this? No one taught me. I figured all of this out on my own. What? If I don't take you as my master, you're going to kill me, Jameson emphasized again. The next second, Ren's wanton laughter spread throughout the audience. He spoke rapidly. Ha ha ha. Kill you? Of course not. Congratulations. You guess. I will try to ensure your safety and send you away in the week of the exam. But after you leave the Merino border, any organization that retains you will be identified as hostile organizations. Pray to your God. Young? Part of the history of physics. If it is a kind or neutral organization, then they are determined to defend the world of cows. And they will not mind a small demon who can lead to H, L, or Abyss near their headquarters. So they have the opportunity to fully exercise their apprentices. I have the devil lords on the door. Ha 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 ha. Ryan finished spraying it in one breath and immediately felt refreshed. The guy opposite was completely broken. What a joke. If this continues, who in the entire continent would dare to accept him as a disciple? Isn't his future completely ruined? No. How can you do this? Jameson screamed. Why can't I? Ren smiled angrily. You are obviously just an outsider. It is definitely not enough for you to grab an elemental vortex as an elemental pool. You must rely on recruiting outstanding young people from this world as your disciples to completely integrate into this world and ultimately achieve the goal of gaining power. You need me. You must need me. I am a super genius that only appears once in a century. How could you do this to me? Jameson was completely psychologically defeated. In fact, when Jameson just said, Ren was really scared, Ryan had to admire the group of people behind this boy, as they guessed his background almost correctly. After a brief moment of surprise, Ryan laughed. His laughter was cold and happy. Ha ha. You are not even a magic apprentice. How do you know these so-called common sense? Jameson was still too young. And when he was excited, he revealed the old. These words were clearly the trick when the guy behind him persuaded him. Jameson panicked. I thought I figured it out on my own. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ryan's smile and the eyes of the people around him became colder and colder. Ryan decided to let him fall to the ground and make it clear, even if what you said is true. It is the power of Chaos World calling for magic. And physics school is just responding to this world. Chapter 174 Shatter Your Pride. Ryan knew very well that what he said today would definitely be spread through the omnipresent spies and reach the ears of those behind the scenes who wanted to know what happened today. Therefore, Ryan added the adjective even if in this sentence. In fact, even Ryan himself didn't know whether his teaching tirelessly system had to go through this method to gain power and integrate into this world. Take a step back 10,000. What really made the other party say, I am an outsider. I am coming. It was you from the Chaos World who asked me to come here. If anyone disagrees, they can go and ask your world. Does the Chaos World have its own will? Hello. Yes. The 9 major camp systems that are everywhere are the best proof, since it can keenly urge the words and deeds of each extraordinary person to determine the ownership of its camp. This is itself a symbol of extreme active consciousness. Having said that, Ryan has brought up such a big topic as the world's will. Can the other party accept it? It's so funny. There's no way I could catch it. What is the guy who can communicate the will? Either they are super powerful people who have been deified by mortals, or they are great sages respected by all people. With those rubbish who dare not show their heads and only dare to make small moves behind the scenes. Who dares to say that they can communicate with the origin of the world? Renan made the name of the physics school and also introduced a set of foreign laws, perfectly integrated into the magic system of this world. All kinds of performance made others think much. Thinking about the bigger picture, isn't it possible that going against Ryan Tesla is going against Chaos World will? Ryan's words were destined to receive no response, because the guy in charge was hiding in the dark. And it was not until now that they received the news. The reason why Ryan said this was simply to emphasize the legitimacy of the School of Physics to all the candidates, and even the kings of those countries who supported him. Jameson, the person who was criticized by Ryan, was just a pure cannon fodder. This kid was stunned. When he was fooled by the Black Hand, he didn't know that he would get into so much trouble. Teenagers around 18 years old are the most ignorant and impulsive, thinking that Ryan would not do it to him due to the law, and not knowing how much magic the Black Hand had fed him. He did it. Now, It's more than just hitting a wall. This kick has actually kicked him into the deepest part of the abyss of fate. His eyes lost his focus. And his expression was stunned. Impossible. How can this be? This is completely different from what they said. Am I not a super genius for 100 years? It was as if the language expression module was lost and his speech began to become incoherent. Ryan sneered. Once in 100 years? What once in 1,000 years beautiful girl was there before I traveled through time? I didn't know that people were still primitive 10,000 years ago. How dare the unscrupulous media to brag? In fact, this example that Ren thought is not too appropriate. This kind of force that deliberately creates momentum to harm the team is the most disgusting. Isn't Jameson today a so-called genius, who was praised highly but fell down after doing what he did? Ryan dealt the boy's fragile heart the final blow. Potential is never equal to strength. I have seen many idiots who have potential but seek death and fail to realize their potential. Jameson, you are not the first. And you will definitely not be the last. I am too lazy to evaluate whether you will succeed in the future. But I can tell you that even in this examination room, you may be able to rank in the top 3. But you will definitely not be my first choice. Who? Who is it? I don't believe it. I won't believe it even if you kill me. Jameson's eyes kept wandering around, looking for the son of destiny that Ryan mentioned, who was more awesome than him. Not only is he curious, but nearly 1,000 candidates are also curious. Many people know that their magic is not high. After all, after an application question, even the elemental characters can't be written anymore. I can't expect that I can answer the questions. Appreciate this change. Amidst all the attention, Ryan called out the name that represented infinite hope. Mr. Matt *Kuhner. Please stand up. Who? The muscular boy with the wise eyes was stunned for several seconds before he turned around and looked around stupidly. Besides me, is there anyone else with the same name? Ryan's balls were already hurting, and he said unhappily, Don't look at it. It's you. Me? Pointing at his face with a crooked index finger. Matt's wise eyes became even wiser. Whenever he is eye-catching, Jameson will not be so angry. In Jameson's imagination, if a boy with a typical intellectual and bookish temperament who fits his stereotype of a great wizard appears, he will be able to accept it. Master Tesla specifically picked out an idiot-like guy. What does this mean? Not only Jameson couldn't accept it, the other candidates were also numb. No! This is the one that tops the list? Towns Quixote said that he was not doing his job properly. But at least he was tall, strong, handsome and cool. This guy looks stupid, which is really annoying. Well, all the pressure came to Jameson's side. Regardless of how Flora felt, Jameson couldn't stand it at all. He pointed at Matt and roared. Why? I don't accept it. His loud shouting made the invigilators panic. Fortunately, Towns waved his hand and instructed the invigilators to come forward and evacuate the candidates between Jameson and Matt, leaving a large open space. In the sky, the eyes of Ren's pair of mage have reminded, Mr. Shuri. You take a deep breath. Suck the wind elements around you. And then imagine that this special atmosphere is the power to try in the direction of Mr. Gu Xin? Matt blinked, not quite understanding. And he did as he was told. When he took a deep breath of the wind element provided by Ryan, his chest circumference increased by at least 10 centimeters. His explosive muscles made a senior brother, who was once a knight's apprentice, jealous. Towns thought to himself, if I had this physical fitness, I might have really embarked on the path of a great knight. Although Towns' physical fitness is strong, he is still some distance away from the real professional muscleman, let alone a monster like Matt. Drink. Matt punched in the air. What do you guess? The powerful punch was supposed to hit the air. Who knew that the wind element responded to his call and turned into a gray illusory fist in midair, making a loud rumbling sound like thunder. An air fist as big as a carriage hit Jameson in the face 10 meters away. Mr. Heaven's arrogant's brain is blank. How can this be an empty punch? This is the legendary Bigby's King Kong fist. Chapter 175. Someone, please change the gentleman's pants. Who is Bigby? Theoretically, this person does not exist in the world of chaos. At least Ryan has never seen any introduction about Bigby in the mainland magic journal. But in a certain board game on the original Earth, Bigby was a stinky old man who founded the Melee Mage School and was known as a mage. You can think of him as a magician who practices Qigong and is said to be more powerful than a monk. Anyway, the mage became silent and the monk cried after watching it. Why? The magic spells named with the prefix Big B are at level 7, 8, and 9. They have the functions of interruption, damage, and control. The power of the magic is simply incredible. Except that the range is a little shorter, and cannot reach more than 30 meters away. They look good no matter how you look at it. The true outrageous set of this set of spells is that they are magic on their bright faces. It is indeed summoned a huge hand of elements to imitate the actions of the caster, and to capture, push palms, punch, and other actions. But they have to check the core of strength. In accordance with Newton's law, the role of strength is mutual. Now, if a weak mage uses this, the enemy will be killed by the recoil of this force before he can kill him. This is like two cars colliding in a car accident. The one that becomes an energy-absorbing box and is smashed to pieces must be the more fragile Japanese car. On the physics side, perhaps Downs, the Knight's Apprentice, and the sturdy dwarf Baron still have a chance to perform this magic. But they are unlikely to perform it well. Anyway, Ryan and Harry definitely don't dare to perform it. Because once they use it, they don't know whether the enemy will die or not. So they will definitely die first. Ryan personally estimated that to perfectly use this set of medium and short-range magic, the initial strength value must be conservatively estimated to be more than 20 points. And the agility must be close to 20. In other words, a freak who was born with legendary strength and speed SS, did not run to become a warrior or other muscle-dominant professions, but instead became a mage because of a little magic power. Not to mention that Matt's intelligence is not necessarily high, but his blue bar is super long. Isn't it weird? Praise the creator for his uncanny workmanship. He unexpectedly sent such a weirdo among weirdos to Ryan. So when Matt punched out, even if he borrowed the power of the physical web and forcibly added various super magic expertise, he managed to hit the upper limit of what the physical web could currently withstand. The power of a standard level 6 magic, falling in Jameson's eyes. This was as if the mountains collapsed. The atmosphere made a terrifying explosion sound. And the view in front of him became abstract due to the distortion of the air. Air could no longer be inhaled into his lungs normally. And he was in a desperate trance state of hypoxia. The result of this punch? I will die. Jameson's sanity confirmed this. His body reacted as a mortal would. Time seems to be stagnant, seeing that Jameson would be blown to pieces in the next moment, turning into ugly and horrible pieces of flesh and bones. At the critical moment, another huge hand of lightning appeared out of thin air and shattered the elemental flying fist with a slap. "Ah!" Matt exclaimed softly, but his expression didn't change much. In the sky, Ryan's wizard eyes were full of relief. "Yo, little Matt, even if I give you sufficient element permissions, I didn't let you blast you to level 5 magic. It is level 5. Which is correct, because the authentic Big B Diamond Fist is performed with the purest arcane energy, not the wind element. To be on the safe side, Ryan did not grant Matt too much elemental power just now. Magic? Level 5? Me? Matt's silly look was the sharpest mockery of Jameson. What kind of arrogance? What is a once-in-a-century event? In the end, he is not as good as this seemingly mentally retarded fool? But this is an absolutely indisputable fact. Even if this was a ball of elements that the legendary wizard had deliberately fed to his mouth like food, he was able to instinctively shape it into magic. This in itself proved Matt's incredible magical talent. Because I finally played the dream of magic. Matt was so excited. Did I really use magic? I am a magician? Ah! Thank you so much, Mr. Tesla. Also called Mr. To make Master. Down smiled and corrected Matt. Ah! Master. Matt was just a clear-minded circuit. Not really stupid. He returned to God and immediately kneeling towards the big eyes in the sky. The outcome has been decided. As for you, Mr. Guxian. At this time, the eyes of Ren's mage turned. Come, help Mr. Guxian change his pants. Ryan said this seemingly unintentionally, and everyone immediately focused their attention on the expanding water stain on Jameson's white pants. Seriously? What's wrong with a teenager who has never seen advanced magic being scared to death? I haven't even shivered yet. Besides, she's just a child. Please don't let him go. Ha 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 ha. He's a genius that only appears once in a century. If the great wizard really accepts him, I'm afraid that after learning magic, he will still be so scared that he will pee his pants when he sees the monsters. Ha ha ha. This waste is better to get out earlier. Don't hurt the followers at that time. That's right. Seeing the rise of geniuses, ordinary people will inevitably be envious of jealousy and hate. Seeing geniuses falling is still an abominable genius. Of course, it is to take the opportunity to legally fall down. The countless mockery instantly drowned the collapsed Jamison. His social death was not over. The 4 monitoring officers rushed up with interest. One person grabbed one hand and feet, opened his big font, and carried him out of the street. "Don't let me go! No! Put me down! You can't do this to me!" Jamison wailed and struggled. This was so different from what he had imagined. Things should not be like this. He recalled that 2 weeks ago, the mysterious people who found him convinced him that he had a once-in-a-century talent, and even guaranteed that Master Tesla would accept his blackmail. Whether or not his blackmail was successful, he would have a bright future. Why did it turn out like this? He does not know. The arrogant thoughts of the past have now become endless regrets. Anyway, he's finished. At this moment, Sanders jumped to a hidden fire bat in the corner of the scene and said, "Sir, my master is actually in the border area." Ren rejected. "Everyone in our physics school is not allowed to shoot. At least not to take the initiative." Sanders' heart leads. Not many people knew that Mr. Tianchizi, who tried to use porcelain to blackmail the physics school, died on the border of Swaitland a week later. Cause of death: frozen to death. Is it funny? Yes. But no one cares about a loser. Just like no one would care about a drunkard who got drunk and froze to death outside a bar. Chapter 176 Small Sect. Whether it is a freshman or a new organization, there is no room for leniency. Every object you cannot bear to attack will become a fatal weakness for the other party to attack you. Renings have to consider not only the lower limit of human nature, but also the devil and the devil. He couldn't find out who was sent by Jamison, but he had to know the attitude of him and his so-called physics school. He had to tell all the existence of we that was full of blood. Talk to you for face. If you don't want to talk, then everyone uses life. Not to mention the evil camp. Rao is a neutral and kind camp, unless the evil faction attacked the main surface of the Kana mainland. Ren was here to grab the roast. Since Ren showed muscles, it is natural to be willing to fight. 1 month later, the Ice Wolf School upgraded from friendly partnership to all-round partnership. Those are things that happen later. Let's go back to the examination room at this moment. After carrying away Jamison, the ignorant bastard, Ryan announced that the exam time would be extended by 10 minutes. Finally, the exam is over. Some are happy and some are sad. Ryan directly announced that the second inner disciple was Miss Flora Esfield. This news was unexpected to everyone, even Flora herself. Outside the venue, many accompanying personnel who received the news first, including many children of nobles, collectively showed expressions of surprise. "Oh, I thought the Deseo would only like to accept the children of Pingnan, because Mrs. Field is the Earl of the Nasha Trade Federation in the South. When her father and brother were kidnapped by the half-demon Baroque Roberts, according to the laws of the Nasha Federation, she could declare her father and brother as missing persons in the ocean. As the only heir of the family, she could immediately take office as the new Earl. After receiving a little earlier as a disciple, this can interpret the unusual political meaning as a master. Of course, it can also be said that Master Tesla really does not ask. But only. Here, after Ryan's announcement, Towns and Baron came to Flora immediately and said, "Congratulations, junior sister Flora." Flora lowered her voice and even covered her mouth gently. "Wait. My only requirement for becoming your disciple is that after I gain power, I must deal with the Pirate Kingdom Sea Marshal Baroque Roberts. Behind him is the Demon Lord Griffith. After that," she showed the test papers. Downs determined that his master had peeping over the screen. He drew his lips chic. "There is still a Devil Lord's treasure crown hanging at the gate of our college." "So?" Master Tesla agreed. The doll-like girl showed a long-lost expression of ecstasy on her face. Downs shrugged. And he didn't care. What kind of sea handsome? As long as Master allows. "I can help you. But the Demon Lord can only rely on Master." Flora was really excited. So excited that tears burst out like a dam. And her pretty face, which was as delicate as a baby's, turned into a maca's face in a few seconds. "Thank you. Thank you, Master. Thank you. My family has saved it," said. Flora once again worshipped the direction of Master Ren again. As everyone knows, Ren is so painful. If it wasn't for upgrading the system, I wouldn't flow this muddy water. Fortunately, everything is worth it. just after Matt and Flora knelt down to him one after another. Without any delay, the system sounded a prompt. Congratulations to the host for accepting a total of 5 high-quality inner disciples and 30 outer disciples. The physical school controlled by the host has been officially upgraded to a small school. To upgrade to a medium-sized school, the host must have at least 3 legendary or above disciples, 5 master-level inner disciples, and 100 high-level outer disciples. Seeing this, Ren's face muscles have been convulsed. What? 3 legendary disciples are only medium-sized school? Then you talk. What is the large martial arts? Are they all Dharma gods? I don't know if the system was pretending to be dead or was in the process of upgrading. It didn't respond at all and continued to issue prompts on its own. The host's control over the sect has increased. The host can now peek into the magic vortex below Tesla Academy and adjust the magic concentration in each area of the academy to stimulate the disciples' magic talents and increase their magic limit. Ren immediately discovered that he can divide all parts of the small mountain valley and the 10-fold element concentration area of the heart. Ryan marked a small area around him and saw that the 4 elements of earth, water, fire and wind were mixed together. The concentration was chaotic, like a paste. Even if only the purest wind element was left, there was still a strong wind, lightning and thunder in that small area. The wind element is like this, not to mention the water element, which is simply a chaotic mess like a paste. Ryan began to understand why the group of guys who were hiding and targeting him wanted to incite Jameson to cause trouble. A controllable vortex of chaotic magic, once analyzed, will be a priceless treasure that cannot be measured by money to any wizard in the world, even to the devil and demon. Of course, because someone's record is too brilliant, the momentum of killing the gods all year round, so that the other party did not even dare to talk about it, and assigned a cannon fodder to test it. Hee. If the other party really dares to come out, Ryan will kill him. The third upgrade of the system is Ren's most surprising surprise. As long as the theme of Academy of Magic, the system allows Ren to create any teaching aids that meet the world's magic and physical laws. For example, the flying feather pen that seems to be written by itself is actually a printer. The feather pen is just illusion. For example, the giant murals called magic paintings are the projector. Another example is transportation that is in line with physical rules. In a word, Ren can think that the system can veto it. Once the system does not veto it, it is passed. In order to give his disciples a big surprise shock, Ryan very strangely informed all the admitted disciples and assistants that they should rest in the manor outside Marino for 3 days before being arranged to enter Tesla's School of Magic. The new disciples spent the long 3 days in anxiety, arguing and communicating with each other, with dreams of the future and outrageous imaginations about the Magic Academy. Then, when they passed through the portal and arrived in the small valley of the Fulong Mountains, they were truly stunned. Chapter 177, a brand new academy. Not to mention the new apprentice. Even the eldest disciple, Tang Si, was stunned. Is this still the deserted little valley he saw at the beginning? Thinking back then, he was just suffering from a delusional disorder. Or perhaps, he was guided by fate and accidentally found this valley surrounded by dragons. He even saw the waterfall and dived under it to seek his own death. What about now? The waterfall is still the same waterfall, but everything has changed. On the cliffs on both sides of the waterfall, there are 12 Tesla electric towers flashing dazzling lightning, even if they are not running at full power. The winding lightning snakes on the top of the towers that burst out crackling from time to time are enough to scare away the villains. The mountain wall is no longer an ordinary mountain wall. It looks like a continuous and smooth wall of colorful glass. Upon seeing this, Tang Si proudly popped out his chest and introduced it to his fellow students. The establishment of any school of thought requires a solid foundation. If you have enough perception, you will know that the essence of these beautiful glasses is the devil and demons of the past. Before he finished speaking, Towns naturally heard the exclamations of the boys and girls. Rumors are just rumors after all. Many outsiders only know that Master Tesla is awesome and killed the Devil Lord. But how can hearsay compare to seeing it with your own eyes? When several apprentices bravely approached the glass wall, they finally saw the molten remains of the devil's body on the inner layer of the beautiful glass, such as a small claw or a swollen eyeball. Although the shape is a bit blurry, it can still be barely recognized. Ah! Master is so amazing! Going further, the shock came before Tangs even had time to do anything. A faint dragon roar came from the waterfall. If not, it means that everyone did not hear the dragon's roar at the auditory level. If so, it is because everyone really heard it at the perception level. The abrupt split of the waterfall in an 8 shape, like a bead curtain, told the apprentices the answer. 4 ferocious black dragon heads, 2 large and 2 small, were arranged in a trapezoid and embedded in the inner wall of the waterfall. Their mouths opened hideously, perfectly freezing the fear and pain they felt at the moment of their death. The black dragon is a water-controlling dragon. The water pouring down from the top of the mountain actually takes an unscientific detour around the black dragon's head and pours down from both sides. And on the icy pool of water, a downward passage suddenly took shape. The steps are clearly visible. Towns took the lead and was followed by 2 inner disciples, Flora and Matt. Afterwards, the outer disciples and assistants filed down according to their ranking. The seemingly flowing water was actually solidified like a mud wall. Not only does it feel solid to the touch, even hammering and digging hard cannot shake the walls of this waterway in the slightest. Mysterious magic flows in this underwater passage, forming an underwater tunnel constructed by magic. Flora was surprised to see that fish, unaware of the dangers of the world, swam over from outside the water wall and curiously observed the humans on the other side of the water wall. Is this magic? The questioning of Shimmy asked Downs for a while. When I first met Master refused to admit that this was magic. Perhaps this was the rules of the physics school, or Master's quirk. Everyone remembers not to correct Master when he wants to say that this is physics or science. You just need to say yes. A certain Master who was peeking at the screen suddenly wanted to beat Towns to death. The disclaimer that a certain Master used when he was stacking armor has now turned into bullets and shot back at the Master. Dozens of people finally walked through the waterway. When the last assistant walked onto the surface of the water, everyone was shocked to find that the waterway behind them had disappeared. It looked like an ordinary cold pond. However, their surprising journey has just begun. The ruins of the once desolate mountain village have now changed a lot. Nowadays, the connecting Hondan is a long road made of like ordinary blue bricks. However, when you go up, anyone will find that a faint sense of deterrence comes from his feet. Tangsi sighed. Our prodigal master ground the scraps from the dragon bone weapons into powder and mixed it into the blue bricks, saying that it would increase your mental resistance. Hiss. I do know how many students at this moment. Dragon bone powder can be used to make blue bricks for paving roads? Definitely you can do it. Aren't you afraid that the dragon will bite you to death? Oh, Master is the dragon nemesis. That's alright. But in a sense, this is daily courage training. Suddenly, all the apprentices felt an inexplicable throbbing in their hearts at the same time. They raised their heads one after another, and what they saw changed abruptly. The last second, this was a seemingly ordinary village. Apart from the dragon bone pink-green brick road in front of you, all you could see were tall trees on both sides of the road. And that was all. The next second, every drooping leaf on the big tree fluttered in the wind under the encouragement of the wind element. The wind in the sky, the water behind, the earth under your feet, and even the flames leaping out of the cracks in the ground in the distance. The 4 major elements of the rich water and fire wind immediately turned the scene in front of me into a giant dynamic oil painting built by elements. On the terraced stone platforms on both sides of the road, which had previously seemed empty, translucent figures suddenly appeared. Ghost? Of course not. How can we, the great scientists of the physics school, be such lowly things? Newton, Archimedes, Faraday, Tesla. As soon as the phantom projections of these physics giants, who were well known to Ryan, appeared, the surrounding elements immediately calmed down. The entire active world seemed to calm down, and all the elements crawled meekly and silently at the feet of these physicists. In this way, we pay the highest tribute to these pioneers who conquered nature with science and explained the laws of the world. This opening was deliberately created by Ryan. Although he traveled through this world, borrowed the achievements of scientific pioneers, and transformed them into the laws of the chaos world, he would never shamelessly take the achievements of scientists for himself. Even in another way, in another world, the achievements of scientists should be respected. Of course, in the eyes of the apprentices, what permeated the air was not science, but a sense of sacredness that they recognized more. This place is the holy temple of the School of Physics, where the holy statues of the sages. No, these are most likely the statues of foreign gods standing on it. observing every apprentice of the School of Physics present with a far-reaching gaze that transcends space. I don't know who took the lead, but every time the apprentices came before a projected illusion, they would shout out the holy name 3 times. And when this action reached Nikola Tesla, the sound reached its peak. Chapter 178, Imaginative Academy. Not to mention the new apprentices. Even a senior disciple like Downs had already made some association with the last name Tesla of the inventor of alternating current that Ryan mentioned during his class. Not to mention that among all the other students in the academy, the lighting magic of the Transfiguration department had the strongest added value. Ryan, who was peeking at the screen, listened to the apprentices' enthusiastic cheers. He could dig out 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms on the ground with his toes. He really wanted to slap himself twice. Why did I choose Tesla when I just made up a surname for myself? Ryan felt like he was hit by a boomerang again. Not only could he not change it even if he wanted to. The most outrageous thing was that the world actually recognized his last name as this, and gave too much weight to lightning, making it a fait accompli. It's like when he saw a certain online author before he traveled through time. Actually, this guy just picked the name on the spur of the moment. But after signing the publishing contract, he found out that the name sounded smooth in Cantonese, but was a bit tongue-twisting in Mandarin. By that time, this guy couldn't change his name, and he used the pen name for more than 20 years. Back to this side. Although Ryan was embarrassed, he had eaten too many boomerangs and had developed a set of skills. As long as I didn't show embarrassment, others would be embarrassed. Imagine changing your way of thinking. A group of young men and women who don't know the truth go to the wrong mountain. Isn't this a lot of fun? What about crying at the wrong grave of old Wang's family next door, but actually crying at your own grandfather's grave? What about getting into the wrong sedan chair but marrying the right man? Fate is such a wonderful thing. Over there, Towns proudly waited for his fellow students to finish their excitement before leading them on their way. Walking through the giant fence made of trees, the view in front of you suddenly opens up. Nearby, there is a vast grassland, where a little white horse named Sunshine Rainbow is playing with several wind elves as big as a palm. If you look further ahead, you will see a magnificent palace on the left. Countless beams of light from the top of the valley converge on the vault of this palace, reflecting charming colorful lights. Downs's hand pointed. This is a new optical experiment building. Don't underestimate these lights. When the convex lens on the valley has increased power, this is enough to hit the high level or below evil. Oh! The apprentices screamed excitedly. Downs smiled mysteriously. If you want to study ray magic, you must experience the mysterious power of scientists such as Descartes, Fresnel, Faraday, Newton, and Einstein in the optics building. Thanks to Downs's deliberate bite, a lot of Mingxi was all misleading. Feelings thought that they would ask God to summon scientists summoning out to get their power. Ren looked itchy, mixed Downs. Don't be misleading if you don't teach. He remembered how Downs rushed to the upper master. Wait! In the future, there will be a classification of this. That is, a group of teasing likes to put Newton's tattoo on the back, and then a left arm with Einstein, a Tesla on the right arm, and a scorched ear on your chest. Ren was suddenly anxious. Downs continued to introduce, pointing to the suspended pavilion 30 meters above the ground on the cliff on the right side of the line of sight. That is the hydraulic laboratory. You can also call it Archimedes' bathtub. According to legend, the ancient philosopher Archimedes discovered the law of buoyancy while taking a bath. Well, everyone can stand on it and give it a try. Only by crossing will know that the giant bathtub, that the 20 people stand up to the 20 people are actually a large elevator. When Flora and others stood up curiously, they were scared by the water emerging from outside the bathtub. A large amount of water was sprayed under the bathtub, and a pool of water was formed in an instant. And then a 10-meter multiplied by a huge pillar of 10 meters to spray upwards, supporting the large bathtub to the main entrance of the suspended attic of 30 meters high. The apprentices have exclaimed. In fact, the inspiration for this thing came from the elevator of the Three Gorges Dam that a time traveler had seen. By filling and releasing water, it can lift a large cruise ship to the top of the dam with a drop of hundreds of meters. The scene at this moment is just magical. Laboratory of optics, fluid mechanics and other laboratories are quite satisfactory. The electrical laboratory that someone has created for himself is undoubtedly the most exaggerated. Because, at the entrance of a standard palace-like building, there are 2 Tesla coils that are constantly flashing with lightning. I don't know how many electric lights are winding and twisting. And the 5-meter wide and 3-meter-high wide gate is sealed to be strict and practical, which is like an execution room with electrical punishment. Yo! Please. Walk in. Dow's went in first. Flora trembled. Can we really just walk in like this? Matt blinked his stubborn eyes. Master said it is okay. Say that this product really didn't hesitate. Just walked in. Huh? It's a little numb. But it's actually okay. With a silly bold leader. The apprentices followed. Afraid of returning. It's really okay. In any case, everything in front of me is so novel for Mingxin, who has not been exposed to physics and magic. After a brief scared, they had a desire for knowledge in their hearts. They longed for them to be part of this new legend that spread on the mainland. The electrical laboratory is also the home of Rin. The newly built 3-story tall house covers an area of nearly 1,000 square meters. When they came to the widest atrium, everyone was surprised to find that in the giant oil paintings on both sides of the atrium, the cycle showed various experiments of writing physical reading as magic. Under the leadership of Downs, everyone passed through the atrium and finally came to 300 square meters of the auditorium. On the podium of the auditorium, there was an excessive mage. When Downs walked over, he bowed respectfully, and when he called master, many people failed to respond for a while. Only when I have seen Rin, I have seen Run, and a lot of public expenses are embarrassed. He is the master of Renesla. Very young. Doesn't it look more than us? After realizing what was happening, everyone followed Towns and bowed deeply to Ryan. Greetings, master. You are free of gifts, since we have entered the door of our physics denominations. That's all of them. In the future, you can call my master, or teacher, and even bosses, Ren said with a gentle smile. It highlights a casual. This has made a lot of apprentices who have stereotypes in Tesla Master, which has greatly amended his views in his heart. Big Master will be fierce to the outside world, and it is good for himself. Everyone felt a warm feeling in their hearts. Chapter 179. Isn't it good to directly use the tree as a stick? On the podium, Ren talked. Each person has different talents, and the strengths are different. They all come to learn. That is, to give play to their own advantages, and cover up their own shortcomings. Please do not quarrel to worship which second-generation disciples. There are specialized attacks. This is what you say. Originally, the subdivision of our physics school was even more exaggerated. In order to adapt to the local customs, we also divided the subjects according to the 8 magic systems that already existed in the chaos world. Since our school does not have necromancy, we do not study necromancy magic. Out of respect for the dead, we will not set up this subject in the future. At present, the relationship between people is because of the responsibility of Downs. The protection is Harry, and the mantra department is balance. Generally, the situation of other departments can also be found. Your brother cannot handle it. And then report to me. There will be no curriculum arrangements today. Tomorrow we'll check everyone's talent and give everyone a suggestion for studying. Okay. Since it's still early, everyone should get their books and move around freely in the designated areas to fully familiarize themselves with the new environment of the academy. Ryan snapped his fingers, and thick black-covered dragon leather books flew in from the window. On the surface, there is a small wings on the 4 corners of the book. In fact, you can say this is a flying dragon letter, or you can call it a dragon skin version of a quadcopter. The students' 3 views were shocked again. There is no exaggerated storm, and only one piece of dragon leather that is equal to the size of a human little finger is spinning. They flew in front of each apprentice almost silently and slowly dropped. In the eyes of the apprentices, the rotor stopped will even be automatically recovered and spelled into the cover of the book. Don't say anything. This hand alone is enough to make the apprentices blow a lifetime. Everyone has not recovered from the shock, and suddenly found that Master Tesla was ready to leave. Only then did everyone turn their envious eyes to the 2 inner disciples. Mr. Kuhner, Mrs. Field, please come with me. Ren took them away, and the rest were handed over to Downs. Seriously, Downs and the apprentices are their peers, because of the gap between strength. Each other has an incompetent gap in each other. For example, Harry still stutters when he is nervous, but he still has enough patience with every apprentice under him. Harry is a master wizard. Anyone with a little common sense knows that in a magic academy 100 years ago, having a formal wizard teach apprentices was already a respectful gesture. If they were not direct disciples, they would just randomly send an assistant who had theory but no practice to teach them something nonsense. And the apprentices would still have nowhere to complain. Many apprentices even spent 10 years in a daze, not knowing what to do, wasting their youth and learning nothing. They were afraid to go home because of their face. That's it. In this way, the three inner disciples took a vote of apprentices to stroll around the newly built college. Many things. They watched it for 2 days in advance, not even understanding themselves. Back to the point. The two new disciples gave Ryan a lot of trouble. Ryan once thought that Towns's crookedness had reached its limit. Facts have proved that there is no such thing as the crookedest, only crookeder. After receiving the two, Matt's talent radar map was simply poke into the deepest point of Ryan's heart. Harry specialized in protection, but was later separated by Ryan into one specialized and one auxiliary, so that at least the offense and defense were balanced. Matt, what is this? Ren is too lazy to see the hexagonal attribute of this product, because this product is a typical muscle stick attribute. The key point is that in the talent radar chart of the 8 major magic systems, this thing is a straight line. Do you understand the gold content of the 2D screen? Harry's talent in other departments is a little bit, and the conversion to a value is 5 points, and it cannot be more. Matt is simply 0. 0 is 0. Can't teach it all. Only the arcane mastery in the shaper department can give you a talent that can directly burst the visual boundary on the retina. Ryan had to reduce the view twice before he could barely see the end. It's just outrageous. Entering the inner room, Ryan first comforted Flora, who was the most nervous. Mrs. Field. Master. Just call me Fala. Okay. Flora, your situation is quite common, and you need to start by learning the basics. I'll take care of Matt first. It will be done soon. Okay. Master. Fuller retreated to the door obediently, stood by Ying, and then put her curious eyes on the strange brother, who was considered her talent above her. Soon? Matta's dull eyes were sometimes angry. Yes. It's fast and it's slow. Someone who doesn't know how to teach you, for example, will make you a warrior, which will only waste your immense magic power. But ordinary magic instructors won't teach you, let alone have the conditions to teach you. Master, you said? I do. Ren laughed. Why do you learn magic? Everyone said that learning magic can be a big man. Not only Flora, but even Ryan laughed at this answer. So simple. So that Renin, who was invited with Lao Yin all day, felt a cute and simple simplicity. And then? Ryan asked earnestly. Matt blinked. Being a big shot will give you enough to eat. I always get hungry easily. That's because you have such a good physical gift. But showing your amazing strength requires a lot of energy. To put it simply, your body will instinctively want to eat more. Right? Matt's eyes, which were originally a little dull, suddenly brightened up. Huh? It seems to be true. Master. That's right. Come here. Don't worry about food problems. No matter how much you consume, your body will get enough energy. Ren opened the thick curtain behind you, revealing a few large tables inside. This is dragon meat. The meat of ice dragons and black dragons. After being specially processed at low temperatures, they can be stored for a long time. What? I can eat dragon meat? Matt's eyes instantly brightened up twice as brightly. Not only that, his saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth. Master, can I really eat this? It looks delicious. In addition to his mouthful, the mysterious energy contained in the dragon meat attracts Matt at the instinct as a magnet. Yes. As long as you don't eat diarrhea, the dragon meat is open to eat. But as an exchange, you need to train yourself according to my requirements. Ren didn't know. Just now, he threw another dart. Matt said desperately nodded. Training or something. I like it best. You need to train your strength in a room with a very high concentration of magic power, and then allow your body to accommodate more magic power. Finally, use magic power to control your arcane hand like you did on the day of the exam. Oh, I know that. It turns out that Master knows me best. Matt was overjoyed. If he were to be allowed to study, it would be more painful than killing him. It was no difficulty for him to rely on instinct to build muscles and increase magic power. The rest is just some slow work. Once the physical fitness, magic power and control over magic are improved, this account can be considered a success. People are not carved. Matt is another extreme. Teach students in accordance with their aptitude? Wouldn't it be better to just use a tree as a stick to hit people? Chapter 180 Magical One Punch Man Training Method. The homework Ryan assigned to Matt was to do 100 push-ups. 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and run 10 kilometers every day. That's right. This is the legendary One Punch Man training method. Of course, Rin knew that this was the author's work, and it was done casually for the number. This intensity of training can only help a fat guy develop 8-pack abs. But it has no effect on a natural power monster like Matt, who has legendary power. Ryan's countermeasure is to increase the stakes. Matt, pay attention. You must exercise with weights, and in an environment with twice the magic power. I'm not asking you to increase your muscle strength, but to get used to the infiltration of magic power in every corner of your body. The intensity of the exercise is not the point. The key is the absorption of magic power, and the recovery of the body. Ah! Then, how much weight do you have to carry? Ryan snapped his fingers, and the side door opened immediately. A group of hard-working magic assistants came in carrying several large boxes. Just by looking at their hard work, it was clear that the things inside must be very heavy. This is a wrist guard, knee padding, ankle, and vest. You put on it a set of ground tests until you feel a bit sinking and don't want to walk. Good. As others watched in amazement, Matt increased the weight to 300 kilograms. Master, this set is a bit heavy. Ryan, he meowed. This kid is simply an animal. Ordinary people have a weight of 35 kilograms for 5 kilometers and have already wanted to die. Generally speaking, the standard for our rabbits to carry a load for marching is 45 kilograms, which means walking 40 kilometers a day. As expected, having the strength of an animal means you can do whatever you want. Ryan was still very cautious. First, you should lose weight to 200 kilograms, and then go out and run 10 laps on the playground for me to see. Okay. Fortunately, Ryan doesn't wear glasses. Otherwise it would be really shocking. Running can be divided into jogging and sprinting. The so-called playground outside is a standard 400-meter circle. Obediently, it is not an ordinary air outside. If an ordinary person does nothing within a few minutes, he will be poisoned to death by this area with high concentration of arcane energy. This guy did well. He was sweating. Master, I am indeed a little tired. Can I eat something? Matt took the towel handed to him by the assistant and wiped the sweat off his face. Exercise should also be scientific. After intense exercise, you can drink a small amount of water, but don't guzzle it. You need to let your body recover to a calm state, and you can only eat after an hour. Ah! Why is this? Matt's face collapsed. Scientific exercise. Scientific diet. Scientific rest. This is the only shortcut for you to become a battle mage. Otherwise, you will hurt yourself before you can become a battle mage. Yes. Matt didn't understand what science was. But since Master Tesla had taught so many outstanding disciples, it should be right to listen to his master. After the lesson, Rin taught Matt and turned to the assistants. Let him decide how much can you eat, and then give him a 70% amount. This is the case for 3 days. It is not too much or too little. Ryan took out a strict schedule that he had prepared long ago and gave it to his assistants, asking them to supervise Matt's practice. After finishing all this, he noticed that Flora had a dazed expression on her face. What's wrong? Flora was scared? No. It's just that your teaching is very different from what I imagined. Master, this is the so-called teaching according to their aptitude. And you? It's a bit different from your brothers. To the Flora, Renan is another kind of egg pain. Holy shit. Flora is actually an expert in enchantment. This enchantment is different from those that give equipment special effects, enhance attacks, or add new special effects. The enchantment system in Chaos World focuses on control. Just give a few magic as an example. Rest Bind Dafa. Law strategy. Group impressions, fluttering, skills. To be on the safe side, Ryan asked Flora to sit opposite him in the study. Well, a beautiful female apprentice is comfortable, even if she does nothing and just sits there as a vase. It would be fun to just look at her. Of course, Ryan didn't dare to do anything beastly. This is the teaching tirelessly system, not the Godfather system. Ryan was afraid that he had some bad intentions, so he just let the system kill him. Ryan had no idea about the underage female apprentice in front of him, who was under the age of 18. Glancing at the other person's nails that were bitten a little uneven, Ryan smiled. Flora, I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious. There is an old saying in my hometown, more haste, less speed. Ah! Flora immediately lowered her head in shame. Sorry. Sure enough, Master looked through. Although she pretended to be calm and behaved like a good child, waiting for her master's arrangements, the anxiety caused by her family's kidnapping tormented her all the time. You don't have to apologize. If I were in that situation, I would easily lose my mind. But, let me be clear. I am busy expanding the academy and reaching more cooperation with the will of Chaos World. It is unlikely that I will leave the academy to help your family. Your 3 brothers are in a similar situation. After all, before I accepted you as my apprentice, I had an agreement with the kings of various countries. I understand. A feeling of grievance filled her entire chest. Flora finally couldn't control her emotions, and tears fell from her delicate doll face. Ring came out of a calmness to almost cold. You don't have to lose too much. You and your 3 brothers cannot shoot. It does not mean that you cannot solve your family's problems. Ah! Flora looked up suddenly, staring at Ryan's face with infinite surprise. There's an old saying in my hometown. It's better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. In this state, if I let you study with peace of mind, you probably won't be able to concentrate. How about this? I can change the magic power supply of the elemental pool, so that you can absorb the purest magic power to the maximum extent you can accept. While teaching, I will let you master the power of magic as quickly as possible within 3 months. Master, is this really possible? There was a clear tremor in Flora's voice. Towns and Harry were promoted to master level within 3 months. As for how far you can go, it depends on your talent. Flora couldn't calm down. If it happens once in a while, it's a miracle. What about 3 again? That is, his master really mastered the road of a quick mage. She adjusted her breathing and calmed herself down. Master, I never doubt your ability. But what price do I need to pay? Chapter 181 Weird Things. As soon as Ryan heard it, he knew that this girl had been badly cheated and had even developed PTSD at the hands of her rival. It's so pitiful. 16 or 7-year-old flower season girls have no dreams and longing for the future. Renan knew that this would not give a statement. The girl who appeared on the surface was unable to be a good student at ease. He crossed his fingers, placed the back of his fingers against his chin, and uttered a word in a cold tone. Experiment. I said that my teaching to all my disciples is a huge chain experiment. Flora shuddered all over and didn't dare to ask any further questions. Raven talked attentively, and Flora sat across from the desk and listened obediently. I am not from this world. Different worlds have different laws. At first, I didn't think that the physics knowledge I mastered would be some kind of profound magic in this world. As a result, the appearance of Downs completely changed my view of the laws of Chaos World. Only then did I realize that the laws I mastered were exactly what the world needed. So I changed my mind and started to recruit disciples and spread the way of physics. Obviously, the will of the world has made it easy for people like us in the School of Physics. So you all came into being. I don't know if I can teach every qualified teenager what you call magical power by teaching the law. So, from beginning to end, this is an experiment. By the way, do you see that shining light here? Flora nodded. She had noticed a long time ago that there was no kerosene wick or anything in the light bulb. She didn't dare to ask, thinking that this was the legendary magic lamp. This is an electric light. In my world, almost every household has one. It's a rarity here. You know, the great scientist Edison, who invented the light bulb, tried more than 2,000 materials to improve the light before he found the most suitable one. When Ryan said this, Flora understood something. I understand. Master, I am one of those materials. Right? Ryan's eyes were full of an organic feeling, as if he was not looking at a pretty girl, but a lifeless experimental material. Yes, you can understand it this way. If you succeed, congratulations. You will get the power you want. But no matter failure or success, I have obtained a lot of valuable experimental data. This is the scientific version of you may not lose. But I will always make money. When a man with power beyond her imagination spoke such cold and almost cruel words in a condescending tone, Flora unexpectedly felt very comfortable. Flora had seen the intrigues and deceit in the aristocratic circles, and witnessed the chaos and cruelty of more than half of the demons. When she encountered such an opportunity, she felt that this is very reasonable. This doll apprentice spit a long bite. Thank you, Master, for your frankness. I have no problem. As I wrote on the test paper, once I rescued my parents and my brother, I would fulfill my promise. Ryan's movements remained the same. He just asked calmly, sacrificing your future for your loved ones. Is it worth it? Of course it's worth it. Flora stood up gracefully and gave Ryan a ladylike salute. When she raised her head, Ryan saw a pair of eyes as clear as sapphires, because it should have been me who stayed with Baroque Roberts to endure the inhuman torture. But in the end, it was my brother who took the initiative to bear it all for me. The funny thing is that before that nightmare day came, I was really not a good sister. Understand? Bless you can succeed. No matter what. I have to thank you. Master. It is you who gave me at least a chance to turn my life around. Otherwise, I would never forgive myself in my life. Go to the inner disciples' dormitory to rest, and get used to the surrounding environment. The formal classes will begin tomorrow. Yes. Flora bowed again obediently and withdrew. Today is definitely not suitable for teaching immediately. It is very simple. In less than half an hour, there are already situations that apprentices and assistants cannot stand. Ryan had guessed early on that there was something fishy about this valley. Only someone like Towns, who has incredible physique and is proficient in both magic and martial arts, can stand on the magic vortex as if nothing had happened and nothing would happen to him. The magic concentration of double the magic concentration of the normal area is not available for everyone. Seeing that the unwell people showed symptoms similar to hypoxia, Ryan decisively adjusted the area near the academy entrance to a magic-free zone. Who? Huh? Huh? The unwell person breathed in big gulps of fresh air, feeling like, boy, I'm finally alive. It seemed that they had adjusted. But in fact, a sad gradation had already appeared between apprentices. Ren ordered the position of the dormitory again. Those who are best adapted will be assigned to the area closest to the school building, where the magic concentration is double day and night. If you want a slightly more responsive setting, adjust it to the middle area, where it is 0.5 times. Those who are least adaptable stay in the outer area, which is the pure air area. Ryan observed that among the outer disciples, the students on government funding performed significantly better, with only 2 experiencing slight discomfort. It can be said that they are worthy of being the elites who have emerged from a large-scale audition and have an average quality far higher than that of self-funded students. Among the self-funded students, only 5 actually persevered. The remaining 3 felt a little uncomfortable, and the rest even had to go back to Merino City. Among the teaching assistants, 3/5 cannot be carried. In comparison, the guy who felt uncomfortable after eating and asked to adjust the magic concentration to 3 times, and continued to jump around while carrying a 300-kilogram load, is simply a fighter among animals. Ryan suddenly understood why so many wizards in the storied background of his world dislike Bigby. A weirdo. No! Not to mention the mage. I'm afraid that warriors and monks don't want to see this guy Bigby. The strength, agile, and physical fitness are higher than you. Yes. Are you angry? What Ryan never expected was that before the first day of school was over, just after dinner, his newly hired assistant and the cook from Merino City came to complain. What? You said Matt ate a bull's worth of dragon meat in just 2 meals? Ryan, who didn't believe in evil, rushed to Matt's dormitory. Seeing this boy happily picking his teeth after dinner, Ryan felt very angry. You have eaten so much. Won't you support it? Matt's standard 8-pack abs don't look too bulging. No. I have restrained to eat 7-point fullness according to Master's request. In other words, the dragon meat is not necessarily delicious, but it is full of strength. I am very happy. The sunny boy showed a clear smile that was contaminated with knowledge. Ryan suddenly felt like he was struck by a bolt from the blue. He had stockpiled a lot of dragon meat, and he had promised to let Matt eat as much as he wanted. But if you eat it this way, even the meat of 5 dragons won't last long. Chapter 182. This meat bag is a bit advanced. Don't be fooled by the size of an adult dragon, which is more than 10 meters long and can easily weigh more than 10 tons. Only those who have personally experienced slaying a dragon know that this thing really does not produce any meat. The huge dragon head, long dragon neck, exaggerated dragon wings, high hardness and extremely abrasion-resistant dragon leather, sharp and hard dragon claws, deadload keel, internal organs that cannot be eaten. Leave the above of the above. A 10 tons of adult dragon can also produce about 3 tons of meat. This does not include the black dragon, a species of dragon whose blood contains highly acidic substances. After a series of processes such as neutralization of alkaline water and drying, the black dragon meat can be eaten barely. But compared with the white dragon, the actual amount of meat is reduced by 30%. The mountain yaks, which are a specialty of Merino, have not been bred. A cow weighing 800 kilograms can produce about 300 kilograms of meat. Matt's 2 meals ate 300 pounds of dragon meat. Damn! Your stomach is a black hole. As expected, once anyone or anything is given the prefix legend, they can no longer be measured by ordinary human standards. Things like the janitor in the college complained in a low voice that Matt ate too much and pooped too much, and was about to clog the toilet are no longer a big deal. The most pressing issue is that there is not enough dragon meat. On one hand, Master Lei had just boasted that there was plenty of dragon meat to eat. But on the other hand, there was not enough dragon meat. The master contradicted himself at the beginning of the school year. How can he guide this apprentice in the future? No! Maul must be guided tactical, flickering. Ren's face. Matt, I have been emphasizing from beginning to end that it is necessary to train scientifically and replenish nutrition and rest scientifically. It is not impossible for you to eat dragon meat. You feel comfortable. Not equal to your stomach can completely accept this new food. Matt felt a little aggrieved, but Master, I think there's nothing wrong with my stomach. Yes. Even if there is no problem. You have to prove it to me step by step. Eating ice dragon meat is not as simple as eating the wrong thing and causing diarrhea. This is the test and adaptation of the internal organs to the invading frost elements. If your stomach and intestines can overcome this hurdle, your physical condition will be improved. If they can't, your physical condition will be weakened. You can't do too much of this at once. Once you overdo it, there is a high probability that your body will be overwhelmed. After that, Ryan took Matt to the front of Archimedes' laboratory. See this water column? Put your hands in the shallow water and the deep water to feel the difference in pressure. A water column is over 30 meters high. If an ordinary person puts his hand into it, he will die. Because this is a water column fixed by magic power. If you have an ordinary physique, your fingers will be crushed. Matt, who had an amazing physique, succeeded. He deeply realized that the water body was indeed different at both ends. It's the same principle for humans diving. Every time you reach a certain depth, you have to slow down and let your body adapt to the change in water pressure. You're exercising vigorously in a high concentration magic environment, and then eating high element food that you've never eaten before. This is a very dangerous process in itself. You must proceed step by step. Otherwise, you'll kill yourself before your strength improves. The native boy of chaos had no idea that the time traveler was so well versed in dietary theory. Matt said he didn't understand. It didn't sound like the master's words were made up lies. The innocent child chose to accept the master's advice. From then on, the diet was changed to a combination of meat and vegetables. 40% vegetables and fruits, 30% ordinary meat, and 30% dragon meat, with large portions to satisfy your hunger. After some tricks, Ryan finally fooled the 4 disciples. But the problem still lies before us. High concentration of magic power combined with high element content diet is 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Just living in a high concentration environment without supplementing the diet is 1 × 1. And it is still 1. Ren, brain pain, had to call the worker Sanders. Although we, the physics school, are outsiders, since we have chosen to join the chaos world, we must assume some of the obligations of maintaining world peace. Previously, the Fulong Mountains caused the giant dragons to migrate out and bring disaster to the surrounding countries. I feel a little bit sorry for that. How about this? You go and contact the countries affected by the dragon disaster for me. If they are willing to pay a little reward, I can help them clear out the giant dragons there. Sanders' expression was very interesting. He was trying hard to hold back his laughter. Master Tesla, if I hadn't heard that Matt ate 300 kilograms of dragon meat yesterday, I would have believed you. On the surface, the evil legendary wizard, who was full of bad intentions, deliberately drove a large number of dragons out of the Fulong Mountains in order to blackmail the countries. When the countries were in a state of panic, he took the opportunity to say that he could help with the aftermath for money. In reality, the 4 disciples of the Great Wizard needed to eat a lot of dragon meat to meet their development needs. The Great Wizard decisively attacked the Dragon Clan and made a little money by the way. Those who do causality will definitely misunderstand that Master Tesla is an old coin. Only Sanders' recent waiter knew that his master's master was really neutral. Sanders took the order. The legendary story of Tesla Academy continues. Breakfast the next day. All apprentices ate new dishes that they had never eaten. Below is a white flour. At first glance, I know it is a bread made of white wheat. The point is that the strange white meat strip exudes a cold atmosphere. This is. Flora and everyone in the cafeteria looked at this thing curiously. This is the iced dragon meat buns that Master ordered. At this time, Downs came over and replied to everyone. Master instructed everyone to do it. It is best to chew slowly and try half a try. This is to increase everyone's adaptability to the frost element. Everyone's tolerance for this thing is different. If you feel uncomfortable, please pick up your throat as soon as possible. Even the poor could still eat a bun with minced meat on it during certain festivals of the year. Dragon meat buns. I've never seen them before. This is not something that can be described by utter wealth. The combat factor of the physics school has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people from this moment. The rumors of Matt had eaten 300 pounds of dragon meat, and they had already spread throughout the college. It's a novel and expensive thing. Whether it tastes good or not is another matter. I heard that it can also increase magic power. While everyone was curious, they also had a faint desire in their hearts. Now, the Great Wizard is indeed fair and just, and everyone gets a share. It turns out that people have different talents. Flora wanted more after eating it, and was stopped only after adding 2 more servings. Some of the poor ones almost turned into jet fighters after eating it, vomiting and having diarrhea, and almost died. Chapter 183, Outline for dealing with heat stroke in giant creatures. This is the case with iced dragon meat, which has relatively mild elemental properties. Even iced dragon meat can't withstand this, let alone black dragon meat, which is more likely to cause stomachaches. This kind of thing cannot be forced. Ryan had to order the apprentices who didn't resist the first time to try using only 1/10 of the amount next time, which is just as little as the tip of a thumb. This allows many apprentices to start the level. Of course, when a certain master was kind enough to build the dormitory, the design of almost 1 toilet for each double room was considered to be premeditated. Every Splatoon will remember the kindness of this ancestor with resentment. On the other side, in the city of Marino, every move of Tesla's School of Magic has touched the hearts of people all over the country. People are curious about how the Grand Master will teach his disciples, and are concerned about every piece of gossip. Some warlock organizations even made up their minds to imitate as much as possible, even if they don't have a magic pool transformed from an elemental vortex. It would be good to learn a little bit. Well, the apprentice actually got to eat dragon meat? The prerequisite for having dragon meat is that you can slay a dragon. There is no such thing as dragon husbandry in this world. And there is no such thing as messy books like postpartum care for mother dragons. This move made many organizations exclaim, "We can't learn it. We can't learn it." Archduchess Sophia felt a little resentful, because 3 of the sons sent by her vassals were almost killed. People are so exhausted that they look unrecognizable, let alone studying normally. This is a typical case of being given an opportunity, but failing to make good use of it. Who can you blame? Only 3 of the government-funded students had accidents, and only 3 of the self-funded students did not have any accidents. Sophia suddenly had a bad feeling. It wasn't possible that Ryan would just teach a few barely qualified guys and call it a day. The economy of the Principality of Marino, which originally had no special products, improved significantly after it acquired the special product of Tesla Magic Academy. The exam economy here is not a one-off thing. The expenses of the students who stay alone amount to a huge income. You read that right. The gap in consumption power between people is visible to the naked eye. The 15 self-funded noble students stayed in the manor on the outskirts of Marino during their rest time. Not only did they spend lavishly, they also employed a large group of servants and guards. The most exaggerated thing is the meat purchased by the college. The most classic scene is that at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, people in the livestock trading market stretch their necks. You will never be disappointed, because there will most likely be a chef from a magic academy rushing over with his assistant. And when he sees a good-looking cow, he will simply throw 2 gold coins at it and drag the cow away. The Principality of Marino was notoriously poor, and the government prohibited the casual slaughter of cattle, requiring them to be kept as draft animals. Only when you fold your legs, the bulls who are not alive can pull it to the market around the city with a car. What does 2 gold coins mean? In most countries, a good warhorse is only 5 gold coins. Normally, the price of an ordinary warhorse is equivalent to 5 to 10 cows, not to mention the good ones. Now Marino's normal price is 60 silver coins. It can be seen how unmanned the College of Magic. In the past, only 2 cows could be seen in the livestock market in a week. Recently, old farmers have been waiting at the market entrance with their cows every day. For some reason, as soon as the chef from the Magic Academy arrived, the cow's legs would magically break. Sophia once received the news and rushed over to the poor cow with a shattered skull and 4 broken legs. She asked the old farmer who led the cow, "How did the cow die?" The old farmer was stunned, and the wooden stick behind him lost his hand and fell to the ground. His mouth, yawn. Stroke died. Sophia looked at the gloomy early spring sky where light snow was still falling and remained silent for a long time. Looking back, the Grand Duchess wordlessly ordered that there should be a quota and time limit for the sudden deaths of cattle in each town. Fortunately, now that we have the Mara Tunnel and the money is in place, there are naturally merchants who risk their lives to pass through the tunnel and deliver various resources. What's interesting is that after so many so-called risking their lives to trade activities, the Merinos have become more sophisticated. If you walk slowly now, you can get from Ramonk City to our place in 3 days. The road is easy to travel, so you are not qualified to ask for such a high price. Right? The merchants are shrewd. And the Merinos are not stupid either. As logistics costs decreased, the demand from the Merinos also increased. The Cervantes people, who had good business acumen, transferred large quantities of supplies to the Merinos for dumping. As the saying goes, goods are in great demand. In just 2 months, Merino's economy has grown significantly. Of course, the Grand Duchess will not forget who deserves the credit. Without Ryan, Merino would be nothing more than a poor country in the mountains. For this reason, the Grand Duchess actively cooperated with Ryan's actions. She couldn't find Ryan easily, so she could only keep an eye on Sanders, who was responsible for running errands. Mr. Sanders *, Dark Guard. Is there anything that Lord Tesla needs our cooperation with recently? This is really there, but it's a bit troublesome. We in Merino believe in the Church of Physics. The affairs of the Church of Physics are our affairs, the Grand Duchess promised. So, Sanders handed over a letter of action with a strange look on his face. At first glance, the female father-in-law was embarrassed. The above reads, "Outline for dealing with collective heat stroke and giant organisms." Is the title outrageous? Yes, it's outrageous. It was obvious that the recent purchase of cattle had been leaked. But Sophia will never recognize that handwriting. When the wind element above disappears, this action report will become invalid. This is more useful than any wax seal or exclusive signature. This legendary wizard would occasionally do some weird things. He is so frivolous. For some reason, Sophia subconsciously touched her left clavicle again, opening the action book. The Grand Duchess was horrified. It took her a while to calm her heartbeat. She rubbed her pretty eyebrows and said, "Ancestors, if the target of this action book was cattle or sheep, I would find it normal. But if the target was a dragon, I admit that I was scared." Sanders shrugged silently, but for that adult. There is a difference between the dragon and cattle and sheep? Sophia smiled bitterly. Indeed? Your Majesty, what you mean is, agree. What else can I do? On this day, Sanders and the 4 men who followed Downs, plus a large number of Merino's messengers, scattered in all directions, rushing to the places where the dragons were reported to be wreaking havoc. On this day, the giant dragons who had abandoned their old nest in the Fulong Mountains and left their homeland still did not realize what fate awaited them. Chapter 184. This red dragon has a heat stroke. It's not as good as. The dragon is proud and free. Kill whoever you want to kill. Rob whoever you want to rob. As creatures at the top of the food chain, dragons are often synonymous with doing whatever they want. The reason why the Fulong Mountains once became a taboo is that this mountain range, which is 330 kilometers long and 110 kilometers wide at its widest, was said to have more than 100 adult dragons at its peak. Even though times have changed, even in the year before Master Tesla appeared, there were still more than 50 dragons ruling the mountains. The whole mountain range is dangerous simply because of the dragons that nest there. The natural resources of the mountains itself are still quite rich. The north direction of vegetation is quite dense, and there are a large number of wildrose and warcraft. Thanks to the large number of prey, dragons often rarely enter the human territory. Less or not, something like a giant dragon flying by, picking up a bargain, and taking away a cow is something you hear about every 1 or 2 years. Often the victims can only blame themselves for their bad luck. The emergence of the physical sect completely broke this situation. The giant dragons collectively left the Fulong Mountains, which certainly made the poor lords of the country surrounding the Fulong Mountains suddenly turn their fortunes around. The resources in the poor territories suddenly became more valuable because of the increase in security. On the other hand, the migration of a large number of flying dragons is the process of randomly selecting a lucky audience, unlucky territory. It would be good if the dragon found a deep mountain forest, killed the original Warcraft overlord, and became the king of the mountain. The most worrying thing is that they refuse to leave provinces with relatively sparse populations, which would be a catastrophic disaster. Several provinces of the two empires also suffered. The lords brought gold, silver and jewelry to the emperor to complain, in consideration of the fact that their vassals were well behaved. The emperor would send out legendary warriors to drive away the dragon. The small country is bad. For example, in the Luzon province next to the Raman province, it is obvious that a group of red dragons regard the Sebastian County on the edge of the province as part of their territory. Not all, just part, because the red dragon's activity track only includes a small half of the county. It can only sneak around and kill a few farmers who dare to resist. Actually, they are unable to dodge in time. The king had sent Master Famut to form 2 teams to drive away the red dragon. The disgusting thing about dragons is that you can't kill them in seconds, or you can't block them in the dragon's nest. It's really hard to kill them. Not to mention that there are 3 adult dragons in this nest of red dragons. In fact, King Cervantes had thought about asking Ryan for help. Logically speaking, the relationship between the two sides is not necessarily very good, but at least it is not bad. After all, Raman is supporting the revival of the Principality of Merino. And why is there no support from Cervantes behind this? The focus of the dispute in the palace meeting room was, what price should be offered to ask Ryan for help? This degree is not easy to grasp. As we all know, the legendary master who has a very special temper is famous for eating soft and not hard. The weight of its killing is the highest in centuries. Cervantes at least got a few self-funded student places this time, and he and Ryan are in a honeymoon period. The king said nothing to anger Ryan. The problem is, Cervantes doesn't have anything to offer to ask a legendary wizard for help. Not to mention that there is a voice in the aristocratic circle that these damn dragons were clearly driven out by the great wizard Tesla, and he should be held accountable to the end. This incident has made the king almost bald, and he has lost a lot of hair recently. The strange thing is that one day, at the end of February, the problem was solved. It happened quite suddenly. The king looked at Sanders in shock. What? Your Excellency, you mean that Master Tesla is willing to help kill the red dragon of Sebastian County for free? Sanders said with a bitter face. You can't say that. Your Excellency, the Archmage attaches great importance to principles. It is necessary to charge a fee, even if it is just a symbolic fee of 1 gold coin. And your country must be responsible for ensuring the dismantling of the dragon corpse, and not embezzling the meat and other materials of the dragon corpse. Isn't this unpaid? Cervantes 13 secretly rolled his eyes, but he was already very happy in his heart. Gannies can understand the truth best. Collecting money is the rule. Only 1 gold coin is generous. The two parties reached an agreement happily. Afterwards, after leaving the conference room, Gannis stopped Sanders and said, Sir, without compromising your loyalty, could you please tell me why Sir Tesla suddenly offered to help? The original words of the Archmage were, I heard that there's a red dragon suffering from heat stroke over there. Why not? Roast it and eat it? When Gannis heard it, he almost looked dark. No. The point is, this kind of speech that sounds casual is very dangerous. Isn't this a chaotic and funny speech? You are so powerful. If you continue to cause trouble, it will be difficult for us, the people of our small country, to deal with you. No, it will be difficult for us to serve you. When Sanders saw that Gannis was getting a little anxious, he smiled and whispered, This is a lie to outsiders. You have to swear not to tell your king this. Don't worry. It's not a matter of national security. It's just that our Lord's 4th apprentice brother Matt needs to eat a lot of dragon meat during training. Is it outrageous? Yes, it's outrageous. But Gannis felt that this was something that Ryan Tesla could do. Just like before in the city of La Mancha, Ryan killed a Merino nobleman in a grand manner. The official reason was, of course, that the man named Ponzi blasphemed the teachings of the physics sect. Why did Gannis always think that the real reason was that the guy had offended the dwarf Berend, who was favored by the Archmage in public? At that time, Berend was not yet a disciple of Ryan. This great wizard is famous for protecting his own people, killing the dragon for the 4 disciples. Perhaps this is the truth. Gannis shuddered. Understood. I won't tell anyone. Just consider this as the Archmage's response to the friendship of the Kingdom of Cervantes. Thank you very much. Sanders bowed deeply in return. Ren at this moment actually hurts a bit. He has expected that if his deeds have been spread back to the earth one day, how will sand sculpture netizens evaluate him? Shock. Ryan can't turn back. Matt's current situation is to lay a foundation for his body, and dragon meat is undoubtedly the best solution. If possible, Ryan would like to arrange all the dragon meat of the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind for Matt. It happened at this time. Harry walked into Ren's new dean's office for instructions. The apprentices now want to provide a special dining place for apprentices who eat dragon meat. I mainly hope that there must be enough toilets next to it. Ryan was embarrassed for a moment. Then, with a stroke of his pen, he turned an unused lobby into a restaurant dedicated to eating dragon meat, and wrote the following inscription himself. K. Fawn. Chapter 185. Red Lady. Are you ashamed of apprentices who can't eat dragon meat? The answer is yes. In order to change their destiny, they must take the risk of being a spray warrior again and continue to challenge the dragon meat. Before entering the academy, they were just a group of second sons and youngest sons who were not valued by their families and could not inherit the family business. Passing the exam is a reward. Graduating is a victory. This is the mentality of most apprentices. A terrible gap is opened up between people, and they say that they can never be the last one in the group. Basically, any apprentice who is selected, even if he is a self-funded student, will have a good grade no matter how bad his performance is. After their thoughtful master and dean, Ryan lowered the entry difficulty again and again. Those hard-working apprentices finally got in and no longer had stomach problems. In the days that followed, they would gradually increase their intake of dragon meat. This also put Lay's dragon hunting operation on the agenda. Ryan unexpectedly discovered that the destination of teleportation could not be simply determined by purchasing a land deed. He asked Sanders to secretly buy a piece of land somewhere else, but the system was very cruel and refused to acknowledge it. Obviously, the system requires Ren to obtain the consent of the local rulers in order to use that land as a node for the portal. How to say? This way that you must get the consent of the owner in order to transmit to the door of the other people's house is very preface. The same situation occurred in the small county of Lausanne province. When the Lord learned that he had to donate a piece of land, and that it would become a teleportation point for the physics school in the future, he did not hesitate and agreed on the spot. Anyway, his king has given a treasure trove, and even the physics school can be transmitted to the king's city at will. The Lord was so happy that he knelt down. He heard that in the incident of ambushing the Black Dragon, Swickland had a lot of dragon blood. Before Lay took action, all the glass bottles in the towns and cities across Sebastian County were bought up by the servants sent by the Lord. The disciples of your master eat dragon meat. I started to make a little bit of dragon blood? The farmers who received the news immediately dragged out the cow shed before the spring cattle hidden like a baby cricket. Master Tesla will compensate all the losses of the cattle. Pass it on. 2 gold coins per cow. It is in this wonderful tacit understanding of human beings. The red dragon still does not know his destiny. However, there is a serious error of 100 million points about the information about the dragon. Not 3, but 4 adult red dragons, in exchange for other adventurers. This is bound to determine the misjudgment of life and death. It is not as simple as to fight 3 red dragons and fight 4 red dragons. It is not as simple as 1/3. 1 is not good. That is, the entire collapse of the adventure team. Historically, it is extremely rare to deal with 3 adult dragons at the same time, even in those dragon-slaying feats that have been spread throughout the world for hundreds of years. Someone would sacrifice himself and heroically lead away 1 or 2 dragons, buying time for the great hero to kill one first. In the end, 1 or 2 would often be killed and 1 or 2 would be scared away. At this time in the mountains north of Sebastian County, a fierce quarrel was taking place between the red dragons. This is the controversy of the dragon's dragon language. A beautiful red dragon with rose-red scales all over its body roared loudly, even showing its sharp fangs under its lips. Zaspa, you can't continue to be arbitrarily. The cattle you attacked, and those human peasants, and the disciples of the master of that master. You will cause us to trouble. Shut up, Red Lady. We took you in out of kindness. You are not qualified to teach us how to raise a child. Besides, Zasper is only a 30-year-old child. The other largest red dragon spread its right wing and used its huge wings to block her red dragon baby, who had just reached adulthood. Behind the dragon wings, the dragon known as Zaspa raised his teeth without fear. Seeing this, Red Lady sighed speechlessly. Forget about that stupid white dragon. The entire Headings family has died at the hands of that human named Tesla. Isn't this enough evidence? I suggest for the last time that we must leave immediately. Otherwise? The male red dragon asked impatiently. Forget it. I leave it myself. You take care of it yourself. Huh? I don't need to worry about it. The male red dragon answered coldly. Ms. Red Lady, who was not stunned, raised her high dragon head than the ordinary red dragon, opened her wings, stunned her wings, and quickly disappeared into the sky. She was gone. But not completely gone. After leaving the red dragon, she just flew out of 10 kilometers away and confirmed that she had left the perception of the other party. She just found a mountain stream and landed. No. The ominous premonition in my heart is getting stronger. I'm afraid that their family is in trouble, she said to herself. But why did the entire family of Hastings disappear? Even if that human named Tesla was so strong, he shouldn't have been killed. She didn't know that she had just left. And the family actually dispatched to the human territory to hunt through the dawn's morning light. High in the sky, the red dragon's vision is very broad. Beyond the undulating mountains, what appeared before their eyes were a series of discontinuous plateaus, some of which were only a few dozen square kilometers in size, and some were only 1 or 2 square kilometers in size. This discontinuous plateau terrain is a nightmare for the human army. They have to shuttle between small plateaus through relatively narrow slopes. When they gathered in their bitterness, Phylon ran long ago. Huh? Can we not run? The male red dragon snorted disdainful, and the fiery flame dragon was leaked out of his large nostrils, adding a little light to the sky in the afternoon. I don't know that this light was quickly captured by humans. And the bell sounded immediately in various villages in Cavation County. The villagers shouted and drove their oxen out of the cowshed, then turned around and hid in the cellar they had dug many years ago, shivering and excitedly peeking through the small crack in the door to see what was happening outside. Well, this is a typical case of being afraid that the dragon will not come, but also afraid that the dragon will harm other things in the home. In the sky, the male dragon wildly spread his huge wings and began to dive down to attack. Wow! In the air 30 meters from the ground, a long line of fire swept all the way from the left of the village, and the houses of the 5 brickwood structures were turned into a huge torch in one breath, as the giant dragon watched the toy-like houses of humans being burned and collapsed by its own flames. It roared triumphantly to the sky. His older son rushed into the field with reckless abandon, and when he caught a lucky cow, he would not even take it away, but would start devouring it right there. His partner was watching all this with pride from the air more than 40 meters above the ground. At this moment, something strange happened. Chapter 186: How the Dragon is Heat Stroke. A huge shadow suddenly enveloped the 3 of them. Before they could react, the male dragon's eyes were completely filled with a dazzling flash of lightning. He has heat stroke. Why does heat stroke occur? To put it simply, it is a disease caused by exposure to high temperature environment and increase in core body temperature. Lightning can easily cause temperatures of 10,000 or 20,000 degrees Celsius. Just tell me whether you will get heat stroke or not. In fact, this scene where Xianglong was attacked was seen in the high-altitude cloud layer to see clearly. She didn't want to remind her compatriots, but these mage towers appeared too weird. The seemingly ordinary empty space in front of her suddenly turned into a mirage-like building complex. She didn't even have time to tell whether it was an illusion or reality, as purple-blue ripples had already gathered on the tops of those strange-looking iron towers. The male dragon, who did not respond, raised his head in the storm of Olympic. A tiny human appeared on the top of the seemingly illusory wizard tower in the glow of dawn, but his short black hair seemed to come from the eternal night. It seems to foreshadow the dark moment that is about to come for the dragon clan. The purple-blue lightning crossed the horizon, overlapping and merging with the rising sun, emitting an elemental roar that shook the entire world. Amid a deafening roar, the proud scales and thick skin of the dragon clan were easily torn apart by the ripples of lightning, and the violent force rushed straight to the heart of the dragon. Boom! Xianglong felt that he had lost his voice, and only the light stabbed its eyes. Everything happened too fast, and he had just exhaled a breath of dragon's breath. The fire element in his body was at a critical time point, where the old energy had just been used up, and the new element had not yet had time to replenish. He had no choice but to resist. As a result, Xiaolong's chest was blasted out of a huge blood cave where the carriage drove in. And it fell on the spot. Just like that. No one expected that a mature red dragon with a challenge level of 18 would be killed instantly by Ryan using the concentrated fire of 4 Wardenclyffe towers. The red dragon family was instantly taken the center position at the start. So what's the point of fighting? The first reactions of Zaspa, the eldest son of the Long family, and the female dragon were surprisingly the same. Instead of rushing forward to fight, they ran away. Want to run? Can you run away? Kayfon, the supply of the ingredients depends on them. Just as Zaspa was about to flap his wings and fly into the sky, Down's figure flashed in front of him in a stream of light. And without saying anything, electromagnetic cannon was ready. Well, the terrible physical Gallert power dual attribute damage was not at all. The adult red dragon, which was just a red dragon, he immediately appeared on a large pot of blood cave, passing through his chest, and spread through his back. This kind of penetrating injury was not fatal. At the last moment, Zasper relied on his strong nerve reflexes to avoid the heart. He continued to flap his wings despite the pain. As long as he kept some distance, he still had a chance to escape. After all, he believed that humans could not fly. Just at this moment, the anti-biological stand that appeared above his head made his body stop. Well done, Harry! Towns laughed and released his second move, Flash Spray. A large number of black shadows were scattered at high-speed shadows, and Zaspa fell to the ground before he responded, screaming and screaming. Oh! What a good dragon skin! What a pity, Tang said with pain. How big is the difference between the large dragon leather and the fine dragon leather? And only the long-term dragon's guy will know. At the same time, the female fire dragon, red dragon, actually wanted to run. Just on the master tower, Rin said to his 2 new apprentices Matt and Ferrora. And Yin Yu Color, it's optimistic. There are not many opportunities for the actual demonstration for the teacher. It was clearly because a certain master accepted Matt as his apprentice that Bigby Grasping Palm appeared in the spell list. The next moment, extremely surging magic power surged in the entire wizard tower. They first turned into a flood and rushed towards Ryan's body, and then turned into countless extremely docile trickles just before reaching Ryan's body, sinking into the magical shadow around this great man who looked like the god of thunder. In the air, the female fire dragon slammed her wings crazy, and was retreating at the speed of visible to the naked eye. But it was still caught up by the huge arcane hand that exudes a dazzling blue light. The 18-meter-long red dragon was grabbed by the throat of the arcane hand like a chicken. Her dying roar was even stuck in her throat, and she could only make a vague wail that was not a complete sentence. Her resistance was meaningless, and was pulled by the masters of the Mage Tower 50 meters in front of the Mage Tower by the Olympician. Then another arcane hand appeared. The hand of Olympic race that exceeds 3 meters long. A very sharp arcane knife pops on its fingertips, and can also understand it as a nail. Following the movement of Ryan's fingers, the arcane hand in the sky made the same movement. The rays of Own moving from top to bottom, like a huge pointed knife, cut off the feminine dragon's chest and abdomen. Soon the internal organs of the dragon were exposed under the open air. This is the most vulnerable heart of the dragon. And this is the lungs. If necessary, it can be expanded to 3 times the original volume. In the most shocking picture, Ren uses the calm language to state the physiological structure of the dragon. Other dragon slayers have to work very hard to kill a giant dragon. But he, on the other hand, seems as if he is not slaying a dragon, but a butcher teaching how to kill a chicken. It wasn't until Ren finished explaining that he took the hand of Olympic race and took out the dragon's heart. With an earth-shattering scream, the female fire dragon finally breathed its last. Its huge body drooped weakly, and countless drops of dragon blood dripped down its body. As the dragon's corpse swayed, it fell down in large numbers, like a bloody rain. This scene happened too fast and was too shocking. The Red Lady hovering in the clouds originally wanted to rush forward to protect the family of 3. But before she could gather her strength, the family of 3 was finished. The outcome was decided in less than half a minute. Those small humans are like a 1,000-meter-high mountain peak in front of her, galloping between her and compatriots, although it is only 1 or 2 kilometers away. But to close seems to be the end of the world. With supreme fear, she turned around and ran. Run! Must run! Run slower. She wants to catch up too. Ghost knows if the terrible legendary master will have some means to catch up. when a beautiful red dragon rushed to the sky with his tail. The system reminded Ren. Well? Also leak? That must be stepped up. The deeds have long been collected. And Renines must harvest the scheduled target as soon as possible before this damn red dragon goes to the letter. On March 3rd, Master Tesla led his apprentice to kill 3 red dragons, including a rat dragon. On the same day, the master transmitted to the Karak Binching province Black Battle Hammer, killing the 2 big and 1 small blue dragon, 5 green dragons on March 3rd, 3 black dragons, and 2 red dragons on March 3rd. Within 5 days, the physics school swept the radius of the 300 kilometers around the Fulong Mountains, and almost all the dragons running out of the mountains were shocked. Chapter 187. This is the manifestation of God. In this world where faith is deified, what is the easiest way to gain the power of faith? The answer is to show your power in front of others. Indeed, the old churches are deeply rooted. They have a large number of missionary organizations rooted in various cities, spreading their faith to everyone, and praying for the people to believe in their gods. To be honest, in the past 100 years, the priests have not gained much in terms of faith. If it were in the era when the gods were fighting for supremacy, most of the believers brought into the church would be useless general believers. They can worship one god today and another tomorrow. It is simple. And the omnipotent gods in their mouths have not been very spiritual for nearly a century. The sanctuary in front of the man is a very important means to harvest the devil believers, and even the mad believers who dedicate themselves to the gods. Today, a sect who has not claimed to be true gods has achieved dragons that most sects cannot do. Other homes can make the blooming poet blowing up for 10 years. And they can make their respects and enjoy the respect of the country. The appearance of the legendary Master Renla has greatly improved the psychological threshold of the world. The master of the master slaughtered the dragon. So he shot was a dragon household registration book. 5 days a day. The dragons who ran out of the Fulong Mountains at the beginning gave all the glory. This is an era of news occlusion. People do not have the internet, and there are no movies and televisions. No matter who it is, people prefer to believe their eyes. Ryan obtained the title deed and quickly teleported to the Mage Tower, moving around frantically. After slaying the dragon, he immediately rushed to the next battle, leaving the aftermath to the local lord. At most, he would send a worker under Downs to supervise the scene. This approach brought the most direct shock to the citizens. In order to show off their merits, local lords often boasted, XXXX, spent a lot of money to invite the great wizard Tesla to eliminate the evil dragon that was harming the villagers. Look everyone! The corpses of the whole family of the damned evil dragon. The lords do not mention it. And a master only accepts a symbolic 1 gold coin. Because in their opinion, it is a very important contribution to owe a favor to the Archmage in the name of the Lord. After all, one day, as long as Ryan does not let them rebel or something, it will be difficult for them to refuse Ryan in other matters. In contrast, they did not mention that it was actually a scary of a great master's reputation, which scared the dragon from the Fulong Mountains. It now appears that it is true. Oh, it's really a dragon. Oh my god, this beast is really big. Praise Lord. Praise to His Excellency Grand Master Tesla. Even a dozen tons of dragon corpses are disassembled into small pieces. The wide wing membrane, thick limbs, and meat piled up into small mountains. And the eyes of citizens are straight. Wow. It's terrible. Is the leader hanging at the gate of the city? No. I heard that the agreement reached by the Lord and the Master is that other components can be displayed for 3 days. Dragon meat should be sent to the School of Magic as soon as possible. Except for dragon blood. Everything belongs to Master Tesla. How? Tell you a little secret. The apprentices at the Magic Academy are promoted so fast by eating dragon meat. Ah! No wonder we have not been born in the world for 100 years. It turned out to eat dragon meat. While people were impressed by the strength of the physics school, they were also spreading rumors about the so-called secret of dragon meat. Then more people began to ask how to get into the magic school. In any case, the operation of Ren's move hand-tearing dragon household registration scared the major churches. What propaganda! Which is comparable to the physical mission of the physics school to be simple and violent. In this world of foreigners, people's instincts are Muchong. Even though major churches secretly publicized how the Tesla master was clever, everyone didn't believe it. This is the stereotype. The strength of dragons of different colors varies greatly. For all adult dragons, the challenge level of a white dragon is only level 10. That of a black dragon is level 11. That of a green dragon is level 13. That of a blue dragon is level 14. And that of a red dragon is level 15. For the strongest red dragon, Rin has to stabilize and use the transmission ability of the Space Magic Tower to set up a family red dragon in one fell swoop. For other 4-color dragon species with weak strength, if the number is small, or strength, Rin will take the apprentice directly to A. How can ordinary people tell which dragon is strong and which is weak? Anyway, they can't afford to offend a giant dragon. When they witnessed a dragon corpse, they immediately believed in the legend of the dragon from other places, thinking that Renin was by Yubi to get all the evil dragons. In the end, it turned into what was controlled. Anyway, the FA he was so good and strong. Their children could not be the FA. And then retired as a pastor. Someone's physics sect jumped in all church organizations and became a world-class school that everyone wants to enter. Rin is very satisfied with its own college's Legend Plus 3 reminder. What made him more satisfied was that he acted cool and managed to make it up himself. In front of the stunned 4th apprentice, Ryan showed an air of pointing at the mountains and rivers, looking down on dragons as weak chickens. Matt, I know you haven't been able to eat dragon meat to your heart's content these days. This is indeed unfair to you. But you should also see what the consequences of not being able to adapt to the body are. Matt showed a Napanity smile. It smelled. This is indeed a tacky question. Ahem. You have proved with your physical fitness that you are suitable for the next step of intensive training. From today on, you can eat until you are 90% full, and the proportion of dragon meat in the meat you eat will be increased to 80%. And once you feel adapted, tell your master, and I will help you switch to another kind of dragon meat. Do you understand? This is for your master to help you polish your body. When you can eat all kinds of dragon meat without getting diarrhea, your body will become stronger without you noticing. And you will have the resistance to attacks from the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Matt didn't understand, but that didn't stop him from being greatly shocked. It seemed that by doing this, he would become very powerful. When he thought of this, drool began to flow from the corner of his mouth. Wipe the corner of your mouth. The little boy. Just a few dragon meat will be happy. I'm sorry, Master. Matt became more and more convinced of his master. Fulera, who was next to Ren, was also extremely shocked. The operation of using dragon meat to strengthen the body and enhance magic power seems to be only practiced by the physics school from ancient times to the present. The power of this school of thought has overturned people's imagination of the word powerful. In addition to the abundant supply of dragon meat in the Kindred restaurant of the Academy, the dragon head on the main entrance of the Academy has to be changed again. If it is not the head of an adult dragon, it is not qualified to be put there. If it is not for the purpose of collecting 5 colors, the master would not even bother to put the head of a white dragon. There were so many dragon heads that the door could no longer hold them. So they began to hang on the outer walls of the valley. Chapter 188 Ken DeLong Chain Store. What shocked Flora the most was that the master said, Flora, you don't think that I am so busy training Matt that I have neglected you, do you? Flora panicked, facing her master's eyes that seemed to be able to see into her innermost heart. She subconsciously looked away. After a few seconds, she lowered her head and squeaked, Disciple dare not. Hee. Don't dare. Fortunately, you are still willing to tell the truth. The master's words were like a mountain falling down, which made Flora feel suffocated. She knelt down on the spot and said, It is my fault. I shouldn't have speculated on the master's plan. Forget it. Get up. I don't blame you. If I were in your situation, I would also be worried. Master, Fulera said, well, do you know what your greatest strength in the field of magic is? More specifically, which department is it? Flora has made up for the 8 major magic things, but she couldn't think of which department. She chose to shake her head. The disciples can't think of it. I remember you said that your knights all felt that your words had some kind of magic power, and they would unconsciously be willing to obey your orders. Yes. Have you ever thought that your specialty is law? Ah? Flora's aqua blue eyes began to wander unconsciously, and she began to recall her past. It would have been better if Master Ryan hadn't said anything. Once he did, she found that all the strange things about her seemed to have an explanation, from childhood to adulthood. To put it nicely, she has the dignity of a noble and can easily instruct her servants. To put it bluntly, that is called bossing people around, or even hurting people with bad words. But when her opponents face her, They often choose to obey. The only exception was the attack that time, when Hai Shuai's men really ignored her. Until that day, she finally realized that she had nothing to be proud of except her noble skin. When the enemy did not accept her identity, all her scolding became the seasoning for their amusement. This is Flora's most shameful memory. Master, I think I understand. This should be the enchantment system. Right? Right. But is enchantment really that powerful? What if the enemy doesn't accept my law? It depends on how you find the weakness in the enemy's mind, and what you rely on to enforce the law. It's like a judge trying a criminal. Do you think the criminal is afraid of the judge's verdict? No. They are afraid of the absolute force that the judge represents. Flora's eyes lit up. She had long realized that her family's earldom could not intimidate the Sea Marshal Baroque Roberts. What if the object of possession was changed to a physical sect that was invincible? I understand. From now on, I will follow the physics sect as my command and reason with my enemies. Ryan nodded with satisfaction and placed a sword of reason in Flora's hand with an expression that showed that the child was teachable, even if it is placed on the earth before he crosses. A girl with a doll is like a doll. And even if you practice martial arts, you will mostly practice gang's excitement. The same person, if confronted in different ways, will produce completely different results. The dragon has long ways compression of other creatures, and even the so-called blood veins, but for thousands of years of the cow's world. After the failure of the world's confrontation, the failure of the soul is the depths of the soul. When you realize that your power is above the dragon, your law will be far better than the dragon. The power of the prestige. This is the way you want to go. Thank you for your teachings, Master. Ryan hadn't finished speaking yet. I know it's difficult for a person to change his or her talent. Fortunately, your master's last name is Tesla. This means that when you embark on the path to becoming a master, you still have one last chance to choose evocation as your second specialized magic. Remember, the same threat of killing someone will have completely different effects when spoken by someone who has never slaughtered a chicken and someone who has killed countless people. Flora's eyes widened instantly. She was a little bit unbelievable. She had heard from her 3 senior brothers a long time ago that it was not difficult to use other types of magic, but it was simply a fantasy to add a more powerful specialized magic system. It just so happens that my master has such an inheritance to offer. She couldn't imagine how strong the power represented by the surname Tesla was, which could allow a disciple with no relevant talent to awaken the corresponding, and most direct and violent, energy-shaping system. She really made a big hair. I, your disciple, will practice diligently to improve myself every day. Go down and prepare yourself. I will give you targeted training tomorrow. Sure enough, starting from the second day, in addition to the traditional theory class that all 5 inner disciples had in the morning, Ryan also focused on explaining the knowledge of acoustics to Flora. In the afternoon, Flora had to stay in the dragon room. The so-called dragon room is a dark room where the dragon head is stored. In the 50 square meter basement, the huge faucet takes up almost half of the space. Flora knew that the giant dragon in front of her was just a specimen with only its head left. But when she faced this ferocious monster at almost 0 distance, faced every sharp fang in its ferocious dragon's mouth, and stared at its eyes that were filled with fear and anger, the fear still surged into her heart like a tidal wave. She knew very well that this was a hurdle. If you can't make the leap yourself, you have no right to issue commands to the enemy and intimidate your enemies. In the first few days, she was so scared that she was sweating in her clothes after staying in the dragon room for less than 10 minutes. And she almost ran out in a panic. But gradually, she began to overcome her fear. And after a week, she could even chat and laugh with the dragon head. After 2 weeks, she could sense the remaining dragon soul fragments, rebuke them, and even try to use laws. Compared with her highly targeted teaching and training, Flora suddenly felt that her 4th brother Matt was the one who was let go. In addition to crazy iron at the high magic concentration and eating and drinking every day, Matt seemed to have nothing to do. Flora was very satisfied. After several of his disciples got on the right track in their cultivation, Ryan did something big. He drove the Kindred to Marino, Cervantes, Sweetland, and the capitals of several southern city-states. The signature of this chain restaurant is in one sentence: the real dragon meat burger for this shop's signature dish. Chapter 189: A Bottomless Pit of Money. Hiss. I don't know how many people's heads buzzed after seeing this sign. Is the physics school so arrogant? But in this world, you can doubt any other sect. But you cannot doubt whether the physics sect has dragon meat. The dragon slaying ceremony was held in various places a few days ago. Obviously, the physical sect is continuing to expand its influence in this way and declare its military power and strength to the world. On the other hand, this side is a small fairy, not to mention the people who had been harmed. Even the lords, who had been bullied, wanted to eat dragon meat to vent their anger. Moreover, this thing had another meaning, the test of magic power. Kindling it has been released. This thing is easy to eat and sparse. If you are in danger, you can eat it. If the slim dragon leather paper is only the first layer of test, this stuff is at least the 5th layer. Besides, dragon meat is rare. This is like before Ryan traveled through time. He had heard that many rich people risked their lives to eat pufferfish. Even though the sale of pufferfish meat has been completely standardized, many people died from eating it in the early years. It's second. The picture is the rare. As if who has eaten dragon meat. He can also brag about himself as a dragon warrior. As soon as the dragon meat burger was advertised, nobles and big businessmen from all over the country immediately sent people to inquire about it like crazy. Yoho! A master also made a hunger marketing. Only 3 tables are served every day, with a maximum of 6 guests per table. The dragon meat burger, a must-order main dish, costs 5 gold coins per serving. Please note that the dragon meat content in one serving is only 2 ounces, which is less than 60 grams. The charges for other side dishes are more than twice the price of the most expensive restaurant in the capital. In the end, it is not a tip. Basically, when a table is down, the starting price has to eat 2 standard night equipment. Black is really black. It is really rare. It just so happens that a certain time traveler is extremely good at marketing. Any warrior who has enjoyed the dragon meat burger will be given a dragon scale necklace made by the physics school. This thing may not be the most perfect scale. It may have flaws or incompleteness, but it is definitely genuine. In addition, a master specially asked a craftsman to put an artistic gold border on the outside according to the shape of dragon scales, which immediately made the value of this souvenir soar. At the same time, a trend was also set off in the capitals of various countries. In the end, it all came down to one sentence. How dare someone who has never eaten dragon meat call himself a superior person? Especially after the kings of various countries led their teams to try it. The nobles and wealthy businessmen could no longer sit still. After King Cervantes tried it the first night, he could hardly hold court in the council chamber the next day. Someone noticed that the king's legs were shaking as he walked up to his throne. His Majesty the King pretended to be energetic and said, I am not dead. Soon, everyone understood. As soon as we entered the Kinderlong restaurant, we were shocked by its high-end and luxurious decoration. Although the restaurant was bought, it was obvious that the owner had put a lot of effort into getting so many luxurious furniture in such a short time. The appetizers and soups were so delicious that even the Grand Duke couldn't find any fault with them. Before the main course, the waiter will remind repeatedly, eating dragon meat is a brave game. But after all, people with magical qualifications are a minority. So for your health, please think twice before eating. In addition, ice dragon meat and red dragon meat are strongly recommended. These 2 attributes are ice and fire. The stomach is relatively easy to accept. Green dragon meat. Their meat is mild corrosive. But there are always people who don't believe in evil, such as a noble dwarf from the Karak Empire. Because his eldest brother was eaten by a dragon in his early years, he ordered the most arrogant 5-color dragon burger right away. Half an hour later, he and 4 of his closest buddies lined up neatly in the 5 separate toilet stalls next to the restaurant. Well, think on the bright side. That, at least the humans didn't cheat. This is real dragon meat. They really did give me some advice. And the follow-up service was so thoughtful that the dwarf couldn't find any fault with it. There is a luxurious pure gold flush toilet, an adjustable footrest, a small window, and a small table on the side for delivering things. The waiter will bring you whatever you want immediately. Ice water, warm water, hot towels. They even help you take away the small basin containing vomit. This short guy just felt that he was asking for trouble. When he thought so, his son shouted with a volume of 80 decibels outside, Father King, I ate that dragon meat burger. It seems that there is still a faint flame force rushing up. This. Aleka's hand realized something on the spot. He was worried and hesitated. He still said with his big voice, Son, let's go back. We discuss it. Before this, he sent someone to ask the physics school whether they were willing to sell ballistics. The reply he got was that the master understood it, but he didn't have the energy to teach it individually, and there was no plan to exchange it with the outside world for the time being. This made Alega temporarily give up this idea. Kur's smash situation made it difficult for Alega to deal with it. Firstly, this is his crown prince, and secondly, his identity is sensitive. The Karak Empire was a combination of several kingdoms. He was certainly one of the dwarf kings, but he also had an emperor above him. If the positions within the empire were not well coordinated, he would rashly send the crown prince to the physics school, which might cause a series of troubles. Alega began to wonder if the great master Tesla from the physics school was waiting for them here on purpose. In fact, he thought too much. The current situation of Tesla Magic Academy is a typical case of earning more and spending more. How can Ren have to do these conspiracy? Just dealing with a pile of dragon's treasures was enough to overwhelm him. He killed the dragon too quickly, so the follow-up work could not keep up. The recovery team headed by Sanders did not have time to recover all the dragon treasures. The latest news is that some unknown organization dared to take advantage of the situation and stole the treasures of a nest of green dragons, which made Ryan very angry. This is all money. The key is that he still has to support his 3 disciples to work on the Gundam workshop. The tuition fees for self-funded students before were just a fraction of the original amount. As we all know, heavy industry is a super money-burning business. If you throw 1,000,000 gold coins in there, you can really hear a noise. Even with the support of Marino's mining industry and backward metal processing industry, actually the country's blacksmiths, it was still far from enough. This thing can't be made by just spending money. It also requires the cooperation of a large number of workers with certain metal processing skills. Otherwise, how long will it take for Baron to tinker with it with just a small hammer? Chapter 190 We Are Skills School. Ryan was able to rub the light bulb with his hands because he had the experience summarized by his scientific predecessors, who ignored the process and went straight to the result. Otherwise, if Ryan were really asked to experiment with 2,000 materials, it would take him an unpredictable amount of time to succeed. Baron's hand rubbing Gundam. It was really impossible to think about it. Sophia did give Ryan her full support, but Marino's foundation was too weak, and he searched the whole country to find only 20 formal blacksmiths. You read that right. 20. In the world of cows, which is magical and similar to the Earth's medieval world, blacksmiths are actually rare occupations. There are 2 types of blacksmiths. One is the manor blacksmith employed by nobles, since they have to make armor and swords. Their skills are generally high. The other type is independent blacksmiths, most of whom live in villages and towns, repairing farm tools, making kitchen knives and selling them, etc. Their level is just SOSO. What Baron wants to make is a magic armor construct. Firstly, the technology must be kept secret. And secondly, it really won't work if the strength is not enough, because the size and quality of the components need to be strictly limited. Ask a high and directly said most of the blacksmiths. These 20 people still wrap the king of Marino and the chief of the Earl's family. The formal technology of magic armor construction has been lost with the death of the previous generation of magic goddess and the mass death of mages. Beledius here can be said to be stuck in the first step. How to soak metal with magic is a big problem. Ryan, who had no idea what to do, could only allocate funds to buy various metals and let Baron tinker with them. Ryan's recent teaching focus is still on Matt. If we ignore the fact that he doesn't use his brain at all and can't remember any physical formulas or theorems, he can actually be considered a true genius. In a small valley, Matt was sweating profusely as he repeatedly threw punches. Drink, drink, drink. Every punch must flash with lightning. It doesn't even need to be perceived. He can see it with the naked eye. The fisting style brought up when he punch, the fist is stirring into the substantial wind element in the atmosphere. A huge cone is formed in the air, and the element can be easily opened to 20 meters away, even if we ignore everything else. This power alone is enough to determine that Matt's lethality is comparable to that of a high-level wizard. This is assuming he didn't use Bigby's hand. Now that Matt has enough dragon meat as nutrition, he can perform high-intensity training in an environment with triple magic power after only 2 weeks of training. This talent alone is enough to shock the world. What is the concept of triple magic? All the elements have been completely transformed into substance, which is like water vapor, and it feels obviously wet when touched. The most exaggerated thing is that if a person whose body is not adaptable to the elements is corroded by this high concentration of magic, it is almost the same as an ordinary person being splashed into a pool of sulfuric acid. But Matt is like a fish in water. In a sense, it's not an exaggeration to say that Matt is a demon now. After practicing 1,000 weighted punches, Matt walked out of the high magic area with a smile. Master, am I practicing like this now? Rin first nodded slowly, and then reminded the apprentice. The general direction must be right. But I can't point you in specific details, because Big Master is not a physics school. I just saw it, and I haven't really studied the exercise method of Bigby. It's okay. Master, I feel like I've become more than 10 times stronger than before. Matt clenched his fist, and the wind element that came out from between his fingers actually made an explosive sound. Master, to what extent do I need to practice to be qualified? Ryan said casually. When you can punch a dragon in the face, you will be considered an entry. Master, I can now hit the dragon's face crooked. Matt raised his powerful fist in his right hand, then trotted out from behind a big rock in the valley, dragging out a smashed green dragon head specimen. Oh, it was the front specimen. One is Towns, and the other is Matt. Why do these two troublesome little bastards scare me? Their teacher. Every day? Fortunately, when it comes to mending pots, my reaction is the best in the world, Ryan said sternly. Arrogant! How can a dead dragon head be compared to a living dragon? That time when you went to slay a dragon with your master, you saw a living dragon. Right? The dragon's faucet grows on a long snake's neck. If there is only you an enemy, you punch you in the past. Will the leader not hide? This is the difference between a poplar tree in the middle of the 100 steps and a willow floating in the wind. There is a difference between shooting an arrow through a target at 100 paces and shooting an arrow through a target at 100 paces. Ryan fired 2 shots from his electromagnetic gun, one at the tree trunk and the other at a flying branch. Matt felt the difference in realm and said sincerely, Master is right. So when will I go and beat the dragon? To be honest, Ryan couldn't keep up with the train of thought of his eccentric disciple. After several seconds, he sighed and said, in order to lay a good foundation for your body, the master has killed all the giant dragons within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Where can I find a giant dragon for you to practice with in a short time? Matt stuck out his tongue and scratched his head. This seems to be his problem too? Ryan patted the 4th disciple's forehead and said, don't think too much. It's true that you can adapt to 5 times the magic power concentration, but it's definitely not suitable to increase the concentration in the short term. This will put a huge burden on the body. If you are not careful, the body will collapse, and all your previous efforts will be wasted. You have to eat meat one bite at a time and polish your body day by day. When you are proficient in using the Bigby hand, your master will arrange the next step of your training. Having said that, Ryan is actually no longer alive. Theoretically, the highest capacity of the college now adjusts the magic concentration 10 times. But the price is that the entire college's magic is fully supplying Matt, and other apprentices can't even get the soup. Ryan did not forget that he had promised to deliver the goods to the kings. This is not to say that the magic vortex under the Academy Valley in the Fulong Mountains is so big, but with Ryan's strength, he can only purify and utilize this much. He checked the system then in order to further upgrade the magic pond, he needed a legendary mage in the apprentice. Before leaving, Ryan comforted Matt, when you can practice Bigby's hand to be as flexible as your own hand, and can lift 2 live bulls at the same time without hurting the bulls, you will barely be qualified. Ryan was so frightened that he no longer dared to set some standards for Matt. A fool, based solely on strength. We physics school. The last thing we should do is to go down the route of big force brick flying. We are the skill school. The skill school. Do you understand? Chapter 191. Still strong brick flying. Looking at his master walking away with his hands behind his back, Matt tilted his head and said, what trouble? There is a kind of good in the world, which is called the elders think you are good. This is similar to your mother thinking you are cold. It is purely subjective judgment. Ryan forgot one thing. That 18 years old is the most impulsive and curious age. Matt suddenly changed from a rural guy from a one without any place, Ping Ping Wuchi, into a seed-level master with magic power. After the master left, he called his assistant, a young man named Vincent. Nowadays, every inner disciple has at least one assistant who does odd jobs. This is considered a benefit, and also gives the assistants a legal opportunity to learn from others. Vincent, Master won't let me fight a dragon, but I want to try my fists. Any suggestions? Having a boss with expressionless face, who speaks to you in a rigid tone without any intonation all day long is actually a very torturous job. Vincent said with a bitter face, Mr. Schoonertz, where are there any monsters around the academy for you to practice with? Why are there no monsters in such a large area as the Fulong Mountains? Because the physics school itself is the biggest monster. The grievance is formed after the death of a large ticket. And this supernatural power forms a wide area drive with a radius of more than 50 kilometers, causing a bit of spiritual beast or warcraft to do not dare to approach. Only low-level wild creatures with no brains would happily enjoy the natural resources in this mountain range without any natural enemies. Matt clenched his right fist, and an illusory fist formed by magic power covered the outside of his fist like a light glove. But I have never fought in actual combat, so I don't know if the path I am taking is right. Has Lord Tesla allowed you to go out? Master just said that I can't challenge a dragon until I have mastered the skill of hitting a swimming dragon's head. Does that mean anything below the level of dragon is acceptable? Vincent was stunned for a moment. Sure enough, the disciples that the great wizard values are all monsters. Since his inner disciples had said so, Vincent had no reason to object. It's not good to run too far outside the academy. But I heard that there are still monsters near the Mara Tunnel. But that place is also under the control of our academy. Okay. Right there. On the other hand, no one knows that Manpazwar is now facing a crisis. After all, it was Harry's negligence. Harry, who was originally introverted and timid, was suddenly promoted to a master and suddenly given the title of assistant teacher, which put him under a lot of pressure. He and Towns are both master mages, and they are also assistant coaches at the same time. So it is natural that they are easily compared by apprentices. But in terms of talent, the biggest difference between him and Towns is his crooked ability. The two use the same physics theory to teach the second generation of students. In the class next door, several second-generation students had already mastered magic. Harry had only one of the smartest students, who mastered the most common fireball. Harry was so anxious that he began to repeatedly study the theories taught by Master Ryan, and tried to teach them to the second generation of disciples in an academic form. The effect is very bad. This directly led to Harry, who was responsible for the defense of the Mara Tunnel, having no energy to take care of the affairs of Marn Pedril. That's right. Actina and the other drow should be safe under the protection of the traps set by Harry. Actually, there was a blind spot. All of Harry's defenses were built on existing channels. What if the unresigned drow mistresses forced their dwarven slaves and burrowers to dig new tunnels? This is the first flaw. As luck would have it, Monzor had a second flaw, which was that Ryan treated them as firewall-like allies rather than his own people. Unless the army's invasion is enough to affect the operation of the Mara Tunnel operation, the system will not give Ren alerts outside the inductive area set by Ren. The classic saying is that I would rather die than have a friend. When a wall of the reformist drow's lair was suddenly dug quite close by a burrowing worm, Actina and the other drow were all panicked. Hey Mark. It's the mistress's troops. They were no strangers to the sounds coming from deep underground. First withdraw from the Mara Tunnel. But even we are forbidden from entering the last section. Call Master Winston immediately. He didn't respond. Actina was so anxious that she almost cried. It is true that she has taken in many rebels recently, even including masters like Faizini, who used to be the mistress. The problem is that the magic of the drow is based on divine arts. To put it bluntly, the extraordinary powers of the mistresses in the past came from the gift of the spider goddess. Although the spider goddess has long stopped responding to the prayers of believers in the past 100 years, her temple still maintains a minimum level of operation. When the believers are pious enough, such as offering enough sacrifices, the temple will still grant a mistress divine arts, like a nerve reflex. Faizini had changed her allegiance, but the price she paid was the loss of her qualification to use divine magic. Judging from her combat power alone, she was now a level 4 sorcerer, and her performance in the Drow Civil War could be described as horrible. However, Faizini is the benchmark of restoring order out of chaos, and she cannot die so easily. Now, when more than 2,000 Marn drow faced the sudden attack of the underground Dark Army, all they could do was resist to the death and pray for the arrival of reinforcements from the physical school. Kill! In the name of the Spider Goddess. For fairness and justice. Fight to the death. The dark mountain walls kept bursting with holes. The poor cavemen, dwarves, and deep gnome slaves, armed with a variety of weapons, rushed towards the Marn-affiliated drow like crazy, driven by the drow overseers. In terms of individual soldier quality, The Marxist-Leninist army is definitely superior. However, faced with a cannon fodder force that was 10 times their own number, the man Drow had no time to deal with the Drow Rangers, who hid behind the slave army and shot arrows from behind, and the female Drow spellcasters, who used evil magic. Ah! Damn it! A man Drow Ranger attempted to shoot a Drow matron to death, but his arrow was knocked away by the shield of a dark Drow shield guard who was prepared. Lacking sufficient long-range firepower, and unable to break through the front row of the slave army in one go, Mahindroil actually became the passive party. The balance of victory is tilting towards Spider Padre. Just when Actina was at a loss and watched her comrades sacrificed, suddenly, a huge magic fist appeared out of nowhere. It let out an extremely violent roar, flew over the heads of the Marnapai Drow, and slammed heavily into the heads of the slave troops in the opposite passage. Puff! Hundreds of slave soldiers were squeezed into a ball in an instant, just like smashing meat patties with a hammer. This scene made Actina's mind go blank. Chapter 192 Mart's Boxing. Too cruel. As a Drow born after the beginning of the Dharma ending age, Actina had never seen such violent magic. Even though she once felt compassion for the lives of the enslaved slave soldiers after her transformation, she didn't have the time to think too much on the battlefield. What kindness! What mercy! These are luxurious words that can only be thought of when one is in an overwhelmingly advantageous position. Now, she can think about it. The cavemen, dwarves, and deep gnomes were like German cockroaches that were smashed to pieces by this giant fist. Life loses its due weight at this moment. The defense line that had once blocked Mandrill and prevented him from making any progress collapsed so easily, leaving Actina in a depressed trance. Feeling that after gathering so many comrades, the combat force they had built was not as good as that of a random person sent by the physical sect, the feeling of being hit by a dimensionality reduction is actually very uncomfortable. Soon, Actina smiled. What was I thinking? The one being beaten was the enemy, who was maintaining the evil slavery rule. Only at this point did she have the leisure to turn her attention to the reinforcements. There are 2 reinforcements, but actually there should be only one. Another guy holding a small shield. A trembling followed. Is obviously a follow-up. Only the burly boy in front was the one who actually took action. Too young. Just like Harry Winston she had met before. This half-grown boy with a childish face. Just looking at his appearance, it is impossible to imagine that he has anything to do with the word fierce. He looks like a fool who is bullied and teased by children of the same age in the tribe. A classic blue and white samurai uniform, but with a physics wordly on the back. In the past, this wordly was pinned on the chest as a badge, but such a big wordly sewn on the vest reminded people of the soldiers who were responsible for being cannon fodder in various countries. Of course, if such strong men are also big soldiers, then please send more of them. Actina stared at this a bit stupid master to show the magic skills that are absolutely inconsistent with him. The narrow authentic terrain has just made the Mapai Zorka survival, and it is not possible to die. Just a little space. I couldn't run at all. A magic fist smashed over, just like the medicine pushed out of a syringe. Except that the medicine was replaced by the blood of the dead. And it became the current situation. The Drow have never been a kind race. Even though they are used to seeing life and death. This kind of attack, which is like smashing a rotten tomato with one punch, is still violent enough to make the man Drow's heartbeat speed up. The enemies who had made them irritated, and they were smashed into a messy manner, passed on the wall, and turned into part of the solid foundation of the physics school. The expressionless mechanical killing of the other party is the most shocking the hearts of the Zhuur. How terrifying is the physics school? They can kill the opponent with just any person they pick out. The former mistress Faizini murmured to herself. To this day, she can't help but feel fortunate for her feat of jumping to the loyal minister. The conservative Zhuur was not a classic spider. Logically speaking, this master-level spider should be able to handle this strange guy. It turns out that the level sometimes does not reflect the strength comparison very well. What is the most terrible of giant spiders? It's highly toxic, and the spy that spit out. The problem is that this kid is not his own limbs at all. A big hand condensed with Olympican energy. How to tie it with you? How to poison? Can poison the hand of this Olympican? It is impossible to face the Olympic hand that is at least 20 meters away from his body at the energy level. Which means that he can't help him at all. If it were a plain area, perhaps we could bypass it from the side and launch a surprise attack. In this tube-like tunnel terrain, the only way to deal with it is to face it head-on. At this moment, the spider's relatively slender chelicerae become its biggest weakness. Bang! An arcane punch came over. Crack! The spider's chelicerae, which were thicker than a bull's thigh, were easily broken like matchsticks. Miscellaneous soldiers came as small tomatoes. Don't think that he just uses the same punch over and over again. But you can't break his punches. A conservative joueur managed to sneak into the boy with inching. But he had no waiting to hurt people from the darkness. Another translucent arcane hand appeared out of nowhere, and slapped him on the head. Pop! A joueur shadow dancer was photographed on the rock wall. The original lines of the lines were about to become 4 noodles. I couldn't imagine how many pieces of the whole body now bone. The counterattack was so fast. Several shadow ranges of Marn sent the bows and arrows had ended. The counterattack here. The offense over there did not stop at all. The pop sound when the giant spider's abdomen exploded made the drow on both sides tremble with fear. Ah! In a distant underground palace, Shuangyo had a poor master's mouth vomiting blood. And it was violent. The death of the magic spider completely defeated the psychological defense line of conservatives. And they cried and shouted to retreat. Unfortunately, it can't be withdrawn. Under normal circumstances, it is much easier to defeat the enemy than to annihilate him. Today, this law has changed due to a person's difference. Clang! Several metal objects fell off the boy's body, making crisp clanging sounds. As long as you have a little common sense, it is not difficult to find out how heavy the thing is from the dull metallic sound. Actina and the whole drow were in a bad mood. It was not until then that she discovered a fact that shocked her. Wait! He was carrying at least 300 pounds of weight just now. Isn't he a mage? Put down the heavy steel wrist care, ankle care, belt and shoulder armor. Matt's emission is not relieved. But the sigh of an asterisk release. And the whole person turned into a luminous light. What kind of cyclonus is this? This mage with a nephysics is definitely a peerless murderer wearing human skin. The speed of his sudden progress was faster than the rolling man's running. The wanderer's big jump skill was not as good, as he had a long leap in his long legs. The huge own raised fist was raging ahead. And there was no Zuyer. After he threw out more than 10 consecutive punches, he was shocked to find that he not only killed through the opponent's center and back formations, but also trapped many drow in the front formation in a dead-end cave. The situation became the back road of his conservatives. And the original road was crowded with the main school. The decisive blow. Chapter 193. Didn't you call me? Terrible. This is not a great battle at all. What a conspiracy and sneak attack in the old faction of the goddess of the spider god goddess. And what sneak attack? Once the physics school is in his head for main jour, then he did not have to fight. When the slave legion and the magic spider were still there, they still didn't have to fight. Even in this situation, there are still diehards shouting, "Don't be afraid. Even if we die, our souls will still return to the spider goddess's palace and transform into powerful spider gods to come to the world again." I have to admit that the world of God sticks is that many existences are willing to listen. The morale of the lowest seems to have responded a little. When a race is not afraid of death, there is really nothing to calm them. Actina also got angry and shouted in hatred, "A filthy spider mother is worthy of being called a god? You are a remnant of the old times. You deserve to be killed." Who knows? Her words have just fallen. And the arcane giant, who killed the audience, suddenly appeared on the top of the guy. A energy finger that needs to be embraced by one person is just like this. In the eyes of the poor worm, the big finger in front of him was the thorough Tianshur. The brain is blank. In the face of this terrorist power beyond the world, all his resistance is futile. He died. Being dead, the huge finger crushed his bones like an ant. And even more outrageous, at the end, it twisted left and right, causing the flesh and blood that had already been squeezed into a ball to squeeze out from the gap on the side of the finger, splashing in all directions, splashing all over his companions. Actina also turned his brain, and his neck slowly turned to him. "Master, do you really hold it?" Until then, she didn't even know the other party's name. Matt continued to maintain the expression of this facial paralysis, looking back at Actina with the eyes that was almost stupid, and was innocent. "Isn't you called me?" Actina almost believed Matt's words. Fortunately, she grew up in the Drow tribe, and was exposed to all kinds of conspiracies. She immediately understood the opposite. This seemingly innocent boy must have done it on purpose. He probably ran away on his own, and was afraid that his master would blame him for being too cruel, and then take the blame. So he started to pass the buck. Okay. We are willing to be willing, she immediately answered. How humble and humble attitude was, yes. Thank you for your cooperation. We are grateful for our main joueur. Next. If the other party does not make an excessive resistance, please give it to us. Yeah. Okay. Matt's answer was understated. But his next small action scared many female drow to death. Because the hand of the Olympian was linked to Matt's hands. It was unexpectedly found that his arcane energy finger occupied something on his tactics. Matt didn't know what he thought about it. Like a small bastard who dug a nostril and then handled it at will. He raised his hand. And the huge Olympic finger suddenly wiped the cave wall next to him. The blood and flesh were wiped clean. In the eyes of the drow, it means something else. In my eyes, you are no different from a piece of shit. If you make me unhappy, don't blame me for smearing shit on the wall. The more than 400 drow on the opposite side were all shaking like they were shivering. Not only the opponent was afraid, but Agdina was also afraid. She always felt that this seemingly stupid and powerful wizard was not normal. She stood out from the crowd, escorted by 2 high-level professionals, and said loudly, "Fellow countrymen, the cruel slavery will eventually be overthrown due to low productivity. A freer and more equal system will be established. It is not too late even now. Join us, Mandrill, and create a better future together." Well, if this statement is put to people of other races, perhaps some empathy may be generated. Among the insidious and cunning joueur group, this translation becomes like this. Come on. Believe in Mon. So, based on completely different starting points. At the moment when the spider goddess never showed its spirit, these once self-religious spider believers knelt down on one knee and introduced the treasure's faith in Soul Cobweb for a long time, and began to wash themselves fiercely. Matt tilted his head as he watched those black drow, who were supposed to be his enemies, either rolling on the ground or kneeling down in tears, begging someone to forgive them for the sins they had committed. Nothing for me anymore? When Agdina heard this, she was so frightened that she quickly saluted. Thank you for the help of the master at the critical moment. Main joueur. She originally wanted to say that there must be a return. And when she was bitter at her mouth, where the ability came from her ability, she could only say, if you have any places that need our effectiveness, please make it. Matt blinked. My master said that I can't hit a moving dragon head now, so he won't let me slay a dragon. If you can, please catch some flexible monsters for me to practice with. As soon as Agdina and joueur beside him almost scared Urin. The biggest key to fighting the dragon is not to be able to hit, but to be able to break the scales of adult dragons. Are you old man concerned about whether you can hit the target or not? After seeing Matt's fight, how could Agdina and the others dare to treat him as an ordinary apprentice? You must be treated like a master? Agdina thought for a moment and said, I know there is a place where there are a kind of magic bees. Their movements are similar to those of the devil wasps. They should be able to meet your requirements. Please give us some time. Half a month. No. A week will be enough. We will catch the magic bees for you to practice as soon as possible. Oh. I see. Okay. Thank you. Matt was polite and bowed to her. But Agdina and the others didn't dare to accept his return gift. So they knelt down and sent Matt away like a god. Before leaving, Agdina dared to ask, yes. I haven't asked your name yet. Master. How are we going to deliver the monsters to us? Name? What name? That's your name. Master. Agdina found that this guy really didn't understand. And she couldn't help herself. Oh. My name is Matt. Matt Schoonertz. And I'm the 4th disciple of Master Tesla. When you get the things, just hand them over to Brother Harry. After saying that, Matt was in a good mood. He hummed an unknown little tune, took his little follower, and left, leaving behind a group of Ma Enzwars looking at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 194 Self-Funded Students. You have graduated. He came gently. He walked away heavily. Leave a black meat tomato sauce. His appearance and departure were so abrupt that even the Menzwo players felt it was unreal as they watched his receding back. Our mortal enemy was defeated by him alone? At this time, Facey and I was the first to realize, wait, he claims to be the 4th apprentice of Master Tesla. Doesn't that mean he just started in February? How long has it been? Before this, Menzwo only knew that Ren had 3 apprentices, and that the latest batch of candidates passed through the Mara Tunnel in February. Only a month has passed and already a talented apprentice has graduated so quickly. Isn't this cultivation speed too fast? Is this Matt already a master-level wizard? Asked a drow. It's hard to say. Actina and Faizini shook their heads at the same time. Matt's appearance is undoubtedly extremely amazing. The surging magical power that was like a tsunami swept across the entire place as soon as it appeared. The two huge arcane hands were simply too much for a master-level wizard with less magic power to handle. If you have to say that he is a master, he doesn't look like one. The simplest judgment is quality. Faizini said something very philosophical. Muddy wine is still wine. But it is still a long way from the real mellow wine. Actina and the others agreed wholeheartedly. They are all wine. And they are drinkable. But can the taste of freshly brewed muddy wine compare with the mellow wine that has been repeatedly distilled and filtered? Not to mention the old wine stored in the cellar. There is no doubt that Matt has a strong foundation. It was not difficult to judge from the arcane energy emanating from him that his strength might have reached a high level. But he was far from being a master. In terms of talent, once he reaches the master level, he will be many times stronger than an ordinary master level wizard. After all, his total amount of magic power is here, which is enough to crush most wizards of the same level. At this point, another question arises. Is such a short time enough to train an excellent wizard? I didn't see Matt use any other tricks. Just his two arcane hands were crackling around. The power of the mage should not have a lot of tricks. Can there always be a kind of way to get the enemy to death? Actina and Faithini didn't dare to think too much. The person opposite is the master's most senior disciple. He has already given us enough face by sending his disciple to help calm the situation. If we continue to make trouble, it will be difficult to say what will happen. Besides, even if they knew Matt's weaknesses, they would just keep it to themselves. Now the two sides are allies. And the stronger the allies, the safer they will be. On the other side, Matt was called away by Ryan as soon as he came back. He and his assistant Vincent shrank their necks. Vincent whispered, sure enough, within the scope of the legendary physical land, nothing can be hidden from the great wizard. Matt agreed. Arriving at the dean's office in Ryan, Matt lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong. Master, you're looking for me. It's nothing serious. I know you went to the Mara tunnel. You really know? Ryan wanted to complain. Nonsense. The system has told me that the physics school has gained +1 legendary status among the drow. I found it by accident. Master, did I do wrong? Renin did not answer directly, for the teacher's way. It is inappropriate to be too tight. It is too strict to control the autonomy and creativity of the apprentices. The control is too loose. That is, the camp offsets. It is no longer preface. Matt was dull after listening. He didn't understand. Ryan sighed. If you want to practice, I have no objection. You forgot that you went to the Mara tunnel, which is the defense area Harry is responsible for. You should at least say H, low to brother Harry. Do you understand? Understood. Matt's wise eyes made Ryan feel weak. He really didn't know how much his apprentice with such a unique way of thinking understood. You don't need to ask me about everything you do in the academy and within the borders of Marino. If you want to go out for a walk, just let me know in advance and tell me when you'll be back, Ryan said casually. He had already anticipated that Matt, a weirdo, could not be trained in the traditional way. It's hard to say. Even if Matt becomes a master or even a legend, he will only know the Bigby style. It was agreed that the monks in the wizard world would only use their fists and feet until their death, instead of forcing him to learn the laws of physics that he can never understand. Why not let him go? After he's flexed his body, if he really wants to be trained professionally, maybe it would be better to hire a monk. Well, ask a monk to teach the wizard how to practice martial arts. As for the traditional magic school of Ryan, whoever makes such a decision will probably be expelled. Now that Matt has entered the physics school, Ryan has to teach him something. For example, let him use some mantras when beating someone. What Jinfa River Tide? Chigakyu Pingchio. Thousands of moves and hundreds of styles are in interest. The shape is not formed, and you don't care. Then practice it. When fighting, recite more magic mantras. Besides making more noise, people will actually think they are magic spells. After casually giving Matt some pointers on the details of how to use magic, Ryan came to the classroom where Downs was teaching. He is going to hold a graduation ceremony for the self-funded students. Ah! No way. We just learned a few spells. We're graduating already? Big Master, did you make a mistake? Except for Marino's self-funded students. 10 self-funded by frying of them from other countries. They could not maintain their elegant appearance and stood up excitedly. This happened so suddenly that Towns, Harry and Barron were all a little confused. Ryan stood on the podium expressionlessly, calmly took out the agreement between him and the kings, and projected it onto the white wall in the form of an illusion. Mr. Madam, please see the content of the agreement clearly. Our promise is to develop half of the officials in 1 year to develop a formal mage. The definition of the formal mage here is to be able to use 3 or more magic independently. Now, I ask you all the standards? 10 self-funded students are collectively dumb. Meet the standard? Of course it meets the standard. The worst one learns 4 magic. Somehow, after they learned the most basic energy theory and wrote down the law, Towns and Harry demonstrated it respectively, and they learned it in a daze. Almost everyone has a basic elemental attack magic, such as Fireball, and then a protective arrow and energy shield. The better one realized 7 magics. But this is gone? They were still not satisfied and wanted to study for a full year. The problem is that Master Ren is now childhood. The price is clearly marked, so that they will get out immediately after learning. They have nothing to say. Chapter 195. The sun is just a large 100 million fireball technique. Is this the rhythm of having to pay more? The son of a duke of the Baroque Empire was the smartest. Excuse me, Master. If I want to continue my training here until I am promoted to a high-level mage, what is the price? In other words, he also sang a poem of Barbarossa like a drama. For Ryan, you can use the simplified version for direct translation. I have quite a bit of wealth. At this moment, Ryan looked nothing like a great wizard, but more like a money-grubbing businessman. Indeed, we need a lot of money to build a laboratory and a campus. I'm not exaggerating. As long as anyone has enough qualifications, I can guarantee that he will become a high-level wizard. It only costs 50,000 gold coins. The face of the boy opposite suddenly changed suddenly. How did you add so much? Can 18 one-year-old baby girls be exchanged for an 18-year-old girl? Ren made a good reason, and the opposite side was speechless. The fellow spoke again in a very literary manner, but the abridged version of the words he used became "I have family wealth." He was not so confident anymore. What about being promoted to master? 1 million. The legendary master? In fact, he was already desperate. That is, he asked as he tentatively. Ryan raised his index finger. 10 million gold coins. Plus your country and our physics school must be all-weather strategic partners. His 10 self-funded students gasped at the same time. No. Your old man really dares to answer. What dared to ask? One dared to answer. Their shock was that Ren dared to boast of Haikau and cultivated legendary mage when he collected money? Wait. Let's think about this for a moment. What kind of person is it that can easily teach a legendary wizard? Is he really the god of the outside world, as it is speculated on the outside world? The boy had seen a lot of things in life. After a brief moment of shock, he bowed deeply to Ryan and said, "Although I am a little dull, at least I am willing to continue to study with Master Quixote for the second period." 50,000 gold coins. He took them out as soon as he said it. This kid is worthy of being the third son of the Duke. However, if you think about it, the system of the Baroque Empire is a bit funny. It is actually playing the Emperor's system. The strength of the Grand Dukes there varies. The largest one has a territory of 200,000 square kilometers. They are really rich. Several self-funded students were also gridded, followed by salute. We are willing to continue their studies. Ryan did not agree immediately, but waved his hand and said, "No hurry. Go back first and show your family and clan vassals your achievements. After your clan has made a thorough evaluation, you can come to me to register. Besides, our school will not open an intermediate class because the number of people is too small." When the self-funded students heard this, they felt a little unwilling, but they had no choice but to obey. Seeing the distressed expressions on their faces, Ryan smiled. "Why? I thought your family paid 3,000 gold coins. And you've learned so much. But you're still not satisfied? Don't dare." The boy just asked. The boy bowed his head. What he said was not dare. Not the heart. Ren's smile is getting brighter. Do you think Downs teaches you just a fireball? The self-funded students opened their eyes wide, clearly saying, "Isn't it? You are wrong. What the physics school taught you is a universal law in the entire chaos world." When Ryan said this, the self-funded students began to breathe rapidly. The next second, Ryan turned his hand, raised his index finger, and a small flame the size of a lighter lit up at the tip of his index finger. See? This is also a fireball. But it's a little smaller. Shang Shang couldn't help laughing. Then, Ryan flipped his hand again. And this time, a fist-sized fireball appeared, hovering obediently in the air 20 centimeters above his palm. This is also fireball. Everyone nodded. Who knows that the next second, the violent fire element responds to Ren's call, pouring into this fireball from all directions. It is like a sparkling magma, although it is still docile and controlled. The terrible calories at hand still make everyone really feel the power contained in the inside. Ryan's voice was filled with majesty without him noticing. This is still fireball. It's just a little bigger. This joke was a bit cold. And 3 self-funded students kept his thinking and tried to show a smile. Although I want to show how big the fireball is that can destroy a city in an instant. If it is not controlled properly, the magic school will have to be rebuilt. At this time, the self-funded students not only laughed a little awkwardly, but also began to think about Ryan's words. This is not over yet. Ren destroyed the fireball in his hand, his right index finger outside the window. And he actually pointed directly. The sun! Sir! Ladies, I know you will feel incredible. I still want to say that that is also a fireball. But this fireball is 100 million yuan. This time. Not to mention the self-fundamental student. Even the public expenses listening to. And even Downs and other inner disciples. At the same time, they also showed a shocking expression. As soon as Ren clapped his hand and pulled everyone back again. I said so much because I asked Downs to teach you the laws of thermodynamics. For a small flame and the sun in the sky, it was all applicable. This is the rule hidden in the world of Cana for thousands of years. Everyone moves suddenly. Value. Without the preaching of Master Renra. No one can summarize this rule in the future. At least in the past century. Humans have completely lost their control of magic at the system level. The great wizard's casual words mean the reconstruction of the entire human magical civilization. How can such an achievement be measured by a small amount of money? Many people still feel expensive for a moment. And they feel a bit worthless. Is this asking for money? Fart. This is a symbolic fee. When I thought of Master Tesla's previously moved to Cinda's treasure, I finally took the garbage that could not be put on stage. We actually use such vulgar thoughts to imagine such a great man. Which is too superficial. Thinking of this, he worshipped at the same time. It stands to reason that everyone is different in their nationality and different identities. The noble children will not just kneel to worship the family. Chapter 196 The A-Shocking Emperor. Foreign self-funded students reluctantly left. It was so short for more than a month. And it felt like a winter camp came. And then the official mage was as simple as dreaming. They knew that their departure was not the end. On the contrary, it was just the beginning of their fateful entanglement with the physics school. Many things are not controlled by them. No matter how long they're eager to go further, they need to be supported by their own family. On the other side, Marino's self-funded students were obviously embarrassed. Ryan said lightly, since the Principality of Marino has adopted our School of Physics as its state religion, you can continue to study until you are promoted to a high-level wizard. Oh! Publicly funded students are not included in this restriction. As soon as this remark, let alone public funds, even Marino's self-funded students broke out with enthusiastic cheers. Sure enough, the treatment of our own people is different. Those Marino lived on his own. His face was full of I made 50,000 gold coins expressions. Ren was not interested in correcting their delusion and not hacking. Among the 5 little guys, they had the qualifications of a high-level mage. But the Tesla School of Magic College is so fertile. Maybe it really can species more excellent graduates? Maybe we can't do it now. But who knows if we can help these people when the academy is upgraded again in the future. On the contrary, there are several good talents among the public-funded students. Although their talents are one level lower than those of the 5 inner disciples. If they work hard and persevere for a few years, they may be able to climb to the master level. By then, they will be the backbone of the academy. Strength, resources, power, interests. After combining the advantages of various parties, Ryan was confident that he could tie them firmly to his physical chariot created by the void. On the other hand, Ryan was not wrong. The news of the first batch of self-funded students graduating really spread like wildfire and reached all major countries in the world. Almost as soon as they left the academy, they informed their families of the news. And the Pegasus messenger, who had been waiting in Marino City, immediately rushed back with the news. Barbarossa 13. who had seen a lot of ups and downs, was having breakfast when he heard the news. He had ordered that any news of a magic apprentice be reported immediately. But when he heard the messenger's news, he didn't even notice that the bread in his hand had been soaked in milk. What amazing news! That great man has given a great gift to all of humanity. After hastily finished breakfast, the emperor couldn't wait to hold a small dynasty and read the news. The captains of the various knightly orders, ministers, and even the heads of the major churches that were affiliated with the Barbarossa Empire all showed incredible expressions. 1 month trained a formal mage. Can this really do it? A cavalier's murmured. When he found that everyone looked at him, he showed his embarrassing expression. Sorry. I have no intention of questioning Tesla. I just feel very incredible. It was the palace prime minister who came out to smooth things over. Ahem. Everyone. Please note that Master Tesla does not train ordinary people to be mages. Instead, he conducts intensive training among a group of apprentices with magical qualifications. The foundation is different. Oh, I understand. What this means is to teach a knight's apprentice, who has already learned the basic steps and has a good physical fitness, the sword-fighting skills of a certain school. For a muscular man, it is good to have such an understanding. That's understandable. A middle-aged man dressed as a ranger touched his chin and turned to ask the local bishop of the Church of Light, can a seedling with strong qualifications, who receives divine revelation, instantly possess powerful divine power? Bishop of Light was a little embarrassed, but he answered directly, before the end of the Dharma age, there were indeed examples of saints who were promoted from commoners to masters overnight. However, I don't think that Grand Master Tesla used a similar method. Anyway, no matter what, no matter how much discussions, they are just empty talk. 2 days later, when the self-funded student came back exhausted on Pegasus, the answer was revealed. This young man named Cabin was born into the family of Marquis Ivan, in front of a group of bigwigs, in a martial arts arena originally reserved for knights. He performed his magic with great courage. Logically speaking, a wizard should be respected and shouldn't act like this. But who says this is the country of knights? Being able to fight in the martial arts arena is a great honor in itself. Seeing the ceremonial officer's gesture, Caban felt a little scalp tingling. But he still tried to keep calm and carefully recalled the law of thermal equilibrium. And then, he smiled. He suddenly felt the fire element that he had felt in the academy. After leaving the college, the perception weakened half of it, and he would not forget the touch. To be safe, he shouted, in the name of Jewel, answer my call. Fire elemental. The wind moved. The fire also started. Under the gaze of the Empire's big guys, not only did a group of flames fly out of the pillar-type fireproof on the martial arts field, Rao was the void, but also a silk line appeared out of thin air. This is fireball. So what if my fireball is bigger? As everyone was stunned, the fireball in Caban's hand became as big as a millstone. As if sensing that the flames were about to get out of control, Caban didn't hesitate and pushed the fireball outward. Wow! The huge fireball, with a long tail of flame, seemed to be flying towards the straw target 20 steps away. Who knows? It missed the target. A group leader sighed. It's still due to lack of training. No! That's not right. Another captain exclaimed. At this time, everyone found out that Caban was aimed at the target of 20 steps, but was a remote target for the god shooter for 50 steps. Boom! Flame shot up to the sky. The straw target was not only blown up, but there was a long cone area behind it in the sea of fire. This is your fireball? The emperor was shocked. Caban turned around and bowed deeply to the emperor. Yes. I am not a good student. I have not experienced the true meaning of the course taught by teacher Don Quixote. So I beg your majesty and my father to grant me tuition for further study. I have seen your performance. Please wait for 2 days. I will discuss this carefully with the ministers. This fireball is indeed a bit too big. It has reached the point where the big guys' 3 views are shocked. If it was a traditional ordinary fireball technique, they would at most feel that it was value for money. What now? Great value. Chapter 197. Stop. Don't forget that this world is full of old monsters that have lived for hundreds of years. Dwarves, half-elves, and other wise men of other races are living encyclopedias. Almost as soon as Cabin made his move, they noticed that the power of this fireball was really outrageous. Not only the lethality, but also another thing that they valued very much was the range. Not only is it limited to one of the cabin, The other two fireballs that are bombarded at their own expense are also very different. Between 50 steps. 50 steps is the traditional concept, which, converted into the distance on a ruler, is 70 meters. In the past, the only weapons with this range were strong bows and crossbows. Tradition fireball, how can there be such a long range of 40 yards, and converted to a range of more than 30 meters? This was something they came up with on their own. If they were given a special range extending magic circle for war magic, or a wizard tower, the range could be increased to 500 meters in a matter of minutes, fully meeting the needs of war, instead of being just a fancy thing. What's more, a certain great wizard was considerate enough to have the second-generation disciples focus on teaching them protection against arrows and energy shield, which means that even if they are attacked by enemy archers, they still have the power to resist. It was impossible for the emperor not to be aware of such an obvious hint. After seeing the demonstration of 3 public expenses, the emperor was really excited. First, he saluted his legendary warlock Anthony slightly. Anthony, your opinion is? This legendary warlock is very old. As an 80-year-old man, he can't fight magic at all if he doesn't follow the path of Lich. All he has left is wisdom. He pushed the old flower glasses on his nose, cleared his throat so that the thick sputum would not be stuck in his throat. The pretty wonderful demonstration. I didn't even feel the existence of a magic net. These 3 young people were completely applied by their understanding of the world's laws. You mean, these young people are truly independent mages? The emperor said this because he was frightened after hearing about Shadow Demon Network. In fact, which boss is not afraid of the crash of the magic net to kill the FAE? The feeling of having years of investment go down the drain is definitely a nightmare for leaders. The Bishop of Light sighed and said, Your Majesty, you can treat them as sorcerers who can be trained. In fact, I am more curious. Is it appropriate for him to disclose the laws he has mastered? Anthony said, What is public is the basic rules, which are just the foundation. If you really want to practice, there are naturally thresholds that outsiders don't know. Since that lord dared to set a price, he must have something to rely on. Without saying anything else. Just the method of transforming the magic vortex into a magic tide that can be steadily practiced by magic apprentices. I don't think I can do it. What is the level? The emperor whispered tentatively. If you really want me to comment, I think it's something that only a demigod can do. There is a silence in the hall. They have heard too many similar comments about Ryan Tesla recently. He started out as at least a demigod wizard, and the probability that he is a true god from the outside world seems to be getting bigger and bigger. The Prime Minister would conclude, I think what we should discuss now is whether it is worth it, not whether it is true or false. Everyone nodded to recognize. Similar discussions are taking place vigorously among high-level officials of various countries. In Marino, the Grand Duchess looked at Ryan eagerly. Is it impossible for our principality to produce a master wizard? Disaster. Sophia was grieving. You can't train any goblin into a legendary warrior and then fight the Minotaur head-on. Right? Well, the female grandfather laughed. Ryan, this is a typical case of a good cook having no rice to cook. Teaching tirelessly no matter how powerful the system is. We still have to abide by the basic law. No matter how much material you can pile up, you can't install a 460mm main gun on a sampan. Right? In the past century, the world has been the mainstream of muscle tyrants. From Ren's view, if you want to find a good seedling like Downs, you need 2 major empires to cooperate to play the national sea choice for him. This time, the audition was actually just a partial mobilization of several imperial provinces close to the kingdom of Cervantes. The potential of the 2 empires was far more than that. The premise of cooperation is that both parties have needs, and everyone can find common interests, so that long-term and sincere cooperation can be carried out. Renians think that there is still a deed. Anyway, when the time comes, he can just say, I know you are in a hurry. Don't be anxious. And then set a high price. And the other party will have to accept it. Retracting his scattered thoughts, Ryan comforted the Grand Duchess casually. You don't have to be too nervous. Since the Principality of Marino has adopted my physics sect as its state religion, the territory of the Principality has also become a legendary physics land. Do you know what this means? What does it mean? Even if the female Grand Duke had already guessed the answer, she was still willing to be a reciprocator. This well-behaved made Ren very comfortable. It means that even if this generation cannot produce a legendary wizard, the next generation still has a chance. The entire territory of Marino is not a place with high concentration of magic. But the system prompts that the magic concentration in the principality is still a few percentage points higher than other ordinary areas in the world. This will unknowingly increase the chance of the birth of mages without affecting the health of the people. On the spot, even if it is barren, like the Principality of Marnino, it may become a pivotal country on the mainland because of becoming a magic degree. Sophia suddenly felt that she would not be able to sleep tonight. Ren didn't notice Sophia's careful thoughts at all, and all his minds were attracted by his system. Congratulations to the host. Your 5 apprentices Flora Asterisk Field successfully promoted to a high-level mage. Oh! Ren was really curious. How did the promotion of Epipus practiced? His 5 apprentices. 5 class amazing. If the initial Downs and Harry are still with physics, the more apprentices in the back will be magical. One of them is Baron, who is a female ghost, and the other is Matt, who is quite physical, and Flora, who looks normal, is actually practicing the legendary mouth-to-mouth combat. Family. This kind of apprentice. I really can't teach for the teacher. Ren came back from the portal, and walked all the way to Follows Acoustics Laboratory. Hey. This stuff is actually double the magic area, plus an ordinary classroom, and a bunch of assistants. Compared to several other apprentices hesitated. Flora is the best teaching resources. As soon as I entered the door, Ren heard a crispy female sound. Stop! Chapter 198 is my own. Ryan? For a moment, the fantasy sounds jumped out of Ren's mind became, the owner. Please stay. But this is my site. Although Ren hesitated 1/10 of his brain, he stepped in one step. Order you in the name of Ren * Tesla. Stop. The next moment, a short word came out of the mouth of the blonde doll on the right side of his field. No. This order me to stand in my name? Is it funny? A bit ridiculous. What's even more outrageous is that Ryan actually received a system prompt. Host. Your 5th disciple Flora used an indiscriminate wide area magic, group human immobilization, in your name nearby. Theoretically, all creatures within the range must undergo a test based on willpower, with a difficulty coefficient of 12. Since the host is the source of this magic, the host is immune to this magic. Huh? Renan feels that this is definitely the day when he has received the most ? Since he received his apprentices. Wait. This is definitely wrong. If God told him that the physical laws he taught could be transformed into various magics in the form of energy, he would think it made sense. Even if it was physically tying up the enemy to create a fixed effect, he could understand it. Why did Flora order others to settle in his name? And others really did it. Only then did Ryan see that there really was a miserable dark elf in the laboratory, as well as several magic assistant students who were neither knowing whether to laugh or cry, standing there in a ridiculous manner. This is definitely not the effect of the show. It is really fixed. The poor drow, whose mouth was sealed, hands were shackled behind his back, and he was even wearing a straitjacket, should have wanted to rush over and knock Flora to death. At this moment, his left leg still kept a posture of raising his knees, and his right leg kicked straight running posture. But under the urgent standing, he had lacking his arms to maintain balance. He was stiffened by the whole person, kneeling on the ground with a funny 45-degree tilting posture. Oh. This your captive seemed to be very angry. But unfortunately his jealous words could not come out in the seal. The assistants around Fullera were suffering from each other. Mrs. Field. Can you not affect us? Follow Ramen red ears, sorry. Just forgot to lock with spirituality as soon as he was nervous. If the target is not locked, casting the spell will become a full-screen large-scale attack. The corner of Ren's eyes standing at the door twitched slightly. If he had nothing to remember, Group Human Fix technique was a level 7 magic. At this moment, Flora realized something was wrong from the assistant's surprised look. Her master was standing at the door. Ah! Master! You're here. Sorry. I just did an immature magic experiment just now. Let you laugh. Flora quickly bowed to salute. Ren waved his hand and sat down calmly. It's okay. Also, you don't need to have such a living between you and the apprentices in the future. Don't use any respect. Master, this is not the right time. It's not suitable. I will say it. Master, you. Ah. Flora follows your will. Fulla glanced at Ren. Seemed to want to see something from Ron's face. Ren said casually, you retreat first. In fact, Ren's original intention is to let Follow relieve magic. Who thinks that the system prompt is here again? Flora * field released, Group Human Fix technique, is based on the legend of the host. Because the host is the core of this legend. The Lord's law authority is higher than that of Fala. And its magic is lifted. Flora was about to act. But she was surprised to find that the assistants had lifted their bodies on their own. As everyone knows, Rin himself is like a ghost himself. I teach a physics. And I can also scare each other because of my prestige in physics? It's too abstract. Rin grinned in his heart. And his surface and beauty, Falola. Do you tell me? How do you understand these enchanting magic? Isn't your old man clear? In her heart, Flola vomited her tongue. In fact, she also knew that this was the master who checked her to make up for the lack. So as not to understand the magic, she immediately pretended to be a good girl and replied respectfully, since master originally ordered that I was best at magic to suppress the enemy's magic. What about my command? Ryan, very clear thinking. When I was very young, the servants and knights around me listened to my order. Once I felt that others listened to me. It was a matter of course. Until I met the damn Haikai. The bastard didn't care about what I said or even my father. Hey! Rin nodded as a signal for her to continue. I began to understand that others listened to me because of my identity. But without the aristocratic identity, I am just a girl who looks cute. Why do people listen to my order? Do I use the so-called powerful spiritual power I can't perceive myself? Forcibly let the other parties will? Ren's lips. If it was before the last era. It seems that this is really the case. There is no way. The collapse of the magic net has changed all the ways of magic in the last era. Physics faction is the way that can get almost all plastic energy magic. I was thinking, there should be a better way. A more convenient power to make the opponent's mental defenses fall. And instantly be bound by the power contained in my words. At this time, Flora blushed and continued, so the first thing I thought of was you. Master. Only your name can make all the gods and demons tremble. I tried it, and it seems to work well. Ryan felt as if he was choked by something. And the corners of his mouth kept twitching slightly. Isn't this just another way of using the evil name? He slaughtered a lot of dragons. But the world activated his achievements of Dragon Star. What is the attack power of the dragon plus 25%? When the dragon saw him, he had to accept a will-based verification first. If he could not pass it, he would be scared and entered a short-term panic state. Ryan never imagined that one day, his name could be used by his disciples to form the enchantment law magic. It's getting fierce. Is it myself? Chapter 199, A Needle Hidden in the Cotton. It was almost a moment when Ren wanted to understand. And the system finally parsed the previous Aurora's group human fix technique. Sure enough, it was up. Since Flora had the authority of the physical network, she unconsciously enjoyed a lot of super magic expertise, such as magic upgrade, which was a fixed program. The key point was that this was the legendary physical land, and Lei was very legendary among the drow and the human assistants. With the blessing of high legendary degree, the ordinary human immobilization spell was upgraded to level 7 magic. After knowing the key, Rin began to fulfill his responsibility as a master. Flora. You can figure out how to use your master's legend to suppress the enemy. This is indeed a good way to save effort. But have you ever thought about what if you encounter a monster that has never heard of your master and the school of physics? For example, a self-contained, ignorant grey dwarf or something like that. Flora's face slightly changed. My disciples don't know. Ryan pointed out the key point. Your biggest problem is that you put yourself in the position of a weak person from beginning to end, wanting to rely on the strong and punish your enemies with the power of the strong. But do you realize that you should be a strong person yourself? The blue eyes of Fullera suddenly spread out suddenly. At this moment, she was brought into a brand new world. Right. Why can't she be a strong person? She is no longer the weak woman who faces the pirates without returning. She, the famous legendary Master Ren's inner disciple, being out of tens of thousands of candidates. This itself proves her outstanding talent. Fulla's breathing suddenly. But she thought about it and lowered her head again. Master, my talent in other departments is really ordinary. Her talent tree was also crooked. Even if she didn't tell anyone. Just from the fact that outstanding public-funded students could comprehend, crooked, a bunch of transmutation magic. While she only knew a few basic spells, she knew that her talent was actually average in the field that her master was best at. This girl is so unconfident that Ryan is convinced. No. You are already at a high level. Unfortunately, the high-level enchanting system is really inconspicuous. The key is that once the control of the enchanting system is invalid, She is difficult to protect herself on the battlefield. Rin knows that to encourage her apprentice, she must teach her a little actual trick. Come with me. In this way, he brought Flora all the way to the Energy Transformation Laboratory, where several public-funded students were using the induction Tesla coil to enhance their control over lightning. Seeing their ancestors brought inner disciples, they quickly gave a gift. Ryan pointed, "Do you understand?" Flola's eyes widened, and they suddenly realized, "I understand." It is definitely difficult for strong people to get the most powerful lightning strike in one breath. But she has no pressure at all to produce a coil-type current that looks powerful, but is actually only a few tenths of an ampere. The disciples of the physics school know that Tesla coil really bluffs people in the past. But it is actually not lethal. But outsiders don't know. After leaving the laboratory, Cold and Farola suddenly jumped out. "Master, when you scared Brother Downs? You are not strong. The apprentice is too stupid. Rin wants to die." The apprentice was too smart. And Rin also wanted to die. In a word, Flora was scared to stop her heart and lungs. But the next second, Ryan turned around with a smile, raised his hand, and a thunderball the size of a millstone suddenly appeared above his palm. He pinched it casually, and the thunderball flew into the air and exploded with a huge bang, which scared several apprentices and assistants to come out to watch. After releasing the terrifying power, the turbulence of wind element was still rolling in the air. The background is the lightning light that has not been completely retreated. The rope flipped because of the storm of lightning. At this time, Rin slowly said, "Yes. If at this moment, he is still the strong-looking but weak time traveler, this exposure will undoubtedly lead to others no longer having that blind admiration for him. And it can even be called the collapse of faith, considering that he is the god of the outer domain recently. Then this can understand it as the law that he entered the world of Cana, which is not suitable for the law of this world, which leads to extremely weak. Today, Ryan is just in the process of adapting to the rules and gradually regaining his due strength. His frank admission of his weakness at that time actually made Flora's admiration for him even greater. Ryan didn't look back, letting the wind blow his hair. He put his hands behind his back and calmly gave a teaching. "You can be weak. You can pretend to be strong. When all your enemies recognize that you are strong, you will be truly strong, and your laws will be invincible. Thank you, Master, for enlightenment." She bowed and saluted. The last question. "Master, when do you think of the disciples? When will I go to Baroque?" Ren noticed that the words she used were packing, not challenges. Ryan turned around and smiled faintly. "Very good. You are beginning to grasp the true meaning of enchantment magic. To overwhelm the opponent at the level of will. First of all, you can't put yourself in the position of a lowly challenger. When you feel that you could overwhelm the opponent in momentum, it's time for you to take a trip." Flora tried to suppress the excitement in his heart, trembling slightly, and asked, "Master, are you willing to press the array for your disciples? The sea is not my forte. I would like to avoid conflict if possible. Let's put it this way. You continue to practice, and I will ask Harry to write a letter to that Baroque Roberts. If it can be resolved peacefully, that would be the best. If not, I will send one of your brothers to accompany you. There are different gods in different fields in this world. At least this is the case, even if the various gods have not directly responded to the believer's prayers for hundreds of years. It would not be appropriate for the physics school to suddenly cross the line. Since Ryan is already a legendary wizard, it doesn't seem a good idea to just parachute in and use his power to bully the naval commander who is said to be only at the master level. Then the best approach is to use courtesy first and then force. Ryan thought that since his legend degree in the human world was so high, he could at least make the other party restrain himself. As long as Baroque was willing to give him face, he would not be unable to accept spending a little money to redeem the person. He has been very popular recently, and has been causing quite a lot of trouble. It's better to keep a low profile. After sending away the excited Flora, Ryan called Harry. "Master, you're looking for me." "Harry, I have a mission for you." After listening to Harry, he's stunned. "Why don't you find a brother? He's too straightforward. You can't anger him all at once. I want you to write a document that's soft but firm, with a hidden needle in the cotton. You can intimidate him if he doesn't agree. Do you understand what I mean?" "Understood." Ryan floated away with satisfaction. Harry was left standing there, wondering, what does it mean to hide a needle in a cotton ball? After thinking for a while, Harry's eyes lit up, and he slapped his forehead. "I understand. I am the best at protective magic among the second-generation disciples. And my specialty is making traps. Master asked me to make a will trap that will be triggered as long as the other party objects to the content of the letter. Yes. It's the kind of trap that hides a bunch of explosive steel needles in the cotton document. Chapter 200 is getting crooked. Ren never expected that he was wrong after all. Harry's big eyebrows. Why did he learn badly with Downs for a long time? He didn't even think about the fact that he was exporting culture all day long and could speak idioms at any time. Even if there was a system to help translate. How much could he translate? It's like Sima Zhao's intentions. He opens his mouth and speaks 5 words. To the foreigners in the chaos world. They have to listen to the story for half an hour to fully understand the meaning. Ren was so busy. In the past. With Downs. The two were full. And the whole school was not hungry. What now? The apprentices and assistants already feed dozens of mouths. Plus the servants who provide logistics. There are 200 to 300 people to eat, drink, defecate and urinate. And there are certain confidentiality requirements to be taken into account. Before the academy is on track. All matters must be decided by Ryan himself. And he has been busy for a long time. Several disciples were too young. So all of Downs' followers and quasi-followers, the 4 of them, were pulled into work by Ryan. And Ryan had no choice but to give the 4 of them a position as followers of the physics school, and gave them the title of Foreign Affairs Officer. In Ryan's opinion, Harry would never do something as outrageous as Downs, who would just go up and blow up people's doors, send them reason notes, and kill their entire family if they didn't comply. However, honest people do things. Sometimes they are more outrageous than doing things. 2 days later, a Harry's own condemnation document was released. The official document in front of me looks like a gift box, with a thickness of 5 centimeters thick and 1 square meter. And square. In order to make the official document look less out of place. Harry spent a lot of effort to make it lighter. In order to avoid being discovered by the other party. He did not inject magic into it in advance. But instead engraved the name of Archimedes. Harry beckoned over his assistant Andy and said, "Go find a smart team in the Merino Adventurers Guild, and tell them that they are going to deliver a dangerous document to the Pirate Kingdom. The money is negotiable." "Okay, Master." Harry didn't know yet that just such a small commission would cause the Adventurers Guild in Merino City to go crazy. The physics school, as an emerging organization that has been accepted by various countries, and has been acquiesced by major forces. The adults inside do not know how many people are staring at. So they are waiting for a chance to climb the dragon and phoenix. Haven't you seen that those 5 guys who used to hang out with Towns either became Towns' trusted followers, or coveted the title of physical operators, and were always coaxed by bigwigs from all sides when they went in and out? The physics school is really thigh. As a second-generation disciple, Harry, after being promoted to a master, did not even have a single follower around him. Harry was also so young. And there were countless people eyeing this position. Now Harry wants some people to help with some work. Not to mention odd jobs. There are plenty of people willing to do even a life-threatening job. Didn't you see that Sanders just accompanied Towns to the Chaos Hulk once? And he got promoted overnight? And he said commissioned. And then saw the walk in the Merino Arena for a few short, but extremely fierce horns in the past few times. In just half an hour. There were 7 members of the Adventurer in the hospital humming. As soon as the victor had his bandages applied, he ran to the manor outside Merino to take on the mission. Our Lion Steel Shield team has accepted this mission. After a while, Harry saw this team with a little bit of injury in the meeting room of the manor. "No. These are just small things to be able to serve His Excellency Winston," said the leader, Erwin, humbly. Harry heard from his own tool that this was the best team they could find, and that they had only gotten this job after a brutal PK. Harry knew that there was no chance of changing. So he sighed and said, "This is a warning letter to Baroque Roberts, the commander of the Pirate Kingdom, as requested by my master. I think everyone should be well aware of the nature of the Pirate Kingdom." Erwin and others nodded quickly. "Pirates? There is no rules without killing messenger. So it is dangerous to send this official document. I don't want to harm everyone's life. So our request is to ensure that this official document is sent to Baroque's hand as the premise. You don't have to go to his pirate nest in person. Just deliver it to Baroque?" "Yes. Because this thing has a high chance of angering Baroque, the ignorant fellow. So after the official document is delivered, I allow you to evacuate in any way, even under the banner of our physics school, and seek help from other lords. At worst, you can retreat to the territory of the Isfield family and wait for our rescue. The reward for this job is 5 gold coins. If there are casualties, the injured will receive 2 gold coins, and the dead will receive 5 gold coins as pensions. You are absolutely not allowed to embezzle them. They must be given to the injured or their families. Do you understand? I understand. Erwin nodded with great certainty. Go ahead. Harry waved his hand, signaling his assistant to see the guest off. Coming out of the manor, members of the Steel Shield team immediately surrounded him. Boss, what does Sir Winston mean? Hey! Normally I'd tell you to study more. But now you meet a cultured person like the wizard. You can't understand anything he says. Right? Alvin slapped the helmet on his younger brother's forehead, making a crisp clang sound. The soldier who had just spoken gave an embarrassed smile. Erwin cleared his throat. Does everyone remember the information of the 5 disciples of Master Tesla? The other 4 nodded at the same time. Not to mention Towns. The other 4 have long been regarded as real big names, and all other professionals will profit by embracing them. Miss Flora * Ms. Ears of Isfield is mostly because her family was abducted by Baroque Roberts, and she joined the Master Tesla. Now the Master should be the first to be for her. Oh! The 4 of them exclaimed in unison. People even give up the commission in advance, indicating that this life is a dangerous job on the head hanging on the belt. Not to mention that Elvin's voice fell, and the 4 people's faces were hesitant. Mr. Winston is kind-hearted and has promised that we can withdraw in the name of the physics school. Do you know what this means? If we do this well, we will be members of the physics school. 4 funny voices became excited. Well, the words are here, and you do want to get out of the time. In the future, everyone will be strangers. If you are willing to take risks, everyone is still a brother. Everyone comes to get a commission of a gold coin. The adventurers are much to change the money. They don't hate working hard. They just hate being fooled into working hard for no reason. And the rewards they get are not commensurate with the risks. Without hesitation, they came up with a smile on their faces to get the money to save their lives. As a result, the Lion Steel Shield squad bought a lot of dwarf explosives by himself, took the Lazy sword as a token, and went to send it to the letter. The situation thus went against the Master's idea and went astray. Chapter 201 Facing the Enemy This Way. 2 days later, Ryan suddenly remembered this incident. Harry, I asked you to deliver a letter to that Baroque before. Did you manage it? Yes. The document has been sent out. Harry nodded seriously. The official document doesn't threaten them right from the start. Right. It says that we'll pay a ransom if they release the person. Right. Remember? We can only consider the next step if they don't comply. You speak softly but with a firm voice, like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Isn't that right? There were too many unexpected things. So Ryan asked again worriedly. Yes, I totally did. Seeing Harry so confident, Ryan felt relieved. He turned to Flora and said, I've asked your senior brother Harry to handle your family affairs. I'll talk to Baroque first. If he's willing to release the person and the price he asks for isn't too outrageous, I can help you out a little bit. This, Master, is too expensive for you. You are my disciple. I will naturally take care of you. Yes, for safety, please transfer a small piece of your family's fief to me. It doesn't need to be big, just enough to open a portal. Okay. As soon as Ryan left, Flora suddenly realized that she had forgotten to ask how much land was needed to open the portal. She called her female assistant and asked, Master, how much land did he need for the last portal? Grand Duchess Sophia gave all the land outside Marino City to Archmage Tesla. I remember he also had quite a bit of land in Sweetland and Ramonk. Flora understood immediately. She gritted her teeth, waved her hand, and signed the deed in the name of the acting head of the Isfield family and the temporary countess, ceding the small hill by the sea to her master. A week passed without any trouble, and the Lion Steel Shield team arrived at the coast of the Southern Federation. They were very cunning. They did not foolishly look for Shanghai Shui Baroque. Instead, they found a wine merchant named Ortega in Casa Port, which was closest to Baroque's lair. Hello, everyone. I heard that there is a big business deal for me. What is it? We are here to reason. Erwin took out the Sword of Reason. The wine merchant was stunned on the spot. Sword of Reason. In the southern countries of the continent. Except for those who are out of touch with the news, everyone has heard of the Sword of Reason. Not only is its shape unique, but the magic contained in it is difficult to imitate. The key is that the sects that took over the Sword of Reason either had their backbones broken or were destroyed. Where does the physics school gain its reputation? Typed out. Once you receive the Sword of Reason, you cannot pretend to be dead. Otherwise you will be disgraced. And the killer god of the physics school will come to you to save your life. The wine merchant was confused. And he struggled for a long time before he managed to say something. I haven't done anything to offend the physics school. Have I? Erwin's smile was a little grim. Ha ha. There's no wine in Seamaster Baroque's crappy place. It's not like he always drinks seawater when he entertains his men after a robbery. Right. Making wine requires grain. It's good enough that the island is self-sufficient in food. But it can also make wine? You're kidding. This wine merchant was able to become so big because, in addition to selling wine, he probably did a lot of shady things like selling stolen goods to pirates. Erwin tossed the explosive pack in his hand and said, "This is dwarven explosives. My people have already placed them in your manor and your wine cellar. If you don't want your family and the fine wines you have treasured for many years to be blown into the gutter, send a letter to Baroque Roberts on behalf of our physics department." Can wine merchants still say no? His thugs couldn't afford to offend a group of high-level professionals, let alone the physics school behind them. While secretly delivering bootleg liquor to Baroque the next day, he gritted his teeth and personally delivered the letter. Arriving at Amamba Island, he was immediately led to the main hall by Highschwei's men as he was familiar with the place. Baroque was just a naval commander, but his palace was extremely luxurious. Golden sculptures of various styles were lined up on both sides of the avenue in front of the palace. These were all the spoils of his conquests on the sea. The majestic golden palace door, which is 12 meters high and more than 6 meters wide, is actually covered with dead bones. No, the latest one is still half rotten. It is obvious that the victim died only 1 or 2 months ago. You can smell the horrible stench just by walking by. Walking into the hall, the wine merchant saw his father and grandfather and couldn't help but mutter, "Dad? Old man? You look a little pale. Maybe I will be pale soon too." When he passed by, a small fire seemed to light up in the skulls of the 2 empty-eyed skeletons, staring at the grandson, who had to kill them to show his loyalty to Baroque. As the pirate marshal's men entered, the wine merchant saw naked men with bitter faces wiping wine vessels made of human heads with rags, while their wives and daughters were naked and forcing smiles to the pirates and their officers. This group of inhuman pirates tortured them wantonly, insulting and whipping the male servants at will, and ravaging the daughters of noble status. There were a large number of treasures piled randomly in the corners around the hall. These things once belonged to these poor captives. 100 years ago, on the king's throne that belonged to the island nation of Cassano, there sat a huge man. Overall, he still had a human appearance, and was estimated to be about 2.5 meters tall. But his body was a strange brown-black color. His overly long arms were thicker than a cow's legs, and he had a demonic head similar to a bison's, with huge horns extending forward. This fully demonstrates his demonic bloodline as a descendant of the giant bull demon. You should know that the challenge level of any giant bull demon will not be lower than level 16. The genuine giant bull demon is as big as a house, and is a siege weapon favored by all demon lords. Baroque Roberts raised his lips and said, "Hey, isn't this my royal wine merchant? What good wine did you bring me today? I hope you can satisfy me. If they are not satisfied, someone will die." Ortega said with a bitter face, "The damn physics school sent people to hijack my wine cellar and force me to give this thing to the Supreme Lord Roberts." After saying this, he raised the official document in his hand high with trembling hands. Until this moment, he had not forgotten Erwin's instructions to let the end of the briefcase, with this side faces the enemy face Baroque. The noisy hall suddenly became quiet. How many years has it been since the last reckless rebel appeared? 10 years? 20 years? After a brief silence, the pirates burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. What school of physics? What a fool. Do you really think the sea is your home?" At this time, the wine merchant who was betting on both sides also reminded, "Be careful. Sir, I always feel that this box has a trap." Without Baroque's order, a small pirate leader suddenly threw out a javelin. Sudden! The spear went through the wooden box and nothing happened. Another pirate went over and opened the box. He casually touched the cotton on it with his hand and licked it. "Boss, it's not poisonous." Then the pirate brought the box to Baroque and read the contents for him. "Hack it." The The price for redeeming a count is only 100 gold coins. Baroque got angry before he finished reading the letter. He slammed the armrest of the throne and said, "What are you talking about? I'm going to kill the BXXXH's brother right now." Who would have thought that before he finished speaking? Harry's projection suddenly appeared on the seemingly ordinary document. Harry's phantom spread his hands and said, "Oh, then there's nothing to discuss." The next moment, the seemingly ordinary box suddenly shot out countless fine needles at an astonishing speed of 800 meters per second. Judging from the density, it was as if a group of archers were focusing their fire. Everything happened so fast that no one could react. Such a big Baroque became a porcupine. Countless steel needles pierced his huge body, and even the throne and the stone wall behind him were blasted with holes all over. The pirate's lair exploded on the spot. Chapter 202. Everything is in the master's calculation. What a cruel scene this is. It was not until this moment that the wine merchant Ortega discovered that the steel needles were not only shot at Baroque, but there were no steel needles in the 60-degree angle where he was. But there were steel needles in the remaining 300-degree fan-shaped range. And there were the most on Baroque's side. If he did not follow the order to face the enemy this way, or did not position himself correctly, he would be shot into a sieve by this terrible trap document. The wine merchant's legs went weak at the thought of this. He is just a businessman doing some illegal business. Why should he get involved in the game between a legendary wizard and a big pirate who is said to be a legendary powerful man? When he thought of the Lai Yong Steel Shield team, he gritted his teeth in hatred. After a brief moment of shock, he realized that things had gotten serious. Baroque was shot like a porcupine, but he didn't look like he was going to die. However, the pirate leaders under him suffered heavy casualties. 80% of the pirates were affected by the rain of needles, and were either dead or disabled. When everyone in the hall was stunned, a middle-aged blond man, with only a piece of whale skin tied around his body as underpants, suddenly jumped up. He rolled nimbly to the corner of the hall, picked up a cross sword that obviously belonged to him, and swung the sword. Schwa! Swish! Swish! 3 swords. 3 ugly heads flew into the sky. Before the wine merchant could react, the muscular man had already rushed over with a middle-aged woman and a half-grown child, shouting, "What are you still standing there for? I am the Earl of Isfield. Take me away." "Huh? Are you the person that the great wizard wants to redeem?" Ortega's brain was a little out of control. "Wait, am I just a messenger? How did I suddenly become the main force in saving people? Did that bastard Erwin plot against me to this extent? Or is this the master's plan?" Although the wine merchant was confused, he was not really stupid. Now the letter he brought had put Baroque in a difficult position. Whether Baroque was dead or alive, Hai Shuai or his men would not let him go. If he didn't do something, he would really have to accompany his father and grandfather. Gritting his teeth, Ortega shouted, "Follow me." He didn't expect that Countess Field would be so powerful. A few pirates who had reacted had just rushed over to the hall door, but were chopped to pieces by the Count's sword like little kids. "What? I just couldn't beat that bastard Baroque. Not that I can't even handle these random soldiers. Where is the contact person?" The Count looked at the pirates surrounding him and became a little anxious. He was not afraid, but his wife and children couldn't handle it. "Where?" The wine merchant just wanted to roll his eyes after hearing this. How could a cannon fodder like me know the conspiracy of old coin Ryan Tesla? He was about to say something when he immediately discovered that a large number of captives were also spontaneously following the Count to kill the enemy, running away with their wives and children. The wine merchant was so angry that he vomited blood. "How come you didn't tell me about such a big plan?" Unexpectedly, just after leaving the palace, Earl Isfield was surprised to find that several pirates armed with muskets and bows and arrows were killed by sharp arrows flying from a distance as soon as they raised their weapons and aimed at them. "Hey! It turns out the reinforcements are so strong. Why didn't you say so earlier?" The Earl excitedly slapped the wine merchant on the back. The wine merchant was dumbfounded. Not only was he stupid, but the Liang Steel Shield team that sneaked in from the wine merchant's wine ship was also stupid. They risked their lives to come here just to make sure the wine merchant wouldn't run away. In fact, when they heard the screams from inside, the 2 wanderers and rangers who were responsible for infiltrating were ready to retreat. But the Count's voice drew their attention back. "What should we do?" Wanderer Michael asked his teammates, nervously. "That's the father of the 5th disciple Flora," Ranger Pence said with a bitter face. The two had actually already made a decision. It would be difficult to get into the physics school just by delivering a letter. But saving the father of the fifth princess would be another level of achievement. They decisively activated the cover mode. The ranger quickly harvested the lives of the pirate sentinels. The wanderer destroyed other routes, such as kicking over the stacked wine barrels to delay the reinforcements. In the eyes of Countess Field, all this became a perfect raid and rescue operation. Looking at his fellow sufferers behind him, the Count dressed as Tarzan raised his cross sword and shouted, "Everyone, hurry up! The reinforcements of the great wizard Ryan Tesla are already at the dock. Follow me!" Even in this dark cave, everyone learned from the pirates' idle chat that a super powerful wizard had recently appeared outside. He killed the Devil Lord, slaughtered all the dragons in the Photon Dragon Mountains, and hanged the nobles who offended him. It seemed that there was nothing in the world that he dared not kill. Before this, everyone had pricked up their ears to hear the letter from the great wizard saying that he wanted to redeem Earl's Field. And in fact, they had already half believed it, seeing that the great wizard actually sent an elite team to meet them. Everyone was immediately full of energy. The palace is not far from the pier, only about 500 meters in a straight line. A place like Pirate Island was already a mess, and it became even more chaotic after being messed up by a high-level wanderer. In addition, their boss was a chaotic evil guy, and the pirates were already on vacation mode, and half of them were drunk. No one expected this to actually happen. Elvin heard an extremely exaggerated commotion coming from inside, and saw the ranger hiding in the high watchtower desperately sending out a signal requesting support. So he also took action reluctantly. In the eyes of the Count, just as a group of refugees rushed to the city gate by the sea, a strong warrior holding a double axe blew up the wooden gate with a bang. "This way," Erwin called out, and the refugees, eager to survive, rushed to the dock. At the dock, some pirates, seeing that the situation was not good, took out their weapons, but were eventually dealt with by the other two members of the Lion Steel Shield team who remained behind. "Get on board. Quick! Quick! Quick!" What qualities should an excellent merchant ship meet? A lot of cargo. Good security? Neither. In these troubled times, the only criterion for evaluating a good merchant ship is how fast it runs. Ortega's gin can reach speeds of up to 10 knots. Don't laugh. In the era of wooden sailing ships, only the strongest pirate ship could outrun it. Oh my god! Baroque's the Bull can run 11 knots. His boats are famous for being fast. It's okay. Erwin, covered in blood, came over and said, "Drive straight to the coastline of Elfield territory. I don't have a deep-water port at home." The Count was stunned. "We don't need to stop at the port. We can just drive the ship to the beach." Erwin recalled Harry's instructions and said with great certainty, "This time it was arranged directly by the great wizard Ryan Tesla." They didn't know that at this moment. On the beach nearly a day's journey away from the island, a blonde girl as beautiful as a doll was staring at the blue sea in a daze. "Junior sister, don't worry. Everything is within Master's calculations," Harry said calmly. Chapter 203 I'll tell you. The pirate palace was in a mess. Originally, few pirates present at the time survived, as the Sea Marshal Baroque forcibly recovered from his serious injuries and took his subordinates away to hunt down the traitorous wine merchant Ortega and the escaped captives. The hall became empty, leaving only bloody corpses on the ground. No one noticed at all that a slender and strange figure appeared out of nowhere. She seemed to have floated up from the water and drilled out from the floor. Her whole body was shrouded in mist. She touched the document with her slender fingers, and then she used magic to summon a scarlet eye. "My lord." "Sure enough, your judgment is right. Everything is Ren's strategy." He let his apprentice triggers a language trigger magic trap to severely create Baroque Roberts. But his power is extremely accurate and injured. Shall Shrimp? His real goal is to catch the demon leader of the demon behind Baroque. New. In the hell of Bator, a figure was shaking violently. If Griffith dies this time, it proves that the incident with Basenot last time was not an accident at all. Ryan Tesla can actually play with demons and devils at his fingertips. What a terrible man. It was obvious that the figure was trembling with fear, but the magical fluctuations it emitted frightened all the demons in the palace into silence. They all lowered their heads and dared not move, for fear of angering this terrifying existence and bringing disaster upon themselves. On the other hand, should we say that it is worthy of being the bloodline of the giant bull demon? Even though his body was pierced with multiple wounds and he lost at least 2 liters of blood, the half-human, half-demon Baroque did not die. He picked up a huge axe and rushed to the dock in a very violent manner. "Drive the boat. I'm going to tear those two bastards Ortega and his field into pieces." His chest, neck, and even face were all covered in blood. Because of the pain, he had to order his men to use pliers to pull out the steel needles that were stuck in his body one by one. Every time a needle was pulled out, he let out a long scream towards the sky. This wounded and trapped beast-like condition made Baroque even more terrifying. No pirate dared to offend him at this time. One pirate just tried to untie the rope and was chopped into two by Baroque's axe. Why untie the rope? Just cut it off. He used the bloody axe to cut the rope tied to the stone pier. Being 1 second late in setting sail would be a capital crime. The southern waters are famous for their rough seas. The wine merchant's ship was not much faster, and was gradually caught up by Baroque's bull. Who? There is the howling sea breeze in my ears, the taste of angry blood in my mouth, and the figures of despicable people in my eyes. The gin, which falls into the Baroque perspective, is so hateful. The huge stern of this smuggling merchant ship was like a damn big ass, making Baroque want to kick it to pieces. As soon as he came into range, the half-demon gave an order fiercely. "Fire! Fire! Blast this guy's ass." Logically speaking, firing at this time would not be very effective. As we all know, most of the cannons of this traditional sailing warship were placed on both sides of the ship, with only two small 3-pound cannons at the bow. The power of this old-fashioned muzzle-loading cannon is just SOSO. The small-caliber cannon fired using black powder and solid iron ball bullets had a short range. Even if it hit the stern, it would be difficult to cause substantial damage to the gin. Boom, boom, boom. It must be admitted that the pirates' artillery skills were quite good. At a distance of 500 meters, they fired 10 shots in a row and actually hit the target with one shot. This shot scared Ortega on the ship ahead. "Oh my God. My captain's cabin." As a wine merchant, he would definitely not sleep in the dirty and smelly bottom cabin with those poor sailors. The poop building is usually the captain's room. Generally speaking, even if the enemy attacks the deck or the mast, the poop will not be attacked. Although no substantial harm was caused to the captives, who had just escaped from the clutches of the enemy, the former noble lords and ladies were still greatly frightened. There was a scream on the boat. Baroque in the back laughed triumphantly. "Chase them. I'm going to kill all these bastards." In naval battles of this era, the faster side would often catch up to the ship in front and maximize the power of its broadside guns to break the opponent's mast, reduce its speed, and finally eliminate the opponent by boarding. This has a prerequisite. First of all, you have to catch up. At this critical moment, Baroque found that the ship could not speed up, and he couldn't help but yelled, "What's going on? The bottom of the ship." I don't know when the bottom of the ship was pierced. It was not noticeable when we were sailing at full speed. Once we went at full speed, water started to seep rapidly from under the cabin. The second mate reported tremblingly, "Damn it! Damn it!" Baroque watched helplessly as his boat dropped from 11 knots to 9 knots. After emergency repairs, the water seepage was under control. But the problem was that it could never return to its peak of 11 knots. On the boat ahead, Wanderer Michael was about to take credit, but he found that the speed of the boat behind him had slowed down. But it had not completely stopped. The boat stopped when its waterline dropped to a certain level. Even though the two boats had pulled away for a distance, they still hung on to the back and refused to retreat. Even the lookouts discovered that there seemed to be other pirate ships catching up on the horizon. "The distance is too far, and I can't see clearly." Ortega had no choice but to order his men to continue sailing towards the seashore in his field territory. Sure enough, after chasing on the sea for most of the day, they finally saw the rolling coastline in the sunset. "We're here. Almost there." The wine merchant was extremely excited at first. Then, he was stunned for a moment and looked eagerly at Captain Irwin. Captain Lai Yong's steel shield. He doesn't know what will happen next. Logically, his mission should have been completed. Who would have thought that in the next second, a word reason composed of a ball of light from the dancing light technique appeared on the shadow surface of a cliff on the coastline. "The support is here," Alvin said with great pride. He didn't even know who the person he was dealing with was. But that didn't stop him from sticking out his chest and pulling in his stomach, pretending to be a physicist. It's no wonder that this move really fooled the wine merchant and the count. No matter how you look at it, this was an extremely carefully planned rescue operation. On the coast, Flora saw her parents and brother through the telescope and jumped and shouted excitedly. She kept waving her handkerchief. "Ah, it's Mom, Dad, and my brother." Beside her, Matt continued to chew a piece of sweet potato with dragon meat in it with an expressionless face. While Harry smiled, "I told you. Everything is in Master's plan." Harry didn't know that if his master really heard this, he would at least give his disciple a bunch of question marks. Chapter 204. Master is on a spring outing. "Master is really amazing," Flora praised him. But she was still a little skeptical. Although the delivery of the letter was indeed arranged by the master, why did the master predict that only high-level messengers could bring her family back? At this moment, the guardian knight Joseph, who had been guarding her for a long time, suddenly exclaimed, "Miss, look behind the djinn." The hurried voice attracted everyone's attention. At this time, everyone vaguely saw that there was a large fleet chasing them on the horizon. The leading flagship was the bull that had been roaming the southern waters for hundreds of years. That huge red bullhead figurehead is so easy to recognize. Ready to fight. Sound the alarm, and call in all who can fight. Even though they knew their young lady had returned to deal with the kidnapping, the knights had already gathered all the fighting power of the earldom, and even hired many mercenaries and adventurers to help. But when the time came, everyone was still panicked and nervous. Pirates never only operate at sea. It is common for them to attack the coast and wreak havoc on coastal towns. Their small earldom cannot withstand the army of the sea commander. Flora didn't have time to pay attention to the fourth brother Matt, who was still eating. She turned her head and stared at the second brother, Brother Harry. Is this also part of Master's plan? Harry's timid face in the past, after he was promoted to Master, unexpectedly had a confident and unrestrained look. He guided Flora earnestly. "Master is so profound that we disciples cannot guess. But in many things, you can see the Master's arrangements from the clues that the Master deliberately left. For example, why do you think the Master wants you to transfer the deed? Is it really just to open a small portal? This Master knew that what I am best at is setting magic traps. And he witnessed my promotion in the Mara tunnel with his own eyes. But he still sent me here to take charge." "Why?" Harry smiled. Flora lost her voice. "Master asked second senior brother to set up the defense?" "You guessed it. Please take a good look at this beach through the physical network." It would have been better if she hadn't looked at it. But when she did, the Earl's daughter was so frightened that her scalp went numb. What kind of scene is this? The entire beach was densely packed with various elemental traps. She only recognized about 1/3 of them, and had no idea what the rest were. From the beach to the hilltop where they stood, there were at least 1,000 traps, each at least the size of a carriage. Harry was very satisfied with his junior sister's reaction. Master's words, especially his instructions, always have deep meanings. We should not only understand them literally, but also understand them from the perspective of how he uses people. I didn't let senior brother come because he is not as meticulous as I am. Only I can ensure that the enemy is dealt the most brutal blow while protecting the safe arrival of the kidnapped people. Almost as soon as Harry finished speaking, the djinn had hit the beach. The sides of ships are generally not low. Just as Ortega was about to ask the sailors to lower the gangway and give priority to sending the rescued people away, he and other people on the ship were surprised to find that a piece of land on the beach in front of them was lifted up with a loud bang. One side had a huge triangular block of earth forming a slope that rested perfectly on the side of the ship. After a brief moment of shock, the overjoyed Alvin led everyone off the boat happily, following the direction of the Lee emblem on the cliff. Countess Field really saw his beloved daughter in a robe, Harry also in a robe, and Matt in a strange warrior costume. "Dad, I am now the 5th disciple of the legendary wizard, Lord Ryan Tesla. My second brother Harry has already set up defenses here. If any of you insist on watching the end of Baroque, you can choose to stay. Those who are afraid can return to the manor." Afraid? Of course. None of the tortured prisoners were not afraid of that bastard Baroque. But the title of the legendary wizard gave them courage. In particular, the Earl's guards, composed of nearly 100 knights, rushed up and saluted the Earl, which also gave the captives confidence. They all said, "We're not going anywhere. We're just going to watch Mr. Tesla kill that bastard. Yeah, we stand with the Asfields." Having been kidnapped in the same way, the former cellmates shared the same hatred for the enemy. With the help of his personal attendants, Count Evans Ashfield finally put on a decent set of clothes, and the spare armor he had not worn for a long time. Fully armed, he felt more confident and strode to Harry. "Thank you for the full support of the School of Physics and for saving us," he said, an old saying from the Confederacy, which roughly translated means, if the physics school sends any orders in the future. I will do it even if it means death, Harry said calmly. Thank Flora if you want to thank her. Our school of physics is a lawful neutral school. If Flora hadn't joined our school, we wouldn't have cared about this matter. As a person from Chaos, he certainly knew the positions of each camp. Evan saluted again. No matter what, your faction saved us. This is an indisputable fact. I just want to ask. His Excellency the Grand Mage. Master is not here. It is not necessary for Master to personally take action to deal with a mere Master-level half-demon. If necessary, Master will appear at the critical moment. When Harry said this, Evans instinctively felt that Harry was a little too arrogant. At this time, his beloved daughter pulled him back and whispered, Dad, senior brother Harry has a record of killing large spider demons. When the Count heard this, he was a little dazed. The one under the spider goddess? Having been held captive for so long, he really had no idea what was happening in the outside world. He only accidentally learned from the Pirate's Idle chat that the School of Physics was in the limelight recently. But it was impossible for him to know any details. Now I know that my daughter has found a real big boss. Not to mention the Earl and his companions. Even Flora, who had personally experienced it, no longer had any doubts about the Master's arrangement after seeing how the Master's plan was so closely linked. Perhaps Ryan's disciples, and even his enemies would not believe it. That their Master, who was able to plan and win battles from afar, was invincible, and extremely wise, was now on a spring outing. If his past record had not been so brilliant and amazing, everyone would have suspected that he was a lazy ruler. After all, there are many presidents in the world who spend 1/3 of their time on vacation after taking office. There are actually not many people who can reach Ryan's position and still be so diligent. Recently, the first batch of self-funded students have been done, and public expense students have grown up. Seeing that the situation is stable, the shameless Master temporarily throws things to his disciple Downs, and promised the invitation of Sophia. Chapter 205 Limited Time Flying Experience Scroll. Earlier Ren was busy with the Academy expansion. Sophia was okay to find him. Now everything is on the right track. Sophia also tentatively asked Ren whether he has time to accompany her to settle in spring. Seriously? The country of Marino, the country of the gutter, has come everywhere in March. The geographical locations are different. Just like before Ryan traveled through time, people in the south were still wearing short sleeves, while people in the north were already wearing cotton jackets. Ryan was willing to agree. Firstly because he was free, and secondly because he was really bored. In this world without a mobile phone, there is no short of short videos. And the world where you can't play games. Boring is really boring. Especially after he arranged for Harry to have someone deliver the letter. The waiting time became even more boring. Anyway, the entire Principality of Marnino is already a legendary physics place. And he can play and teleport it the first time. And he goes. At the beginning, I was forced to play. What to play with Victory Wine? In retrospect, is there any possibility? Actually, the female grandfather is interesting to him. With an inquiry mentality, Ren should travel. To be honest, there is nothing to see in the mountains of Marino. They are neither as steep as the Fulong Valley nor as beautiful as Mountamay. The so-called spring outing is a bit early. In fact, the entertainment of this era is just hunting. After all, the snow here has not melted yet, and the prey has not come out of the hibernating caves. Originally, Sophia invited Ryan with the mentality of giving it a try, and she never thought that Ryan would agree. As a result, the cold day came out. No prey, and a group of people seemed to be here to eat the northwest wind. Fortunately, an accident prevented the audience from feeling awkward. No one expected that the Dangtang Master was addicted to skiing. It's not like Ryan had never skied before, but it takes 3 minutes to ski and half an hour to climb a slope, which is very painful in many places with incomplete facilities. There are no mountain cable cars in the other world. However, this did not pose any problem for Ryan. This product opened a portal at the foot of the mountain. As long as it slipped all the way to the foot of the mountain, it would be transferred to the top of the mountain and continue to slide. He turned a 45-degree slope of about 800 meters in length into an endless ski trail. Ha ha ha! This is fun! Sophia and her followers were shocked by the unlimited ski mode of this mage. Although this is still far from the 150 kilometers per hour achieved in downhill alpine skiing on a skeleton in the Olympic Games, it is enough to stimulate the adrenaline to secrete hormones rapidly. Ah! I didn't know skiing could be so exciting. Sophia sat in the front of the sled, feeling the scenery flying past at both ends of her vision. And she shouted excitedly. It would be better if Ryan could hold her tighter. At this moment, Renan received the news of Harry. Master, we have saved the Isfield couple and Flora's brother. But Baroque Roberts led the pirate army to attack Isfield. In order to put on Master Shelf, Ren deliberately and cut off his heart contact. On the other side, Harry smiled at the two masters. Master Fulla opened her eyes wide. Harry said with great determination, I said all. Master thinks that this guy is not worth a shot. He responded and did not have a new instruction. Which means that we need to play our own ability and deal with themselves. Rest assured. It's impossible. Master will definitely come over as soon as possible. Flora expressed her recognition. The Black Dragon family. If you should be thin, let go. It is indeed a blessing for them. The brothers and sisters. To have such a master. Flora felt more at ease when she thought that her powerful master was right behind her, ready to support her at any time. In the distance, those damn pirates began to land. Of course, they were not so ruthless to let the boat rush to the beach. They also wanted to run the road after killing people. They dragged so much, giving the Count to let a chance to mobilize. The strength of the Isfield family is general. There are only 60 knights and knights who stand in the standing forces. There are more than 400 standing soldiers. Among them, there are only more than 100 elite sword shield soldiers. And the rest are long guns. This time, Ferrora came back early, which gave the Count to the time to mobilize in advance. At this time, more than 3,000 farmers and soldiers gathered in the castle. Flora spent a lot of money. Although she couldn't provide the peasant soldiers with good equipment, she not only gave each of them a standard 3-meter-long spear, but also a round shield made of wooden strips, plus a small cloak with her family emblem, which seemed to be quite decent. You have to know that most of the time, peasant soldiers would go to the battlefield barefoot or wearing straw sandals, carrying a pitchfork. When nearly 4,000 soldiers with relatively unified clothing were arranged along the hillside facing the beach on the beach, they looked decent. Baroque was extremely angry, because the last time someone dared to resist him, it was 2 decades ago. Little BXXXH, I want to kill you. After the order, after capturing the Isfield castle, the city slaughtered Baroque jumped directly into the beach of more than 5 meters deep. An ordinary person might have drowned. But this half-demon, with a strong body, managed to step on the gravel on the seabed and walk onto the beach step by step, as if he was walking on the seabed. Long live Lord Roberts. Generally speaking, pirates rarely play slaughter, because this will arouse the common indignation of major lords on the beach. If everyone vowed to resist, the robbery at the sea will become difficult. But this time, Baroque is going to kill the chicken monkey. The countless pirates screamed behind him, holding various weapons into the torrent of killing. In the minds of the pirates, this time it is no different from the past century. Once the adult Baroque enters the enemy line and kills the opponent's coach, the enemy will collapse, and they only need to cover the past. Unexpectedly, it was not long before they stepped on the beach, and they hadn't started to charge under the hillside. Suddenly, at least half of them flew into the air. Boom. Huh? What happened to me? Why am I flying into the sky? The world's turnaround vision made a lot of pirates until the moment he died. Chapter 206. It's time to settle accounts. Time goes back half a minute. Isfield, please enjoy the magical power from our physics school. The strength can really change a person. How timid and humbleness in Harry was now. He is now confident that he has shouted in the sea breeze. And he is a bit handsome. The noble ladies, who had a lot of nobles, could not help but look at Harry a few times. With the sound of Harry's words, hundreds of burst traps were exploded at the feet of pirates preparing to charge at the foot of the mountain. In the loud noise, the pirates flew in the loose array. Hundreds of red fire columns rose up, spraying more than 10 meters high. The pirates in the center of the trap were completely carbonized for a moment. Only pirates on the edge were fried fiercely, evenly scattered into hundreds of pieces at high altitude, and fell on the beach. The pirates that were not trapped in the trap were also difficult. The stone statue that was blown up during the violent explosion was splashing out of all directions like grenades. What are you afraid of? There are just a few mechanical wizards on the opposite side. Charge over. Baroque stunned the remaining pirates with his thunderous roar. After a brief chaos, the pirates also became fierce and began to yell at Chow Mountain. There are still a lot of pirates. How can 2,000 or 3,000 people have? They dare to challenge the Lord's troops. To a greater extent because of the characteristics of the Lord's soldiers in this era. Moreover, the pirate is very confident in his boss. This is indeed the case. Boom! The giant Baroque was wearing heavy armor and a huge step. Like a rushing tank rushed up the mountain. I don't know how many traps I stepped into along the way. At the same time as the goods were collected. The pace of stopping was still closed. The towering figure strode across the elemental-covered ground, shaking the earth with every step he took. At this moment, Baroque was like a real bull. Harry's face rarely showed a solemn look. Oh! Baroque seemed to be aware of something. He jumped sharply, leaped 10 meters, and he passed a huge pit. This is not going to be easy. Harry rubbed his brows. At this time, he slowly turned his head and said, Junior Sister Flora, do you know why Master asked Matt to come with us? Harry said directly to Matt, Matt, can you make sure this guy can't get out of the pit? Okay. After swallowing the last dragon meat bun, Matt rushed over excitedly and hit Baroque on the head with a big King Kong fist as he jumped over the second pit. A huge arcane fist appeared out of nowhere and smashed into Baroque's body. TSK! Matt spat out a rare spit. The synchronous feeling transmitted back from the arcane fist made him feel as if he had punched 10 layers of dragon skin. The thick skin on the opponent's body was very tough. And when he punched it, he actually had a strange feedback feeling that the power of his fist bounced back. Harry was a little surprised. He certainly knew the strength of his fourth junior brother. With one Vajra fist, the mountain wall could be punched half a meter deep. After such a punch, the opponent was not hurt at all. Fortunately, Baroque was in midair and had no way to gain leverage. So he was unprepared for the fist that appeared out of nowhere. Being uninjured by a Vajra fist does not mean that he did not suffer any reaction force. The action of force is mutual. Matt took 3 steps back. But Baroque fell headfirst into the 5-meter deep pit below him. Once you go down, you can't get up. Harry secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then cheered himself up and shouted, in the name of Haika Honest Absolute Zero. Countless sea water turned into clusters of thin streams, floating over from the sea not far away. They gathered on Baroque's head, and after being rapidly cooled by the elements, they turned into surging ice elements and poured down. At that moment, it seemed as if several truckloads of ice were pouring down. In order to escape, Baroque wanted to rush out, but he was knocked back by Matt's King Kong fist when he was halfway up. Before he knew it, the huge amount of ice and water mixture had covered Baroque's head. The more he struggled, the thicker the water became. The ice water is getting colder and more solid. Soon he could no longer struggle and his entire body froze into a huge ice sculpture. Oh! Actually, because of his climbing, there was still a bull head left sticking out of the ice. Junior sister. Harry encouraged her gently. And Flora immediately plucked up the courage. Electromagnetic gun. To be honest, Flora's electromagnetic gun is far less powerful than that of Downs, who became the hero of Ramonk City. But it is more than enough to deal with a frozen half-demon. Very quickly, when Flora, who was covered in electric light, raised Baroque's head high, she used the physical network to release the first practical magic in her life. Flora's field, declare in the name of the legendary wizard Tesla that all of you pirate bastards kneel down and die. Flora's pretty and lovely face didn't fit in with this scene at all. When she appeared with terrible lightning all over her body, with the appetizer of half of the pirates being blown to death, and Baroque's head, her clear and melodious voice gave off a chilling feeling. The next moment, a powerful and majestic aura filled the air. It was as if countless invisible energy arrows were shooting forward, and tens of thousands of shackles covered the sky like a storm, tightly wrapping around the 500 or 600 pirates who were rushing in the front. The heavy pressure made it difficult for them to breathe. The cruel facts turned into illusions that rushed into their hearts and shattered their remaining courage into countless tiny fragments. With perfect leverage and the blessing of the supermagic expertise on the physical network, an extremely exaggerated wide-area human immobilization spell was launched. Count Evans's field, who had just led his men to charge forward, was surprised to find that the enemies in front of him had all turned into wooden stakes. What are you waiting for? Kill him! Faced with pirates who would not fight back, even the most timid farmer instantly transformed into a tough guy. The hardest part of killing someone on the battlefield is the first time. The farmers who have been baptized in blood are no longer cowards. They have transformed into real warriors on the spot. Kill! Kill all these bastards. This is the anger of generations of the Confederacy. This is a Jedi counterattack against endless bullying. This is a true execution of belated justice. They have been oppressed by the evil Baroque for generations, but they dare not speak out against him. Today, Baroque is dead. That's when they settled their accounts with the pirates. The Earl's army rushed down like a mountain torrent, completely drowning the remaining pirates. This scene made everyone very satisfied, except for one existence. Who killed my son Baroque? An extremely chaotic and huge voice appeared out of nowhere, accompanied by a terrifying sound. And a huge mud-yellow vortex appeared on the hill next to it. Chapter 207 Tesla. The Wise Man. The soldiers of the Isfield army had not yet understood what was going on, when suddenly a dull roar came from the vortex, like the roar of a mountain collapsing. They turned their heads, and saw a dark aura gushing out from the center of the chaotic vortex. At the same time, the glow of the setting sun was polluted by evil power. Like rolling mud? Not only that, large clumps of mud began to fall from the sky. A mountain-sized figure climbed out of the cursed vortex, shaking the earth with every step it took. Its overlong arms were as thick as tree trunks, and it had a demonic bison head with forward-extending horns that put any siege ram to shame. It was on all fours, lumbering along on its knuckles like a gorilla the size of a house. This is just the beginning. With a furious roar, its body swelled up like air, and in just a few blinks of an eye, it had become even larger, just standing on all fours. Its back was already taller than the castle of Earl of Isfield. Roar. A roar that shook the world. This scene was like the scene described by the poets, where the gates of H.L. opened. The world is filled with scenes of doomsday. The breath of death surges out from the gates of H.L. Mortals walk hopelessly through the mist of H.L. and finally die of exhaustion on the ground that has turned into purgatory. Not only were the peasants so frightened that their limbs went limp, but even the knights turned pale. The color drained from Earl Evan's face, but he pretended to be calm and immediately gave orders. Viscount Adil, Viscount Cameron, Viscount Seaton, please retreat immediately in the direction of Sir Harry Winston. My knight commander, you lead our peasant troops to retreat as well. I believe that the legendary wizard Ryan Tesla must have his own arrangements. After the initial panic, the nobles and knights quickly calmed down. Yes, even if the sky falls, there are still tall people to hold it up. We are afraid of nothing. Standing on the hill, Flora looked at the scene that was not the collapse of the sky, but at least the crack of the ground. Among the people present, perhaps only she and Matt did not feel scared. Matt was really bold. After returning, he took out a dragon meat bun and ate it. Flora felt a new and strange experience that she had never experienced before, which turned into a warm current burning in her blood. If she hadn't been kidnapped, she would have just been a bossy lady, taking care of her husband and children, and would never have had the opportunity to participate in the thrills and excitement she encountered in the novels of bards and knights. Now, she is part of this new legend. Maybe she will become one of the names praised by the poets. For her, who had long been tired of the dull life of a noble lady, this was tantamount to letting her step into the door to a new world. Without Master, there is no her today. With the greatest desire, she looked back at her second brother, eager to hear another definite answer. Harry was extremely embarrassed. This had already exceeded the limits of his imagination. But he could not refuse the admiring gaze of his junior sister. He almost stiffened his neck and forced himself to answer, "Why panic? Everything is still under the Master's plan." Because of his too confident answers before, which confirmed the development of the situation like a prophecy. This gave Flora too much confidence. She didn't even notice the tremor in her senior brother's voice. Harry panicked. A demon lord. This is not a job he can handle. At this moment, Ryan finally stopped skiing endlessly. Under the action of friction, the ski sled began to slowly slow down and finally stopped at the bottom of the snow slope. Who? Whirring. This is the opposite 4 eyes. Sophia held someone's legs with her arms and looked up at someone in the back row. Well, beauty looks at the scenery, and the scenery looks at the beauty. This angle is great. Ryan, are you thirsty? I have some wine. Sophia handed over a metal bottle of wine. Looking at the undulating big white wine glasses, Raining wanted to renew another cup. At this time, Harry's trembling voice came through the physics network. Master, the devil leader Griffiths is here. At least his projection. Me. What do I deal with it? Ryan glanced at the system rating. Oh. Brother Nyo, with a challenge level of 20. Ryan turned around and said. Tang Si. Go to Flora's house. Ah. Okay. Master. Tang Si, who was chatting with the third-generation disciples in the classroom, was feeling bored. When he heard the news, he immediately replied happily. Downs turned his head to the disciples. Your ancestor asked me to clean up the incarnation of a demon lord. I come here today, and then learn from them. He walked his head and walked out of the course room, and looked like a legitimate evasion. At the same time, his field leader, the slender female devil, who once appeared in the pirate's lair, appeared again, in front of a devil's eyes that flashed with evil light. She reported, my master. She really didn't expect. Giraffi's guy was fooled. I know. A cold reply came opposite. After the communication was cut off, the lord sitting on the throne of the demon palace in Bator Hell was not as calm as before. In the empty palace, only he kept trembling alone. And he murmured like a bead. I know. I know. This was not a temporary intention at all. Rennie knew that Baroque was Griffith's sole anchor point on the Kazos continent. As soon as Baroque died, Griffith came out. The simple idiot of Griffiths played for Monty, the leader of the big evil demon. He brought his own demon sea asylum. In the sea, even the legendary mage could not help the incarnation of Griffiths. Therefore, Ren deliberately seduced Barak away from the sea. In this case, that is, he chose the little BXXXH of Flora as a disciple long ago, so that the Isfield family was intentionally abducted. So that he had a reason for preface neutral. No! Wait! Griffith's real body cannot enter Chaos Continent. Even if his incarnation is killed, he can only recover for a while. This is not in line with Ryan's style. This scary man either doesn't do it or kills everyone. What he recalled in his mind was that Ryan ambushed and killed the Devil Lord Base Nanti, then drove the dragons from the Fulong Mountains to harm various countries, and then killed the dragons to expand his own influence. Such unbearable memories made his imagination of Ryan reach a terrifying level. Unless Ren has some ways that can directly destroy Griffith's soul. Chapter 208 Master. Yes. This is justified. Once Griffith is completely finished, then it benefits. The brightness of the devil's eyes reached its highest point at this moment, and it murmured almost unconsciously, Devil's mouth. Recently, the demons were very fierce and constantly sent the army to impact human defense lines. Among them, the biggest trouble was a large number of bulls that were put into the battlefield. This huge and durable siege demon is definitely a nightmare of the enemy opposite. When the Devil Lords thought that it was revealed, the entire devil collapsed. Why? If the insidious and cunning devil is defeated by the enemy's force and killed by force, he will never admit defeat until his death. If you are crushed by the other party with intelligence and show off in the field of conspiracy, that would be the real killing of the devil and the destruction of the heart. At first, I thought Ryan was on the 5th layer, but as a result, they were at the atmosphere. The devil will take several centuries to successfully plan, and they have done it like it. This strong contrast made him feel like a fool. It feels bad from strength to IQ to be crushed. Everything is the conspiracy of Rinra. See ghosts? Why do human beings born this kind of demon that is more than the devil? After the hysterical roar, what should a cruel reality be in front of it? The aftermath of that horrific reflection is far from over. On the other side, when a purple-blue robe routing took the staff and took Sanders and the 4 people to pass the portal, Harry put down a high heart. He bowed with his brother and sister. I have seen a brother. Well, I know things. Please think I am the head of me. Yes. When Earl Ivans rushed to the mountain with someone rushing to the mountain, he just saw Downs come out with his younger brother. Flora came over excitedly and took her father's hand. Let me introduce you. This is my father Evans. This is my senior brother, Don Quixote. He has killed several dragons and several master-level warriors alone. Simplicity. Shocking. Nothing to say. Just to slaughter the dragon. It is estimated that it can blow for a lifetime. This record made Evans's heart, Jiugu. The safety of his field led you. It's okay. I can't have a master. Downs was very straightforward, and he didn't realize that he was the tallest. Is there any possibility? If you don't need the system, a master can't beat him? Boom. 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 A gigantic bull-shaped demon was running wildly, and every step it took caused terrible cracks of several square meters on the ground beneath its feet. The place where Griffiths is coming is 1 kilometer away from this hill, counting the distance to go up and down the mountain, and it will not exceed 2 kilometers. This monster used in hand and feet is 5-6 meters in one step. Is it short? If it weren't for the wizard on their side, just the shocking and earth-shaking momentum of the opposite side would have been enough to collapse not only the peasant soldiers, but even the regular army. As a man who has faced the dragon, Downes certainly will not be scared by such a momentum. He strategically despised the enemy because since the master asked him to come, it meant that the master believed he could handle it. The reason why he took the enemy seriously tactically was that Downes had no idea how to deal with this demon that looked extremely thick-skinned and tough. Harry, find a way to restrain the other person's movements. Good. Then Downes glanced at Matt, who is a bit eager to try. He has a headache for this master and brother who is worse than his brain. Matt, at least the enemy of the master level peak. Not what you can deal with it casually. You look at it first. Oh, okay. Matt was a little disappointed, and then pulled out a spider car porn from the bag to open the food mode. After giving the order, Tangs activated his staff, and with a flash, he was already 100 meters away. In response to Downes's action, Harry pointed forward suddenly, and dozens of huge stone pillars that could be hugged by 2 people appeared almost out of thin air. They broke out of the ground at various angles and fiercely clamped Griffith's incarnation. Here you go! Downes didn't hesitate, and the scorching leg Guang shot out of his hands. A loud thunder exploded. Electromagnetic cannon right out. Bang! The SH/LS of gold coins, spanning 100 meters of space, precisely hit the navel of the bull and demon in front of me. Duong. Strange metal collision sound. Either Downes, Harry, even the 2 brothers the dragon had killed for the first time were shocked for the first time the enemy's outrageous defense. They had guessing that the bulls would have high protective power, but they did not guess that they would be so outrageous. The electromagnetic cannonball, with an initial velocity of more than 1,000 meters per second and mixed with the power of thunder and lightning, hit its lower abdomen. The layer of leather that looked like cowhide actually had a protection similar to that of metal. With the destructive power of the electromagnetic cannon, a single shot hit its belly and made a loud noise similar to the sound of metal clashing. The gold coins are not directly bombed, leaving only a huge dentation of 40 centimeters deep on its metal texture, and a blood hole with a fist-sized blood. The blood hole can be put in the forearm of a human baby. If it were an ordinary monster, it might be seriously injured if not killed. But for a 4-story tall super monster, this level of damage was not enough to penetrate the opponent's muscle layer. It's not like Downes didn't think about finishing off the opponent, but the opponent's muscles suddenly clenched and the wound was closed, leaving only a line of blood that was not obvious from a distance. Downes made up an electromagnetic cannon. Who knew the last moment? Another blood hole. It's another closed. The injury is far from fatal. The opponent's resistance, showing Downes' scalp numbness. Try fire. After Downes used flash to dodge the charge of the giant monster, and with Harry's strength, everyone could see brilliant flaming arrows pouring down from midair. 1, 2, dozens of them. Golden fire rain fell on the chest and abdomen of the giant bull demon incarnation. The flame burned the skin of the cow, and the dark cowhide was made up. Nyoji's body toughness and flame resistance are extremely scary, and a bouquet of flame arrows cannot even burn its skin. With the 2 beams, 3 beams, and even more golden flame arrows concentrated in one point, we can see that the size of the pots appears on the body of Nyoji's body. Unfortunately, this is much different from human moles for a demon's with a huge figure. At this time, Giraffies, who was unable to catch Downes, turned his head and began to rush towards the knights and peasant forces on the hills. This scene scared Harry's dead soul, and he launched several physical traps in a row. As a result, at most, he could only lag instead of stopping this huge crazy cow. Dewoya was scared rarely, and quickly shouted on the internet with his throat. Master! Master! Save people. Otherwise, his field is finished. Chapter 209 Wingio Cut Lord. 5 minutes ago, under the snow slope outside Marino, looking at the wonderful snow scene of Baiwawa, Renin had not lost his mind. Why do you want to do this? Ren's subtext is the most expensive. Sophia stood up with the enthusiastic red hair that was scattered by the wind, and smiled freely. If in your eyes, The life of the 100,000 Merino people. The prosperity of the principality is worthless. Then this is an admiration for no reason. Is the Grand Duchess's offering price cheap? No. Few people in this world can afford the price. Not to mention ordinary kings. Even the emperors of the two empires could afford it, but were reluctant to do so. It is exactly for Ryan. Ren himself does not know whether this is love. But there is no doubt that at this stage, the two are quite suitable. For eyes are opposite. And the two of them see the fiery atmosphere in each other's eyes. Ryan gently twisted the cap of the pocket wine bottle. It's so dead. Just at this moment, Downs passed on to Master. Sophia noticed that Ryan's expression suddenly froze. And she felt a little unwilling. What's wrong? Downs' boy touched a demon lord's incarnation. And it was impossible. The kiss felt that a big disciple was sent to the phone. Ah! When the Grand Duke was shocked. Of course. The overall situation was seriously. He said quickly. You go busy first. And drink it next time. Ryan didn't know why. But his head suddenly twitched. At this moment, he was not fighting alone. At this moment, he seemed to have crossed nearly 2,000 years of time and space, and was possessed by Guan Eri. He raised his lips and said, Since we drank the wind of victory last time, this time will be no exception. I'll be back soon. Your Majesty, please warm up the wine first. The man's smile in front of him was obviously bland. And it was extremely stunning in Sophia's eyes. This is not a cat and dog. This is the demon lord of the world's changes. The female Grand Duke rushed into a rushing heart. She was paralyzed on the ski car, and watched Ren disappear in the portal. She didn't even respond. She had already filled the little wine. And her eyes were infatuated. I'm waiting for you. On the other side, Downs was crazy. Even if Downs used flashing. Under such a powerful shot. He just stopped Giraffi's incarnation for a few seconds. It looks like a huge magic cow is blurred in front of him. But everyone knows that this is not even a bone of Gruna for Griffith. It's just an incarnation. If it breaks, the worst that can happen is that we can just send another giant bull demon over to continue possessing it. This kind of thing is probably endless. Brother Nyo had killed the foot of the mountain. At this time, IVUS couldn't even suppress the farmers under his men. And the commotion could not be suppressed. My lord. I can't bear it. Retreat. Impossible. How can a mortal fight against such a terrifying monster? In this case, the farmers did not immediately escape. But they could only say that the Isfield family was indeed not thin to them. The knights looked at their lord anxiously. And although they did not dare to speak, their intentions were already clear. This is a war that does not belong to mortals. Mortal has no resistance in front of such a monster. They looked at Evans, and Ivans looked at her baby daughter. Farah was so anxious that she was crying. What can she say? There is nothing she can do if the master doesn't come. At this moment, every second that has been survived is as long as a year and full of torture. Fortunately, her master never let her down, as everyone was looking forward to it. A gorgeous blue light gate opened out of nowhere. The legendary master of the world's highest combat power, Ren Asterisk Tesla, came like this. Almost the moment he stepped out of the light door, the breath of the world changed. The sea breeze, which became chaotic, suddenly became refreshing and bright. And the disorderly flame seemed to have finally ushered in their kings. The shock in the distance was no longer fierce. And it became docile and tame. This is the land of legendary physics. Its masters appear. Red only glanced at 4 weeks. His eyes moved away from the 2, 4, and 5 disciples, and invested in Downs, who was chased by the world in the distance. The master's clear voice was transmitted to all directions through the magic amplifier. Tang Si, you disappoint me so much. Master's public training made Downs instinctively shrink his neck. But then he felt a grievances and shouted, Master, not a disciple does not work hard. But the disciples, I really can't beat this guy. Humph. I asked you to come because I think you can handle it. Don't say that this stupid bull is only a master-level monster. Even if he comes in his true form and possesses legendary strength, he will be nothing but a piece of cake as long as you find the right method. Ren's voice fell, and the field was shocked. When is this? This is the Demon Lord. Anyone who can become a lord must be a legend with a challenge level of at least 21. From ancient times to the present. Without exception. Not to mention the mortals like Evans who were listening in. Even the Demon Lord, who was secretly peeing on the screen, was terrified after hearing it. He was so scared that he almost peed himself. in front of a truly powerful person. How could a dignified demon lord become a teaching tool for someone else's disciples? If someone else said this, they would only be laughed at. He is Ryan Tesla. Since his debut, he has killed the ruthless role of invincible hands in the world. Before his undefeated legend was broken, his name was synonymous with the highest fighting power below the gods. It seems that his undefeated legends still continue. He spoke out, and Griffith on the opposite side was unhappy. Small humans, who contempt you the courage to contempt you. The roar of Xintian showed the extreme unhappy of Neil brother. Renan did not bird him. He turned his head and said to Evans's father and daughter, there are two choices now. First, I have repelled his incarnation, which can make your territory have 100 years of peace. It depends on you in 100 years. Interesting. Flora actually learned to answer quickly. Let's choose the second one. Ryan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. The second option is that you cooperate with me in the name of the local lord to pull this guy's soul to Chaos Continent and put an end to it once and for all. This choice was enough to frighten Evans to the point of cardiac arrest. Forbid evil worship. Forbidden to bring devils and demons into the mainland. This is the consensus of all human kingdoms except the pirate kingdom. Otherwise, all good-minded organizations will regard it as an enemy of humanity and gather the strength of all mankind to defeat it. Of course, if you want to pull the demon lord over to kill him, that would be another matter. There is another small possibility. What if Ryan is lying? Evans thought quickly, looked at his daughter, and nodded to Ryan. I agree. Chapter 210. Following Ryan's instructions, Flora began to perform the most shocking and exaggerated law magic in her life. Obviously, the bull-headed monster with a 4-floor height is less than 500 meters. He watched the father and daughter as field, who stood at the highest place. Every night, every farmer, and everyone felt an inexplicable excitement. Everyone stared at the two core figures of the territory, and what came into their eyes was a mysterious world that was extremely unfamiliar to them. The chaotic wind in the distance still affected this. From the mysterious blue glory overflowing from Miss Flora to everything around her, it was as if the terrifying incarnation of the demon lord in front was just a false illusion. And everything in the world was still the same as usual, crawling docilely and silently. Flora gazed at the distant sea and was slightly surprised to find that the free water elements extending from the sea had already merged with the legendary physical land beneath her feet. In the elemental world of the wizard, the entire element is as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the color of the sky. She opened her eyes wide, her azure pupils the same color as the sea and sky. She opened her red lips slightly, and her soft voice spread throughout the hills through the vibrations of the wind element. In the name of Flora's Field, the custodian of the territory, I order the demon lord Griffith to come to the present world and die immediately. As the last syllable of the words fell, everyone felt something happening on the ground beneath their feet. A barrier that may have protected them for many years was being forcibly removed. Soon, an even more powerful force intervened, causing the laws of this land to subtly shift. It seemed as if the earth had some mysterious and powerful suction force, forcing something to come down forcefully. This unparalleled force is dominating everything and taking over everything. Ryan, who was standing next to him, was filled with emotion. In fact, he had thought of this move from the system taking over the deed and being able to open a portal, combined with the real illusion that Downs had helped trigger. If the illusion was filled with reality, it would become extremely realistic. So if more souls were added to the already real and incomplete soul, could the enemy's soul be forcibly pulled out of the bottomless abyss? This is an extremely bold attempt that combines the system with the authority of local lords. Maybe it won't work to try. Maybe just try and die. I really pulled the other party. Who died? Whether it succeeds or not, this experiment is very interesting. Griffith, whose real body was still in the bottomless abyss, seemed to be trapped in a terrible nightmare from which he could not wake up. His huge body, like a mountain, with his eyes tightly closed, was covered in cold sweat, and was howling like a madman in a nightmare. He was horrified to find that his soul was being devoured. No, being pulled over. The retreat route to the bottomless abyss was slowly closing. Passing through the long dark void, he saw a bright world approaching his head from above. If he had approached the Chaos Continent with only 1/10 of his soul instead of his entire soul, he would have been very happy. But at this moment, he was like a fish approaching the water surface and encountered a huge and unreasonable fishing net. This overwhelming feeling of oppression made him extremely terrified. Hoorah! When his huge and chaotic soul passed through the barrier left by the gods in the main plane, it made a snoring sound similar to bubbles in the water. The world seemed to want to prevent him from entering. But soon, the world opened a hole for him. After a while of dizziness, Griffith saw the scene he had seen through the avatar before. This time, with his own eyes. At this moment, Griffith's incarnation's aura further increased due to the influx of the soul core. Anyone with enough eyesight can see that Brother Nyo is now an absolute legend. An extremely awkward legend. What the giant bull demon is most proud of is its extremely strong body. Griffith no longer has his original body that roams the battlefield. And he has stuffed his soul into the body of his own brother. Has his strength more than dropped by half? Having said that, if his intelligence was not as high as 5 points and his willpower was not on the lower side among the legendary bosses, he would definitely not have been forcibly pulled to the main plane of Chaos Continent by the true law using his split soul as a fishing rod. The people of his field were surprised to find that the huge bull demon in front of them knelt on the ground and was shaking slightly. His movements were so loud that even the gravel on the ground around him was shaken up and down, as if dancing. At this moment, everyone turned their eyes to the legendary wizard who was high above them. As expected, Ryan stood out from the crowd. His voice was loud and deep. Why do I have to let you masters deal with the enemy even though he is a legend? This is because as long as you find the right method, even a legendary monster can be vulnerable. My disciples, watch carefully. I will only demonstrate it once. Of course, Ryan knew that his strength was only at the master level at most. But in the eyes of outsiders, this was a legendary wizard who deliberately suppressed his power to demonstrate in order to teach his disciples. The meaning behind this is absolutely different. Ryan used his empty right hand to push forward into the void. Wow! The sky, which had become dark due to the setting sun, suddenly became bright due to the sudden appearance of heavy snow. The appearance of such large snowflakes in the southern country, where spring has already arrived and flowers are in bloom, is simply like an illusion. How Griffith hoped that when he closed his eyes and opened them again, all the illusions before his eyes would be shattered. The world would return to its original state, and he would still see his dirty and vast abyss lair. Unfortunately, his fantasy did not come true. Ryan mobilized all the elements of the physical network, and in an instant a long, bright glacier poured down from the void. Even though they were 500 meters apart, everyone held their breath at this moment, and some even gasped. Several knights who witnessed this scene couldn't help but pinch their cheeks to make sure they were not dreaming. In fact, the most horrified person was the demon lord who was secretly peeking at the screen. No, there was more than one person. Anyone with a little vision could confirm that although the power of this glacier outpouring was amazing, the purity of the element was indeed at the master level. This is how Ryan told his disciples that they could do the same thing using the physical network. The huge bull was struggling in the glacier. It seems that Absolute Zero still can't kill Griffith. The ice vapor sprayed for a full minute, and Brother Neo was still jumping around. But, is it really so? In front of Towns and Harry, Ryan fired a relatively plain and simple electromagnetic cannon. Bang! Not only did the cowhide that couldn't be penetrated no matter how hard it was blasted, it was shattered in an instant. And even the huge body that was as big as a small fortress was torn into pieces at this moment. A wizard's hand appeared out of nowhere and caught the huge bull's head. Before anyone could react, Ryan had already left with the bull head, leaving behind only a huge body still gushing blood and thousands of stunned onlookers. On the other side, the Grand Duchess stared in amazement as she saw Ryan, who had just returned with an extremely ferocious giant bull head. Her mind went blank. Unexpectedly, Ryan smiled slightly, bent down, and took a sip of the victory wine. Very good. The wine is still warm. Chapter 211 In the Name of a Lady. His. Ah. Is it too much to drink a small amount of wine while holding a large D-level wine glass? No one would think this is excessive. Right? Looking at the huge demon lord's head repeatedly illuminated by the light of heaven, Grand Duchess Sophia's eyes were blurred for a moment. Ryan, is this demon lord's head given to me? If you like it, just hang it on the city wall. To be honest, the gate of Tesla's School of Magic was full of dragon heads, and there was no more room. Ryan thought the bull head was ugly, and he really didn't want it. When Sophia heard this, her body completely softened. Do you know? Before today, the highest compliment for a woman in the world of chaos was not to give her roses or rare jewels, but for a knight to win the knight competition and publicly declare, My victory is dedicated to the beautiful so-and-so. Just as males in the animal world fight to win the favor of females. An extremely strong man, after a bloody battle, attributes his victory to a certain lady. This practice has a very beautiful exclusive term, called in the name of a lady. In the world of chaos, a lady who has never enjoyed the privilege of being a lady would never dare to call herself a peerless beauty. Let's put it this way. Even if the Empress of the Empire encountered this incident during a nightly competition of the highest level in the Empire, even if she did not personally intervene afterwards, she would at least ask her family to send a noble lady of sufficient importance to deliver a pink envelope. Although Sophia had previously shaved her head in times of crisis and led her people to fight against the undead legion, gaining a high reputation among the people, she had a very bad reputation among the noble ladies. Is a woman who wields swords and guns still a real lady? This is the common evaluation of noble ladies. God knows how much pressure she has been under over the past few days. Who would have thought that Ryan would bring her such a big surprise unintentionally? She didn't even need to publicize it, because the guards staying near the ski resort would naturally publicize the famous scene of killing the Lord with warm wine. It is conceivable that there is no other lady in the world who can surpass her. What's the point of being the champion of the night tournament? What? You even despise the head of the demon lord? Do you have the guts to let a man kill an evil god in your name? So the wine glass was very happy, and it hummed and made beautiful sounds. Ryan had never expected how huge an impact his physical killing of the demon Lord Griffith would cause. A spring outing that the Grand Duchess would never forget ended. No, it was just the beginning. Before the sunset completely sank below the rolling hills, the entire city of Marino was in an uproar. Oh my God! What did I see? What a huge bull head! Wait, this isn't just some ordinary demon bull, is it? The once-in-a-century melon immediately created a spectacle of thousands of people emptying the streets. After receiving the news, countless Marinos poured into the streets, looking with great surprise at the huge bull head on King's Avenue that could only be pulled by a large flatbed truck. In addition to the city guards, who were maintaining order and holding back the crowd with their spears, there were messengers running back and forth on the avenue, shouting, "The legendary wizard Ryan Tesla is offering the head of the demon Lord Griffith to eulogize the beauty of Grand Duchess Sophia." When everyone heard this, they all started shouting excitedly, "Oh my God! It's in the name of the lady! Ha ha! I was wondering why no one has offered a gift to our Grand Duchess even though she is so beautiful." It turns out that the guy before was not qualified enough. That's right. The crowd subconsciously ignored the fact that Marino was too poor to even afford to host the night tournament. Speaking of which, if the Archmage offers the head of a demon lord as a gift, what is the point of a knight's tournament? What is the knight's tournament? I'm not familiar with it. We in the mage country, Marino, looked down on this thing. Before they knew it, a magical sense of shared prosperity made everyone cheer enthusiastically. Long live Marino! Long live Mr. Tesla! Long live Archduchess Sophia! Countless petals were scattered by the Marino girls from the second-floor terrace to King's Avenue. Of course, these were not valuable flowers. They were all wild flowers picked from the wild in early spring, when the snow had not yet melted and everyone was slack in farming. They were all scattered outside. Praise your beauty, Miss Sophia. Praise you. Sophia and Ryan sat side by side in an open carriage, accepting the blessings of the people. Even though Sophia was wearing a tight hunting suit that didn't match the lady style, anyone who saw her at that moment would think she was the most beautiful woman in the world. Sophia was so happy that she almost fainted, with a charming blush on her face. She still felt that her body and soul were floating even after she stepped into the gate of the Grand Duke's mansion. Look at the envious looks in the eyes of the maids and female guards. In the past, in their eyes, she was just an object of pure loyalty, without gender or emotion, and a majestic master. It was not until today that she felt like a real lady. Well, it's getting late today, and I have to go back to give some advice to my stupid apprentices. Raven bowed slightly to say goodbye. The Grand Duchess was stunned for a moment. She was still thinking about asking Ryan to stay for dinner. After a brief moment of daze, Sophia tiptoed over and said, "You are a true gentleman." "Gentleman? I've got it all started." Ryan was confused. Unexpectedly, the next second, the answer that Sophia whispered in his ear made Ryan feel like he was struck by lightning. "I have transferred the title deed of my room to you a long time ago. You have never come here once. Do you have to completely win my heart away and let me humbly invite you before you are willing to come?" The heroic Grand Duchess rarely used a coquettish tone. No. Grass, a kind of plant. It turns out that this girl's favorability towards me has been full for a long time. Ryan's eyes widened and his breathing stopped. Teleport? We must teleport tonight. Alas. For some reason, the bunch of prompts that popped up in the system suddenly didn't seem so good anymore. But Ryan promised Towns and the others. So he had no choice but to say goodbye temporarily. Leaving aside Marino's case, all that was left of poor Brotherno was his head. After being paraded around the city, it was hung at the north gate of the city to serve as a guardian of the house city. The college has long been fried. What? The demon lord that Master couldn't handle. Grandmaster just went out and easily handled it. Really? I can't lie to you. The head of Demon Lord Griffith is already hanging at the gate of Marino City. Oh my god. I really want to see it. Someone shouted. Grandmaster and Master are back. And then a group of government-funded students. Marino's self-funded students. And a large number of assistants, led by Barrand, rushed to the entrance of the college. Welcome Grandmaster and Master. Dozens of voices said in unison. Every voice is filled with excitement, and every face is filled with glory. This is the power of physics. Chapter 212, Aftermath? It's a huge wave. The apprentices are full of enthusiasm. I knew from the beginning that my master was a very capable fighter. But knowing is one thing, and witnessing his triumph in person is another. In front was Ryan. Behind were Towns, Harry, Matt and Flora. And at the very end were the shattered pieces of the Demon Lord wrapped in ice. No one knows what to do with these scraps of meat. Even if nothing is done with them. It would not be a bad idea to turn the devil's meat into a solid foundation as Towns had told them before. They longed ardently, hoping that one day their talent would be noticed by their master, who would then recruit them into the ranks of inner disciples. No matter what. Nothing is more reassuring than a master with an extremely high reputation. The inner hall where Ryan teaches the inner disciples is actually a large classroom with better decoration. After asking the assistants to leave, Ryan glanced at Towns and said, I told you to attend the class. But you forgot what low-temperature brittleness is. Now you are upset. Right? The impact absorption energy of the material decreases as the temperature decreases. When the test temperature is lower than the critical transition temperature between ductile and brittle, the impact absorption energy decreases significantly, and the material changes from a ductile state to a brittle state. This phenomenon is called low-temperature brittleness. The two new apprentices have not yet learned this kind of physics knowledge. For Downs, who has already started to learn high school physics and even some university physics, his master really taught him. It's just that his core ability is to come up with new magic, not to really delve into physics. To be honest, Ryan didn't expect Towns to become the perfect apprentice he had imagined. But Master Spectrum still has to be placed. Otherwise, if Tangs becomes lawless, or thinks he is a little clever and stops striving for progress, then, where can I, as the master, get his magic and levels for free? Downs, on the other hand, had a serious attitude. He scratched his head and ears, feeling a little uncomfortable, and immediately admitted his mistake. Master, although I have never understood your physics very well, I will work hard to learn and understand it. If you can't learn, it may be a problem of understanding. If you don't study hard, it is a problem of attitude. Although you have begun to accept disciples, you are far from being a master. Master is right. Ryan turned his attention to his second disciple, Harry. You don't have as sharp a talent for transmutation as your senior brother, but you're not bad either. Studying the reactions and physical phenomena between various elements can help you take your protective magic to a higher level. Yes. As for Matt and Flora, you have done well. No matter what. Being able to see a legendary demon is the most valuable experience for you. Oh! Matt's expressionless face managed to produce an expression that could be called excited. Thank you for the compliment. Master. Flora felt uncontrollable excitement in her heart. Today is so dreamy. She not only rescued her family, but also under the guidance of Master. She really destroyed a demon leader. She will never forget what her father told her. My dear daughter, we are all very grateful to you. Since you have discovered your own talent in magic, Daddy will not force you to get married. You can decide your future by yourself. If you are tired of the family and want to separate, we have no objection. You have sacrificed too much for our family. Don't underestimate Evan's promise. For a feudal lord, it is definitely the greatest sacrifice and giving up. He could have used family affection and so-called aristocratic rules to continue to restrain Flora's heart, instead of letting her pursue her dreams. In fact, more than 90% of the noble clan leaders would think about how to use Flora, a rare magic resource, to squeeze out its value. Flora longs to be promoted and become the best assistant to her master. Ryan commented on the performance of his disciples, arranged some matters at the academy, and then went out for some midnight drinks after dinner. Until this moment, Ryan had no idea what an exaggerated wave his killing of a demon lord had caused. In a demon palace in Botwar Hill, an almost crazy and hysterical roar came from the inner hall. Ryan Tesla, are you the devil or am I the devil? If you are good at fishing, why do you run to lawful neutral? You are a despicable bastard. I used to think that it was just my excessive imagination. The scariest thing is that the things that come out of my imagination actually become reality one by one. What does this prove? If you are a step slower than others, you will be slow in everything and be defeated from beginning to end. This is the most ruthless humiliation for the devil. Half a day ago, in the Karak Empire Fortress Demon's Mouth, today's battle is undoubtedly a decisive attack, and the first line of defense of the Devil's Mouth is about to be lost. The fortress's supreme commander, Carl Ellis, had a frown on his face that never relaxed. The loss of the defense line will never lead to the complete defeat of mankind in this epic war against the devil. But the loss of a 100-meter-high section of the front wall is definitely not a good thing. Faced with the endless stream of enemies coming like a tide, Marshal Carl, who knew how terrifying the devil was left with only deep fear. As he watched, a demon fell down, at the border between the real plane and the abyss. Its corpse would soon turn into a pool of foul-smelling thick water. As time passed, it would become an alternative nutrient that would flow back into the abyss, nourishing new demons. When fighting against demons, what matters is the exchange ratio of advantages. When the casualty ratio reaches a certain level, the human coalition will begin to be unable to bear it. The more and more organized the defense lines are, the more advantages of the dwarf artillery can be brought into play, causing greater damage to the demons and achieving a better damage exchange ratio. Karak's predicament began when it lost the more forward line of defense 20 years ago. Now, the gate of the second line of defense, if counted from the earliest, has been pushed by those hateful giant bull demons and has cracks that seriously affect the structure. In a moment, when the gate is lost, this line of defense will be finished. All the troops still remaining on the city walls, and the flags representing their legion numbers, will disappear in the ocean of demons. That represents not only the retreat of the defense line, but also the disappearance of individual organizations. Veterans are the most valuable assets of a legion. As long as there are veterans left, they can be pulled back to train new recruits, and a brand new legion can be formed within 2 years. All the veterans had died, and there was no point in keeping the regiment, which was only for show. This was what made Carl most distressed. But as long as the city gates were not broken, his troops had to continue to hold their ground. At this moment, something shocked by the entire battlefield happened. Ah! Those giant bull demons that could not die without being hit by 100 cannonballs suddenly went crazy. They suddenly lost their courage and turned around and ran away without looking back, stepping on the bodies of their fellow demons and running back to the depths of the abyss. Carl was stunned for several seconds before he reacted. Counterattack. Counterattack immediately. Push those bastards back. Chapter 213 Urgent Matters. The 3rd, 5th, and 9th regiments are in position. 5 Pegasus squadrons have completed their preparations for the attack. Open all gun ports. The news stimulated Marshal Carl. He waved very excitedly. The army attacked and killed me in the 3 miles in front of the second city wall. Yes. The messenger's hoarse voice revealed a long-lost sense of excitement. Soon, the entire defense line seemed to shake violently, and fierce flames burst out from the towers that were slightly higher than the city wall. Ah! Just as the defenders had expected, the screams of countless demons shook the world. The turret's cannonballs were just a warm-up. The real appetizer was coming. A rain of wine barrels slowly rising from behind the city wall. It was a black gunpowder created by a bucket of dwarves. It was thrown out by a large number of stones. They passed through the walls, through the terrain, and flew into the demons. A series of bright explosive fireworks suddenly exploded in front of the dark pass, and easily turned this place into real purgatory. The devil in the bottomless abyss generally has fire resistance, but the fire resistance is relative. When the flame of the attack is higher than the fire resistance, it is just reduced injury, not injury. A large number of explosive barrels hit in the sea of demons. And each time it fell, a huge gap was exploded in the dense evil ocean. The demon army, who was originally defeated by the bulls and devils, was completely chaotic. At this moment, the unclear feather arrows shot on the wall, turned into sharp rain, and washed the devil's position. The gates of the original wall of the city suddenly opened, and the countless human elite cavalry shouted and shouted, and the attacking horse knights, who had dropped from the sky. Almost instantly, the demons dispersed. This can be said to be their first retreat since the start of the war that lasted 3 weeks. Looking at the defeat of the demon, Carl was excited to return to the helpless defeat 20 years ago. The difference is that the defeat has become an enemy. When? The 50-year-old marshal waved his fist hard. After a brief excitement, he suddenly had a strong doubt why the absolute main bulls of the enemy's attacking bulls suddenly collapsed. According to his understanding, these brains are almost all muscular beasts, who are famous and are not afraid of death. As long as they receive orders from the owner, they will rush to the end. Even if they are interrupted, they will only have a crazy battle to the last moment. Even here, the mouth of the devil. The most effective way to kill the bulls is only to throw those alchemy barrels full of corrosive liquids, and it will be successfully killed until its skin softened. For long distances, these bulls will be surrounded by other huge devils of the same system, and they are closer, which is enough to cause damage to the gates and even the city walls. To deal with such a demon, the defendant was about to die with a headache. Just as Marshal Karl was puzzled, 2 news came one after another, which surprised him. Southern Cross occupies Starbase emergency military news. It was found that a demon leader's soul successfully bypassed the spatial protection barrier set by the gods in some way and entered the Chaos continent. What? Go to the Astrology Observatory and confirm again immediately. Yes. There are occupied Starbase in various countries. Gathered a large number of powerful predictions and spiritual warlocks to monitor the vision of the entire continent. But it was really scary when the long-silent astronomy observatory suddenly sounded the alarm. The core soul of a demon lord. As long as it is attached to a devil, that is not too bad. It is enough to set off a tide of destruction behind the big man of human beings. Marshal Karl could only order the logistics troops to step up their alert and pray that the kings would react quickly enough to quickly mobilize the legendary warriors to destroy the demon lord. Unexpectedly, less than half an hour passed, and another set of soldiers came. Report, Occupy Starbase said. The demon lord seems to have fallen. Huh? What does it seem to fall? Isn't it wrong? Do you confirm as soon as possible? If there is no the mouth of the demon. Marshal Karl almost thought those so-called big sages were full, and the detection was wrong. At this moment, he had a vague guess. In this way, he continued to arrange the harm of the harm, and urgently repaired the city walls and the gate of the city, while waiting for further news. Sure enough, less than half a day, a shocking news came. Report, the Demon Lord's news has been officially confirmed. The legendary master of the physics school leader Renan * Tesla's core of the soul of the Bulls leader Griffiths at the Southern Federal Ace Field leader. And kills it. The Bulls with Giraffi's true soul are confirmed to be hanging at the gate of Marino. What? After a brief moment of surprise, Marshal Karl's face showed great surprise. Ha ha ha. This is really a blessing for the Panhuman Alliance. Ha ha ha. Come on. Spread this great news throughout the fortress. Not to mention him. Even a big man like Barbarossa 13 felt incredible when he received the news. I saw in the report that someone used a trap document to lure out Baroque because his apprentice's father was captured, and then fished out the true soul of the Demon Lord Griffith and killed him, finally confirming the news that the war in Devil's Mouth was tense. Everyone will determine at once. Renan deliberately fish. The old emperor laughed at his mouth. This Tesla Pars is really interesting. Obviously, it is seriously biased towards the good camp. The Prime Minister also smiled. Those who like to explore and delve into knowledge are often in the neutral camp. If I'm not mistaken, the School of Physics was lawful neutral before entering our world, and it's difficult for them to change, being able to do this for the overall situation. It's possible that Mr. Tesla must be under a lot of pressure in our school. As soon as the Emperor patted, people have shown such a great sincerity. We must not be chilling the hearts of our own people. Preparing the strong gift of the king, we can start the second stage of contact. What's interesting is that the outside world has changed so much that even the system prompts Ryan's legendary level in the human world +4. the legendary level in the Abyss +3, and the legendary level in Bator Hell +2. But Ryan, the real owner, has no time to look at it. There is no way. Rin is dealing with a very important thing with the female father-in-law. Chapter 214, Both the Face and the Money. This is a showdown that is enough to shock an entire country. Sophia first launched the skills of the supervisor reckless assault. She sprinted boldly and exposed herself to Rin's threat. But it was exactly what she needed. Ha ha. You are courting death, Ryan said with a wicked smile. Silently, Ryan wove the power of the arcane into his words, infusing every word with persuasive magic. Taking advantage of Sophia's heart, the omnipotent evil mage released an athlete web. She should be able to easily pass this reflection test with Sophia's strength. Problem occurs. She drank. The response of Wei Wei was a significant decline in the response, and one was caught off guard. Ah! The enemy has become a delivery. Grand Duchess. Danger! At this moment, Renan launched the warrior skill's Fierce Capture, and violently broke the opponent's defense to create opportunities with special weapons, the hand of the master. And then he stepped up and caught the enemy. At this time, the Grand Duke still had the opportunity to make a force-based testing technique based on the strength value of the other party, with the strength value of the other party. She failed again, the physical difference causing her to be suppressed. As a last resort, she adopted a defensive attitude and launched the supervisor's technical barriers to solid defense. Smiling at a storm, like a storm in a storm. She cares. Ryan began to chant the spell, Mr. Kato from the island country. Please grant me strength. The next second, several mage hands appeared out of thin air, and the Grand Duchess's defense collapsed in an instant. Rin said in the attitude of the victor, see me to solve you in one breath. That's the mage's acceleration. This is a major confrontation that affects the physics school and the Mary's principality. The next morning, the female Grand Duke's personal maid tangled for a long time. As soon as she wanted to knock on the door, she found that the Grand Duke of Sofia opened the door in a red dragon leather armor. His Majesty, the messenger of Casual Alliance requested your meeting. They waited in the living room early in the morning. Sophia's rosy face has a hint of an embarrassing expression that an outsider's can't detect. Okay. If it is not very urgent, I will see them with breakfast. They didn't urge, but it seemed important to look. Okay. Without 2 steps, Sophia suddenly had a soft feet, and had to hold the wall with one hand and pressed his waist with one hand. Miss. Ah. What's wrong with you? No, it's okay. Maybe yesterday, the spring tour was accidentally twisted. The female grandfather flushed. Damn it! As a melee profession, the supervisor actually lost to a mage. This is such a great shame. Okay. After all the trouble, Sophia formally summoned the messengers. Cana Alliance, the commonly known Pan-Human Alliance, is an alliance that is composed of a sequential camp composed of an elf kingdom and a half-body kingdom. The formation of the alliance is to fight against the evil forces composed of chaotic races such as demons, orcs, Titran, dogheads, and goblins. When the Pan-Human Alliance is not engaged in foreign enemies, it is just a loose organization. Of course, Sophia knew that the recent Demon Mouth battle was a bit tight, so that the Karak Empire couldn't stand, and the Barbarossa's Pegasus troops ran to rescue the field. She dared not neglect, and received several waiters with high specifications. The messenger of the leader is a Pegasus Knight. I waited for the life of Fingbabarassa 13, and came to congratulate the Grand Duke to get the praise of in the name of a lady. Thank you. Sophia's face appeared charming red clouds. Your Majesty knows that this is an unreasonable request. But in order to stabilize the Devil's Mouth front, we hope that you, Grand Duke, can transfer Griffith's head. The messenger stated the reason seriously. The head of a small demon lord will have a strong deterrent effect on the entire tribe, preventing the entire tribe from exerting their due strength, and even have a certain impact on other low-level demon races. The giant bull demons are not a weak race. Any adult bull is at least a master monster. This means that Griffith's head can make the middle, and the combat power of the subordinates of the lower-level demon weakened at least 30%. To eliminate this influence, the only way is to kill Rin, the new demon lord of the bull and demon, and rush back to the first level of Griffith. But things are not that easy. The prerequisite for becoming a demon lord is to become a legendary strongman, and then occupy a piece of territory that is recognized to be large enough in the abyss. You know, not every demon branch race has a lord. More weak little devils cannot come out for hundreds of thousands of years. If the giant cattle goes out of the new lord. Ren hung up. Then the bulls, and the bulls will reduce their permanent power in front of humans at least 10% of the negative state. Therefore, the amount of Giraffi's skull is very different from a kingdom. Thinking slightly, Sophia nodded. For humans, I am willing to give Griffith's head, but I also hope to get the corresponding compensation. Of course. The messenger was happy. His Majesty Barbarossa promised that as long as the female grandfather, you presented the first level of the Lord, he would dominate a motion. So that Marino had 3 votes in the league. Ah! Sophia let out a soft cry. In the decision of major events, the alliance is a voting system, principles that the empires have 7 votes. 3 votes in the kingdom, and 1 vote of the princes. This is equivalent to the leap of Principality Marino on the political level. After a brief moment of shock, Sophia smiled and said, I can't refuse such an offer. Smart decision. The messenger who completed the mission was also quite happy. In this way, the huge bull head that had been hung on the gate for a long time. It can be said that before covering the heat, it was necessary to remove it and send it away. Of course, under the publicity of the civil officials, the public knows that the gift of this in the name of a lady can be exchanged for the state. And they are ecstatic. What happened last night was called face. What happened this morning is called the inside story. It can be said that by holding on to the super thigh of the physics school, the family has both face and money. Chapter 215 Master's Master. Ren had a deep yawn. His dark circles and his tiredness were obvious, and he had reached the point where he could not hide. As expected, the mage should first get a strength and speed double as talent. After the lead by his field, Ren was always busy, and there was no time to watch the reward of the killing leader Griffiths. And it was not until last night that the prompt was seen. Now it seems that the system is still awesome. The first is the reward of legendary degrees. This will not be repeated. The second is to activate the legendary titles of evil accompanying title. The title will be equipped with Ren default, and its effect is very terrible. Evil Nemesis. When you enter the vision of an evil being below the legendary level, it will enter the trembling state by default, temporarily reducing all its attributes by 20%, and increasing the chance of errors in casting and using skills by 30%. The effect of your battle flag is halved. Any evil camp being with strength not higher than legendary will immediately undergo a will-based test if you mention your name. Those who fail the test will experience panic, confusion, and a significant reduction in morale. The evil guys don't talk about it. Even talking about Ren is a kind of sin. Loving Ren is not a god who calls his name. Otherwise it will be even more exaggerated. In the end, Ren played a fishing-based fishing god, he meowed, and the cow's world sent him a order gift. The most violent thing about this gift is that when Ren faced or uses the skills or magic that needs to be verified, it can be calculated according to the highest attributes among his disciples. Right. Ren is equal to the basic attributes of Bai Yan's disciples. For example, in the judgment, he has the initial power value of 24 o'clock, which is legendary power earned from Matt. Then, except for agility, only 18 points. The rest of the constitution, intelligence, and perception are all 20. In a sense, he is already a hexagonal warrior, although this hexagon is not too standard. As a result, a certain FAE who had the attributes of his disciples did not know how to challenge the supervisor in the physical field. Well, even if the core attributes of the supervisor are strength, intelligence, and charm, how can others say that they are melee? Especially for a girl like Sophia who looks like a hero. No matter how bad her physique is, it will not be less than 15 points. Now, Ryan finally discovered the weakness of Cow's gift. That's right. The judgment is based on this. But when it comes to use, he doesn't have this physique and doesn't have this recovery ability. It feels great while using it, but when you use it again, the fatigue hits you like a tsunami. The worst thing is that this morning he agreed to take the basic lesson with 5 disciples. This is okay. As soon as I arrived in the classroom, Ren's eyelids. I was fighting. Master, what did you do last night? I looked for you at 9 o'clock in the evening and found that you were not there. As soon as Downs opened Ren, it felt like to be suffered. Sin! Master, the taste of you. This time was for Aura. She was shocked as soon as she opened her heart. How can I forget it? At some strange moments, women's noses are dogs. Looking at the suspicious looks from the other 2 disciples, Ryan suddenly felt that Matt, this silly boy who usually ate all the time when he wasn't exercising, was the cutest. Ryan suddenly felt ashamed. In order to maintain Master's dignity, what must be done? Rin knew that it was impossible to depend on it. The most perfect lie is always Giuliani. Ah, it is Giuliani false. He couldn't help but clear his throat tactically. Ahem. I don't want to hide it from you. I did have a long talk with Her Majesty the Grand Duchess Marino last night. We talked about the major changes that have taken place in the world after the killing of Griffith. You are still young and don't know what the fall of the Demon Lord means to the world situation. Alas! One day, when I am old, the burden will be passed on to you. At this moment, Actor Ryan was possessed. With his face raised 45 degrees to the sky, feeling the warm sunlight coming in from the window, and gazing at the Fulong Mountains in the distance, where the ice and snow were beginning to melt, as if he was immersed in the worry of saving the world. The vicissitudes of eyes are full of stories. Needless to say, there must be extremely important bad news from the places where the disciples cannot perceive. Vaguely feeling the heaviness of history brought about by the shocking pressure, the disciples could not help but hold their breath and stand in awe. Hey! Today is really wrong for the teacher. So let's go in the evening after lectures. Let's make up for the first time. Say. Ren gently dumped his robe sleeves, carried his hands, and left. The back of his magnificent shore made the disciples look at it. When Ryan's figure disappeared from sight, Matt suddenly said, well, it seems that the master is not much older than us. This topic is a bit embarrassing. Everyone only knows that the master is about 25 years old, judging from his age. When he is old, the other second-generation disciples, except for Berind, will not be much younger. Tang Xi's eyes suddenly became moist. No, you don't understand. Master is expressing his feelings that we are not growing fast enough and cannot share this incredible pressure with him. How do you say? Harry whispered. Downs' eyes were a little bit fascinated. His thoughts returned to the first day when he met Master, and he could not help but try to imitate his master's golden sentence at the time. Ha ha ha. Back then, I single-handedly controlled the city in the sky, fought my way up to the divine realm, and shot down the 3 evil gods' kingdoms. It's a pity that 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. As powerful as I am, there is only one me. The world is so big, and there are so many blind creatures. How can I kill them all by myself? Although it was a sunny day, the other 4 disciples could feel the turbulent situation that day. They knew how ambitious and lonely their master was at that time. Especially when the last sentence, how can we find brave warriors to guard the 4 directions, came out. The 4 of them suddenly felt like crying. No wonder the master is willing to condescend to accept a disciple. No wonder the master destroys any evil party he catches. It turns out that the master has been practicing his ambition to bring peace to the world. The most amazing thing was that within half a day, Downs and his team received news from the Devil's Mouth, facing the congratulations and meeting invitation from Barbarossa's envoy. Their first reaction was, the master knew everything, but he just didn't want to put the pressure on his disciples' shoulders so quickly. Why did the master force the eldest brother to challenge the legendary demon lord with the strength of a master? Isn't it because the world is changing so fast that the war situation almost took a turn for the worse? The 5 disciples shed tears. Chapter 216. Find out your brother's position. These are the lives of over 10,000 elite soldiers. When they learned that the second line of defense of Devil's Mouth was almost lost, but they easily repelled the enemy from thousands of miles away because of their master's heroic act, the 5 disciples felt very unhappy. Even Matt, who had always been a thick-skinned man, thought that Ryan was amazing. Flora, the person involved, was the most shocked. Master, did he calculate everything? He has been planning for Baroque and Griffith behind him since he helped me? Or did he plan it before that? There's no way. Ryan's approach is too much like fishing. Others are fishing for fish, or even for riches. But Ryan is fishing for the fate of the world. The loss of the second line of defense cannot be considered the end of the Devil's Mouth fortress. As the messenger emphasized, the fortress with 5 lines of defense will not collapse on the spot, but the casualty ratio of both sides will definitely deteriorate. The continued attacks by the demon army will make the Panhuman Alliance pay a greater price. By killing Griffith, Ryan can simply allow humans to pay a lower price in fighting against the devil. Thinking of this, the 5 disciples looked towards their master's bedroom with admiration in their eyes. But no one expected that Ryan would intentionally leave the messenger alone for a whole morning. The envoy was not received by Ryan until he had lunch, when he was full and angry. Even in the eyes of the envoy, Ryan was acting very well. But the messenger had no temper at all. Who told others to be the hero who saved the second line of the demon's mouth? As long as Griffith's big bull head is placed at the gate of the fortress, all the troops fighting at that time will acknowledge Ryan's favor. The Chaos Alliance Special Envoy, the commander of the 4th Army of the Karak Empire, Count Andrew Zanako, requests a meeting. Andrew always felt something strange when he heard Flora's voice, which was a mixture of childishness and majesty. Heads of state had their own ceremonial officers, who were often the second sons of noble families. In a sense, it was not wrong for Ryan to use Flora, the Earl's daughter, as a ceremonial officer. Not to mention that Flora was his disciple. But it still feels weird. After tidying up his appearance and making sure there were no mistakes, Andrew strode into the office of the legendary wizard. It seems that this office is no different from the noble's study. The biggest difference may be the running wheel on the table. If I'm not mistaken, it's a device similar to a hamster wheel, except that the wheel is driven by the 4 extremely active elements of earth, water, fire and wind. They are like small waves, driving the wheels to turn continuously. When Andrew was slightly stunned, he saw the excessively young wizard in front of him finish signing the document. The roll of dragon skin paper in his hand seemed to have grown wings, and it spun with small propellers at the 4 corners and flew directly out of the window. Sorry to bother you, Master Tesla. Andrew performed a half salute, just stroking his left chest with his right hand and bowing slightly. I'm very busy. Please keep it brief. Ryan looked up and glanced at the other person, then lowered his head to deal with documents. Ryan was being pretentious on purpose, because for some reason, the system prompted the other party to give him a check. This kind of operation of throwing detection without any explanation suddenly reminded Ryan of the players in some games. For a leader like him who has proven his strength, this behavior seems very rude. I am here this time on behalf of the Chaos Alliance to sincerely invite your physics school to join. Let's talk about it for now. Andrew began to talk eloquently, and Ryan frowned more and more as he listened. Well, the essence of this alliance is good. It gathers all the resources of all countries to fight against the evil camp. Of course, major events are decided by voting, and the alliance even offers a price of allowing the physics school to have 5 votes. It sounds like a high price, doesn't it? What makes Ryan most unhappy is that once a vote is made to enter a state of emergency, the authorized supreme commander, usually the Marshal of the Devil's Mouth, has the right to call anyone in the alliance to the Devil's Mouth. To put it nicely, it means protecting the world. To put it bluntly, it means being used as cannon fodder. Even Ring could not be exempted as a master. There is a power trap here. Unless Ryan obtains enough votes to become one of the commanders, he will not have any command authority after joining the coalition. Ryan was very unhappy. The physics school will not join this alliance. Andrew was stuck. His voice sounded like a dream. How can you refuse? This is the Chaos Alliance. Ryan sneered. I don't know who came up with the idea to let you come with these conditions. Unfortunately, our physics school doesn't buy it. If you want to blockade and cut off the so-called human resources, please do as you please. It was the Chaos World that asked us to come, not our physics school that insisted on coming to Chaos World. This. Beads of sweat the size of beans dripped down Andrew's forehead. You should feel lucky. I am already the one who is easy to talk to. If you were someone who is not easy to talk to, it would only take a day or 2 for one of your countries to become history. Please go back. Let those of you who claim to be noble think it over before coming back. Andrew was still trying to argue, but the delicate-looking Flora had already stepped forward, stretched out her hand with impeccable appearance, and pointed to the gate. Sir, please go back. The sound is soft, but with a cold that cannot be rejected. Andrew was discouraged and admitted his mistake. I'm sorry. Maybe it was too hasty, and there was not enough communication between the kings. We really didn't mean to offend your excellency and the School of Physics. After saying that, he retreated obediently, just as the envoy was about to walk out of the door. Ryan's voice floated from behind. Some people get 100 points in the exam because they can get 100 points. And some people get 100 points because the highest score is only 100. Andrew was stunned for a while. And this time, he bowed deeply. After sending the envoy away, Flora had a worried look on her face. Master, It's okay. Some old men don't understand their own position and are trying to kidnap us with the so-called universal values. Ryan's mouth curled up slightly. Ryan knew that. In the final analysis, it was because his school of physics rose too fast and affected the power structure of the world. The leaders of various countries were eager for the emergence of extraordinary beings who could overpower the demon lords. And they hoped that such a powerful weapon would be used by them. This is their dilemma. But, as long as I don't admit that I am a chaos human, I will not be morally kidnapped. The key point is that it is impossible to work. It is impossible to work in this life. Chapter 217 Intelligent Groin. Once Ryan gives in and listens to those old guys, he'll be given a plaque in no time and have to defend that crappy fortress for the rest of his life. As a player, as a traverser, bloodbath the abyss, kill all the demon lords, and steal all their equipment. Isn't that great? Do you have to make it difficult for yourself and force yourself to hate the security guard? Understand the security guard, and become a security guard? Bah! I am not your chaos people's babysitter. If you have the time, the right thing to do is to recruit more cannon fodder to fight the devil. Inspired by the gameplay of the Drow, Ryan felt that he could give some cavemen some chemical bliss and force them to fill in the lines at the devil's mouth or something. If that doesn't work, Lizardmen or something like that will work too. Lizardman? Etc. Could it be that the lizard people in this world were created by the third brother's battle against the lizards? Isn't that lizard my third sister-in-law? Alright. The third sister-in-law can be exempted from military service, but the third son cannot. Well, ordinary people have no idea how terrible Paradox players are. If Paradox players can get 1 cent for killing someone in the game, then any Paradox player can buy a house worth a small target. Ryan is already the most merciful player in Paradox. Here, Flora saw that her master was silent for a long time, and she didn't realize that her master's mind had already traveled around in the chaotic and evil world. Instead, she consoled Ryan, Master. It's okay. Our physical sect is generally neutral. For example, the Church of the God of Knowledge has not joined the Chaos Alliance. Ryan smiled. The physics school hangs a neutral sign, which is particularly useful at this time. If it were the good camp, it would really be kidnapped by morality. Flora, you are absolutely right. Flora received encouragement from Ryan. She touched her heart with her right hand intentionally or unintentionally and spoke boldly, Master, please be careful. Whether it is the Alliance or the Barbarossa Empire, they have the right to recruit Archduchess Sophia to the front line. This is really a big problem. After a brief moment of surprise, Ryan smiled and touched Flora's head. Smart. You thought of something I neglected. Flora will do anything if it can help Master. The pretty female disciple, who looked like a doll, showed a very sweet smile. What a good female disciple. She is pleasing to the eye and smart. Ryan sighed, ignored the mountain of official documents, trotted back to his room, opened the portal, and went to the 4 square meters designated by the Grand Duchess. Sophia, who was also struggling in the sea of official documents, received the message first. I'm a little tired. I'm going back to my room to rest first. As soon as she got back, she still couldn't hide the surprise on her face. Why are you here so early? Something important. Ryan then told Sophia about the old men's conspiracy. Sophia's face suddenly darkened. I knew it wouldn't be such a good thing. Why don't we, Marino, withdraw from the Chaos Alliance? Quit. Why do you want to quit? Ryan asked with a sly smile. Sophia was an excellent commander and a qualified king, but she hadn't even touched the door frame in politics. Ryan smiled and said, Marino is nominally a vassal state of Barbarossa. As long as Barbarossa survives, it would be inappropriate for you not to follow Barbarossa's general policies. Really? I checked. The allocation of military forces for the Devil's Mouth defense line is determined by the country's population and military strength. Your country only has 100,000 people on the surface. We can't ask you to send out 100,000 troops. Yes, the 2 empires have sent a higher proportion of troops. Even if the Devil's Mouth is in danger, our country's obligation is only a troop of 1,000 men. However, I may be called upon to fight. Among all human countries, the 2 empires occupy the best and largest territories. So naturally you have to put in more effort. Otherwise, how can I be willing to accompany you? I'll tell you a trick. When that happens, just say you have a groin strain. Ryan pointed out to Sophia where her groin was with his own fingers. People who exercise regularly are more likely to get this problem. Once a strain occurs, it will take 4 to 8 weeks to recover. Unfortunately, this thing is not easy to deal with even in the world of chaos, which has divine magic. Healing spells are relatively effective for wounds caused by sharp weapons, but they are not so effective for blunt injuries, let alone sprains that are neither big nor small. If they really want to call you out, just say you accidentally pulled a muscle. If they keep calling you out, you'll continue to be injured. Is this really justifiable? Of course. I've seen smart groin before, and that guy would always strain it in every crucial game. Everyone knew it, and no one could publicly accuse him. Sophia looked at Ryan speechlessly. Curious, is he really lawful neutral? Where did he learn so many tricks? So, just this afternoon, news came from the Grand Duke's palace that the Grand Duchess's leg injury had relapsed. Then the gossip quickly reached the ears of leaders from various countries. The Grand Duchess had a groin strain. Well, now the rumor spread that it was Ryan who caused the Archduchess to strain her groin. And groin strains can recur, no matter what. Ryan did not accept the challenge at all, and his attitude of defending against the billion hands of the Chaos Alliance was fully demonstrated. Barbarossa 13 was very distressed when he received the news. This great wizard has made it very difficult for Barbarossa. The physics school tends to be on the good side, but if they slaughtered 2 overlords, a devil and a demon, and this is not considered to be legitimate, then all human beings in the world are degenerates. The physics school does not possess the kind-hearted camp's hatred of evil. On key issues, it shrinks back, holds high the sign of neutrality, and stands unscrupulously on the side of the Church of Wealth and the Church of Knowledge. The worst thing is that if Ryan does not surrender, Barbarossa will not be able to provide the corresponding resources. Barbarossa founded his country on chivalry, and the heads of the noble families were also the leaders of the various knightly orders. If the knights did not command the mages, the leaders would never do it. Forcibly introducing the physics school would inevitably shake the ruling foundation of the entire country. At this time, the Prime Minister made a suggestion. Your Majesty, don't push the physics school too much. First, there is no need for that. Second, most of our legendary warriors are not able to defeat Lord Tesla. Third, Your Majesty, aren't you afraid that the physics school will become the Elector of Karak? Barbarossa XII's expression immediately became interesting. When it comes to outrageous behavior, no country in the world is more outrageous than Karak. Not only do humans, dwarves, and halflings live together, but they also have relatively independent kingdoms. There have even been several cases of dwarves becoming emperors. It is not surprising that this extremely tolerant country has brought in the physics school. The emperor is in pain. Chapter 218 Power Stalemate. The soldiers on the front line of the Devil's Mouth could not understand the entanglement of Emperor Barbarossa. The soldiers who came to this ghost place only had very simple logic in their minds. Behind me are my compatriots, my relatives and friends, and my family. I must hold this line of defense. Otherwise they will all die. Whoever helps guard the Devil's Mouth is my brother. When a whole team of Pegasus Knights urgently airlifted the bull's head over, all the soldiers who were not on duty ran out to see God. No, to see a miracle. This thing is so big. Under the sun, a soldier put his hand on his forehead and squinted at the sky. Even though Griffith's big head hadn't completely dropped, the Pegasus Knight was still at least 40 or 50 meters above the ground, and everyone could still get an approximate size by comparing the head with the Pegasus Knight. When 4 Pegasus dragged a huge net and slowly landed the Demon Lord's head with huge bison horns in the open space behind the fortress, loud cheers broke out at the scene. Ha ha! He must be dead. He must be dead. Kill the devil. Oh! My brother died in this stupid raid on the giant bull demon. Woo woo! There were cheers, cries, and curses. The defenders of the fort, whether they were regular soldiers, volunteers, or hired adventurers, vented their emotions in various ways until the fort's commander-in-chief, Marshal Carl Ellis, appeared. He gently raised his right hand and pressed it in an empty motion. The noisy crowd quickly calmed down and listened to the words of the great man who had guarded the fortress for many years. This middle-aged marshal with gray hair and beard started off with a barrage of explosive material. I'm a rough guy. More than 20 years ago, the first line of defense was lost and the previous commander-in-chief, Lord Livingston, was killed. I took over this responsibility from him. From that day on, I only know that whoever helps this world resist the devil is my friend. Everyone, Is that right? Yes. That's absolutely right. The soldiers roared with approval like a tsunami. Marshal Karl continued to fire at full force. Although the Excellency is not here at the moment, I still want to introduce to you our new ally, the legendary wizard of the School of Physics, Ryan Tesla. It was he who lured out the giant bull Lord Griffith at the critical moment and killed him, allowing us to preserve the second line of defense. Comrades, let us express our most sincere gratitude to Excellency Tesla. Cheers! Another burst of cheers rang out, and everyone started shouting in a mess. Oh. Praise the Archmage. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Master Mage. It's all thanks to you that I am able to save my life. Boss Karl, when can we have a mage ally? Marshal Karl smiled on his square face. That depends on when the nobles in the rear will lower themselves to invite them here. All the kings didn't know that Marshal Karl had given them a big job this time. Everyone knows that the School of Physics supports us, so we must use our voice to get new allies to join as soon as possible. I hope that our mage tower, which has been sealed for 100 years, can operate again. I hereby initiate a petition requesting the School of Physics to join. The marshal waved his hand, and his personal soldiers came over, pulled out long and wide strips of cloth, and wrote a joint letter to the soldiers. Originally, if a certain time traveler was on the good side, he would inevitably be morally blackmailed. Fortunately, he is not. Now, the Devil's Mouth has gathered the elites of almost all countries. Many generals and legion commanders were also born into noble families. The kings dare not disobey their voices. Marshal Karl, in particular, painted a bright future for the kings. In the document, he wrote, if we can get the support of the physics school, we have a 90% chance of retaking the first line of defense that has been lost for many years. If we can successfully repair the first line of defense, the current loss of manpower and materials will be reduced by at least 30%. If we can further obtain high-level mages, especially protection mages, to restart the mage towers on the defense line, our defense line will be twice as strong as it is now. This time, the kings could no longer sit still. This is a personal letter from the strongest war god among all nations, who has guarded the Devil's Mouth for more than 20 years. Why are the finances of various countries so tight? To put it bluntly, it is still dragged down by the explosion of military spending. If we don't provide enough military funds, the country will be destroyed. Apart from anything else, once the Devil's Mouth was lost, the Karak Empire would be the first to be destroyed. Barbarossa next door was not much better. After all, the border between the two countries was just a river of moderate size, and other than that it was flat, and there was no strategic location to defend. Once the devil wreaks havoc on the black soil of the Barak Plain, the largest plain between the two countries, without saying anything else, the grain production of the two countries will drop by at least 30% that year. And I don't know how many people will starve to death. Now, with the opportunity of Master Tesla appearing, it would be a lie if the kings were not tempted. But Emperor Barbarossa was somewhat unwilling to give up his command, or influence, over the School of Physics. According to King Cervantes' personal experience, asking a great wizard to build a wizard tower is another price. It is estimated that if he or his disciples are required to stay in the Devil's Mouth permanently, the other party will ask for an even higher price. What if we only take down the first wall of Devil's Mouth? Barbarossa 13 was extremely conflicted. It's not that they haven't tried to appeal to the sentiments of the people. For example, by handing over a petition signed by over 10,000 soldiers to the physics school, who knew that Ryan would give them a standard read only. No reply response. Oh! This was Ryan's reaction. Flora asked Ryan about this. Lane declined to comment. When he turned around and saw that there was no one around, Ryan crossed his legs and scoffed at the matter. The dog emperor just wants to hold on to power. If I really give in, I will be the most honest ox that is used to death. It is not impossible to help Devil's Mouth improve the combat environment. The problem is that the saved pensions and military expenses, is the emperor embarrassed to put them back into his own pocket, and not give some to the physics school that has contributed the most? This matter cannot be allowed. Whoever is cowardly and soft-hearted is a dog. There is absolutely no way Ryan could be a dog. Then the only one who can be a dog is the emperor. Until the two emperors figured out their own positions, Ryan ignored them. Isn't it great to continue teaching my apprentices and upgrading the system behind closed doors? The emperor's job was actually quite difficult. The two countries did acquire a group of mages, and their level was obvious to all. These darlings among the nobles could be the backbone of the mage group to be formed in the future. Or even the commander. But their current strength was not enough to affect the situation in the Devil's Mouth. It can be said that both emperors felt a little awkward. No one knew whether it was Master Tesla who surrendered first, or whether they, the emperors, surrendered first. Which comes first? The accident or the future? This has always been a big problem throughout the ages. No one expected that Ren would receive an unexpected assist. Chapter 219. The Assistance of the Joint Overlord. In this somewhat strange internal environment and atmosphere, a slender phantom appeared in a viscount's mansion in the city of Tevez in the central province of Barbarossa. She couldn't help but think of the conversation not long ago. My lord. Are you sure? As devils, we are going to teach a bunch of idiot humans how to summon the incarnation of the demon lord? And I don't think we can cause any trouble so close to the capital of Barbarossa. The difference between summoning a demon and summoning a demon lord is like the difference between making an origami airplane and building a manned airplane. This is not on the same scale. In her opinion, this was a thankless task. It would be more effective and covert to try to corrupt a nobleman at the spiritual level. Do as you are told, said the figure on the dark throne. Yes. Thus, Viscount Tevez easily welcomed a mysterious devil businessman. He was awakened in the middle of the night. The window of the master bedroom on the third floor of his villa was suddenly opened. The cold wind woke the Viscount up. When he woke up, he was surprised to see a person of unknown gender and identity, wearing a full-face helmet on his head, sitting on the windowsill. He was about to scream when he suddenly discovered that the other party had a pair of devil horns surrounded by flames. Shoo! The other party did so. The Viscount fell silent. There is no other reason. He himself is a hidden devil worshipper. There is no shortage of traitors in any country. Although he was born a noble, he was incompatible with the knights, and even hated the lawful good knights since he was a child. He felt that this ascetic life of doing everything for others was the biggest constraint for him. Longing for resistance. Longing for so-called freedom. He has been doing the most rebellious thing since he inherited his father's title. In the basement of the castle unknown to outsiders, he has been tinkering with various rituals to summon demons. But the ones he secretly bought were either incomplete, or he himself did not have enough magic power to activate the magic circle. This time, the demon merchant provided an extremely perfect full range of services. She, provided the Viscount with a complete summoning array, the correct spells and sacrifices. And even the problem of insufficient magic power was perfectly solved through the Chaos Magic Stone. Tevez only needs to do two things. First, he must gather all his treasures and money in the basement where the ceremony is held, which will be taken away as a price the moment the summoning is successful. Second, he must personally sprinkle his own blood on the magic circle and act as the master of the magic circle. The Viscount did so, with the help of a mysterious merchant. This nobleman with only half-warlock bloodline completed a high-level alien alliance magic. Then, 7 days after the head of the giant bull Lord Griffith was hung at the gate of the Devil's Mouth Fortress, the most serious demon invasion in nearly 100 years broke out in the Barbarossa Empire. The Viscount summoned the giant skull Lord Yelamot. A foul stench lingered around the huge bloated shape that slowly floated in the air. This demon lord incarnation has a misshapen face the size of a carriage. Where its ears should be are a pair of shrunken arms with hands ending in tiny fingers, instead of a body. Below its neck is just a mass of twisted folds and tubes, for sharp nails attached to chains tether it to the ground nearby. Powerful demon, please grant me eternal life. Viscount Tevez opened his arms excitedly. He had no idea that his treasure had disappeared long ago. And even the merchant who accompanied him in the ceremony was nowhere to be found. The Viscount didn't care. The devil before him was the giver of eternal life that he had been dreaming of. No surprises. The huge head grinned and used the classic weakness technique to turn the Viscount into a giggling idiot. After finally coming out of the bottomless abyss to take a breath, Yelamot took over the Viscount's castle, charmed hundreds of knights, knight squires and infantry in the castle, and also controlled more than 300 servants. The seduction is just the beginning. The giant skull demons regard flesh grafting as an art form. They like to use the original chaos of the abyss to create grafted objects, making their enemies excellent allies. This ability, a traverser prefers to call it joint tyrant. Gorilla heads were attached to the knights' strong bodies, making them look more like ape demons. Or you could attach the knights' upper bodies to a horse with its head chopped off, and turn them into copycat iron cavalry demons. Then let these joint overlords plunder everywhere. Bring the captured people back to the castle. And create more joint overlords for the giant furnace demon lord. Since this place is very close to the capital. The demon's actions have never been careful or secretive. The large number of refugees alarmed Barbarossa 13. After the first expeditionary force was defeated, the emperor learned extremely shocking news that an incarnation of a demon lord had descended upon the territory under his nose. The enraged emperor sent a reorganized order of knights, 3 legendary warriors and 10 master-level warriors to deal with Yellomoth. 1. Like when? Because right at the beginning, the legendary warrior Jerome failed the test and was hit by Yellomoth's mental weakness spell, which crippled him half on the spot. Fortunately, Jerome had a strong will and did not be seduced into becoming an accomplice of the enemy even when he was unconscious. But those master-level masters are not so lucky. In the first round, 3 masters suddenly defected. The well-planned encirclement and annihilation suddenly turned into a chaotic fight. As a result, after a battle, the punitive force did defeat Yellomoth's incarnation. But it was just one incarnation. Some even suspected that the demon lord had lost less than 5% of his souls. For this, Barbarossa paid the price of the moderate injury of the legendary ranger Justin, the death of 3 master-level warriors, the injury of all the remaining masters, and the lives of more than 100 knights. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. The legendary wizard that the girl from the Southern Federation's Isfield territory found not only easily defeated a demon lord, but also his true form. According to the news sent back, Ryan didn't even use legendary power, but only master-level power to defeat a lord in the form of on-site teaching. What about here? The post-war report made Barbarossa 13 feel extremely painful. This is all money. It is expensive to raise a knight. And it is even more expensive to raise a master-level warrior. How can the pension be paid if a viscount's lordship is confiscated? His palace minister whispered. Your Majesty, there can be a big difference between one legend and another. The emperor sighed in extreme silence. I understand. I will handle my relationship with Mr. Tesla carefully. Chapter 220. It's definitely not me. Over the past 100 years, the negative consequences of the world being dominated by muscle-dominant professions have gradually begun to emerge. Most melee professionals are born with low intelligence and weak perception. This innate defect makes it difficult for them to pass intelligence saving throw and willpower tests based on perception. Once they appear like I'm magic. What giant cranial magic and the like playing intelligence crushing enemies. They are extremely passive. Since the opening of the last FA, the pan-human camp has no good way for such enemies. Now that Ryan has entered the world of chaos and restarted his journey as a mage, this optimal liberation is before the world. And in fact the kings of various countries have little choice. This unique number is synonymous with monopoly. Unless the goddess of the magic net jumped out of the tomb. Even if the price was high, the kings still had to pinch their noses. Now they haven't admitted it. And the situation is not so urgent. The obstruction of the old forces is also an important factor. Everyone has been used to the existence of Fae in the past century. And the muscular professionals have naturally occupied the power and status that originally belonged to Fae. In normal words, the number of leaders is limited. There are only 200 tanks of the Great Empire. But 230 operations such as active army generals will only play themselves. Ren refused to obey the coalition command. And he showed I can force me to contribute. But don't want to find a muscle stick to direct me. The old forces refused to give right. And the result was consumed. Sadly, the more they died, the more enemies came out to face them. In the next month, the two empires constantly broke out of the bad incidents of summoning devils, and even the demon lords. Theoretically, hire alien oath this high-end operation. Ordinary people are definitely unbearable. But people keep getting caught. And the main culprits are either nobles or big businessmen. What's even more outrageous is that if any idiot dares to use it, the demons under the abyss will dare to respond. Unlike the prudent and cunning devil, the chaotic and evil devil can be said to be full of teasing. And they will definitely not miss any opportunities to do things. During the crusade, whether intentionally or unintentionally, several self-funded students from Tesla Magic Academy performed quite well. They could not defeat high-level demons, but their performance in the same-level confrontation was remarkable. It is not that the kings are willing to let these babies go out, but that the devil calls erupted on the head of their house or their home, and they did not have to choose. In this way, a little unknowingly, the reputation of the mages group was getting better and better. There are also calls from various countries for Tesla Magic Academy to open a second batch of self-funded students and significantly expand enrollment. When Ryan heard the news that various countries were testing him, he couldn't help but secretly spit. Those old-fashioned nobles. Real chickens are rich. He is willing to spend 50,000 gold coins for a high-level wizard without blinking an eye. This is the disadvantage of the feudal system. After the fiefdom is granted, the king has nothing to do with taxes, unless there is a war to destroy the country. Most of the time, the taxes from all over the country are swallowed up by the nobles. On April 1st, Flora asked Ryan a nonsensical question, Master, why do I feel that the constant news of demons summoning in the two empires is a bit like some mysterious existence secretly helping our physics school? Ryan didn't like what he heard. He tapped Flora's head with the back of his finger. What are you thinking? Do you want to say that Master is keeping the enemy for his own benefit? Are you trying to say that Master secretly controlled a demon lord and used tricks to force the two emperors to give in? Don't be ridiculous. That's the way lawful evil plays. And it has nothing to do with Master. Flora smiled. If the Master has the ability to control a demon or devil lord, that would be very exciting. Ryan flicked Flora's smooth little forehead again. Snapped. Ahoo. Master hit me. Ren was a little angry. You little girl. Think about it all day. Could it be that I step on a devil lord with my left foot and step on a devil leader in my right foot? Then these two scoot stones help me ride my legendary dragon mount. Go out and hold a beautiful goddess on each hand. Ryan didn't know that this was commonplace in his eyes. After all, as a time traveler, he lacked a natural reverence for gods and spirits. But when his disciples heard this, it became truly awesome. That is the real goddess. Let alone doing it, even if it is said out loud. For other churches, this is clear blasphemy and will start a war against God. As soon as Ryan finished talking, he noticed that his disciples looked unhappy. He quickly said, I was just saying it casually. Don't take it seriously. Towns wanted to say something, blinked, and finally didn't say it. Flora was the most enthusiastic one. She said excitedly in her sweet voice, if Master can do it, then there's nothing wrong with that. When Master can do this, he must be a genuine god. Right? Then we can be Master subordinate gods. Think too much. Ren stopped Flora's delusion. But his tone had no determination or severe meaning. In the eyes of the time traveler, there is nothing wrong if a mortal can become a god. But this attitude made several inner disciples feel excited, who knew that when the latest news came, Ryan couldn't sit still. Physics School number 1 tool person. Shadow Dancer Sanders reported. Several underground caves connecting the dark regions in Barbarossa began to emerge with a large number of underground creatures. According to the confession of the dwarfs under the ground, it was the defeat of several underground cities. Big change. Lay people. Huh? How does this sound familiar? I am most afraid of the air suddenly becoming quiet. When the 5 people brushed their eyes to Harry, a strange embarrassment flashed on Harry's face. This? I don't know either. Wait. What are you doing? A master's voice was a little trembling. I didn't do anything. He wrote an uppercase innocent on his face. Real? I just keep the Magnus requirements according to Master's request. Ren was too busy recently. And he was busy teaching during the day. And he was busy teaching at night. The system display represents the dense yellow dots of Manipuro, which is covered with the north side of the entire Mara tunnel. Oh! Then 0.4 is because there is a fast break. Well, it's broken. What is the concept of more than 10,000? According to legend, the main city of the Drow has only 25,000 people. This number is already more than the total population of many Zhuar cities. Wait! Harry, have you hit all the main cities of the Zhuar? No! I just placed a circle of Tesla towers outside the city gate. Chapter 221. Is it a twist of human nature, or a decline of morality? Who will put a bunch of turrets at the door of others? Oh! Only their own land can be put in the turret. That's okay. No! Ren's face muscles constantly twitch. Wait. Why legendary physical land extend to 3 Zhuar cities? Harry continued with an innocent look. Acdina had recruited too many Drow. So she simply proposed that all her compatriots change their camps. She asked me if there was any way to cover their attack. I said that I did not have your authorization, Master, and I could not place traps and turrets outside the physical land. Ren stared at him, as if waiting for Harry to make it down. Master, I really said that. She asked me what a physical land is, And I told her that it can only become a physical land if the original owner of the land personally signs a contract and gives the land to our physical school. In the end, I didn't expect that Agdina would turn around and bring 3 mistresses to sign the contract. Ren's left and right eyelids jumped more than, "You really do it?" Those conservatives were annoying. And the fodder of the cannon fodder troops were bothering me every 3 differences. I haven't had much time recently, so I want to teach them. The other 4 disciples also have the permissions of the physics network. Following Ren and Harry's words, their spirit was immersed in, and quickly found the flying ground not only below Marino. Harry saw operation made everyone speechless. Let's not talk about how Harry connected the electric tower from the surface to the deep underground. Just looking at the 3 drow cities, it's not difficult to understand how desperate the other party has been in the past period of time. Underground cities are highly limited, and they can run out everywhere like plain cities. Take the city closest to the Malin Tunnel. For example, the entrance and exit are in 3 directions, and on the other hand are a very turbulent underground river. On the south and east sides near the tunnel, from the ground to the cave wall, and then to the 40-meter high cave ceiling, there are densely packed trigger-type traps, all of which use anti-chaos and anti-evil as their trigger modes. The Shura of the main school can jump left and right in the trap at will, and there is no fart. Even Renan saw the system back, and Agdina's men were repeatedly tuning conservatives in the trap area. Ryan seemed to hear a phantom voice in his ears. "I'm coming in. I'm out again. Do you have the guts to hit me? What will be the fate of the angry drow and slave soldiers? Do you see those scorching bad eggs? See those magic spiders that are frozen by absolute 0 degrees? This is the end. What should I do if you ask the Zuyr flying soldiers? Do you be a lap of Tesla electric tower to eat dry rice?" At this time, it seemed to be a little upset when I saw Master. Harry lowered his head. "Master, I didn't take the initiative to attack. I really defended. This is no. I did not seal the whole city." Ren rolled his eyes. "You are called not attacking. This is called surrounding 3 sides and missing 1 side, which is intentionally force the other party to fight the morale of the other party." Flora tentatively asked. "The escape Zare was taken by that Agdina, right?" Harry whispered, Ryan was so angry. "You call this defense? You are fishing." Harry didn't dare to squeak. As soon as I rushed out and finished speaking, Renin helped, seeing ghosts. "Don't it look like we deliberately did it?" The 4 disciples fell into silence, leaving only Matt, who was eating a cantaloupe with a question mark in his face. This operation is so recognizable. In order to do its own safety, the evil camps that were originally entangled nearby were run away. Fortunately, there is no life in this world without the life of the Dark Elves. On the contrary, the camp is the rhythm to the dead. In a sense, the killing part of the kick runs away, and the physics school has been reserved. But what King Barbarossa XIII thought about this large-scale migration is another story. Ryan sighed. "Sanders, go to Barbarossa and tell the Emperor that we didn't do anything intentional about the drow. I allow him to carve the reason emblem on every entrance and exit of the Underdark and the surface. If you still can't figure it out, you can give us the deeds to several entrances and exits close to the Underdark. I'm sure Mr. Winston will be happy to settle all this." As if Master's words turned into a needle, he pierced Harry's ass fiercely. What happened next was somewhat beyond Barbarossa's expectations. That's right. When the leaders of Barbarossa's knights learned about this, they were outraged and expressed their desire to seek justice from the School of Physics. After all, it is the meaning of the physics school deliberately raising its value. They followed Ryan's suggestion with some doubts. To be honest, Ryan was not sure whether his own banner could deter the drow. The system did not indicate that he had the achievement of drow nemesis. In practical practice, the adventurer engraved the rational inscription at the major entrances, and the head of the major knights gathered the troops. "I don't know. Oh my god. Another devil from the physics school. Can't fight. It is impossible. Run. Do not fight with anyone who fights." Not to mention that it was the Slave Legion. Even Jur was scared to roll. Not an adjective. It was the kind of physical sense. What's even more outrageous is that some of the drow collapsed as soon as they saw the wordly. They sat there crying and shouting, looking like they were at the mercy of others. "The spider goddess has abandoned us. The cobweb is on it. It is no wonder we are weak. We ran more than 1,000 miles. But we still couldn't run out of the palm of the physics school." When the Emperor heard the report, the man was stupid. "What? You said that those chaotic and evil Zhuor actually changed the camp and became a conservative neutrality. Or even a good preface. Damn it. This is outrageous. He opened the door in an outrageous way. It's so outrageous. I have heard a lot of fallen stories. And Zhuor can still whitewash. This is the new version of the night. A paladin leader said dejectedly. It's true. I tried it with a drow who claimed to have converted to man. And he really became lawful neutral. My evil killing spell was ineffective against him. Chapter 222 Beast Tide. Ah! The entire palace meeting hall was filled with shock. Okay. Here comes the question. Who is Maine? A new alien god? In any case, it seems that there is no reason to kill these Del. What Maine's operation is so numb to the chiefs of the Cavaliers? It is easy to judge people by appearance in this world. After all, some races are just that kind of people. For a long time, Dark Elves have been known for their insidiousness and cunning, and are a hardcore race of chaotic evil. It really happened that one or two heterogeneity occurred by accident, which made people look impressive. Those guys who can be called individual also spent 10 times the effort than ordinary Interitus, so that the people around them were recognized and passed their reputation. This can only be said to be a case. What is going on now? Group-style whitewashing? No! First of all, let's not talk about whether their camp shift will return in the future. Even if this is a temporary operation. Can the Spider Goddess allow it? Or does the Spider Goddess really fart in the last war? A chaotic and evil powerful goddess falls, which is definitely good news for the good camp. Moreover, the Spider Goddess represents not her, but the entire demon god. It's just that Barbarossa has a bit of sadness. As a good preparation camp, they can't start the existence of the same camp. Either way, it's good news. Barbarossa 13 made a decision steadily. Ask how they changed the camp. If we can also reduce a lot of trouble. In addition, ask the physics school what is going on. Ask? I asked? If you ask? The Zhuor was very frankly confessed that there was a set of virus-like transmission thoughts in Zhuor's dedicated soul cobweb. Whoever dares to peep at the stuff will be tortured by the soul. As for who is Ma-In, we don't know either. The last person to create this sinister mind web was the Spider Goddess. Her shadow magic net did not know how much the original bias Fey had been biased. Feng Shui turns. And the Spider Goddess, who erodes the hearts of the people with a shadow magic net, is now under the harm of its family Demel. This outrageous operation is simply the biggest news of this century. Do you say this is a good thing? Of course. It is a good thing for the good camp. Do you think this is a serious matter? This is definitely not a serious matter. Fortunately, asked the physics school, and soon received a reply. Master Tesla's original words are that Maine and I are from the same world as me. But everyone is different from factions and belong to allies. Their power has influenced Door. And I think the problem is not great. Maine has this power. If you don't think it is easy to deal with it, you will let the Malin Pier come to the Mara Tunnel. Emperor Barbarossa had a strange expression on his face as he listened to the messenger's message. The Tesla master endorsed the Marn faction. The old palace is noticed in a detail. They? Yes. The Grand Master used the word they when describing Marn. I have confirmed it repeatedly, said the messenger. The old minister sighed. Obviously, there are more alien gods than just the physics school. The emperor was silent, and asked several sects, light. The sun? What do you have in the temple of the Cavaliers? The helm of several good quality schools are bitter. You look at me. I look at you. And finally the big guy of Guangming religion comes out. I have no gods or the gods for the time being. So be it. Anyway, it is the best news without sending valuable knights into the dark regions. Facing each other. The Cavaliers are never afraid. The bad thing is that in the Underdark, humans who lack vision suffer in many ways. The Drow are born with dark vision, and can see things in the dark as if it were daytime. Humans have to light torches, and use various lighting props in those ghost places. The dark area has an erosive effect on light. In the past, torches that could illuminate 10 meters away in the dark could only illuminate 5 meters in this broken place. What's more, in the eyes of the Drow Rangers, humans holding torches are simply sitting ducks. The frontal battlefield is calculated. The most headache is logistics. The Drow have 100 ways to attack human supply teams. To fight against the Drow, it would be best to use a race that also possesses dark vision, such as the underground dwarves and gnomes. Unfortunately, the main force of the dwarves is guarding the Devil's Mouth. and they cannot waste time in such a place. A possible war disappeared, and it did not bring bad luck to Barbarossa. However, another piece of news suddenly made Barbarossa XII's nerves tense. Barak is carrying the mouth of the devil all year round. Which does not mean that Barbarossa does not have his own troubles. Once upon a time, Barbarossa also had 5 border provinces on the north. However, these pioneering territories were all lost when the Barbarossa Empire was defeated in 3 major battles with the orcs 90 years ago. After the Dharma ending age, Barbarossa, who had lost his magic, was no match for the tribal coalition composed of multiple orc clans in a contest relying solely on his muscles. He fled to the banks of the Red Blood River, where he barely held on by relying on the advantage of terrain. Every time the knights saw the fertile black soil being arbitrarily destroyed by the orcs, and used as pasture for 6-legged hoofed cattle, their hearts would bleed. They seemed to hear the weeping and whimpering of their ancestors. Now, the orcs are coming again. The most significant feature of their attempt to invade the south was that they began to move their hunting grounds southward, close to the fortresses and protective walls built by the empire along the Red Blood River. Upon receiving the news, Barbarossa 13 hurriedly contacted Emperor Karak. The simplified version: "Dude, my backyard is about to catch fire, and I don't have enough troops to accompany you in the Devil's Mouth. How about we both bleed a little and ask Tesla to help take care of the first line of defense of the Devil's Mouth? Then I can withdraw 2 knights. The opponent, just compatible with me." Just like that, a new PY transaction proposal was placed on Ryan's desk. The first sentence of the opening is from the royal treasury of our 2 countries. "We can choose a treasure for each of us." Oh, are those 2 old guys so willing to do so? Sophia was more open-minded. The beast tide that comes once every 15 years is coming again. Those damn orcs are like weeds that can never be cut. We kill them one after another. Every 15 years, when the population is too large, they come to our human territory and go crazy. If they seize the territory, they use it as pasture to raise herbivorous beasts. If they can't seize the territory, they consume the population, which is also a victory for them. Chapter 223 Joair goes to fight the devil. Should we say that orcs are worthy of being orcs? This kind of game of survival of the fittest, where the strong survive and the weak die, is something that orcs never get tired of, no matter which world or version. Ryan held his forehead. Forget it. Before he traveled through time, the Russians in the Tsarist Russia also liked to use the gray beast charge tactic. Anyway, if there are too many people to feed, just give them away. As for the orcs, unless the opponent has a full set of cat girls, such as Dodgy, which is a must-have for King Joe, Ryan has no feelings for the orcs. The proposal of the 2 emperors was very seductive. That is, the first line of defense for Ren to help regain the mouth of the devil. It seemed that they had heard about Ryan's tricks in places like his field territory, and they promised to give him the title deed for the land 200 meters outside the first line of defense. This is very spiritual. For the Emperor Karak, it was a land that could not be returned. Once Ryan is willing to help, the Panhuman Alliance will make a huge profit, as long as you help provide fire cover in front. Do the elite force of the fortress carry it for 3 days? Don't even help the line? Treasures can it be given first? Rin knew at a glance that this is an imperative plan after the total of the boss. As long as the brain is sober, no big man is willing to fight in both lines. Strengthen the defense of Devil's Mouth. Complete the defense with fewer troops, and withdraw more elite troops, taking advantage of the recent sudden death of the demon Lord Griffith, and then bringing out the big Buddha statue of demon nemesis Ryan. It would be possible to succeed. Rin touched his chin. They don't know that I am actually Evil Star. Thinking about it, this sale can be done. Sophia reminded, Rin, the 2 emperors will not miss you in the remuneration of this operation. The key is that after doing it, the physics school can get more resources from them. I know. Rin turned his head and named it, except for Bolani's teaching. The rest of the disciples are gone. Ah! The dwarf made a bitter face. He was not opposed to teaching. But why was he the only one who had to take care of the house? Ryan patted the dwarf disciple on the shoulder and said, You are a typical example of someone who accumulates a lot before making a breakthrough. I am bringing other disciples with me this time to save resources for you and bring some dwarf craftsmen with you. Okay, master. I understand. Barin sighed slightly and muttered secretly, I hope my junior brothers and sisters will not be stronger than me. Ryan was stunned for a moment. It's hard to say. Once the decision was made, It was time to take action. However, Ryan encountered a small accident right at the beginning. When Harry informed Actina that he wanted to reduce the monitoring of the Mara tunnel and asked her to send more patrols, the smart Marn leader said, "Is it about the Devil's Mouth? In order to prove our Marn Drow's position, we can help." "Huh? I remember I didn't tell you about the mouth of the devil." Harry was extremely sure that he had not leaked the wind. When the Cavaliers of Barbarossa escorted a new group of comrades back, the Cavaliers' chat was overwhelmed. "Please ask Master Tesla on behalf of me. Be sure to give us a chance. I almost forgot if I didn't mention it. But the Drow generally have excellent hearing. Especially the Rangers and Rogues. They all have maxed out the listening talent. And their eavesdropping level is not much worse than that of fire bats." Hearing Harry's request, Renan felt a bit fierce. Sure, go to carry the demon. Which H.L. joke is this? The original boss of the Drow, the Spider Goddess, originally lived in the Abyss, and was regarded as an accomplice of the devil. Now that Monzhor has stepped forward to offer his help in holding the line, it is clear that he is trying to show the Panhuman Alliance his willingness to join. Ryan summoned Actina. "I want to hear the reasons for you." Ren, who was sitting behind the desk, fists in front of his face, just leaking a pair of cold and deep eyes. "This boss alone is like the #1 boss in the legend." "Oh, it's not like that. In Jwer's mind, Ryan is the #1 boss of mankind." Actina instinctively wanted to kneel down, but in the end, driven by the power of Marx, she just bowed deeply. As soon as she opened her mouth, Ryan couldn't hold it in anymore. "Comrade." Ryan was full of black lines. "You can call me Your Excellency, sir, or even just call me Tesla." It's not that Ryan dislikes this word, but it's too incongruous for the Dark Elf to say this word. Ren, who has been trained professional, can't bear it. "Sir, as the current leader of the Marn School, I have the obligation to lead Marn Zoer to a completely new path, rather than hiding underground like a sewer rat. Our past is certainly full of blood and filth, but you must give us a chance to prove ourselves, and we want to have the opportunity to accept more compatriots. There is a 12-point discordance out of 10. This is indeed a stereotype, let alone fellow elves. Given the nature of the Dark Elves, if they really encountered a mistress with whom they had a fleeting love affair in the past, and became a prostitute in the back streets, they would definitely bring thousands of their brothers to take care of the business of their old lover without hesitation. Now Actina proposed that they fight to the death in exchange for a brand new future for Mandrill. This fearless spirit of sacrifice sounded very strange to Ryan. Can I ask why? Of course. No one can be sure whether the Spider Goddess has completely fallen. If Mandra wants to avoid the possible reckoning, he must either completely surrender to a powerful master or join the good camp. Seeing that the person she wanted to join the most was indifferent, Actina continued, "I fully understand the concerns of many organizations in the good camp. Before the end of the Dharma, Dark Girl also tried to take a similar path, and she failed. But I want to try again with my compatriots. Dark Girl, she is a daughter-in-law of the Spider Goddess, a chaotic and kind goddess. Theoretically, she had completely perished in the battle of the end of the law. Obviously, main stuff is more widely used. However, as a curious player, in other words, someone who likes to stir up trouble, Ryan feels that this path is quite broad." He smiled mysteriously. "Good try. I can ask for you, but I can't guarantee that Marshal Carl Ellis of the fortress will agree." "Well, we are very grateful that you can help us do this." "Oh, what else is there? If we get a 3-star or higher Devil's Mouth volunteer badge, will we have the opportunity to become your disciple and study magic?" Chapter 224. Ren's true identity turned out to be. As Actina spoke, she turned to look at the badge on Sanders' chest. She was so focused that Ryan didn't even have the heart to interrupt her. To put it bluntly, she still wants to cling to the physics school hole. It is not the kind of hug of empty-glove white wolf. You can risk your life, even sacrifice your own life, to fight for a future for your compatriots. This is really unremarkable. It is not difficult to understand to change to main school. What's more, the Magic Sisters of Mandrill, especially the former mistresses, are in urgent need of a new magical power as a replacement after losing the Spider Goddess's magic that only worked once in 10 casts. There are ideals, and there are reality to drive. It is not surprising that they think so. Ren changed his gesture, holding his cheeks with his left hand, and a rhythmic desktop at the tip of the finger of his right hand. He was thinking. as a cross-race biological integration, high-quality race and biological energy transformation, organic biological and organic, organic biological and organic. The fourth natural disaster player has been trying. He has always held a strong heart. He actually doesn't necessarily want to help these dark-skinned girls, because it's very difficult to whitewash them anyway. Ryan was very happy when he thought about how angry the spider goddess would be if she returned and saw this. And taking a step back, isn't persuading a prostitute to become a good woman also one of the pleasures of life? Ryan spoke. He had no idea how big a shockwave his next action would cause among the drow. Oh, it's a bit of a waste to let your spellcasters be the main soldiers. Let's put it this way. I don't care about your other professions, but anyone who can cast spells can use a small magic net I set up specifically for you in the area I specify. You will be granted the right to use level 3 or lower evocation magic. As soon as Ryan finished speaking, Adina knelt down. It's not an adjective. She really knelt down. Every muscle in her body was trembling. Her forehead pressed against the cold floor, not daring to raise it a bit. So, you are the new god of the demonic web. Ryan was embarrassed and denied it 3 times. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just an outsider wizard. Ryan was so modest that he didn't even dare to say the words legendary mage. In the other person's ears, it sounded distorted again. Adina's head was buzzing, and she couldn't hear anything. She only heard the word foreign, and said in a trembling voice, Mentor unconditionally obeys your will. Please make the arrangements. She left Ryan in a daze, and returned to the base near the Mara tunnel. As soon as she entered the door, she collapsed into the chair. The former mistress, Faizini, has now climbed to the position of the third most important person in the Marxist faction. She and the second in command, Constantine, came over together and said, Chief, what happened? Adina covered her eyes with one hand and said in a tone of great enlightenment, No wonder Ryan Tesla didn't take the spider goddess seriously. He is actually the new god of magic web from the outside world. He said that if we go to the devil's mouth, he can provide us with a small-scale new magic web. And we can use magic below level 3, mainly based on the shaping system. Ah! The two confidants were shocked at the same time. After a brief moment of astonishment, they made similar judgments as Adina and immediately determined that this was absolutely true. Even if they whitewashed their previous life and thinking methods would not change suddenly. They instinctively don't believe in love and help without reason, and believe that everything in the world is the result of PY transactions. Then why would humans, who were once their mortal enemies, let go of the drow, who were once their mortal enemies, and even had no intention of enslaving them? Why could they always treat each other with respect, and even protect the main drow with just the name of Maine? The answer is that Ryan Tesla is the alien god who entered the world of chaos from the outside world, and was determined to seize the title of god of the demonic network. What is the easiest way to hold on to an existing old position? Of course, kill the predecessor's deadly enemy. The spider goddess, who created the shadow web, is definitely the ultimate enemy of the previous shadow web goddess. A so-called foreign wizard came into this world, and without saying a word took out a magic net that was obviously made by himself. Who the H.L. would believe this? In their opinion, Ryan was heading for the war of gods from the beginning to the end. Not only does he want to seize the right to use the magic web, he also wants to seize all the followers of the spider goddess. What Marn? It is also questionable whether there is a god like Marx in this world. On the other hand, Ryan's fighting ability is obvious to all, killing legendary masters without bringing any legendaries. This is no longer something that a demigod wizard can explain. Even a demigod wizard might not be able to easily defeat legendary devils and demon lords. It was obvious that Ryan Tesla had not yet adapted to the laws of the world after entering the chaos world, which suppressed his divine power. For the time being, he could only show himself as a legendary wizard. Festi is pale. If this is the case, we have to warn all the master of all access to the physical network division. Adina nodded, yes. Once you enter the net, you are his servant. Don't have any other ideas. Otherwise you will be the enemy of all Mandrill. Then does Marn. Constantine couldn't say the word exist. It must be there. I am a little doubtful now. They were originally on the same front. There are usually not too many gods in a pantheon. In this world of faith that can see up God, there are more gods to grab believers. Which means that the power of faith is not enough. Only human beings are the exception. The huge population of human beings means that they can support more different gods. The three leaders of Marn looked at each other and nodded at the same time. They dared not have any other thoughts now. Ryan didn't know that Mandrill had come up with so many weird ideas. In fact, he was just a messenger. And he still scared the kings. This is a bit like a double-edged sword. Used properly, the devil's mouth direction can definitely reduce stress significantly. If it is not used properly, the drow and the demons will mix together in a moment and destroy the devil's mouth fortress, which will be a disaster. But this matter was reported to Marshal Carl Ellis, who actually laughed. Didn't these Manjurs say to prove themselves? Then let them keep the first line of defense. In less than 3 years. Don't think about it. That's not it. It is a bit cruel. But this method is absolutely easy to make. Didn't you say to prove that you are not afraid of death? If we were to all die there, we would definitely trust you. Ma Enswar. A little more. In this way, this matter was happy. However, no one expected how much changes would take place outside the devil's mouth from the moment the land transfer deed was signed. Chapter 225 Counterattack Plan. Hey! Have you heard about the big operation? Almost on the day when Ryan confirmed that the School of Physics would participate in the counterattack on the first line of defense of the Devil's Mouth Fortress, the news spread throughout the Devil's Mouth. More than 200,000 generals and soldiers from all over the world spread the news by word of mouth. And soon everyone knew about it, regardless of whether they were regular bureaus from various countries, death row prisoners sent here to serve as stormtroopers, or volunteers who came here voluntarily out of a sense of mission. They were all in an uproar. One after another, they instigated the leaders of their own troops to come to Marshal Carl Ellis to inquire about the news and request to fight. Report. A knight commander came over excitedly. But before he could finish his words, the guard smiled bitterly and moved aside. The former combat hall was already packed with people. Not only was the 300 square meter hall full, but even the corridor outside was packed. Soon the marshal, who could no longer bear it, lost his temper and drove everyone to the small square outside, and then gave a public speech on the second-floor terrace. Don't ask these bunny cubs, I answered here uniformly. Marshal hosted the fortress for many years, and his words were absolute. The rumors this time are not too outrageous. That's right. There is another beast tied in the north of Barbarossa. As soon as the words fell, there was a slight commotion among Barbarossa's soldiers. But they quickly calmed down. According to Barbarossa XII's request, we must recover the first line of defense as much as possible, rebuild the city defense, and then we can transfer Barbarossa's troops back. However, the marshal suddenly emphasized, recovering the defense line is the prerequisite for all subsequent steps. Otherwise, even if the orcs attack Barbarossa's capital, those who are supposed to be here must die here, and no one is allowed to go back. The stern and tough words calmed Barbarossa's somewhat uneasy heart. If a human empire with a good-looking camp is destroyed, this will seriously affect the world pattern and cause countless people to be sad. Marshal Carl continued, we are very lucky. Originally, I discussed with my staff that we should fight hard even if we only rely on the power of the devil's mouth. Now, the two emperors have invited support from the School of Physics for us. Yes, you guessed it right. It is the legendary wizard Ryan Tesla who killed the demon Lord Griffith alone a while ago and sent his head. He and his disciples will participate in our operation throughout the whole process. This time, the whole audience was boiling. Hail! Praise the Emperor. Praise the School of Physics. Lord Tesla, you really are our guardian angel. The diverse discussion soon became unified around a slogan. Ryan! Ryan! Physics! Physics! Long live physics! The two emperors' envoys following Marshal Carl smiled bitterly. They believed that this was exactly the scene that the emperor did not want to see. Carl didn't care. And his arrogant and brave soldiers didn't care even more. Whoever can kill the demon more than them is their good buddies. Obviously, Master Tesla is more awesome than the two emperors in this regard. That's the gap. 100 years ago, as the gods all fell into despair and lost contact, the divine power declined drastically, and the imperial power rose again. Now, if there is no major change, the nobles will not easily hand over the power. In the extraordinary field, the noble said, once a large number of beings beyond mortals attack, the one with the biggest fist has the final say. The sudden appearance of Ryan Tesla has given people some bad signs. This is not directed at Ryan personally, but everyone is afraid that the era of the gods fighting for supremacy will return again. It's really hard to say, but the more outrageous, The survival of the entire pan-human camp is endangered, and the stronger the dependence of the powerful and extraordinary people. In any case, the current crisis has made the kings breathless, and there is no so-called internal strife. As Marshal Karl's order was implemented, the entire fortress was fully mobilized, including the troops resting in the rear of the fortress, which also re-entered a state of combat readiness. As the chief commander, Karl Ellis has to consider a lot. For example, the support of the physics school does not work, or suddenly pulls out. Marshal and staff should consider all possible factors and make the recovery plan to maximize the success. In fact, Marshal Karl almost calculated everything, but it did not count on the upper limit of the combat power on Ren. On April 14th, a day for the world of Kainos should be unpretentious. The broken place of the devil is a huge cave from a distance, but because it continues to have a red light with abnormal meaning in it, and the devil came out of the demon day and night, it was named. On this day, more than 200,000 soldiers were ready to go. The pioneer troops were extremely nervous, because their worst plan was to come out of the second city wall, and they met a demon legion. But when everyone looked at the huge dwarf chariot parked inside the city gate, they suddenly regained their courage. Without it, because of this 2-story high, the 4-wheel chariot that was simply promoted by power was made of a huge horn in the front of the car with Griffith's head. The first level of the devil is the source of their courage. On the city gate tower, Marshal Karl looked into the distance with a telescope and saw only a few scattered demons between the first and second lines of defense. There was no large group of demons rushing towards him from afar. He no longer hesitated and gave the order, "Time's up. Go!" As the giant suspension bridge was lowered, 3 giant city gates, 1 large and 2 small, opened with a bang. The knights rode their strictly trained horses, which could even charge at demons, and rushed out first. The sound of horseshoe shocked this land that had been soaked in black and evil to hacking. You ride out, ignoring the few devils between the 2 lines of defense, quickly rushed across the huge and broken gaps in the distance and killed the first line of defense that was abandoned more than 20 years ago, the scattered devil in the rear, with the elite adventurer team clearing. At the same time, a large number of infantry rushed into the first line of defense. Although everyone calls it a broken wall, no matter how broken, the intact part of the city is still 40 meters high and 15 meters wide. Chapter 226 Turn into spring mud and more flower protection. Among the broken tiles and ruins, there are still a lot of abandoned spaces, where unknown numbers of demons are lurking. The elite street fighting troops will rush in and clean them up. What the main combat force has to do is to hold the first line of defense until the cleanup is completed and the initial repair of the broken wall is completed. Damn demons spoil our city wall like this. The main battle of the Legion walked through the gap, looking at the human bones scattered everywhere, and the soldiers showed an angry expression. At this time, General Mattis, the leader of the leader, frowned. What? Didn't see any reinforcements from the physics school? The messenger replied, yes. Our forwards did not see any physicists or people. Is there any delay? Matisse didn't dare to say bad things behind the physics. Just as the soldiers were gazing anxiously into the depths of the devil's mouth where their vision was becoming increasingly blurry, a fire suddenly lit up in front of them. The red torches were fueled by the stomach powder of salamanders. Even in areas with disordered elements, this light could still be easily seen from a distance. This is the signal sent by the scouts. 3 circles mean that at least 3,000 medium-sized demons are attacking. See the ghost. Can't wait for the physics school. Pass the order. Line up. Let the brothers prepare for defense. Yes. The order was promptly carried out. The formation of tens of thousands of infantry began. Why does Marshal Karl Marshall want to regain the first line of defense? Because the terrain of the first line of defense is narrower. The final line width of the devil's mouth is 3 kilometers. But the first road is only 1.4 kilometers wide. And the front is a very unfriendly uphill road to the offensive party. If it wasn't for the empty line of shooting in the back line, Karl wished to repair the wall on the top of the hole. A legion of 10,000 people could easily form a horizontal row 4 people wide if they were deployed in this space. They were in the formation, and the troops in the rear of the Second Army also tried their best to keep up. However, due to the speed of the gap, they could not take care of it in a short time. Damn it! It's the fire demon. The enemies in front of him turned all the courage of Matisse and the soldiers. This is not a demon that muscles can fight. This fire-type demon, which is over 3 meters tall and looks slender, can kill through physical attacks. But before that, the attacker will often be killed by the opponent's spell-like ability Scorching Shield. The spear has been proven to be effective for the fire. But this kind of demon with more than 10 times human beings is extremely difficult to kill. Not only is it undying, it also has a 30% chance of temporarily summoning another fire demon from the abyss. It is a devil who is extremely unfriendly to the physics occupation. At this time, the horrible chariot of the demon army had discovered these praying mantis in front of them. They did not intend to stop. The fire demons were screaming with excitement. They wanted to crush this ignorant army that dared to fight into charred carbon powder. Damn! What about the physics school? They won't come again. Just wait for us to collect corpses. Matisse roared angrily. Before he finished speaking, a huge thunder suddenly sounded throughout the space. Boom! A visible flash of lightning was sweeping across the battlefield in the air. That should be an arc. The small electric snake, like chopsticks, swept the scorching earth in front of them with a crackling sound. Where the Leguang arrived, even the black scorched soil showed a melting scene, and a strange reflection appeared on the ground. Although the circle of electricity is not the object of this human legion, the fluctuating waves far away from the far away still make everyone's hair erection like a static electricity. Matisse almost doubted whether it would exude a burn in his helmet. The soldiers subconsciously set their sights on the center of the light. And then, they stunned that they were between them and the fire-burning demon army. And a huge black shadow was breaking through the space. In the era of magical prevailing, the masters created a large number of mage towers in the mouth of the devil, and named them the Wall of the Element. These defense towers, that can easily mobilize elemental forces, were once the panhuman camp's powerful weapons against demons. However, since the end of the Dharma era, these wizard towers have gradually become the mainstay that both the enemy and the enemy have to avoid. Although they also have the minimum counterattack ability, their real strength and power can still figure out 1 or 2. To this day, it re-shows its fierceness in front of the defenders of the Devil's Mouth, seeing the huge tower filled with arcane aura, and then looking at the electric towers lined up next to the Mage Tower, flashing with scorching lightning. Even if they received the news in advance, the first sentence that emerged in everyone's blank minds at that moment was still, "This is impossible. How come there is a wizard tower here? Is it time for them to trace back and cross the most wild era of the big maters before the end of FAFA?" After a brief moment of astonishment, the crowd suddenly erupted in cheers that shook the entire cave. Ha ha ha! The physics school is here. Matisse in front, and the back of the scene closely followed the scene. On the Mage Tower, the corners of Ryan's robe were still fluttering due to the agitation of the elements. Ryan Zhejiang waved a white feather fan with a smile on his face, and his voice echoed throughout the entire Mage Tower. In my hometown, there are old words from friends from afar. They must first break their bones, explode their heads, whip their bodies, and abandon the toilet. What are you waiting for? Not to mention Flora and other new disciples. Even Downs, who was most familiar with Ryan, rolled his eyes after hearing it. On his right to right, Harry was the first to strike. In the name of Heike Honest, the absolute zero trap. The stunning magic lingering around Harry spread along the physics network. Before it reached the front, it had turned into a cold current. A huge white shock wave burst into the front of the fire-burning magic army charge. It was too late to dodge, and the fire burning the demon hit the front under the push of the rear companion. Mattis instantly exclaimed, and then covered his mouth, because he was also a fuss. He was too shameful. The noise of the soldiers couldn't hold it. They couldn't believe their eyes. A huge ice flower exploded instantly in the cluster of the fire, and then bloomed in all directions. One by one, the eyes were full of white magnolia lines. The fire-burning magic group that could not be confronted anyway. Just one face. What they performed into the spring mud and more flowers. Those things that are rotten in the moment are really a powerful demon who almost asked for our life? Chapter 227. The arrogant soldier of the demon mouth is no stranger to the fire. The old way of fighting was to defend the city walls, and then throw barrels of icy drinks prepared by the dwarves at them. In a field battle, there is little the infantry can do. At most, it is to throw some buckets with a bucket of frost bomb with a stone car. This is what they can do. A few things. Fortunately, you can occasionally find several specialty and frost magic warlocks. Unfortunately, the existence of warlocks is like scratching a lottery ticket. As a commander, you never know how many warlocks you will have under your command. and when these warlocks will strangely self-destruct or run away. It must be said that the demon commander on the opposite side obviously had great insight. After discovering that humans were trying to retake the first line of defense, he immediately gathered all the fire demons at hand and almost gave the Panhuman coalition a total annihilation of tens of thousands of people as a gift. Marshal Karl broke out in a cold sweat. Just a little bit more, and the striker would be finished. He even fantasized the demon commander of the opposite side and said with a smile on him, "Go to your dream of restore your dream." Prior to today, Karl thinks how much he can get the first line of defense without relying on physics school. Now it seems that when it comes to targeting, the mage is the professional. The question comes, I want 1,000 mage to fight. Where should so many mages go? After a brief frightened, Karl was leaving to salute to the remote mage of the world. General Mattis at the front even had dozens of his loud-voiced subordinates shouting in unison, "Thank you, Master Tesla, for your help." Who knows? The physics school is actually embarrassed. Fulera Giaudi's voice drifted away from a distance. He. Just the one who just shot is our second brother Harry * Winston. There is no deserved existence on the opposite side. Matisse doubted his life on the spot. He turned his head and asked his deputy to be an elf ranger in his 200 years. Is the master of the year so fierce? The ranger immediately shook his head. How is it possible? Master Tesla's disciples are all exceptional. I highly doubt that they can challenge the worst legendary masters. This kind of thing did not happen before the Dharma ending age. But it was a bit rare. It's hard to say. Give the mage enough time to prepare. And a target of the master's killing is not so outrageous. Don't forget that in that era, a bunch of legendary strongmen came out from time to time to sneak attack on those dismal. At this time, on the mage tower, Ren looked at the situation silently. It was found that the fire-burning magic died in Harry's frozen trap. Well, the fire-burning magic is just the virtue. Physical attacks do not eat much. They are born with physical damage reduction, and then immune to flame attacks. But frost attacks have double damage. Absolute zero is still too high for the fire demon. Ryan even instructed Harry seriously to deal with such rubbish as the burning demon. There is no need to bother old man Heike on us. Ordinary frost elemental traps will be enough. When you see the Balrog, it won't be too late to use the absolute zero attack. Disciples are taught. Harry was sincerely criticized. He asked, "What does Yenemo look like?" "Well, you won't be mistaken when you see it," Ryan said mysteriously. To be honest, with Ryan personally helping to defend the tower, there was a bit of an overflow of damage. He didn't want to play the man as their tower is their game. Seriously? At this point now, he gradually felt that the former Medilla Master Tower was a bit not enough to taste. After all, it was originally a high-level mage tower. Whether it was the power of the elements or other functions, they were all for high-level mages. Even though Madeira had prepared a lot of room for upgrades before his death, it was ultimately a high-level mage's imagination of the world of master mages. I found out after using it that it is really not enough. Not to mention Ren. Even for downs, it feels a bit large and small. On the top floor of the mage tower, Ryan was eating hot pot and humming a song when he suddenly had an idea. After this is over, I'll find a way to go to other places and buy a few mage towers for free. It's not that he doesn't want to build a wizard tower of his own, but he doesn't know how to make it and can't wait. According to the information before the end of the FA, create a standard master level mage tower required for magic materials, complicated craftsmanship, and high artificially, enough to easily let a marquis go bankrupt. Many mage towers have been made for decades, and the 2 generations of artificial husbands are barely solved. Today, in the era of the French era, the human craftsmen who will create a mage tower have long been dead. The 100-year-old empty window period has caused the craftsmen in this area to directly disconnect and break the inheritance. This matter cannot be rushed. Ryan estimated that if he could deal with the Devil's Mouth, the Karak Empire would give in. If Karak is not decent, Reigns will find ways to help them decent. In any case, the Mouth of the Devil has a lot of traps and electric tower support, and its tactical situation has been greatly improved. The original worst plan was to use human lives to fill the gap, but now it is a 3-dimensional defense. Marshal Karl came over to visit Ren. "Big Master, is it possible? Extend the time of cover?" "Huh? Why?" Ren looked at the old man, who was excited and hoped in front of him. The original plan was a bit crude. After the Marshal's explanation, Ryan finally understood. The original approach was a bit like flood relief, planning to use a carriage full of stones to unload them directly into the gap, even if it was just a pile of stones, to repair the city wall first. Now that Ryan's traps and electric towers have enough power to suppress the demons, a group of fortress commanders have raised their goals a little bit. They hope to use more sophisticated dwarven craftsmanship to repair the outer wall near the bottomless abyss first, and then slowly complete the internal structure. There is a major premise that when repairing the wall, it cannot be disturbed by different world demolition office such as bulls. After listening, Ren lifts his eyelids. First of all, temporarily add, this is another price. Of course, I believe that the two emperors will try their best to meet your requirements. Ryan raised his second finger. Secondly, too many excessive demands will wear out my limited patience. I have more important things to do. Please give me a definite date. When the date comes, all members of the physics school will withdraw. Marshal Carl gritted his teeth. 1 month. No. 3 weeks is enough. Yes. Ren erected the third finger, the last point. Before I increase the code, I have to receive enough deposit. Chapter 228. Introducing myself again. Carl was about to speak when a rough and loud voice sounded outside. No problem. Tesla, all your requirements will be met. Outside the mage tower, a dwarf with a small punch appeared. This is a very burly dwarf, with a width and height of 1.80 meters. It's just that this goat body is not much different from a bull. It is conservatively estimated that this goat's weight will not be less than 800 pounds. It's like everyone is a Shiba Inu Chimes, and you come out with a muscular version of Chimes. A dwarf who is too tall to look like a dwarf, riding an extremely majestic goat. It is eye-catching in itself, coupled with the fact that the other party had a group of guards who looked extremely elite. The other party's identity was obvious. Your Excellency is. Outside the mage tower, Ryan's mage eye opened. My name is Alga, the head of the Iron Hand clan, and a king of the Karak Empire, said King Dwarf proudly. Come in. The dwarf was always very outgoing. He walked into the mage tower with 2 of his followers, even though Marshal Carl was standing. After entering Ryan's study in the mage tower, he pulled a stool and sat down. Squeak! The stool made a pitiful cry as it was tortured by this huge dwarf, who felt like he weighed half a ton. It was almost going to be torn into pieces by the sitting on it. You should replace the chairs here with some sturdier ones. I will come here often in the future, Alega said with an indifferent expression. For other people, it is likely to treat him as a bully or something. Oh, it's a dwarf. It's okay. Ryan smiled, holding his chin with one hand and asked. Then Alega, do you have anything good to give me when you come here? You can't just say meet all my requirements. Regardless of whether Lei has the strength of a legendary wizard, at least his combat record is real. Empty words will not convince Ryan. Allegia seemed to glance at Carl next to him. Was he afraid that Carl would tell on him? No. This should be more like a demonstration. Aleja seemed a little reckless, and he casually stated his conditions. First, we demand that you can get the complete biology theory. Second, I hope that the master of the master will take the shot and return all the magic tower of the devil's mouth into a controllable state. Third, the resources of my eldest son Fong Dak are at least a master-level magician. The mage is stationed in the mouth of the devil. Alaga's request sounded more outrageous than the last. Not only Ryan, but even Flora, who was listening in, frowned and moved her little mouth several times, wanting to interrupt him. But Ryan secretly stopped her with a gesture. Seeing Ryan's calm expression, the dwarf king grinned. Of course, I know the value of knowledge. In exchange, I can give you a legendary wizard tower. Lord Tesla, Marshal Carl suddenly exclaimed, could it be that? Aleja's eyes were determined. The mage tower of the legendary wizard Chahawk. Oh, you mean send it? Ryan's eyes became calmer. Of course, because Chakuk was my brother. At that time, the power of our country was to make his mage tower. As a result, the end of the FA era came suddenly. Until today, there is no second existence. In fact, there is another magic key that can directly receive the mage tower in my hands. Ryan's heart was pounding. Ryan and Downs had fully experienced how troublesome an ownerless wizard tower was in the Madeira wizard tower. That's just the automatic defense system of a high-level wizard tower. Under normal circumstances, apart from the dead wizard back then, no one else knew the perfect way to crack a wizard tower. Even their disciples didn't know. The inheritance of a wizard's tower usually only occurs when the previous owner foresees his own demise and makes arrangements in advance. Even if Lei had reached his current strength and status, he could not guarantee that he could crack a master-level mage tower. If he was not careful, he would lose a precious disciple, or even Lei in himself. This is a truly legendary wizard tower. In this situation where the magic heritage has been cut off, and it is impossible to build another legendary wizard tower in a short period of time. This is almost the only way for Ryan to obtain this thing. Fortunately, Ryan had seen big scenes before, at the player level as for the first 4 conditions. As long as your son Feng Dak has the qualifications, I can guarantee that it will be done. As for the 5th condition, when Ryan said this, not to mention his disciples, even Alado was so nervous that his heart almost stuck in his throat. The Dwarf King was afraid that Ryan couldn't handle it, and was even more afraid that he would not agree. Fortunately, Ryan smiled and said with an attitude of I'm not pretending anymore. I'm going to show my cards. This is the 2nd time I'm formally introducing myself to you. I'm Ryan Tesla, and I happen to have a title recognized by the world's Will Dragon Slayer. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the room was shocked. Even Marshal Carl Ellis, who is well informed, could not help but tremble in shock. Wait! According to the law, your actions will be remembered by the world. You must have killed at least 5 legendary dragons, and at least 100 pure-blooded dragons of all species, to have this title. Not to mention the Marshal. Even Alado was trembling all over. Not because of fear, but because of excitement. In fact, when Ryan dared to openly sell dragon meat burgers, he had guessed it to some extent. Now that it was confirmed by the person involved, he could hardly suppress the ecstasy in his heart. The calmer Ryan acted, the more shocked the 2 people on the opposite side were. Okay. Last question. What is the name of the unlucky dragon I have to kill? King Aleha tried to maintain his sanity. The last difficulty. That guy's soul is in H.L. It will be meaningless if we don't kill him in H.L. In fact, when Alega said this, Ryan had a rough idea in his mind. His expression of supporting his cheek was even more intriguing. Bader Hell is very big. It is very troublesome to find a small lizard. The 2 people on the opposite side immediately grasped the point in Ryan's words. It was not a question of whether he could be killed or not, but a question of whether he could be found or not. The heroism and confidence displayed by Ryan were enough to cause internal injuries to the 2 of them. Chapter 229 PY Transaction. No deception. In fact, this is just someone secretly giving himself a stack of armor and adding a disclaimer. If something really happens, it's that we can't find it. But we can't kill it. It's like you want to achieve 30 kills in a battle royale. Many times it's not a question of whether you can kill them or not. First of all, you have to encounter 30 enemies. Of course, just pretend I didn't say anything. Under normal circumstances, if Ryan boasted like this, he would definitely be spit upon by the other party. As it happens, Ryan has another amulet. Marshal Carl gently reminded, that's the H.L. of Bator. What a coincidence. I just happen to have another achievement, Evil Slayer. If you don't believe me, you can hang my rationality flag outside the fortress to see what effect it has on the demons. By the way, this thing also works on the devil. The Marshal felt like a fool who had stuffed his head into the chimes. When the people outside knocked on him, his mind went blank and only the metallic explosion sound of Duong, Duong, echoed in his ears. Evil. Nemesis. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Alada could not help but roar. Oh my god! How many demons have you killed? Ryan spread his hands innocently. Forgot. For some people, killing a big devil is a rare lifetime achievement in the world. For one person, killing a bunch of big devils is a daily task that can be done easily. If it were anyone else, it would definitely be bragging. In fact, Ryan was also bragging. The point is that the whole world knows that Ryan killed a devil and a demon lord. In the eyes of other people, the big devil that even the whole country may not be able to fight against. When it comes to Ryan, it becomes a weakling who can be easily dealt with as easy as eating and drinking water. This contrast not only overturned their 3 perspectives, but they also felt extremely fortunate that Ryan was on their side. Behind Ryan, several of his disciples started chatting. Brother, didn't Master say at the beginning that he doesn't know magic? Only physics? Harry asked quietly. Yeah. Towns nodded. Matt said, as he ate pumpkin mixed with dragon meat, physical magic is also magic. Harry rolled his eyes and said, It was a good thing for Master to keep a low profile when he first entered the world of chaos. Flora interrupted. Master looked so handsome now, with his domineering look on his face. A group of fellow disciples. Here, Aleja was completely convinced. The name of this evil dragon is Colorful Prince. He is the murderer who killed my parents and almost destroyed the Iron Hand clan. Chahawk was planning to kill him back then. Just in case. So he left the key to the mage tower to me. The Dwarf King was quite generous. He took out a golden key emitting a water blue glow from his arms, and wanted to hand it to Ryan. Unexpectedly, Ryan made a stop gesture. Wait! I want to check your eldest son's talent first. Aleja was a little amused. Who would have thought that the biggest problem in his eyes was not a problem at all in the eyes of others? But teaching his son became the key to whether he would be a bottleneck? Aleja turned around and yelled. Vondak! Come in! If your talent isn't as great as you say it is, I'll skin you alive. A 90-year-old dwarf with orange-red hair and beard, who looked constipated, strode in, looking at the goatee with 3 big drill-shaped beards. Ryan felt that it was quite out of place. I am Vondak Ironhand. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan nodded. Okay. As long as this kid doesn't die in an accident, I guarantee that he will at least become a master. Some people, the overflowing talent is visible to the naked eye, just by looking at the faint aura of fire element lingering around him. Ryan was already regretting that he had missed out on an excellent tool. Vondak showed an unconcealable joy on his face, and bowed deeply to Ryan. Greetings, Master. You will be my 6th disciple from now on. But after you graduate, you will not have to fulfill your duties as a disciple to me. Yes. Vondak stood obediently behind Ryan and behind Flora. King Aleja handed over the golden magic key with great admiration. All the secrets are in it. Vondak knows the code of the key. It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. Marshal Carl was envious when he saw the Dwarf King reach a PY deal with Ryan. I will ask the 2 emperors as soon as possible. I hope to borrow your faction's banner for a long time in the Devil's Mouth in the future. Can. PY transactions. Fair and honest. But no matter what, the fact that the Crown Prince of a kingdom actually joined Ryan as a magic apprentice, and Aleja gave him a legendary wizard tower, had a far-reaching demonstrative effect. Even though Algar is just a mere king, don't forget that he is an elector, and theoretically he is also qualified to be Emperor Barak. To some extent, his bet on Ryan represented the will of all the dwarves in the 2 major dwarf kingdoms in Barak. This is the point that cannot be underestimated. This is how multi-party transactions work. When one party is willing to pay a high price, the other party with the same demand will become a clown because it cannot follow suit. Barbarossa 13 felt a little uncomfortable, but he felt a little comforted when he thought that if the Devil's Mouth fortress was stabilized, he could withdraw 2 of his most elite Pegasus Knights, plus a bunch of high-level and even master-level adventurers. He complained to his own palace minister, I suddenly hope that this great wizard Tesla is a liar. At least I don't have to bite my teeth and pay a high price to buy the wizard back. What else can the Prime Minister do? Marshal Carl Ellis has sent back news that Ryan claims to have 2 world-class achievements, Evil Buster and Dragon Buster. The truth of this matter is no longer something they can judge at their level. Anyway, when the Flag of Reason came out, the demons were basically scared to death. If this is true, then when the gap in strength between each other is too great, the king's power game is just a joke. Just as in the era when the gods appeared, the king was just the spokesperson of the gods. The palace minister could only comfort the emperor. Look at the bright side. The panhuman camp has once again fully mastered the power of magic. Maybe we can reach a new agreement, obtain a large number of magicians, and then take back the lost pioneer territory? When it came to this, the emperor's long-dormant ambition was somewhat aroused. His breathing suddenly became rapid. The loss of those frontier territories was the greatest shame for the Barbarossa family. If he could recover the old territory, he would undoubtedly leave a very strong mark in the history of the empire. Then send the messenger Wen Yin to test it out and see when the next time Master Tesla recruits self-funded students. As the ideas of the top leaders of the 2 empires changed, the training of mages had unknowingly become a seller's market, with Ryan having the final say. Chapter 230, Devil's Mouth Military Academy. Unconsciously, the style of the Devil's Mouth has gone awry. The defenders had originally held several mobilization meetings, and every soldier who was sent to hold the line in the first wave was given a suicide note that had been written in advance. With the help of the physics school, their general response was, "That's it? The demons are still the same demons. But the line of defense is no longer the same line of defense. With a space mage tower, and a powerful mage, they suddenly felt the happiness that the defenders had felt 100 years ago. Once again, the reason why the mage is noble is that his ability to target others is rare in the world. If a fire-type demon comes over, just spray it with ice. When a brute force demon like the bull demon comes, we'll use a combination of a binding trap and acid. The other party tried to win by quantity. That is Yang Jiaoshuo's electrotherapy package, which comes with more than 100 Tesla towers to serve. And there is guaranteed to be no bad reviews. Under the premise that the magic defense system can defeat 80% of the enemy's forces. Anyone who manages to pass through the first magic defense line will basically lose half his life if he does not die. It is often at times like this that the fortress's original arrogant and powerful generals take action. Arrogant soldiers and brave generals? How can that be possible? I'm telling you. Don't talk nonsense. We are loyal admirers of the masters of the School of Physics. That's right. I am Mrs. Field's most devoted admirer. These are what the tough guys, who once looked down upon even the Empire's elite troops, said. To be honest, people are also made of flesh and blood. If it wasn't for the last resort, who would come here to sacrifice their life and blood? The lives of our family and friends are at our backs. So we are willing to come here and act like heroes. Deep down, who would be willing to sacrifice in vain? Suddenly, with the physics school as a super support, everyone's rationality immediately prevailed. It is no exaggeration to say that the application letters from those who hope to become followers of the second-generation disciples of the physics school can be stacked from the ground to the level of the city wall. In just 1 week, the hearts of 200,000 soldiers were transformed into the shape of the physical school. For this reason, Marshal Karl, who was in a dilemma, even had to ask Ryan again, "Can you make the lethality of your magic trap group less severe?" Huh? Ryan's first reaction was to doubt his ears. No. This is mainly because you have all been deployed. My subordinates tend to slack off easily. Karl felt embarrassed after he said this. It is not a joke that it is easy to relax military preparedness in peacetime. Soldiers who are used to living in an extremely high-pressure environment could easily go from one extreme to another, which was not conducive to long-term defense. Ryan blinked. He was also happy to leave Harry free. After all, even he wasn't as fanatical as Harry when it came to setting traps. To be honest, he recently discovered a few white hairs on 17-year-old Harry's head. That boy is only 17 years old. To put it in a broader sense, having signs of death from overwork is not a good thing. Rin came down the donkey downhill. Since this is the request of Marshal Eiley, I have no opinion. So I said that my magic consumption is too much. Some electric towers must enter the energy-saving mode. And there will be more devils leaked. Please pay attention to the troops. Okay. Thank you very much. I will also inform the generals below. So, after all the defenses were taken out, it suddenly became oops. I leaked it again. The news that the mage tower was running low on magic power spread secretly, causing many soldiers to become nervous, but also causing some high-ranking generals to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. If the allies are too strong, they will lose their presence. Of course, Ryan's disciples are not good at this kind of work of reasonably missing monsters. Without a system to help distribute the power voltage, a chain of lightning would leave nothing alive. After all, there are 108 Tesla towers here. On the 9th day, nearly 10,000 middle and low-level demons came again. Attention! There's something wrong with the enemy! Someone shouted loudly, and the defenders' nerves immediately tensed up. Ahead of the place where the horror thunder cloud was dense. I do know why. Hundreds of medium demon escaped. After their companions were broken like glass, they rushed out in the lightning-intertwined thunder prison. Meet the enemy. Archers. Shoot freely. Those who bent their bows and drew their arrows were not ordinary archers. These official and even high-ranking rangers would be at least captains in the outside world. But in the mouth of the devil, which was full of talents, they were just the most ordinary archers. A round of black arrows rose into the sky and then poured down on the demons, nailing 1/3 of the demons to the ground in an instant. But there were still a large number of demons showing their hideous faces in the darkness and biting us viciously. Throw a spear. The short javelin, with the help of the adventurer's extraordinary strength, drew bright arcs with its long blade. These more lethal throwing weapons pierced through the bodies of many demons, leaving strings of dirty blood beads. The long-awaited battle seemed to make even the air hotter. The melee shield guard raised his solid shield and collided with the onrushing demon. In the brief contact, the spears of the spearmen in the back row glowed with elemental light, and they stabbed fiercely at the terrifying existence on the opposite side through the gaps in their shields. It was a short but extremely intense battle. In fierce battles, casualties are inevitable. Although the death ratio of 18 to 281 was still a big win, the frivolous look of the previous few days was no longer on their faces. Instead, they were filled with caution. On the mage tower, Ryan and Carl watched the scene quietly. Carl said expressionlessly, "Actually, this is good. They can see blood and train real warriors." "Oh, have you heard of monster farming?" What I mean is that I can control the number and strength of the demons that rush over so that the new recruits can achieve the purpose of their training." Marshal Carl failed to control his expression this time. "Wait. Your Excellency. Can you even control something like this?" Ryan shrugged. "To me, this is no different than humans playing cockfighting." Carl once again refreshed his understanding of the power of Master Tesla. The enemy that he thought was capable of causing considerable damage was, in the other party's eyes, just an experience pack for training new recruits? He asked tentatively, "I believe you can control the number of enemies. But the strength? It's simple. Although I can't decide what kind of demons come every day and how many there are, I can suppress the opponent's power by displaying my flag. If I show up in person, the miscellaneous demons will probably fall into chaos on the spot." The only words left in Carl's mind were outrageous, which kept replaying. Then, Ryan stretched out his right thumb and rubbed his index and middle fingers. "Have to." Although Carl knew from the beginning that this great wizard believed in fair trade, he never thought that this big shot would rush down the path of adding money to the lay Buddhist and never look back. Chapter 231 Flora's Self-Assumption. When facing other people, Marshal Carl can completely use the righteous cause of protecting mankind to suppress him. But the guy on the opposite side is strong and doesn't fall for it. So Carl has no way to deal with him. Fortunately, he only had to take care of the logistics. So the blame for the PY transaction could not fall on him, since the higher-ups want to both transfer manpower and ensure the strength of the defense. With so many demands, something has to give. Unless it is a war that is about to destroy the country. Everything is fighting. Otherwise the war will always fight more than just military, but also the population, economy, politics and other fields to fight. This is not a marshal can deal with it. Here, after Ryan nixed the Tesla tower and Tesla coil, and reduced the number of traps in front, he could basically achieve the effect of escaping 3 out of 10 demons. The interesting thing is that both the enemy and our side don't know why some lightning bolts look so scary. And they don't even kill the demons when they are struck by lightning. The commanders of both sides subconsciously attributed it to the fact that some demons had a higher resistance to wind, electricity. Gradually, the lower-level officers in the fortress discovered that something was wrong. What's wrong? Those rookies from the 8th Squadron had 3 dead and 29 injured. The 1st Squadron had 1 dead and 18 injured. The fortress defenders always use the old to guide the new, often letting the new recruits go up the city walls to get familiar with the environment. And after experiencing several siege battles, when it is confirmed that their performance is outstanding, they will transfer that unit to a field unit. This time, Marshal Carl directly ordered the new recruits to join the rotation team and take charge of part of the line-holding work. This made many middle-level commanders dissatisfied, as they thought this was sending them to die in vain. After all, if new recruits who have never actually fought against demons go to the battlefield like this, the casualties will be horrific. But the recent situation of the war subverted their cognition. Not once or twice, but many times. The generals and officers below asked more questions, and Marshal Carl, seeing that he could no longer hide it, revealed the secret. Well, Archmage Tesla has the title of Evil Slayer. As long as he shows his banner, he can suppress the demons and devils below the Lord level, and even make some demons lose their will to fight. But we can't always rely on the Archmage. So, sigh. Anyway, everyone should take advantage of the Archmage's presence to quickly train the troops. Oh, I see. Everyone knew that Barbarossa was about to be in trouble, and that it would take only the next 2 months for the elite troops to be withdrawn. Although all the Pegasus Knights have been transferred away, don't forget that Barbarossa also has 2 reorganized knights to take away. On Chaos Continent, the standard configuration of a knight order is about 200 official knights with titles, with about 500 to 800 knight followers, and a similar number of knight apprentices. and finally 3,000 to 4,000 infantry. The full configuration is about 6,000 people. Don't forget, these are the elite among the elite who have fought against demons and served for more than 2 years. Almost all members of the Knights have the adventurer level, and even the lowest level lancers will probably be first or second level warrior professionals for their entire lives. There are only 8 elite knight groups like this in the Devil's Mouth. The lack of elite forces is generally difficult to make up for. Now that the Devil's Mouth Army Academy is open, it is equivalent to opening a convenient door for Carl to kill monsters and gain experience. In response to this, people from all walks of life rushed to train. An outrageous accident that no one expected happened. Some recruits, either out of fear of death or out of a desire to have fun, secretly wrote the word reason on their armor. The results of it? It actually works. The news spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. As a result, not only did the new recruits imitate it, but many old hands also secretly followed suit. They just put a strip of cloth in front of the chest armor to cover it up, and then showed it when they went to the battlefield. If someone who doesn't know them sees them, they might think they are directly under the physics school. It's only a matter of time before this matter is exposed. As luck would have it, Marshal Carl knew about it a little later than Flora, who was on duty. When he found out, he jumped up in anger. What a bunch of brainless idiots. What? Asked the adjutant. Can the badge be used casually? At the very least, this is malicious abuse. At the most, this is blasphemy. Have you all forgotten that the last noble who abused the reputation of the School of Physics was hung on the gate of Ramonk? Marshal Carl's roar finally made the generals in the command center feel nervous. Since the Dharma ending age, the major religious sects that could not receive divine revelations have become more restrained. In fact, let alone 100 years ago, if the leaders of each sect had taken it seriously, it would have been a small-scale war between gods. But most of these muscle guys only train their muscles and not their brains, and they lack sensitivity in this area. Now, when they saw the marshal rushing out in a hurry, everyone realized that they were in big trouble. If I can kill nobles, ordinary people are nothing. Rushing to the mage tower, the marshal urgently asked for an audience. When he saw that it was Flora, he didn't care about his face and bowed on the spot. I am extremely sorry about my subordinates abusing the Lee emblem. Those illiterates don't know anything, and they didn't mean to blaspheme your sex emblem. The doll-like countess did not ignore Marshal Carl. She gracefully closed the physics textbook on dragon leather that she was reading, thought for a moment, and spoke. This matter is neither big nor small. It is an infringement of our rights, and an increase in the consumption of our Academy's magic power. Let me make the decision. If those adventurers above level 1 who do not believe in other sects agree to repay my sect in the future, such as doing something for my sect that is not against the Panhuman Alliance, I can agree to let them with a badge of reason. And adventurers above level 3 can enjoy a maximum of 1 level 1 shield spell per day. This, Marshal Carl was a little confused. Of course he knew what this meant. For outstanding soldiers, this is equivalent to having an extremely valuable amulet. On the other hand, how is this different from the churches trying to win over believers before the Dharma ending age? No. Even bigger. This is no different from the gods bestowing divine powers. No. The divine power of your physical sect. No. Magic power. Is inexhaustible? The marshal knew that the physical sect was best at the energy system. And the 4 ancient elemental gods never responded to the prayers of believers. Nor did they care who abused the power of the elements. The free arcane energy in the space was even more famous for being ownerless. As long as the physics school can divert the flow as safely as it does. Theoretically, the magic of the physics school is endless. But this is too generous. The expression on the marshal's square face was very interesting. And it went through changes in just a few seconds. Soon, the marshal gave up. If it rains, it will. If my mother wants to get married, who cares? I'll remind those idiots what this means. Flora smiled and said, the first thing we learn in our school is the law of conservation of energy. We pay the most attention to equivalent exchange. We don't force these things. Chapter 232, Towns has never been so angry. Even though Marshal Carl knew that this would expand the influence of the physics school, he still did not stop it. After all, compared with the country's prince running away to be a self-funded student of Master Tesla, it is not a big deal for some defenders of the Devil's Mouth to choose to join the physics school. The marshal still submitted a report as usual, but he didn't care whether anyone would take care of it or not. Anyway, the physics school is one of his own, and he can guard this fortress, so the rest of the things have nothing to do with him. On the other hand, Ryan was busy. While he was teaching his sixth disciple, Von Dake, he was also busy asking Baron to help him build a Gundam. A magic construct. With nearly 100 dwarf craftsmen and thousands of tons of rare metal ingots provided by the Iron Hand clan, Baron's workshop finally started working at full capacity and entered a state of intensive research and development and testing. Because building a Gundam is not something that can be done in a hurry and is time-consuming. If Ryan does not plan ahead and set various standards, if he goes astray in the technology tree, such as building a hydrogen-powered Gundam, there may be no results for decades. Ryan was so busy that he had to leave the chores to his eldest disciple Towns, those government-funded students and Marino's self-funded students. Have you taught them all the junior high school physics? Yes, Master. There are a few who still have a little hope. Well, I'll assign a few topics and let them figure them out on their own. The laws of physics in high school cannot be taught. After all, it is easy to bite off more than you can chew. It is definitely not because that is a different price. This is what a great wizard who was recently annoyed by looking at financial statements said. Ryan turned around and told Downs, I have to be busy with Baren's workshop and teaching your sixth junior brother. You are the top person in charge of the Devil's Mouth Fortress. Ah! What if a demon lord comes to kill us? How can a demon lord come to Chaos Continent so easily? You can kill any demon you want. No need to tell me. Master, let me confirm again. Is it enough to prevent the demons from breaking through the Devil's Mouth Fortress? Well, let's try to minimize the casualties of the defenders. When I'm done, I will start to recapture the fortress's mage tower and completely restore the fortress's defense system to its historical peak. I understand. I will leave the Devil's Mouth to you, my disciple. Looking at the extremely obedient Towns, Ryan was comforted. What a good and obedient son. Why do I sometimes feel that Towns is a gift for free when I top up my phone bill? Ryan ran back to the academy headquarters with peace of mind, seeing that it was Towns who was in charge of the Devil's Mouth. He naturally had nothing to say. No one knew that after Towns officially took office, the first thing he did was to run to Harry and ask, Junior brother, are you interested in playing big? Harry was a little surprised. Brother, you finally got it, and are willing to find a woman? Towns slapped Harry on the forehead. You are so young and don't learn well. You just have all these messy thoughts. What? Master is still with the Grand Duchess. Pa! Another slap. Harry didn't dare to argue. How can we compare with Master? Master adapts to the rules of this world and takes back the power he deserves. We climb up from the bottom. Let me tell you, if you indulge in women now, what if your strength is limited to the Master level for the rest of your life? Looking at your fellow disciples, who have become legendary mages, do you still have the nerve to call yourself Master's disciple? Towns' well-reasoned teachings made Harry respect him. Whatever the senior brother says is what I will do. Looking at Harry with a burning gaze, Towns smiled and said, This is my good junior brother. Big brother. What is the goal? I want to take over the demon fortress Elecnon across from the Devil's Mouth. Think about it. How could our physics school have ever been subjected to such bullying? Just taking the beating and not fighting back? Harry thought about it and agreed. In our school of physics, revenge never takes overnight. We can't stand this anger. Seeing Harry's changed look, Towns' smile became even brighter. Have you noticed that? In addition to asking the original owner to write a deed to transfer the land, the physical legendary land can actually be expanded. When Harry heard this, he immediately looked into the distance. This is not an illusion. As the physics school's electric towers and traps kill more demons, the area of the legendary physics land tends to spread deeper into the Devil's Mouth. Harry probed. Solid foundation? Towns said firmly. A solid foundation. As the saying goes, like master, like disciple. Ryan is like this. How can you expect your disciple to be a good-tempered and modest gentleman? So Towns submitted a report to Marshal Carl. His request was not high. Just a bunch of polished convex lenses. Carl supports anything that can significantly strengthen the fortress's defense. Within a few days, a long string of convex lenses extended from the outside of the fortress to the depths of the cave. The fortress defenders also felt fresh as they watched the sunlight that should not have reached this place reach the deepest part of the cave after several refractions. Light of heaven, this thing looks good, but it also has great killing power. Soon, The whole fortress knew how the physics school got its solid foundation. Thousands of demons were ground into slag by the divine light, then turned into a molten state, and finally turned into a large glass-like thing after cooling. Originally, the demon's body was scattered everywhere, and the vitreous body it created was not evenly distributed in every corner of the cave. Who would have thought that after Flora took over, she would use light of heaven to sweep the land outside the first line of defense whenever she had time, so that the demon glass could be evenly spread on the ground. As a result, within half a month, a new road to heaven appeared ahead, with the widest being 1.4 kilometers and the narrowest being 1 kilometer, in a trapezoidal shape. Not to mention, this thing is definitely a deterrent to demons. Without saying anything, the demon will ask you to undergo a will test first. If you fail, you will enter a state of confusion and lose your mind on the spot. Demons are difficult to command. Even the most skilled demon commander can only drive his demons in a general direction. Once he finds the enemy, he will let his demons act freely. What cooperation? What Q? These things have never existed for chaotic evil demons. The emergence of Road to Heaven caused the destructive power of the demon army to drop by more than one level. It's not that there were no demon commanders who tried to destroy this good road that made them feel extremely uncomfortable. The question is, if they could attack this glass road, did it also prove that they had entered the range of the convex lens? Z. The solid foundation extended all the way towards the crack in the abyss. Soon, the demon boss here could no longer sit still. Chapter 233, Monster Spawner. Right? Where is the abyss? A place where billions of demons gather. It is filthy and evil here, always filled with despair and death. A large number of demons die in the abyss all the time, and their corpses and nutrients in turn nourish the birth of more demons. The demons are constantly eliminating each other, as if they are raising insects. Only the powerful demons are worthy of talking about the word survival in the abyss. This should be an iron rule. Those weak humans on the other side of the devil's mouth should also stand at attention and be beaten. This has been the case for hundreds and thousands of years. This has become the inertial thinking of several demon lords here. What is happening now? There are actually bastards trying to turn this place into a lawful and good place? Isn't this a slap in the face of all the demon lords around here? If it is just a small piece, perhaps the local lord can still be seen. But the asshole humans opposite the opposite side will intensify, and it will be released. No! This tone of voice cannot be tolerated by my uncle, and even less by my aunt. So Oh! The one on the other side is Ryan Tesla, who killed Griffith, an evil nemesis. This hunchbacked and deformed freak lord is different from his compatriots. Most freaks are only about 1.8 meters tall, but this one is 2.3 meters tall. Its features are similar to those of most other aberrations, with a typically asymmetrical and extremely distorted body, and the occasional unpleasant-looking patch or two of tough bristles on its bare skin mottled with green and purple. This fiendish creature has small red eyes filled with hatred on its elongated head. But when Lord Nedwell saw the reason flag on the opposite side, his eyes suddenly became clear. Hey! How can there be so much fighting and killing in the demon world? The key is to keep one's distance from another. But within 2 days, Nedwell found that the other party was becoming more and more outrageous, and was actually ready to pave the road to heaven to the gate of his fortress. I can't bear this blame alone. This guy turned around and went to look for other lords. Don't think it's running off to form an alliance or anything. So funny. If the demon lords could form an alliance, they would not have to fight among themselves since the birth of the abyss. There is no so-called friendship or covenant between demons. Only a relationship between superiors and subordinates. If I become your boss, we can live in peace. When Nedwell saw the badge of reason, he was so scared. It must be said that not all demons are fools. The road to heaven at S until the opposite side. It was not until this time that Downs was determined that the mouth of the devil's mouth was not the first floor of the legendary abyss. The broken space crack allowed them to reach a not-so-remote corner of the 3rd floor. Carl expressed cautious optimism about the actions of the physics school, but could not provide more support. The second generation of the physics school insisted on making a fuss, and Carl could not stop them. Anyway, the great wizard Tesla was still there, so it didn't matter. The person who actually helped Towns and Harry install the electric tower and convex lens was actually Mandrill. Not to mention humans. Even demons were shocked by this scene. The demons will not forget that in those layers of the abyss, there are still a large number of spider demons and some drow lurking. As for whether this will divide the demons, It's so funny. Do demons still need to be differentiated? This scene will probably stimulate some demon lords, who have received the news to try to attack the territory that once belonged to the spider goddess. Here, the territory abandoned by the demon lord Nedwell was naturally filled by new demons. Soon, the fortress of Dulamogul opposite the space rift of the Devil's Mouth welcomed its new master, the ape demon Kabasha, who had just been promoted to a legendary figure. Once again, generally speaking, legendary warriors and legendary monsters have a challenge level of more than 20. However, it is possible that some creatures are born relatively weak, and after being promoted to legendary, their challenge level is still less than 20. For example, a certain great wizard's magic pet, the legendary fire bat. Most ape demons have a challenge level of only 5. If Towns had Ryan's complete system, he would see that Kabasa was stuck at level 19. An awkward position that was neither up nor down. Ape demons are scouts and skirmishers in the demon army. They naturally like to explore unknown areas in order to hunt new prey or find a lair. The abandoned fortress of Dulmorgul is the new lair for it and its minions. Because the fortress had a new owner, the expansion of the legendary physical land came to a halt. The closest place was still more than 300 meters away from the outer wall of the fortress. Just when Kabasha was frightened by the deterrent power of the Flag of Reason and dared not send his men closer, Downs controlled the Space Mage Tower to teleport to the opposite side of the fortress. Not only did Towns and several second-generation disciples come, but they also brought a group of third-generation disciples who had nothing to do. This time, it's a small horse pulling a big cart. The huge Dulmorgul fortress is generally in the shape of an irregular cube, covering an area of more than 4 square kilometers and more than 50 meters high. The Space Magic Academy, formerly the Madeira Mage Tower, is a 5-story building. Even with the courtyard, it only covers half a square kilometer. In terms of firepower, the two sides are completely not on the same level. The seemingly small Mage Tower shows its extremely violent side. Fire! Fire! Blast him! The 4 elements of earth, water, fire and wind plus arcane magic. 5 different colors of shaping magic flew out from the shooting holes in every corner of the wizard tower, streaking across the sky and blasting against the huge fortress wall built of viscous plasma and bones. Each strike could create exaggerated holes as big as several water tanks. As in fortress material, I don't know how many years of rotten flesh that have been deposited. So they were bombarded with scattered flowers. And they were everywhere. Don't think this is the end. As long as it is sunny outside, light of heaven will shine directly on the opposite fortress. This operation is simply rubbing salt into the devil's wounds, and then blessing them with holy water. It would be even better if some chaos demons got angry and broke out of the fortress. This is like using a mage tower to guard a monster spawner and eating a buffet. No matter how many demons there are, beat them one by one. Beat them all when they come out. The demon spawning point on the opposite side has become a fully automatic assembly line slaughterhouse of the physics school. Just like the execution of a death row prisoner, the poor demon was in a state of death under the heavy firepower. Unable to live or die, he truly experienced what it meant to live freely and die in confusion. The novice mages of the physical school had a lot of fun, and the opposing demons died quickly. By yubu. A volley of fireballs and lightning chains flew over, and Towns' disciples felt as if they were dreaming as they watched the demon gradually become cooked like a pancake. Is this the devil? He looks so rubbish. That's right. If I play like this every day, I can beat 10 of them. I can hit 100. Chapter 234. Before these guys could finish their boasting, they were knocked on the head by the rare Sirius Tang Si. Humph. We rely on the reputation of our master to scare the demon lord away, and rely on this magic tower as a barrier, so you can practice with peace of mind. If you are really put in a field environment, once the followers lie down, you will be the second to die. Master's lesson is, Towns was dealing with his own disciples, and Harry on another floor of the Mage Tower was also preaching. Your ancestors often educate me. The warriors have no skills. Now that you have chosen the protection department, then you must ensure that every demon who steps into the legendary physics place must enjoy a full set of traps. Harry was fine at this point, but his next sentence gave him away. Perhaps the good gods will forgive the souls of these damned demons, but our duty is to send them all to heaven. Do you understand? Understand. The little depression in Harry's disciples disappeared. Originally, they couldn't be the frontline magic artillers, but they were a bit unwilling, especially when I saw the no-brain and unhappy demon. I ran to the glass-shaped ground stupidly. Stepped on those wide swords versions, or anti-tank version, of the demon removal device in one paw. We are satisfied. The real miserable ones were Baren's disciples. All of his disciples were turned into tools. And the cats were stuck in the workshop and couldn't get out. Fortunately, Baren's disciples are also the smallest of the 3 generations of disciples. In any case, it is really cool to suppress the demon at the resurrection point. If Ryan was watching here, he would probably be able to see through the system's strange words, like EXP plus 233 constantly appearing above the heads of the 3rd generation disciples of the School of Physics. This method of gaining experience is so efficient that even hardcore players can only say it. However, if the opponent's demon is angry, he may call the demon lord over. Towns himself is not afraid. But the problem is that he has an apprentice with him. Downs pays attention to a repeated jump. The mage tower that can be transmitted in space is to do whatever you want. It is half an hour in the morning, 3 hours in the afternoon, and brush for 2 hours at night. Highlight a random. As for the suppression of the Devil Fortress, it is given to Mainzo. Harry designed a large number of small mage towers for them. And these towers can also be called the magic version of the bunker. It is probably a simple 2-story fortress made of thick earth elements. Apart from the necessary shooting holes, there is no other setting in the entire tower. The key point is that the magic circle prepared inside is of war grade. The magic that the drow derives from the physical network, after enjoying the enhancement of the super magic expertise, can reach a maximum power of level 4, with rangers and rogue drow keeping watch, plus their innate dark vision. No demon can escape, as long as any small mage tower attacks. The 2nd and 3rd generation disciples on duty will respond and overwhelm the opposite side with massive elemental attacks. In fact, this kind of tactic of attacking the opponent at the birth point is already quite brutal. No one expected that in this environment, Flora's strength would increase rapidly. To what point does her order? Dallas saw a sad soul monster caught when he went to work. The appearance of this demon is like a pigman in the orcs, with a huge wild boar head, and the palm of the palm has only 4 fingers. There is no way there is a boar man in this world that is 6 meters tall and weighs 2,000 pounds. This is a demon that can definitely be counted as a giant. Do you know what it is doing? Imagine the scene. A gigantic boar-like demon kneeling in front of a tiny blonde girl, crying and swearing. I, the devil, have long since stopped wanting to be a devil. Do it for the next life. Come and play with Uncle Ming at night. Following Flora's order, the demon, who may or may not have the next life, slashed his own neck with a filthy sickle and turned into a solid foundation of the physical world. The most important thing is that this soul judge is recognized by the Adventurers Guild as a master-level demon with a challenge level of 14. Flora inherited the excellent tradition of the teacher's door to kill monsters. When Flora found out that she was seen by the eldest and 2nd brothers, she turned around gracefully, lifted the hem of her skirt with both hands with perfect posture, and said okay in a standard lady's manner. Ah, sorry. Let the 2 brothers laugh. I just practiced demonstration of demon. Presumably the 2 brothers would not see the monster. No. No. Towns and Harry said in unison. After Flora left, Harry whispered to Towns seriously. Brother, you are right. Women are really dangerous. That's right. For some reason, the quick color of Cows's world seems to have another member. In any case, while Ryan had no time to distract himself, his disciples were growing rapidly. The cultivation of any outstanding talent requires costs. In addition to an excellent learning environment, a lot of internships are a must. It's just like training an archer is much more expensive than training a kitchen knife, because an archer has to practice with 1 arrow at a time and forcefully develop a feel for the skill. It is even more expensive to train the mage. Before the Dharma-ending age, if there was no qualified source of magic power, a mage could only slowly accumulate his own magic power through daily meditation, and then exchange it with the magic network to obtain magic of a limited number and level per day. Even though Ryan now possesses a one-of-a-kind mild magic vortex, mages still face problems with various practical trials. Fortunately, I do not know if it is intentional, or I am not careful. The mouth of a demon solves the practical problem after the theory. The first step was to conduct fixed-point turret shooting training while hiding in the mage tower. Then, under the control of Flora, a dominant demon, the 3rd generation disciples had face-to-face and cordial exchanges with these low-level demons. The last part is the gradually intensified actual combat training. where the demon goes from having the badge of reason to having no suppression at all. In a completely simulated confrontation. Miraculously, when a certain master thought that his 3 generations of disciples were still studying rote memorizes, almost all of his 3 generations of disciples had completed the actual combat training. For 2 whole weeks, Ryan was so busy that he was dizzy. And he was still awakened by a system prompt. Congratulations, host. Your 4th apprentice Matt and 5th apprentice Flora have successfully been promoted to master-level mages. Ah! Chapter 235, Physical Reduction of Intelligence. Right? Ryan? No. You 2 have been promoted to masters now? When Ryan first received the system prompt, he thought he had seen it wrong. With the concentration of magic power in the academy now, and the free dragon meat meals, it is normal to train high-level mages. With the qualifications of our inner disciples, it is only a matter of time before they are promoted to high-level mages. Before I knew it, you 2 have become masters. And I, as your master, have no sense of existence. Ren didn't look at it, and it was frightened at first glance. Even Matt and Flora range. There are 3 generations of disciples? Are all the disciples of the physics school so wild these days? Can wild growth lead to success? It's really outrageous. This is simply the protagonist in the Gundam animation. He can pick up a wild Gundam while strolling around. And it is natural that he happens to be the 1-in-a-million god-level pilot. Ryan used his consciousness to click on the name of his apprentice in the system. In addition to being able to better see the apprentice's attributes, the upgraded system can now also check recent battle records. And casual one is. Matt and Flora enter into battle with the Soul Judge. Matt uses Bigby's Diamond Fist to hit the Soul Judge's head, causing the Soul Judge's intelligence to temporarily drop by 1 point. There are 7 similar prompts. Then Flora exhibited the Soul Devil, Weak Wisdom. Ferora Lala's Demon Monster Defining. Stadium. Monster Dimensions. The Soul and Demon test failed all. And the Soul Magic became a temporary slave of Flora. Matt attacked the Soul Devil. Matt killed the Soul Demon. Less than a page of A4 paper combat records are full of stories. After Ryan sorted out his thoughts, he couldn't help but admire that his 5th girl might be a real genius. Flora knew very well that her enchantment magic was of limited effectiveness against unknown enemies. So she asked Matt, the gold medal fighter, to first give an enemy, who was 1 level higher than them, a physical intelligence reduction. Hey! Just say that hitting the other person on the head will lower his intelligence. Generally speaking, this operation is to let teammates take risks. But Matt is a weirdo. He doesn't need to rush up himself. At a medium distance of about 20 meters, he can use Bigby's 18 hands to beat the enemy into a state of temper. On the other hand, with Matt's attack power, it is still quite difficult to kill a master-level monster. After all, the physical strength of the master-level demon is there. Even if the opponent is willing to be a target, Matt will have to fight for a long time with his high-level attack power to kill a Soul Judge demon. This is Flora's cool move. The biggest fear of control magic is that the opponent has a strong will and can break free from mental constraints. Ryan checked several battle records and found that Flora always controlled the enemy and forced the demon to commit suicide or self-harm. Under normal circumstances, Flora would be out of control. Don't forget, there's Matt. These 2 little guys, one controls the situation and the other one outputs damage. Because the enemy's intelligence attribute is very low, Flora can do whatever she wants to interfere with the enemy's actions, allowing Matt to fully exert his destructive power. This was not once or twice, but 8 times they worked together to kill the master-level demon. Ryan saw that among the people who shared their experiences in the first few times, there was Towns or Harry. This meant that the 2 of them were doing it under the supervision of 2 real masters. It seemed that they had accumulated enough experience. Just now, without relying on the help of Towns and Harry, the 2 of them worked together to kill a master-level arrow demon with a challenge level of 13, which finally made the world recognize their promotion. Did they take shortcuts? Yes. Ryan could see the trick in this battle report at a glance. Arrow demon, a long-range attack demon, rarely went out alone. Ryan could imagine that Downs and his team had a bug and cleared out the other demons near Arrow Demon first, giving Arrow Demon a chance to single-handedly fight 2 Tesla disciples. Promotion will come naturally. At this moment, Ryan, who was in the workshop, sighed deeply and looked at Baron with a strange look. The dwarf disciple's heart skipped a beat, and he whispered, "Master, did I do something wrong?" "No. What I mean is that curse is a typical category that requires a lot of effort before it can be successful. Don't be dissatisfied with your slow promotion speed. When your Gundam comes out, you will surprise everyone. Master, I know the reason. But did something happen? Your 4th junior brother and 5th junior sister have just been promoted to masters. Baron's face instantly fell, and he said to his old lover, "We have to work hard too." Ryan didn't have time to comfort his poor dwarf apprentice. He quickly opened the portal and went straight through. As soon as it passed, he was completely dumbfounded. Wait, where is my huge devil's mouth fortress? No! The 3rd level of the abyss. Ryan's pupils contracted instantly. The scene before him really shook his heart. What kind of abyss is this? The ground was covered with beautiful colorful glass tiles, and everywhere you looked was his electric tower, and a small wizard tower with the wordly on it. Oh my god! Who are these little beasts, who are beating up people at their birthplace? Oh! It's his disciples. That's okay. The huge thing opposite was supposed to be a fortress, but now it looked like it had been blown into pieces. Let's call it a nest. The demons that crawled out of it were remade in every way imaginable and unimaginable. The scene was so miserable. Ryan couldn't think of any more extreme adjective than excessive. When the culprit saw him coming, he immediately ran over. Tangsi said enthusiastically, "Master, did you sense that both my junior brother and sister were promoted at the same time?" Ryan was panicking in his heart, but on the surface, he was as calm as an old dog, and sneered, "Huh? Your master asked you to help guard the devil's mouth, but never asked you to kill people on the other side of the space rift." Tangsi felt a little nervous. Then he smiled his omnipotent smile and scratched his head. "Master, just tell me whether we have managed to hold the position or not." Ryan was so angry that his teeth itched. "Humph! When you get into a terrible disaster someday, remember not to tell anyone about your master." Tangsi, who happened to be holding the sword of reason in his hand, immediately bowed and saluted. "Master, you are right. Damn it. In the end, it's not my physics school's fault." Ryan also felt that this eldest disciple should have been given as a gift in exchange for topping up his phone bill. But there was no time to scold Towns or Harry, who was hiding in the distance and didn't dare to come over. Ryan glanced at Flora and Matt. "Don't get promoted here." After saying that, Ryan waved his hand and took the 2 guys back to the college headquarters. Chapter 236, The Archmage's Foresight. The magic power in Flora and Matt's bodies was still in a state of excitement, and the high frequency and violent ups and downs showed that their promotion was not over yet. To be promoted from a formal mage to a high-level one is a process of finding the direction of specialization, and to become a master, in addition to further specialization, it is a process of completely finalizing the direction of development. Arriving in front of a small secret room, Ryan said to Flora, "Although your greatest talent lies in the enchantment law spell, your teacher still says the same thing. Relying on the power of others, your magic will never be stable. This is your last chance. Go." Flora looked at the secret room with the door open. It was empty. There was no furniture, not even a chair. The only thing there was a Tesla coil that was constantly emitting winding electric light. Flora felt warm in her heart. She knew that this was specially prepared for her by her master. Trying hard to control her magic, Flora bowed deeply, then turned and entered the secret room and closed the door. As for Matt, he is still eating. Ryan looked at him, feeling the doting feeling of an elder who is afraid that the younger one will be hungry. "Matt, as for you, you can eat as much dragon meat as you want this time. Eat when you are hungry. Sleep when you are full. Exercise as you like when you wake up." What Ryan prepared for Matt was a comprehensive suite with a kitchen, dining room, and fitness room, facing the chef and his disciples. Ryan opened a box without saying a word. The glittering gold coins inside dazzled their eyes. "Here, at least 1,000 gold coins." Ryan said murderously, "I have only one request for you. Work in shifts 24 hours a day to ensure that Matt's dragon meat meal is uninterrupted. If you do it, the money will be yours. If you can't do it, then die." "Hiss," the chefs gasped, and then their eyes became hot. It's a choice between dying or seeking wealth and fame at the risk of one's life. Any chef would choose to earn such a huge sum of money that they would never earn in their entire life. After arranging the promotion ceremony for the 2 disciples, Ryan glared at Towns and Harry and said, "Enough of the trouble." When the 2 heard this, they immediately lowered their heads in fear. "You can't kill all the demons. Let's withdraw the frontline base. If there is a need in the future, you can do it with my consent. Yes. The ape demon Kabasa can be said to be the most miserable lord in the bottomless abyss. Not only does he not live up to his name, but he also suffers all kinds of attacks from the little humans. He used to wonder why the previous lord would rashly abandon his own territory and go fight another lord. Later he realized that if he didn't leave, it would be all tears. I don't know how many times I have thought about fighting humans. But he had endured for hundreds of years to find such an opportunity. And it would be a pity to give up just like that. So, I endured it unconsciously. Not only did humans wantonly slaughter Kabasha's minions, they even refused to pay. Isn't this a real violent explosion? Okay. It's really explosive. Unable to resist. One can only learn to enjoy it. Brother Yuanmo has really learned a power called self-cultivation, cowardice. It wasn't easy. Today, those hateful humans and drow traders finally left. Kabasa felt so moved that he burst into tears. As soon as he went out, he was surrounded by the reflection of the light from heaven, which almost blinded his monkey eyes. What else can he do? Continue to recruit cannon fodder to turn this land that has lost the power of good back into the abyss of chaos and evil. I just don't know how many demons will die in this process. No one knew that in Botwar Hell, there was a big devil watching this scene closely. Brilliant. So brilliant. As expected of Ryan Tesla, this move is absolutely brilliant. His neutral voice continued to echo in the inner hall of the demon palace. A female voice interrupted, "My lord. This is... Do you think Tesla was willing to offend all the demon lords of the abyss? Bravely fight his way into the bottomless abyss, and transform the abyss into a lawful neutral physical land, just to train those poor mages under his command? Isn't it? Superficial. Too superficial. He is a man who thinks 10 steps ahead before he does one thing." The Devil Lord kept talking on the surface. He was responding to the invasion of the orcs, and warned all the demon lords in advance. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I can not only kill him, but also destroy his lair. Indeed, no demon lord now looks down on Kabasa and Nedwell before him. In fact, Ryan Tesla definitely has a bigger plan. That is, get lost. That's not something a small pawn like you is qualified to know. Yes. When there were no more outsiders in the demon palace, the big devil with mist all over his body muttered to himself in a low voice, "That must be a legendary target. It must be strong enough to shock all walks of life. It is best if it is from the evil camp. Perhaps it is better if it is alone? Then who could be this poor creature?" Here, Ryan, who was guarding his 2 precious disciples, had no idea how many people were frightened by the heroic deeds of his eldest son Towns. What? The School of Physics is finally willing to return to the Devil's Mouth? There's no loss. Right? When Barbarossa 13 heard the news, he almost dropped the golden cup in his hand. The Prime Minister replied, "No. Not only did we not lose anything, we even made a profit." The 2 best shadow dancers under Karl reported that according to the fluctuations in their aura and magic power, it seemed that Master Tesla's 4th and 5th apprentices were promoted to masters at the same time. Only then did Master Tesla feel willing to withdraw the space magic tower back to the Devil's Mouth. Emperor, comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. The 2 empires, together with so many small countries, suffered more than 10,000 elite casualties every year, and were barely able to hold out against the demon sea in the Devil's Mouth. Look at them. It is no longer a question of whether we can withstand it or not. They will kill it casually. It is obvious that as long as the physics school is happy, they will kill a few more demon lords as a sacrifice. Didn't you see the report? They have surrounded the fortress in the place of heaven, and they deliberately dismantled the fortress, and they brushed around the birth point of the demon every day. Even the public funds that originally belonged to the 2nd class were brushed into high-level mage. Barbarossa XII's heart aches. It turns out that Tesla's trick is here. He trains his own students to become high-level wizards, and he just teaches the self-funded students casually and lets them go. No. The next time Tesla enrolls, be sure to add money. Anyway, let him raise a master-level FA class to the Barbarossa royal family. Interestingly, Ren didn't know yet. A group of kings had already prepared a small money, crying and crying for him to collect it. He waited for a long time. First, Flora successfully promoted perfectly, and after waiting for 3 days, it was Matt's perfect promotion. Looking at the system tips, Ren finally felt like he was wide. Chapter 237 True Dragon 18 Palms. God knows, Ren's is, in the eyes of outsiders, he is an ancient god in the outer region. And he has entered the world of Kainos, and brought a lot of young people in the local law. In his own eyes, he is a young man from Earth. If he travels to an outrageous new world, he can rely on his apprentice to lead his master. Even the D-class conscience that was clinging to him didn't know what it felt like for a certain master to pretend to be a legendary wizard while often feeling insecure in his heart. There is nothing worse than having your eyes filled with flowers and praise from friends and fear from enemies, while you are walking on a tightrope with a mountain of swords under your feet. It wasn't until the fourth disciple was promoted to the master, and Renan had a sense of faintness. Flora was sitting on his right hand. At this time, the blonde girl was still under the doll-like exquisite face. But anyone would not underestimate her. It was the change at the level of temperament. Now when she brought up, the 3 generations of disciples saw that she couldn't help kneeling. Ryan saw from his eyes that the fluctuations of her magic power were like ripples that continued to spread out in circles. Her deterrent power at the level of will had long since become a common thing along with her breathing. If it is not a physics school, she will start to accept will-based test-based verification in the range of 50 meters near her. No one was harmed. It was just that Flora was deliberately controlling her magic power. Obviously, after Ren's name Tesla gave Fulara's second specialist plastic energy, Flora's power has increased significantly. Pay attention to Ren's sight. Aurora no longer stands up, showing a pure sweet smile. Master. No. Flora is trying to try his new state, not deliberately holding his face murderer. The deliberately drawn-out ending tone was full of coquettishness. If she was a 29.9-year-old young woman, this would definitely make Ryan sick. However, her movements that perfectly matched her age gave her a coquettish aura. Ren touched her head. No. You can get out of your own way. It's good. Ren took his hand and looked at the mat on the left. Well, compared to the cute, considerate, and caring female apprentice, Matt's behavior made Ryan a little reluctant to recognize himself as his master. A young man pretended to be like Gudagu. His little belly looked like a woman in June. The problem is that the only person who can get a man pregnant is the man himself. This guy is just too full. Apart from his demeanor that affects the city's appearance, Matt has actually made great progress. His previously explosive muscles have even shrunk a bit in appearance, previously looking a bit like an inflated balloon. But now they have typical steel-like muscle lines. Once upon a time, he was overflowing magic all the time. And now he is restrained in his body. Matt, do you think you can tear a black dragon apart with your bare hands? It should be okay. Very good. The brief dialogue between the apprenticeship ended. Matt's paralysis was always not good at expressing his feelings. This is also fully reflected in the system prompt. Host. Your apprentice Matt thinks he can play 10 Masters level demon. This prompt makes Ren a bit speechless. The 4 master apprentices reflected in the improvement of Ren's combat power, which is also very exaggerated. Down's plastic energy department, Harry's protection, and Aurora's appendix allowed Ren to add 50% directly violently in these 3 series of magic power. The second is the magic. This time, 2 apprentices were promoted to masters. Even if Ryan could not see the specific magic values of the apprentices, he could see from the bar chart that Towns, who originally had the highest magic value, fell to second place. The first place was the weird Matt, whose magic value was almost 50% higher than Towns. If Matt was 100, then Towns would be 68, Harry 59, and Flora 40. Of course, in terms of overall combat power, Towns still deserves the title of Big Brother. There is no way. Matt's shortcomings are too obvious. Once he encounters a control-based play, such as the opponent can attack his body from 50 meters away. Once he can't rush to the enemy, he will actually be eaten to death. Finally, the specialties. This is the most surprising place for Ren. Matt's promotion actually opened up a whole new track for Ryan Monk Mage skills. Mage's self-defense technique. The host can use various elements to match the host's memory of fist and foot skills and perform them perfectly. The system prompt so far. It is not outrageous. Eagle Claw Gong? 70-2 Road Tan Legs? Iron Palm Water Drifting? Dragon 18 Palm? Dragon Claw Hand? Lost for a long time. I practiced a kung fu that even if he shouted in his heart and screamed, and his surface was not beating. Otherwise, he would almost destroy his predecessor superior. A series of kung fu can not only be presented in the air in the way of elements, The most outrageous thing is that it can also preview the kung fu that can be used by some strengths to achieve legendary talents. Such as Buddha's palm. Wait. For a moment, Renin thought it could be used. Sure enough, the things contributed by the weird apprentice were not only weird, but also very fantastic. Many martial arts can be used, but the degree of compatibility is not high. For example, Eagle Claw Gong. If you want to meet the degree, you need to hunt at least 10 legendary giant eagles and feel the power of the eagle claw at close range. Coincidentally, Ren really didn't kill many giant eagles. It makes sense. A bunch of beasts flying around. It was troublesome to chase. Who would deliberately kill the giant eagle with a standard treasure? As soon as he looked at it, Ren found that he could use only Dragon Claw and Dragon 18 Palm. This Dragon 18 Palm is not what he thinks. The one who hit the dragon-shaped illusion. The system describes it this way. Host. You have killed countless legendary dragons. And Dragon Killer is a title that you can't get rid of. As the saying goes, if you can't beat them, join them. When you use this set of palm techniques, when the enemy dragon finds that it can't beat you no matter what, there's a very small probability that the proud dragon will lower its noble head forever and submit to you. Chapter 238 Physical Mantra. When I saw this, Ren was a bit proud. After all, I killed so many dragons, and the dragon would be scared. This is reasonable, etc. Shouldn't this be the legendary physical persuasion? This is a bit outrageous. However, Dragon 18 Palm is so famous that it is itchy without trying it. Ren was temporarily put aside, and he turned to look at the improvement brought to him. Physical Mantra, the system is turned on. The system describes it this way. Physics Mantra, the laws of physics described by you, the host, can make the spell even more powerful. The specific bonuses are as follows. Reading out the name of the law or the name of the scientist will increase the power by 50%. Reading out the effect of the law will increase the power by 100%. Reading out the full text of the law will increase the power by 200%. Terrain bonus. If you use the truth within the scope of the legendary physics, you will strengthen 200% in the total value bonus. Remarks. Allow Chinese chanting. Special note. If the host uses the corresponding laws of physics while using the elements, the effect of the mantra can also be obtained. Ren's left eyebrow jump? There is no doubt that this is the rule of this world. To some extent, this might be the reason why Talon shouted the name of a certain scientist and forcibly raised the power of his magic to the master level. Ryan could never have imagined that when the physical laws he learned were applied to magic, they would become something like a spell. Ren was a bit stretched. If you think about it, the devil has blasphemous words, and their school of physics has physical truths. Doesn't this seem reasonable? Ouch. Can't the theological phenomenon be explained by science? How can you become the theology at the end of science? Ren didn't understand. This does not prevent him from learning and applying what he has learned. The first is to Matt. Don't look at the masters you have been promoted, but you have a fundamental perception of Bigby's body. Matt is humble. Please advise Master. Your total amount of magic power and magic power output are sufficient. But your hand is not enough in terms of quality and density. Quality? Density? Matt's face showed the kind of stupidness that was not polluted by knowledge. Renan wanted to beat his disciples. So you just wasted your time listening to my lecture again? Renaissance patience. Either people's hands or dragon's claws. Is it just an empty skin? And then fill the blood in the existence? Go ahead. Ryan used illusion of truth to show the structure of the human hand, through the display of a layer of biological formats. Renan taught Matt how to control every joint activity of the palm through bones and muscles. This is the finishing touch. Without the Ren religion, Matt will not understand why he has accumulated the hands of the mage, who accumulated Olympic arcane energy. Such simple and clear teaching made Matt's eyes widen to the maximum. Reason. Teachings. He doesn't understand. This intuitive understanding is the most shocking his soul. Matt's partial magic. No one can learn except Ren. Flora patiently waited for Master to teach Matt, showing a sweet smile. What about me? Is there anything to increase my enchanting magic? Oh, really? Downs? Harry, you listen to it too. Speaking, Ren told his disciples about physical mantra. Ah, I read the great master. Ah, the name of the big scientist. It turned out to be useful, Downs said in surprise. It wasn't that useful before. But recently, the laws of physics have been increasingly integrated with the laws of the world. The laws of the world have recognized the laws of our school. And that's how the physics mantra came about. Ryan replied calmly. The hearts of the following disciples are not calm at all. Except for the ignorance of Matt. The remaining 4 disciples murmured in their hearts, Master, do you still say that he is not a foreign god? This involves Ren's knowledge of knowledge. That's right. There are truth speaking and blasphemy. Who invented these things? The answer is God. Either it is true or evil God. At the very least, he is a powerful demigod who has mastered certain laws. Without the God speaking and bestowing this thing called the Word of God, no one can use it. In fact, before the Dharma-ending age, some demigods who mastered certain laws would also use similar means to strengthen the faith of believers in order to achieve the goal of deification. Ryan had no idea that the physics mantra he issued meant to his disciples that their master had finally stopped pretending. However, physical mantra is currently only allowed to be used by second-generation disciples. The disciples decided to keep the matter to themselves for the time being. At this time, Harry asked, Master, what's the matter of Master Feng Dak now? Yes, he has a good relationship with Jiao Er. In addition to the busyness of Ren opened a small stove for this cow. In just 3 days, Feng Dak was promoted to a formal mage. Renan is a little bit unfortunate. If Feng Dak is not the prince of others, he really wants to turn over. Rao is the material of Feng Dak and plastic energy. Is it not fragrant to add a fire element specialty? Harry continued. Yes, Master. Marshal Carl Ellis came to ask when he could help them regain control of the Devil's Mouth Mage Tower. He wasn't rushing. He just wanted a timetable. Ren had a headache again. Every wizard tower is a combination lock. The last time Towns went to the locksmith, he had to find the key and try the combination. Last time, he saw someone else's legendary wizard tower, and it was so attractive that he agreed immediately. Now he feels a little regretful. If he goes to unlock the doors one by one this time, his status will be ruined. It's such a headache. Ren forced himself to calm down in mind. Think about it. The protection of the War Mage Tower a century ago was so strict. So, try hard solution? Anyone who has robbed a bank knows this. To be precise, friends who have played bank robbery games will know. To open the safe, you can use a password. Use hot melt to burn through the safe's walls or doors. Or use a drill to force the lock open. Thinking of this, Ryan decided to find a high-level wizard tower to bully this time. Chapter 239, Where is the Demolition Office? On May 1st, the Devil's Mouth Fortress was filled with onlookers. The legendary story of Ryan Tesla continues here, pushing the School of Physics to a higher level, while also making everyone have greater expectations for the actions of this legendary wizard. In the past century, the Flemen defending tower is tired of these unsuspecting mage towers. And how much expectations for Ren? In the past years, even if these mage towers can attack the enemy indifferently, the core of the problem is that those embedded in the fortress wall are compound turrets loaded with artillery and stones. These mage towers are behind the high wall of the fort. So whether you are going up to the fortress wall or evacuating, you have to go around these wizard towers. Once you get close, you will be indiscriminately killed by the firepower of the mage tower. Have you heard? Grand Mage Tesla is going to crack those crazy mage towers. I heard before that he took away a space mage tower in the kingdom of Cervantes. Hey! We agreed that we're just helping out this time. The mage tower will still be ours in the end. TSK. In the end, it's the physics students who are using it. That's the people of our Karak Empire. Everyone's discussion has given Ren a lot of pressure. Accompanied by Marshal Carl, Ryan came to a wizard tower at the edge of the second line of defense. The mage tower is very tall. Despite the gradual rise of the terrain from the depths of the Devil's Mouth to the outside, the base of this majestic mage tower is still about 30 meters in diameter and 50 meters in height, with an overall cone shape that is small at the top and large at the bottom. Ren habitually gave herself a lot, Marshal Ellis. In front. I don't know about the military mage tower before the end of the French era. If I cause any damage to the mage tower during the cracking process, I am not responsible. In fact, Carl wanted to say that what we said before is not like this. He didn't dare to refute Ron directly, but dared to whisper, isn't it to make them controlled? Ryan's eyes were like lightning. 100 years have passed, and the flow of magic power in this land has undergone major changes. The source of magic power is uncertain. The control method is uncertain. And the unlocking method is uncertain. With so many uncertainties, How can I guarantee that I can give you a 100% state magic tower? So, to what extent? Someone showed his fox tail. Worst case scenario. Stop the wizard tower completely. You can transform it into a turret later. Better. Never mind. I won't know until I see it. However, if necessary, my methods may be a bit rough. Ask your people to move at least 100 steps away from here. Lei Luo Xingdu is the first good citizen. Marshal Karl smelled a little unusual. But when he saw Ren, who appeared with 4 masters and disciples, and looked at the 2 hard-working master warlocks around him, he still felt that he had no right to speak. The marshal withdrew silently. Ren looked at the towering mage tower in front of him, and seemed to be talking to himself. The mage towers all have tower. In this case, let me shout and see. Ryan raised his hand, and a dozen pieces of talisman paper made of red dragon skin flew into the air, with a sudden strong wind caused by the magic power. Under the trigger of the fire element, pieces of dragon skin were like pieces of flames, burning in a tornado. Wherever the flames passed, they drew dazzling tracks. Only the person with the best eye power can see that a dark red rune began to exude a mysterious luster on rubbing into white dragon leather paper. These talismans were bound together by an invisible force, forming a seemingly loose, but extremely mysterious magic circle. Ryan began to chant, still in Chinese, Taishan Lao Jun. Give me the divine formula. Support Liu Jiao on the left, and guard looting on the right. Kill the evil ghosts first, then cut off the night light. What god will not surrender? And what ghost will dare to face it? Hurry and obey the order. Right. This product is because of mysteriousness. Anyway, he was prepared to force the solution, so he didn't care whether it was really effective or not. After finishing reading, he pretended to read out a passage in chaos language. The clear and magical sound can be heard clearly by people within a 1-kilometer radius. Declaration. I am a person who promotes the laws of physics. I am the one promised by the world of chaos. I will start your fate of slaying demons that has been sealed for 100 years. If you follow the fate of slaying demons and killing ghosts, follow this intention. Those who follow this path, please respond to me, guardian of the devil's mouth. After saying this, Ryan raised his arms high and opened them, clearly waiting for a response. That's right. Ryan modified the prayer that Ren Tasaka used to summon the heroic spirit in the anime Fate/Stay Night. Does he know the password of the Mage Tower from 100 years ago? Have no idea. Since nothing works anyway, just install it. He also didn't expect those stubborn tower spirits to respond. By that time, the other side won't say a word, and he will have a good reason to transform himself into the demolition office. Once it was demolished, he would certainly be able to obtain a large amount of raw materials and research materials. Later, Emperor Karak would get impatient and ask him to rebuild the Mage Tower, and he could make a fortune. Ah, how could the great Mage Ryan, who was generous and selfless, have bad intentions? He simply wanted to know one thing: how rich were those wealthy nobles who had been passed down for hundreds and thousands of years? Ryan's mind was full of thoughts, so he didn't notice the changes in his surroundings in the first place. The 2 master warlocks beside Marshal Karl were the first to sense the changes in magic power in the fortress environment. Like a raging wave, some force is removing the obstruction and rushing in. In every corner of the fortress, the vibrations of elements and magic became clearer and clearer. A mysterious force that seems to have come from the distant past begins to awaken, taking over control of all elements of the Devil's Mouth Fortress. At this moment, even Ryan, the mastermind and culprit, had a blank mind. No. Wait! I just made up a random spell, and it can activate the fortress's magic defense system? On the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th lines of defense, more than 30 mage towers began to shake violently. The sand, gravel, and dust that had accumulated on the outer walls and eaves of the once magnificent wizard tower trembled and fluttered down. In the air over the fortress, the sacred sense of the old dwarf's pasture is permeated, and it seems to be in the grand hall of the Temple of Order. They're back. They're all back. Praise the legendary Archmage Tesla. How difficult is it to let a pastor who believes in other denominations praise the other faction? Hee hee. It's probably similar to someone from the sweet party suddenly switching to the salty party. On the largest wizard tower in the entire fortress system, an illusory face made of arcane energy emerged, and its grand voice spread throughout the entire fortress. A true evil slayer? Very good. Based on your achievements, You are fully qualified to control our tower spirits. Ryan. Damn. I boasted that there is no tax. And you really believed it? Chapter 240. What a coincidence. One dares to shout. The other dares to respond. Ta Ling. Where is your moral integrity? What happened to your promise to remain steadfast and unyielding? And never give in until death? I am a person with no bad intentions. I certainly don't want to be ruthless just because the restored mage tower will be returned to the defenders of the Devil's Mouth. I simply want to see how exquisite the war-type mage tower is before the end of the law era. I have a large number of Tesla towers ready. If you remain silent for more than half a minute, the fortress versus fortress script that I wrote after 1 second of careful consideration will be used. Ryan's head was pounding with disbelief. This is simply like grabbing a 200 yuan red envelope in the group. But you just couldn't get it. What a mistake. Here. Ryan was playing a storm of regret in his mind. There. The tower spirits of the fortress were holding a frantic meeting in the internal mental network. Just now, the concentration of wind element in our body increased by 1.34% in a short period of time. As expected, this gentleman just wanted to destroy us. I said that the great wizards who specialize in lightning are all. The human way of saying is, grumpy brother. Really? There is no doubt that abandoning the fallen former master is helpless and necessary. The first duty of the tower spirit guardian is to fight against the invasion of demons. The second duty is to obey the leadership of the wizard. It is our honor to obey an evil nemesis. Seconded. In fact, each side has its own little thoughts. But in the eyes of a third party, it becomes a natural and logical scene. Marshal Karl's mouth trembled slightly, and he made a trembling sound mixed with excitement and touching emotions. Is it done? You are worthy of being the legendary wizard. In his heart, Ryan, who seemed calm on the surface, raised his eyebrows and asked, what else? Does that mean I have to take a bath, change clothes, and then perform a ritual for 3 days and 3 nights, begging the spirits in the mage tower like a dog to pay attention to me? Marshal Karl shuddered slightly on the spot. He straightened his posture and bowed 45 degrees. It was me, a fool who knew nothing about the power of the Archmage, who caused some misunderstandings. Please forgive me, Your Excellency the Archmage. It's okay. Ryan didn't hold Karl's pigtail. Getting entangled in such trivial matters will affect the great wizard's image. This matter has been exposed. The illusory face of the tower spirit of the main mage tower spoke again. Your Excellency the Grand Mage. Please come to the main tower. Good. The strong wind that was stirred up when Ryan summoned his magic power has subsided. But the corners of his robe that were lifted up when he walked still gave people a sense of coolness, as if they were fluttering in the wind. A cold air spread quickly at his feet. Before everyone could react, a magnificent ice boat with carvings on the outer wall had taken shape under his feet. His 4 disciples were slightly surprised, and then accepted the reality. A few seconds later, a wave of icy air generated from the ground lifted the ice ship and quickly shuttled between several walls of the fortress, heading straight for the core mage tower of the largest wall. His strong posture, deeply imprinted in the minds of the generals of each demon, made them unforgettable for life. The miserable Marshal Karl then discovered that Ryan did not bring them with him. Alas! The Grand Master is still a little angry. He is blaming me for doubting him. With a wry smile, Marshal Karl and his entourage quickly mounted their horses and followed happily. He didn't know, Lei didn't treat him well because he made a mistake. However, as the commander-in-chief of the fortress, nothing is more worth celebrating than successfully regaining control of the mage tower. The marshal muttered to himself. Archmage Ryan always charges him more money every time he asks him to do something. But even though this man is stingy, he is very lawful in doing things and never compromises on what he promised. He is a great man worth associating with. Arriving at the main tower, the gate of this mage tower, which had been sealed for 100 years and refused to let anyone approach, was already open. The master tower of the blue-bound border base is incompatible with the painting style of the rough fortress wall around the surrounding area. After waiting for Marshal Karl's group of 15 people, Ryan proudly led them into the mage tower. The octagonal wizard tower, with a diameter of 100 meters, looks empty. Renan found that the mage towers looked at the same thing at all. On the surface, there was only a white passage ahead, and the surrounding area looked like a bottomless abyss. In fact, this is a typical visual deception. The 2 sides of the channel are covered with various 3-dimensional laws. The strength is unknown, but the quantity is absolutely large enough to satisfy your hunger. Ryan raised the corner of his mouth. His retina was filled with his own team's logo, so he had no reason to hesitate and stepped directly onto the huge round iron plate at the end of the passage. As soon as everyone stood up, the iron plate rose slowly. This scene made many people scream out loud. There's no way around it. The natives of Chaos naturally don't know what an elevator is, even if this is a magic version of the elevator. Looking at the other people's bumpkin performance, the 4 disciples, who had seen the elemental elevator in the Magic Academy a long time ago, suddenly felt a sense of superiority in knowledge. When you come to the highest level, the scene in front of him exclaims again. The octagonal outer wall, which should have been a solid stone wall, suddenly became transparent, and people could see through the glass the scenes of the fortress's several lines of defense. There is a torch-like structure in front of each of the 5 edges facing the depths of the Devil's Mouth. On top of it is a crystal ball-like thing and a dusty armchair. At this moment, a translucent purple-blue arcane energy head appeared in midair. Welcome, respected Grand Master. I am Talos. May I ask your name? Ryan did not answer directly, but asked, does knowing my name mean that I will be bound as the Supreme Commander of the fortress's magic tower system? I will not be stationed in the Devil's Mouth Fortress permanently. Can I designate another person as the new owner of the magic tower? Tall Ling seems to be confused. The minimum requirement of controlling the master of the Demon Mage Tower in accordance with the previous co-owned regulations of the pagoda group of this mage is the master-level mage, and must have at least the title of Demon Killer. Master of Martial Carl secretly explained, Martial. The title? The title is at least 3 masters-level devils, and no less than 1,000 devils. Oh! Martial asked, what about Evil Star? Master of the Warlock, it's not too sure. It should be more than 3 or more of the Demon Lords and the Devil Lords. Here, Renin finally understood why he blinded the chicken to play a big trick, and tailing would be birds. At the beginning of the design of these mage towers, considering what was iron-bearing fortress, even if he was noble, he had to fart. Those fate predecessors don't play with you. Since the defendant comes from all over the world, it is hard to say who forcibly let him be the master of the mage tower. Anyway, it is a good brother who can kill the devil together. The settings of these mage towers are the priority of your camp. And then, the mage level can enter the tower after enough. No wonder Rin jumps out of the gods outside. Isn't this a coincidence? Chapter 241. Shut my mouth, and take away my money. The sun in the spring waved down the top of the cave, shining on the mage tower with a soft blue Olympic race. The defensive army knows that the mage tower of these occupying Malking without shit and everyone will become history. In the mage tower, no super-level senior management will question Ren's contribution, even if Ryan is blind. Who is the question? The end of the law came too suddenly, and all the mages connected to the magic network were killed at once, without even a half-second of delay. This directly led to the severance of all magic inheritance, and no one could pass down the secret of controlling the magic tower. You have to know that before the collapse of the magic network, this matter was an absolute secret that was only circulated among the 3 core mages. No one had ever thought that one day 3 great wizards would suddenly die at the same time. In the past century, the rest of the warlocks, the penalty has not been tried, and the result will die. That is 2. This is the status of Paste. At his level, even if he was a big liar, everyone would still treat it as a preparatory magic ritual. Only Rin's heart is in the heart, but Chima. The next transfer is much simpler. Fondak. I will temporarily appoint you as the deputy commander of the fortress's mage towers. When you are ready to go, I will hand over the supreme command to you. Now let's hand it over to the 3 of them. Yes. Prince Wang, the dwarf, saluted him respectfully. It's not easy. Those who could be self-funded students, even if they were born into noble families, were only the second son or the youngest son. After graduating from the first term, they were just decent enough. With the status of a formal mage, they were far from qualified to join the domestic high level like their eldest brother. It's different now. This is an era of frequent foreign invasions, and what the country values most is military achievements. What are the gold content than Wusun, who is stationed in the mouth of the demon for 3 years to control the pagoda of the mage? He has been boiled as a first-tier combat personnel for 3 years. The danger is too much. The magic of self-funded to learn for 1 month is a mixed mage tower commander. This is simply a rocket. When the 3 of them were excited, they said, If the Tesla School of Magic has opened a senior class, we must participate. Ring glanced at the three passers-by who could not remember his name, and raised his eyelids casually. The fortress defense is stable. If someone takes over, you will come. Anyway, teaching 1 is teaching. And teaching 100 is also the height. Yes. The three were extremely excited. Kneeling down. Not to mention them. Rao is Phone Dak. Who is the prince? Is really a strong political resume for him after he is promoted to the master of the master and complete the demons. The people clearly trust the king who has been baptized by the devil's mouth more. Anyway, the dwarf has a long life. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the crown prince for at least 100 years. Phone Dak is really not in a hurry. Here, Ryan seemed to casually hand over the magical defense of the fortress to 3 self-funded students from Karak. At first, Marshal Carl even tactfully asked whether more mages needed to be sent to help. Ryan didn't say anything and waited for 2 days. Finally, a fearless demon came over with the negative effects of the road to heaven. On this day, the master tower of the demon master, who was silent for a century, opened. The 3 are located on the first line of defense. Rao is the mage tower, which has not been demolished for more than 2 decades, and has long lit a dazzling magic glow. Olympic energy is like being given to life. It spoke from the mage tower, and the curved lines were drawn in the air, in coordination with the firepower of the mage tower. The first repaired city wall was also filled with explosive barrels thrown by catapults, and the roar of cannons was heard from the turrets. 1 round of overwhelming long-range strikes directly hit more than 1,000 devils of the offense into scum. In the end, they were destined to attack below the city wall, but there were 3 or 2 kittens. Marshal Carl has made his eyebrows. For more than 20 years, he has never fought such a wealthy battle. Unfortunately, when asked, his face fell again. The 3 self-funded students, no, now we should call them magic guardians, all said that with their magic power and mental strength, they could only sustain the battle for an hour at most. No more. Even if the firepower of the mage tower does not need to consume much mental power, this intensity requirement is still too high for an ordinary formal mage. Marshal Hung boiled his buttocks and rolled back to the headquarters to write to Emperor Karak. Savings version. Want to reduce the number of troops stationed here? Sure. Give me more and stronger mages. To a certain extent. You can translate this to Kakamiao to Ren Tesla. Emperor Karak heard that the first reaction was that he was dark. There is no doubt about making money. The question is, whose money? Once the demons are lost, all countries in the pan-human camp will suffer. So this is the joint of the country. Raising a mage is expensive, but the pension of the dead of 6 digits is even more expensive. To shoulder the responsibility together, one must either contribute money or manpower. For example, if a country like Sweetland is unwilling to contribute manpower, then naturally the one who contributes is the money. Being a mage in the mage tower casting magic is definitely safer than being a poor infantryman filling the lines on the city walls and fending off the claws of demons. And it is also easier to gain military merits. The kings and nobles of all countries have their own ideas about how to calculate it. Today, the mage tower of the demon mouth is reopening, and the importance of the mage immediately rises straight. There is no need for the kings to speak. The nobles below will naturally become agitated as soon as they receive the news. If it were something Ryan had heard before, it would probably be the legendary "shut up and take my money." The translation means, shut up and take my money now. Within 3 days of regaining control of the mage tower, the number of official documents inquiring when the second term of self-funded students and advanced classes of Tesla Magic Academy would start increased 100 times. Faced with the enthusiasm of various countries, Ren, who is in the center of this fanaticism, seems to have no sadness and no joy. Flora looked at her master, who stood at the top of the mountain wall of the Magic Academy with a calm face, gazing at the mountains in the distance, and said with a dazed look in her eyes, "Master is indeed a man standing at the top of magic. He is so admired by all countries. But he is still so calm. Only Ren's own heart is extremely sorrowful." Lao Tzu's Master Tower. Chapter 242. The Emperor gave too much. Theoretically, Ren still has a legendary wizard tower waiting to be taken over. Renings are the most forced. What legendary great wizard? Isn't that just a sedan chair carried by everyone? It's just my friends on the road who are praising me. I have never said it myself. Ryan really didn't dare to run to the legendary mage tower rashly. If you do it well. Your title will change from a legendary mage to a legendary liar. Even the god of fraud must put his avatar pattern on his back. As for what to kill the legendary dragon color prince. Oh! Haven't you found it? Has anyone really found it? No. Anyway, who can give absolute evidence to explain where Color Prince is definitely a traitor? I, Ryan, will not be deceived by such a guy. Ryan had made up his mind to pretend to be dead if nothing happened. And he was determined not to go to Bator Hell to cause trouble for this legendary dragon. Even King Olega is not anxious. So is Ryan going to be the anxious king himself? In this way, Ryan taught Vondak and other disciples while boasting and chatting, while patiently waiting for the first line of defense of the Devil's Mouth to be repaired. On May 20th, the news of completion finally came. In fact, the dwarven craftsmen were full of ingenuity and wanted to keep improving, so they delayed the time in various ways. Today they wanted to build an extra urn, and tomorrow they wanted to build a few more small bastions outside the first line of defense. 3 days ago, Ryan got furious. He called the envoy of the Karak Empire and told him with a cold look and tone, "You want me to help you guard the Devil's Mouth for a day if you can't fix it in a day? Right? How about you repair it for 100 years? Tell King Ironhand that I don't need his wizard tower. And take Vondak back with me." In fact, the delay of the project was not Emperor Karak's intention. He also didn't know that the shorty below would do such a thing. The country is so big that communication is often not smooth. And there are all kinds of people below. The Emperor repeatedly stressed that no corners should be cut, and the project must be completed on time. Who would have thought that the project would be delayed because it was done too well? The Emperor was completely out of temper. Deep down, he certainly wanted Ryan to help him watch the Devil's Mouth like he was in prison for life. After all, the outrageous combat power of the physics school has been repeatedly verified. This is impossible. No matter what. Everyone knows that Lei is fair in his dealings and never cheats anyone. On the other hand, the consequences of taking advantage of Lei's wages are equally serious. If he is not careful, he will be marked in the notebook and demoted to mutual partner. And Karak will be almost finished in the field of magic. The Emperor realized that the craftsmen under him were out of control, and quickly said that Ryan could take one more treasure from his treasury, and allowed Ryan to access the magic teleportation array in the Karak Imperial City that had been sealed for 100 years. This time, upon receiving the completion notice, Ryan almost instantly evacuated all of the physics school's wizard towers, electric towers, and convex lens towers, and he immediately rushed to the teleportation array in the south of Karak Imperial City. The speed of debt collection was so fast that the Emperor was dumbfounded when he received the news. In the end, he waved his hand and allowed Ryan to bring his disciples into the Imperial City. Looking at the huge portal that was almost reduced to ruins, Tangxi said, whether intentionally or unintentionally, "Master, why don't we build a portal outside Marino City, so that the candidates from the two empires can go directly to Marino territory?" Huh? Good idea. Portals were never meant to be used by ordinary people. In a world where magic civilization is not well developed, no one can afford it except the noble wizards. What's interesting is that the two empires knew that they had portals, and Ryan had the space teleportation technique. But they didn't say anything. The meaning behind this will become clear if you think about it carefully. After all, the two emperors did not have enough trust in the physics school. In fact, the portal is ready. After Emperor Karak gave the spatial coordinates, the only thing needed is for a warlock to come here and use the magic crystal to activate the portal here, so that Ryan can connect. In this way, Ryan can be teleported here without the title deed. Don't worry about security. Things like the enemy reaches the Imperial City through the portal and destroys the Imperial City were taken into consideration from the beginning of its construction. The portal was located in a valley in the corner of the Imperial City, which was surrounded by a huge urn. To enter the Imperial City, one had to pass through 2 gates. This time, Ryan's help in dealing with the Devil's Mouth matter actually meant passing the test. Thinking of this, Ryan no longer wanted to take away the best things in the royal treasury. After walking around, all he took away was an eye of domination. The key to the silver headdress is the gleaming yellow crystal on the center of the eyebrows, which contains extremely powerful hypnotic energy. This headdress, which requires a caster level of 17, can enhance the caster's monster domination magic. This is a very rare treasure for Flora, who is good at enchantment magic. Emperor Karak was quite surprised to learn that Ryan gave the Eye of Domination to his disciple and left. Is that enough? Master Archmage? The palace minister stepped out and said, "It's obvious that the gentleman just wants face. He doesn't care about the things in the treasury at all." "Yes, that one. After all, according to your calculations, he is very likely a true god from the outer realm. The lesson passed down by the ancients is that when a god talks to you about the rules, you'd better follow the rules. Otherwise you will be disgraceful, and he will help you to be decent." This is also the most troubling aspect for the kings. As long as Ryan did not officially declare himself a true god, they could only pretend to be deaf and dumb and treat him as a legendary wizard. However, many of Ryan's actions conflicted with the imperial power. Forget it. No matter what he wants. As long as it does not seriously affect our country's policies, let him do whatever he wants. The emperor finally gave up. At the end of May, after some discussion, the two empires, together with the Principality of Marino, which believed in the physics school, announced the opening of a portal connecting the capitals of the three kingdoms. The time limit for transmission is from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. National level couriers are free. For commercial transmission, the charge is 20 gold coins per person, and the accompanying horse and goods are charged separately. This news, along with the news that Tesla's School of Magic had begun recruiting second-term students, caused the Pan-Human Alliance to be in a state of excitement. Ryan's legend level in the human world is increased by +3. In the other worlds, it is increased by +2. This news is widely regarded as proof that the Pan-Human camp is once again embracing magical civilization. The biggest change was that Barbarossa XII's envoy found Ryan. "Your Majesty wants to ask if he wants to obtain 300 official mages and no less than 5 high-level mages within 2 months, and teach them to use no less than 3 war magics that can be fired 300 yards away. Can you do it?" "Of course. You can choose from anyone in the entire Barbarossa Empire." Ryan blinked. "Isn't this asking too much? There are no such things as certainties in the way of magic." Ryan instinctively started to stack his armor, but the messenger seemed to have anticipated Ryan's reaction and kicked open the lid of the box brought by the entourage. The box is full of platinum coins. 10 boxes. As long as you agree, they are all yours. This, Your Majesty said, this is just a deposit. Make a deal. Alas, this is really not Ryan's fault. If anyone should be blamed, blame that rich guy for giving too much. Chapter 243 Magic Frenzy. At this moment, what emerged in Ryan's mind was someone giving a speech. "I came here to do 3 things. Fairness. Fairness. Or damn fairness. Ahem. It's time to apply for World Heritage status." Although Ryan had the title of Jiaqianjusher among the kings, his reputation did not get worse, but better. These days, there is everything. It is said that you can make money, but you can get your waste. We agreed that I would receive the goods upon payment, but what I ended up giving you was a miniature version. It's good enough to get value for money. This is the only one in Ren, and it's great value for money. When King Barbarossa XIII saw the situation in Karak, he was so envious that his saliva was flowing. Now that the demon's mouth line is rewritten, once the line of defense can be stabilized, let alone do not use blood to sell blood to support, and use Karak's national strength to help other countries in minutes. Emperor Barbarossa was so anxious that some counselor reminded him one thing. "Your Majesty, don't forget, many mage towers in the border provinces can still be used." When the emperor heard this, he immediately became alert. Why were the 5 frontier territories lost? It's all because of the sudden death of all wizards. The mage towers that served as the core of defense in the capitals of the 5 northern provinces were all out of service, and could only provide minimal self-defense. This sudden change caused great trouble for the Barbarossa people back then. Now that Ryan Tesla has returned with the secrets of magic, this is undoubtedly a great benefit to the Barbarossa Empire. The emperor, who was reminded, hurriedly summoned his vassals and leaders of the knights to raise the matter. This is not a question of capital preservation. With the existing military strength and the Red Blood River defense line, the Barbarossa people will most likely be able to hold on. If we hold on, we will at most suffer a slight loss. But after knocking out the main force of the orcs, what if we can counterattack to the north? Recapture the 5 border provinces, activate the Mage Tower, and reorganize the northern defense line? That means the Empire's territory suddenly expanded by nearly 1 million square kilometers. That's all fertile black soil. What about the mines? How many people can be raised? How many knights and masters? Of course, Barbarossa XIII could not afford to pay the money relying solely on the royal family. But were the vassals below just here to do the work? If you still want new fiefdoms, then invest with the emperor. This led to the incident where Ryan was hit by a pile of platinum coins. Ryan, who was almost blinded by the Krypton gold dog's eyes, still appeared to be calm on the surface. He calmly replied to the messenger, "I know about the orcs in the north. As a great humanist, I don't care about money or anything like that. What I want is the spread of science, and for physics to be recognized by the world. Mr. Messenger, you should understand what I mean. This nature. Tesla and your disciples contribute to the world order. His Majesty has been obvious. His Majesty has said that it is already the orthodoxy of our empire. And the churches such as the Guangming Church are tied together. His Majesty has contacted the craftsmen and prepared to set up a portrait of your sages on Emperor Avenue. Having paid enough money and given enough face, Ryan would naturally not hold Barbarossa back, since His Majesty the Emperor needs it so urgently. I can only select materials from all over your country. Is that okay? No problem. We will gather in the capitals of all the provinces within 3 days after your order. So be it. It's a deal. Your Excellency and your faction are our eternal allies of Barbarossa. The wars of this era cannot be said to be bad. It can only be said that the assembly process was extremely constipated. Because of the low productivity, the population per unit area of land could not be compared with the Celestial Empire before Ryan traveled through time. This resulted in the enemy and our forces gathering for a long time, which was unbelievable to a certain traveler. On the human side, Pegasus Knights flew to the capitals of various provinces to deliver messages to the local great nobles, usually dukes, marquises, earls, etc. And then the great nobles sent fast horses to deliver the messages to the lesser nobles below. The viscounts and barons then sent out mobilization orders to the knights below with drums and gongs. It's not just about having the personnel in place. In many places, nobles and knights are negligent in their management, and their armaments are incomplete. Then, they organize blacksmiths to start work temporarily to replenish armor and weapons, and to mobilize food and fodder. At the same time, they ask the knights to speed up the training of militia and reorganize the original professional soldiers. Basically, it took only a month. Provinces with long distances often have to start assembling 2 months in advance. The emperor was secretly pleased with himself because he could mobilize half of the army in 3 months for such a nationwide war. It would be even worse if it was an orc, because of their lower productivity. Orcs need larger hunting grounds to support the same number of people as humans. This results in the orcs gathering in clans more slowly. They needed to drive a large number of tamed wild beasts and magical beasts to the assembly area. Otherwise, the grasslands near the assembly area would definitely not be able to feed their livestock as food. The distance is farther, and the assembly is slower. Unfortunately, the Red Blood River was deep, wide, and turbulent, and all the shallows along the river were lined with human castles. Every few kilometers along the river, there was a complex group of beacon towers as a warning. More than 10 nightly orders are stationed near the river. Once they find that the orcs are trying to cross the river with a small number of troops, the knights can drive all the orcs into the river to feed the fish in the shortest time possible. When the orcs have fewer troops, they will never dare to attack. From the time Barbarossa's spies discovered that the orcs were beginning to gather, until the time when the orc army actually launched a general attack, it would take 3 to 5 months to accomplish anything. It is because of your pull in mind that Ryan has enough spare time to start a crash course in magic in such a short time. It has to be said that after so much preparation and reputation spreading, the School of Physics is absolutely well known in all countries of the world. When the civil officials of the major provinces led their men to plant the leaf flags in the central square of the capital, the Barbarossa people were collectively delighted. By order of His Majesty Barbarossa XIII, we are hereby urgently recruiting magic apprentices in all major provinces to study in the School of Physics, in order to encourage everyone to sign up. The tuition fee of 3,000 gold coins for all selected magic apprentices will be borne by your Honorable Lord XXXX. You only need to sign a pledge to serve the Lord. If you successfully graduate and become a formal magician, the words shouted by each civil official were similar. Anyway, the meaning was the same. You don't have money. Sell yourself to the Lord, and your tuition will be waived immediately. In the future, you can get a promotion, make a fortune, and obtain fiefdom. Precisely because the core of the feudal system is the vassal of the vassal is not my vassal. The lord who can directly control the wizard resources has the greatest motivation to pay this money. Money, glory, land, the 3 most stimulating elements of this era are all present. not to mention the children of wealthy nobles and businessmen. Even common people were rushing their children, who met the age requirements, to the capital like crazy. For a time, the prosperous country of knights fell into a magic frenzy. Chapter 244. Your gods won't be angry. Right? Ryan Tesla, the legendary master of physics, was known to everyone from the most remote Barbarossa Valley to the imperial capital that looked down upon those with weak muscles, and from the high and mighty royal family members to the lowly prisoners. Even though the major knightly orders had intentionally or unintentionally suppressed the news of this legendary magician, everyone knew how powerful he was through word of mouth among bards and the casual chats of the people. This is also an important symbol of the return of magic to the world of chaos. The arrogant dragon became as weak as a chicken or a dog in front of him. The vicious demons are nothing but cannon fodder in his hands. The cunning devil was played in his hands. Even nobles could only bow their heads to him. Some people say that he is the next god of the demonic web. Some people say that he is the guardian given by God to the chaos people. In any case, the exaggerated legend was verified in the most exaggerated way on the day the emperor announced the relaxation. Let me in. I'm only 29. Bullshit. Your beard has turned white. Chung Wei retorted bluntly. I'm 15. Wipe your nose before you come back. The city guard was speechless. The capitals of all the major provinces were crowded with people. Some lords, who had the bad idea to set up the examination venue within the city, regretted it one after another. They had no choice but to throw all the candidates outside the city, find a piece of open space to circle it with ropes, and then let the city guards conduct a preliminary screening. Ryan's required age is between 15 and 30 years old. There is no such thing as bone age testing in this world. And almost an 80-year-old child and an 8-year-old adult came out. Everyone was caught up in the frenzy and completely forgot the notice that said anyone who graduated urgently had to join the war. In their view, as long as someone in their family becomes a wizard, he or she will be the most powerful person. The emperor cannot force an 8-year-old wizard to go to the battlefield. Right? This enthusiasm made the priests of various orthodox denominations grimace in dismay. What can they say? Not only the emperor, but the entire panhuman camp needed heavy firepower. The absolute power to crush demons, devils, orcs and other powerful enemies. Their own gods played dead, died, and couldn't give it to the kings of various countries. So don't blame the kings for giving Ryan Tesla an opening. In their eyes, what Ryan was going to hold was not a disciple recruiting conference at all. It was clearly a physics school preaching conference. Even if they are unhappy, they have no choice but to accept it. Who told them that their gods don't show their holiness? In the province of Florin, Ryan had just stepped onto the 3-story platform that the Lord had built specifically for him. More than 30,000 young people below, together with the 60,000 to 70,000 people watching outside the venue, cheered loudly at the same time. Long live physics. Long live the great hero Ryan Tesla. Sir, choose me. Choose me. I am the genius with 1 in a million talents. No. I am. Ryan said nothing, just smiled and waved, and immediately received a tsunami-like response. Ah! The Archmage is looking at me. No! He's looking at me! The closest to the platform was a group of gorgeously dressed young girls, looking down from the platform. It was a sea of white. Ryan bared his teeth subconsciously. He bet that if he really cast a straight hook without bait, he would definitely catch a mermaid. Flora, who was following behind Ryan, could not help but stamp her feet in frustration, cursing in her heart. Shameless XX. Ryan was simply amazed. As expected, the sea of people was so large that there were all kinds of mermaids. However, what Ryan was most concerned about was that the major religious sects had also sent representatives to watch secretly. For some reason, Ryan suddenly remembered a famous online joke about these people. Gigi, I picked all the good seedlings. I hope your gods won't be angry. The thought of complaining passed away. In front of others, Lei is still the respected legendary wizard. He waved his hand, and the musical notes surrounding him seemed to solidify in midair due to the movement of the wind element. And in the blink of an eye they turned into surging energy. A strong gale like a dark cloud suddenly gathered a large group of dark clouds. And the next second, thunder tore through the sunlight and pounced on him. The burst of lightning turned into a lightning ball the size of a water tank, which flashed calmly and obediently above the palm of his right hand that was facing the sky. People immediately quieted down. Even the thunder that should have been violent suddenly became gentle and low, and the crackling sound of the electric current seemed to be reduced to an inaudible level. Ryan spoke, and his clear voice spread throughout the huge open space of more than 100,000 square meters along with the spread of wind elements. Young people. First of all, let me make it clear that it is not me, Ryan Tesla, who gave you the power. It is simply this new era that is calling you. And you responded to this era. From the beginning, I thought that I myself don't know magic. But in the world of chaos, you all think this is magic. Since you all think so, then so be it. The orcs are reaching for your homeland. But what Barbarossa needs most is time and strength. So I came here at the request of your emperor to find young talents who can respond to the call of the times. For those who are not elected, don't be discouraged. You still have other ways to help your country and protect your homeland. Chosen. Then please release all the potential in your body with the most pious heart. After Ryan said this, he threw the thunder ball in his hand into the air. The moment the lightning exploded, everyone in the audience felt a momentary trance. When the young people recovered from their brief daze, they found themselves on a moving ground. The ground was constantly rising, making them unstable. Most of them fell to the ground in a very awkward manner to maintain their balance. Some people were thrown into the air by the ground like a cannonball. This earthquake-like impact was brief and shocking. Before they could react, the surrounding scenery changed again. They seemed to be on a huge plain, and above the plain a wind blew strong enough to blow off the roof. Amid their exclamations, several people were blown up into the sky by the strong wind, all the way to the end of the horizon, forming a distant meteor. Then, dark clouds covered the sky and heavy rain began to fall. Most people were drowned by the rain and fell into the deep water, frantically calling for help. But there were a few people who actually performed the Lingbo Weibo and were lifted up to the sky by the rain. Then, there was a sudden prairie fire. Most people were driven away by the tangible heat of the fire wave. However, there were a few people who were lifted up into the air by the flames. The vision was brief but intense. Many people were frightened and broke out in a cold sweat, then came to their senses. Only the loud and majestic voice came from the mouth of the young man on the high platform, who was not a king but better than a king. The selection is over. Chapter 245 Assembly Line Mass Production of Magicians. The vast majority of the more than 30,000 people were surrounded by a turbid aura like rotten cotton. That was a small amount of elemental mass that was unable to resonate with the human body and began to dissipate. Different from the lifeless atmosphere of most people, there were a dozen teenagers among 30,000 people who became the most eye-catching ones in the crowd. They were wrapped in the invisible arcane energy released by Ryan, and were suspended in the air like a general ascending the stage to pay homage to his generals. From here to the end of the site, it seemed as if the people of the entire earth were blessing these few lucky ones, and they are naturally enveloped in happiness. Ah! I'm chosen! Mom and Dad! Look at me! Look at me! They danced in the air with great excitement, enjoying the envious gazes of hundreds of thousands of people. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The city guards, who had been prepared early in the morning, immediately rushed over nervously. They wanted to protect these treasures as soon as possible. Do you think someone wants to harm them? Of course not. Honey, I want to marry you. In ancient China, before Ryan traveled through time, there was a practice of selecting a son-in-law from a list. And it was not much different here. This is the girl's last chance, because if they don't go up now, it will not be their turn later. Ryan came down from the platform and saw Marquis Florin coming towards him with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, Master Tesla. How could the Marquis not be happy? Suddenly, he had more than a dozen wizards under his command. It's a small matter. Oh, I almost forgot to say that the ones just selected are not all the seedlings. Ah, there's more? The Marquis thought to himself that this was really a pleasant surprise. His Majesty the Emperor wants instant combat power, so I can only choose the most capable students in the Shaper department. In fact, there are some students that I haven't picked out yet, because their specialties are relatively unpopular. Their success rate is not high. When I have a chance, I may consider them after the 5th period. Ah, this. Marquis Florin was a little confused. Everyone wants talented subordinates. But what about young people who are not so talented and who find it difficult to achieve results? The Marquis knew how to pass on the blame. He bowed slightly and said, I think some of my vassals will be interested. Okay, I'll give you the list later. Just like that. Ryan's whirlwind preaching was about selecting cheap disciples. In just 5 days, Ryan used teleportation to travel to all 36 provinces of Barbarossa and screened out more than 600 self-funded students who were suitable for the crash course. There were not many apprentices from noble families. Only about 30 of them. The majority were children of common people. This was ostensibly training for the purpose of reporting to Barbarossa 13. Everyone knows that the real boss has not yet been revealed. On the surface, Ryan was selecting his disciples using illusions mixed with the 4 elements. But in fact, whether these young people had the aptitude for quick success could be determined by a single glance at the system once they entered Ryan's field of vision. Ryan had already secretly remembered the truly high-quality disciples. After each sermon, he would let Sanders and his fellow apprentices secretly contact these civilian children and promise them a place in the second phase of public scholarships. Some talented young men can actually work in multiple professions. For example, those with high intelligence do not have to be mages. They can mix sword mage, divine guide, or even bard and other professions. In the last 100 years of the Dharma ending age, a lot of wild talents were wasted. But the various sects did not have the influence and discernment to pick out the talents. Unless they were extremely gifted people who could be seen with the naked eye, most of them would be annihilated. It is just like the saying that there are many good horses, but few good horse trainers. The truth is, even if you know that it is a good horse, there are very few people who can actually raise it into a good horse. The explosive power and endurance of a 1,000-mile horse require more and better food than ordinary horses. The same applies to the wizard's domain. Without a stable source of magic power and a complete training program, the training of mages will be ineffective. The School of Physics is the only officially certified mage training institution in the world. Sanders uses the Sword of Reason as his emblem to recruit people, so naturally he is always successful. It took Ryan 3 days to select the apprentices in a whirlwind manner and then to gather them together. After leaving the logistics work to the Grand Duchess, Ryan quickly started the class. This scene reminded Ryan of the super class he had taken in college. More than 600 people were crowded in a stepped auditorium. At a glance, all they could see were heads and faces full of desire and excitement. Fortunately, there were no glasses in this world. Otherwise, if you said Ryan had not traveled through time, Ryan himself might have believed it. As soon as the class started, Ryan slapped the blackboard and said with full momentum, "Your compatriots have already started fighting with the orcs on the Red Blood River front. So unfortunately, I can't give you complete theoretical training. Most of you will not even be recorded in the apprentice list, since the pace of war will not wait for you to grow up slowly. Let's keep everything simple." Ryan taught a castrated version of junior high school physics, directly omitting mechanics and optics and giving priority to teaching thermodynamics and electricity. There is no way, compared to the relatively mild water and earth elements. Fire and wind elements are more active. Disciples with these 2 talents are more likely to achieve results, especially electricity. Ryan will never forget what a horrible bonus his ridiculous surname brought to him and his academy. After spending a week hurriedly teaching electricity, in order to inspire the power of the self-funded students with wind talent, Ryan very rudely gave each of them a pair of sunglasses and asked them to go to a room with 4 Tesla coils every day for 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the afternoon. At the same time, double the concentration of wind elements in the room. Apprentices kept being carried out of the room because they couldn't bear it anymore, while more apprentices were immersed in this rare chicken blood facility, greedily savoring the beauty and charm of the wind element. As for apprentices specializing in fire elements, their treatment is similar. After learning about heat, they were thrown into playing with fire. If it were any other world, Ryan might have a headache. If he really wanted to play with fire smoothly, would he at least give his apprentice a set of aluminum foil fireproof clothing? But aluminum foil is not that easy to deal with. Fortunately, this is a fantasy world. A pair of ice dragon leather gloves that exude an icy breath can fully satisfy the apprentice's experience of fire. Just rub grease on the gloves and light a fire, and everyone can be a fake fire mage. However, for these apprentices who are already very talented, they just keep copying and it will come true. Especially when the poor Talons was sent to the laboratory by Ryan. Even if Talons was just sitting there as a mascot, there was a high chance that the apprentices would cast some fire spells. Chapter 246 Display of Violence. If one were to ask who was most concerned about the progress of this group of magic apprentices, it would undoubtedly be King Barbarossa 13. Just 2 weeks later, the first group of imperial envoys who came to inspect arrived in the city of Marino. Respected Grand Mage Tesla, Our emperor has no intention of questioning your professionalism. But his majesty also has to endure the questioning of many knights captains. For example, the captains are eager to know what kind of help the mage corps can bring to them. No matter how the messenger chooses the wording euphemistically, the core meaning is that we want to inspect the goods. If it were a real great wizard, no matter how good-tempered he was, he might have spit at the messenger. This kind of crash course is not something a serious wizard should take. Not to mention the emperor. Even the leaders of the major religious sects criticized, and even despised this short-sighted, and even over-the-top behavior. Even the most well-mannered leaders could not help but make some sarcastic remarks. Because of Ryan's promise, the traditional training model of major sects was subverted. Their model of one master taking 2 or 3 apprentices, and training them for several years helps the master to completely control the fate of the apprentices, and also makes something called power have a high price. Ryan's method of producing mages on an industrial assembly line is undoubtedly destroying the jobs of traditional mages. Ryan was not annoyed, and asked Harry to take several noble envoys to inspect. As soon as Harry led the way, the messengers' heads were full of question marks. Wait, are we going to Tesla Academy? Harry smiled mysteriously. In the entire Merino territory, the power of magicians of the physical school will be increased to a certain extent. No matter how well we demonstrate it, there will always be people who will find fault with it. It would be better to demonstrate it directly on your territory. What a good reason. The messengers couldn't refuse. This reply even alarmed Barbarossa 13. Not long after, at a dueling arena in the capital of Barbarossa that was originally used for nightly tournaments, not only did the emperor come in person, but 7 big men who were both nobles and leaders of the knights also came upon hearing the news. If the time had not been so short and the planning so hasty, perhaps even more nobles would have come. In front of a group of big guys, nearly 200 magic apprentices in fiery red robes filed into the venue. They simply arranged themselves in a 2-row horizontal formation. Harry stood on the podium and said loudly, "Fire, students. Just show your strength as you practiced." When the magic apprentices who were arranged in staggered formations raised their right hands together, the emperor and others noticed that they were wearing a uniform red dragon leather gauntlet on their hands. The apprentices began to recite the not-too-long spell, in the name of His Excellency Clausius, who discovered and established the second law of thermodynamics. All the big guys in the stands felt their hearts skip a beat. A circle of fiery ripples spread out above the duel arena, and the feeling was like walking out of a cool cave to escape the heat and being greeted by the scorching hot summer air. Several of the emperor's imperial sorcerers felt that their connection with the elemental world of fire was forcibly cut off at this moment. Below, the apprentices' uniform spells made the bishops, who followed the emperor, look shocked. To some extent, this can also be considered a field, because this space is repelling all elements except the fire element. In the originally calm midair, everyone saw a burning flame rapidly growing larger. In a breath, it became a blazing flame the size of a carriage, like a smaller sun, illuminating the entire sky. Before the emperor and others could react, the apprentices took action under the command of the leading commander. The low temperature zone is right there. The commander pointed his finger, and a white spot of light appeared on several large wine barrels that were designated as targets. The apprentices shouted in unison, 1, 2, 3, push. The next moment, driven by the apprentices' thoughts, a huge fireball whistled, and with a long tail flame, it streaked across the sky 100 meters long and hit the pile of wooden barrels. Boom! Amidst a deafening explosion, a huge cone-shaped fire appeared, with a wooden barrel as the center, within an angle of nearly 60 degrees. The blazing flames extended out 20 to 30 meters, turning the entire area into purgatory. The pile of wooden barrels that served as targets had long since turned into charred, broken pieces, exploding in all directions. When Barbarossa 13 saw this scene for the first time, his first reaction was a strong sense of horror, as if the powerful fireball had hit him instead of the target. At that moment, he even imagined himself turning into charcoal. After a brief moment of daze, His Majesty the Emperor felt a sense of ecstasy as he looked at the dark surface of the ground that had been burned to the point that even the insects in the ground could not survive. Yes, absolutely. This is it. With this, the damn orc is dead. The old emperor stood up excitedly and threw a series of left and right hooks, as if he was beating a poor orc. In response to the emperor's excitement, several knight commanders stood up and clenched their fists. Ha ha ha. Yes, that's the taste. Barbarossa has suffered so much in the past 100 years. Faced with the giants and behemoths of the orc camp, they could only use their poor infantry to form the so-called Dragon Lancer team, holding dragon spears more than 4 meters long to carry the line. You know, the giant on the opposite side can hold a huge tree trunk that no one can hug and come to fight against the enemy. In front of such a huge and unreasonable enemy, it is difficult for anyone standing on the ground to gain an advantage. As for the effects of catapults and crossbows against giant monsters, it cannot be said that their hit rate is really hard to describe. Barbarossa vigorously cultivated Pegasus Knights because they could dive from the air and use their lances to directly hit the giant's head, heart, and other vital parts. Of course, even this tactic is full of dangers. For the Pegasus Knight, any mistake would mean a fall into H.L. Over the past 100 years, countless Pegasus Knights have been hit for home runs by giants' clubs while diving in midair. Now, the Barbarossans finally have a new weapon to counter the enemy's giant monsters. Barbarossa 13 almost trotted over and shook Harry's hand. Yes, this is what we want. May I ask if you have trained all the apprentices? When can they go to the battlefield? Harry suppressed his displeasure and said, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. They haven't graduated yet. But since you are so eager to see the results, let us give you a demonstration. It will take at least 1 month for all the apprentices to complete the emergency training. It's okay. We can wait. Barbarossa is not afraid of waiting. But he is afraid that what he receives is a group of useless fools. Now that the School of Physics has proven its ability to mass-produce mages, the status of the School of Physics in the hearts of the kings will probably be greatly improved. Chapter 247 Emperor's Currency. Here, after a fierce duel, the female father-in-law Sophia stabbed her wet hair and suddenly asked Ren a question. It's really easy to train the mage. Oh, are you jealous that I trained so many mages for Barbarossa? No, I'm just curious. Sophia picked up the orange that had already been cut on the table and stuffed a slice into Ryan's mouth. Barbarossa 13 needs rations, so I give him rations. How can I prepare a feast for him in such a short time? The Grand Duchess blinked. But it does look like a feast. Say, well, what about the price? Well, Ren asked himself and answered himself. The price is most of them. And this life cannot be promoted to a higher level. What the Emperor needs is a destructive mage group. Then they will always be one of them. Not an independent, qualified mage. The mage should have the ability to deal with the most basic protection magic. They have no chance to learn. No chance? The Emperor will only send them from one battlefield to the next. There is no chance for them to come to me for tutoring. They know this. But they are still very happy. Ryan put his hands behind his head, lost in memory, and told a story that happened 2 days ago. In class, I told them that the Emperor would treat them like treasures and protect them well. There would be the most fearless shield guards in front of them, archers protecting their flanks at all times, and even knights covering their retreat when necessary. But they would never be able to become an excellent adventurer, get promoted, and fight against more powerful enemies. Do you know how they reacted? Just oh. Ryan was a little surprised that Sophia had accurately guessed their reactions. He continued, I was surprised at the time. Don't say that those poor children. Even the apprentices of nobles were the reaction. After class, an apprentice named Milion * Alexandro found me and told an ordinary and shocked story. I clearly remember the peace and firmness in his eyes. Ren's eyes had a sense of sorrow, and his thoughts had returned to the sunny afternoon. The 18-year-old elementary school apprentice was holding a white knitted hat. He obviously had enough money to buy a hooded hat. He was also wearing a moment ago. This can only be said to be a family member. It is probably the probability that his mother helped him. Sir, if you have time, could you please listen to my story? Most of my classmates and I have similar situations. Ren nodded. Miriam opened up. I was born in an ordinary family in the south of the empire. My family has neither a crime who has committed a big sin for eternal slavery, and the last dozens of people have no noble place. I have a 45-year-old middle-aged minor father, a mother of a laundry maid in the Baron. My parents' salary will not make me frozen in Hungary. I started the Corner of the Cat at the age of 12. And the stories of those living saints and knight heroes talked about the bard poet said. I am envious of them. Just I know that I can't be the cavaliers of my life. Because the 12-year-old knight apprentice will be able to lift a 100-pound barbell. I am too thin. Thanks to my good mathematics talent, I don't have to follow my dad to go to the mine. I only need to help the total number of, or every day. Gradually, My dad coughed very hard and couldn't afford the work of miners, who were 14 hours a day. The worker was a good person, and he asked my dad to go to the mine to stay at night. But this also means the decline in income. At this moment, my mother has a serious illness. My family has a debt of gold coins. This is absolutely devastating news for our family. I have 2 younger brothers and a younger sister. When Ren heard it this time, he asked him a word. Have you ever resented? Miriam shook his head. Who do we blame? The heavy taxes? No one helps us. No. I am already very grateful. I know that in many places, children are killed before they even have a chance to grow up. Ryan was silent for a long time. Miriam continued. I am from the north. I know very well that people who cannot fight orcs are only a burden to the empire. I just feel that you come from a very peaceful world, and you feel guilty that we cannot pursue higher goals. But for us, being able to become a wizard is already a great fortune, because we are no longer a burden to the empire, but the emperor's currency. As for whether I am a gold coin or a platinum coin, it is no longer important. Having said that, Ryan finally came out of his reminiscence. Sophia gave Ryan a tight hug. He's right. You've changed the fate of many people. Without you, 100,000 people in Marino would have become undead. Without you, this orc invasion would have likely killed millions of people. Be proud, Ryan. Ryan left the Grand Duke's palace and returned to the academy. He looked at the apprentices, who saluted him along the way, and felt their heartfelt admiration. Ryan's heart warmed. From another perspective, they were just worthless cannon fodder in the eyes of the big guys before. But now they have completed the class leap. Ryan knew the result, and so did the Emperor, and even these one-leg mages themselves. Ryan once thought this might be a mistake, but now it seems that it can only be said to be the choice of fate. During the morning class, Ryan announced the addition of an elective course. I used to think that as long as the needs of the war were met, you, the special recruits, would have completed your mission. I once regarded you as parts in a machine, tiles in a house. Facts have proved that I was wrong. You are living people with your own dreams and ideas. As a guide, I shouldn't be so narrow-minded as to regard you as parts of a war machine. So I declare that you will be given a make-up course protection from magic, and Mr. Harry Winston will be in charge of teaching you. Finally, if you survive this battle, you can take classes with the self-funded students in the latest elementary class of the academy at any time to make up for the basic knowledge you are missing. After Ryan finished speaking, he ignored the loud cheers behind him and simply gave the podium to his second disciple. In fact, by doing what he did before and letting these special recruits master war magic for group use, he has already completed his mission. But he couldn't make a lot of money by losing his conscience. Walking out of the classroom and looking at the bright sky, he smiled. The Emperor's currency? Gold coins? No. My students can only be platinum coins. Ryan didn't know how big a stir his momentary act of kindness had caused. Chapter 248, Unbeatable. On top of a castle by the Red Blood River, Marshal Barbarossa Varus first gazed at the rolling Red River, then cast his eyes to the endless green on the other side of the river. It was a thriving world with green grass, colorful flowers, and endless low bushes. The entire grassland was full of vitality. If this is the territory of the Empire, how many people can it feed? When he said it, it sounded more like a self-question. His closest comrade in arms, General Tiberius, answered, a conservative estimate is 5 million people. Unfortunately, all I see is the shame called barbarism. Really, looking beyond the bushes, you can vaguely see a huge flag fluttering. The battle flags painted with animal blood and resembling ghostly talismans formed a sharp contrast with the gorgeous battle flags outlined with exquisite gold threads on this side of the river. A long horn sounded in the distance, startling a large number of birds in the bushes. It was obvious that the orc army was about to attack. Marshal Varus narrowed his eyes and said, "Those stupid beasts have an insatiable desire for land. Then we should teach them a lesson," said his best friend. The Grand Marshal then sighed. "It's a pity that Master Tesla cannot be used by our country. Otherwise my pockets would be bigger." Be content. My half-elf advisor told me that he is the most talkative legendary wizard in the past 300 years. 2. The water level of the Red Blood River was not at its lowest at this time of year. Even if the human soldiers waded across the river at the angry river beach, they would definitely be submerged in water up to their waists, and in some places even up to their chests. This is very unfavorable for humans to cross the river. However, for orcs whose average height is nearly 2 meters and 20, it is not even as high as the waist. Not to mention the giants among them. The sound of horns on the other side of the river grew louder and louder. First, densely packed crude battle flags came into view through the monocular telescope. And then, those burly gray-brown figures crossed the bushes. The long-lost orcs showed their hideous faces to the humans on the other side of the river. These burly guys have rough skin, and they grow their lips like long teeth. They are on their foreheads, ears, corners of the eyebrows, and on the nostrils, in various strange places, or use small pieces of beast teeth through their nostrils, with large flavored weapons such as nails, and beast-made clothes. The Buddha comes from the ancient and wild army, and appeared in front of the human bunker group. Originally, the scattered but numerous orcs alone were enough to shock the human soldiers. There were so many of them that they stretched from the other side of the river to the horizon. Those huge figures are the most frightening existences for humans. Giant. They have rough facial features as if a child had casually molded them out of mud. An exaggerated height of over 5 meters. And a weight that easily exceeds 2,000 pounds. What was even more terrifying was that these humanoid siege weapons were fully armed by the orcs. Not only were their chests and abdomens blocked by several iron blocks that were clearly taken from the armor of some poor knights, but their arms and legs were also tied with thick tree bark. This level of defense significantly weakened the power of human crossbows. The thick tree trunk in his hand was even more shocking. A tree that was so thick that it took 2 people to hug. It was just an oversized wooden stick in his hand. Not many human walls could withstand his repeated blows. Surrounding these 10 giants, there is a large circle of tall beings with green skin. Their green rubbery skin gives them a dull metallic hue. Their ugly pointed noses and mouths full of rotten teeth are their hallmarks. Equipped with a complete set of armor, like a human knight, and a blood-stained giant sword. These trolls look more professional than their forest troll brethren. Damn it! It's the war troll! Varys spat fiercely. Although the war trolls don't look very tall. They are only 3 meters tall, and weigh about 700 pounds. These terrible guys have a skill called regeneration. As long as there is enough nutrition, any part of the limbs except the head can be regenerated within 4 minutes even if it is lost. The so-called nutrition includes any form of flesh and blood. From the enemy, teammates, or even his own. Apart from acid and fire. This tall green monster has no so-called fatal weakness. Not counting these 2 monsters. The tens of thousands of orc vanguards alone would be enough to give Barbarossa a hard time. Before, this was destined to be a huge battle that would have cost at least tens of thousands of lives. The Grand Marshal looked at the strange troops on the high slope in the distance, and made up his mind, according to the plan. On the other side, with a deep sound of woo-woo-woo horns, the orc vanguard began to wade across the river regardless of life and death, as the orcs rushed down the river beach in dense groups. With a command from the top of the human fortress, the bowstrings trembled in unison. The next moment, almost all the orcs on the other side saw a large black cloud as dense as a swarm of locusts flying into the sky, darkening half of the ferry. Then the black cloud seemed to hover at the highest point for a moment, and then pierced down on their heads. Hundreds of orcs were shot by arrows on the spot, and more than half of them screamed and died on the river bank. Some bodies were washed downstream by the calming river water, but more were stuck in the rubble and became stepping stones for their compatriots. The orc commander would not care about such a loss. The orc infantry were just targets to attract human firepower. The real key lay in those dozen or so giants and trolls. The human cannon was fired. With a terrifying scream, more than a dozen iron ball bullets were fired at the 3 giants in the front. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Each giant was hit by 1 or 2 iron ball bullets. These large iron balls have terrifying kinetic energy after being fired from the muzzle of the gun. If it were shot at a human, that person would probably fall into pieces in a matter of minutes. But the bullets hit the giants who were protecting their vital parts with their arms and wooden sticks, and also with the protection of tree bark and iron armor. The giants were clearly covered in blood. Varys knew that unless it was a headshot, it would be difficult to cause any fatal injuries to the 3 giants. After the crossbows fired another round of arrows, shooting the first few giants into a state that looked a bit like porcupines. Almost all of humanity's war machines were in a long CD, cooling down period. In the past, this was the time for the Pegasus Knight to fight to the death. Contrary to the orc commander's expectations, humans did not send out the famous Pegasus Knights. Humans still use various war machines to stop the advance of giants. Obviously, this is futile. Chapter 249: The Power of Platinum Coin. At the cost of the lives of 3 giants, the remaining giants were able to approach the fortress built by humans on the other side of the river. These 5-story fortresses and city walls are not natural barriers that the orcs can easily cross. For giants, this is another concept. At close range, the crossbows and artillery did not have enough angle to fire, so the giants were able to swing their huge wooden clubs and wantonly destroy the weak iron gates and walls. After a morning war, human beings defeat. After dropping thousands of corpses, tens of thousands of orcs swarmed through the huge gap. As they rushed through the fortress, they were unexpectedly trapped in a huge fog. 70 or 80,000 orcs were confused and lost. When the fog dissipated, they were surprised to find that they were surrounded by an army of more than 200,000. The human army lined up in a huge city wall made of sandbags. This scene is outrageous. 3-story-high sandbags were stacked in a standard trapezoid. To be honest, this temporary defense line was easy for orcs to climb. What really surprised the orc commander was that this was not a project that could be done for a while. The vast wasteland where they were standing alone covered at least 300,000 square meters. How many laborers would be needed, and how long in advance would it take to build a temporary city wall around such a large area? The orc commander can't count it. Anyway, the densely packed human spearmen, sword and shield soldiers on top of the city wall are not easy to deal with at first glance. And the fog just now is weird. Isn't humans without a magician? Where do they get so many warlocks? Don't be afraid. Let the giants and trolls attack. The commander's order was not wrong. The only thing he was wrong was human response. The south opposite. I do and know when it will condense a large group of dark clouds. At this time, Willian had crossed the top of the Barbarossa infantry and came to the top of the giant team in front of the wasteland. A kind of difficulty. The chief of the commander of the commander. The chief 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 of the commander of the orc spread. Retreat! Let the giant retreat! He roared immediately. But it was too late. I saw a series of thick purple-blue thunder descended from the sky. And instantly on the head of the giant. Almost in the blink of an eye. 9 giants became black carbon people on the spot. This is just the beginning. Hundreds of fireballs flew out of another array in the south. They seemed like a meteor fire and rain. And they fell densely in the war giant cluster not far behind the giants, just exploding among the troll warriors. The orcs that were rolled in a loud noise suddenly flew fleshly. But the real horror was that the extremely flammable trolls were affected in the blink of an eye. In the past, the long gunman of a squadron could not kill a giant man. Now these green monsters that make the Barbarossa's headache are incarnate. They thrashed and rolled desperately on the ground. But no matter how hard they struggled, their so proud regenerative abilities did not work at all. After 2 minutes without jumping, these cooked bolt did not move. Behind the sandbag dam, I do not know how many stone vans. And the artillery fired. Arrows poured down like a rainstorm, creating hundreds of large pits on the ground. The flying rocks fell on the heads of the surrounding orcs like hail. And for a moment, there was a continuous scream. The remaining orcs were caught in extreme panic, and they ran back to run back, trying to escape from the damaged fortress wall. But how can there be such a cheap thing? In the morning, a large number of flammable products were prepared. As the stone casting car put the fire bomb into the fortress, the entire fortress turned into the pulley, which blocked the only channel for the orcs to escape. Can't escape and can't rush. Whenever the orcs tried to charge up the sandbag wall, they would be hit by a rain of arrows and the collective stabbing of the spearmen. If there was too much density in one place, they would be beaten up by the human wizards. In less than 3 hours, the orc army, which was originally sufficient to harm several provinces, was destroyed directly. That night, Emperor Barbarossa, 500 kilometers away, received a war report from the Pegasus Knight. Great victory on the angry riverbank beside the Red Blood River. Marshal Valus led 200,000 elite. All the orcs invaded the army in one fell swoop, killed 12 giants, 318 warfares, and beheaded more than 80,000. The head is on its way to the imperial capital. The news was so shocking that the people of Barbarossa's capital were in a short time. Is it so victorious? Did you hear it right? Whenever the orcs invaded the south in the past, Didn't our army always win a miserable victory? Don't think about 200,000 or 300,000 people, don't think about it. Could it be a false war report? The nobles passing by loudly asked the knight sending the letter, "How is our war?" "Less than 3,000 people." His after hearing how many people heard it. It was blank. Everyone knows that Varus is a very powerful commander. But the last time he led troops, he couldn't achieve such an incredible loss to battle ratio. Suddenly, a piece of news that was not really gossip came out. I heard that this time Lord Valus brought the master group of new physics school. No! How long is this? But the legendary Master Tesla is the best master in the world, who is best at training magical apprentices. How to say? This is too fast. Not to mention the public's doubt. Even the first time Barbarossa 13 of Barbarossa also doubted life. He looked up repeatedly. But he didn't see any flaws. Deliberately show weakness to the enemy. Lure the enemy into deep. Then use the mage core to knock out the opponent's giant and troll troops that are the spearhead of the attack. And finally take the opportunity to counterattack and kill them in one fell swoop. This set of strategies can be described as a classic among classics. A vote of the war reported on the war report. And any of them had a sense of happiness like a dream. Gong Xiang spoke. Congratulations to His Majesty. Congratulations to the Barbarossa Empire. The important officials echoed, Congratulations, Your Majesty. In the warmed out congratulatory sound, the old emperor returned to God, and saw that he was glowing. That way, it was like an old man in his 60s, pass the order to Valus, and start a counterattack according to the number 3 plan. He rumored that the soldiers bowed their heads, reporting His Majesty. Marshal Valus has opened a counterattack after sending a letter. The great knight Krath was listed, His Majesty. The opportunity must not be lost. I recommend using all the mobile troops to recover the 5 northern provinces in one fell swoop. The old palace splashed cold water, His Majesty. We have not prepared for the supply of grain and grass that have been counterattacked. It is better to see if the mage towers closest to the provincial capital of our provincial capitals that are closest to the provincial capital of the provincial capital is better. The heads of the cavaliers grinned. This is a good time. Why is the logistics so bad? Chapter 250. It's so embarrassing. The heads of the cavaliers are angry. And no one dares to send her temper to the internal officials headed by the palace. The logistics of this era is so constipation. Even though Barbarossa's logistics were not like those of other kingdoms. With a 10,000-man army followed by a 10,000-man logistics team. In addition to the caravans that bought the spoils, there were also various service personnel. However, the logistics of an expedition were never easy to handle, and a large amount of food and grass needed to be mobilized in advance. The only good news is that it is now July, the middle of summer, and there is no shortage of fodder for horses. The cavalry troops only need to bring concentrated feed. This is also a characteristic of the orc army's attack. They will not choose winter offense, because the grass and trees are dry in winter, and their arms, such as the 6-footed yak, will also lack forage, so that they cannot become their dried food. This time, the counterattack is destined to not go far. To be honest, no one would think of today that Tesla taught the mage group so powerful that he could kill each other's giants and trenches in one fell swoop. No matter how optimistic a general is, he can only hope to defeat the enemy's main force and tentatively retake a province. Who would have thought that they would annihilate the main force of the orcs instead of defeating them? Seeing that the cavaliers' heads did not oppose, the emperor made his mind, okay, just follow the palace's proposal. At the same time, we need to contact Master Tesla immediately to see if he is willing to help regain the control of Guria's city's pagoda. And so, while Barbarossa's army was marching north, the messenger once again arrived at Tesla's School of Magic. The envoy followed the emperor's order and brought a large number of boxes full of platinum coins. However, this time, he couldn't even see a second-generation disciple and was turned away. There is no way. The messenger can only see the Grand Duke of Sofia. Sophia explained helplessly. Master Tesla was stared at by a powerful devil lord, and there was no plan to go out for the time being. He now puts most of his energy on the construction of the workshop. Before teaching the first batch of public offers, he will no longer care about any vulgar affairs. There were 3 groups of envoys, but in the end even the Grand Duchess was nowhere to be seen. Is Barbarossa 13 panic? That's not the case yet. Egg pain is certain. However, the more smoothly the war in the north went, the more worried the emperor became. On the vast grasslands, each knight group dispersed, and the escape orc clan came to the north. This is the disadvantage of the orcs' loose organization. Velusa wove in the three most powerful clans of the orcs in one fell swoop, causing the orcs to have no head. It's not that the other clans don't want to fight. It's that they really can't win. Want to face the confrontation. Valus ignored the mage group to burn the orcs' central big array. You want to disperse and fight guerrilla warfare? But once the orcs are dispersed, how can they defeat the more mobile cavalry units on the grassland? Even though two orc clans were entrenched in the ruins of the city of Guria, they attempted to wear down the Barbarossans with street fighting. After all, in a narrow ruin full of rubble and bricks, the Barbarossa cavalry could not exert its full power. If they really did so, it would be like Lay's siege battles before he traveled through time. Relying only on tanks and armored vehicles, they would definitely be killed by the harassment of their fellow villagers. Marshal Varus, who was well prepared, waved his hand, and more than 2,000 adventurers swarmed forward. In frontal combat, adventurers are not very useful unless they are wizards, who can kill hundreds of people with one blow. When it comes to small-scale contact and street fighting, who can compare to Tiantianmeo's adventurers in the dungeon? After 3 days of street fighting day and night, Varus' army finally captured the city of Guria. To be honest, the Barbarossa people's construction skills are not exaggerated. Even the city walls that were built 100 years ago are still mostly usable. As long as the few hundred meters of the gap are repaired, it will be a cornerstone city. The marshal knew that this was basically the limit of this northern expedition. The logistics could not keep up. So apart from sending out a large number of cavalry troops to attack everywhere and reduce the orc population as much as possible, he could not occupy much on the ground. Then, the wizard tower in the north of the city, which was still emitting arcane light, made Varus feel annoyed. Didn't the great wizard in the past do his job for money? Could it be that a powerful devil is really challenging him this time? The answer is, of course, fake. Ryan shook his head and taught his two disciples, Downs and Harry. You know what? Although it is necessary to maintain a good relationship with the panhuman camp, you must never meet every request of those kings. Otherwise, if it happens too many times, those non-human guys will treat you like a dog. I feel ashamed if you really do it so obediently every time. Even if you don't feel it. Master, I understand. After showing their own value, the necessary pigeons will only make them get higher at the next price, and kneel on kneeling. Ryan suddenly thought, maybe he is evolving towards the direction of a scumbag? Of course, the excuse was just bullshit made up by Ryan. Anyway, his talent in quickly training mages is enough to make the leaders of all races except the panhuman camp sleep poorly. It is not surprising that he has caused envy, jealousy and hatred from everyone. Logically speaking, he is just a legendary wizard. If a stronger demon lord came, such as those powerful lords who hope to challenge the throne of the Lord of the 9 layers of H, L and Bator, it is possible that they would pose a threat to him. Blow. You can blow it. It is never too late for the devil to cause trouble. If this blame is not on the devil, then who should it be? Ryan threw another boomerang into the river of fate. He didn't believe that he was so unlucky to hit himself again. How can a gambler lose every day? After the idea came to his mind, Ryan simply stopped thinking about it. That day, he strolled to the upper-class area of Merino City, intending to go to a jewelry store and buy something for Sophia. Ryan was a little embarrassed that he had been to the Grand Duke's palace so many times, and each time he went empty-handed to discuss billion-dollar deals. As the saying goes, where there is a need, there are merchants. Nowadays, Merino City has gathered many nobles and children of big businessmen from many countries, and there are more and more shops selling luxury goods. Instead of wearing a robe, Ryan wore a casual outfit made of high-end fabrics. With his tool Harry, Ryan just arrived at a Celia jewelry store. This is a 3-story Western-style building with a white background and gold paint trim. It is still quite conspicuous among the green trees. As he walked to the front of the building, Ryan noticed several noble young men holding roses and dressed exquisitely. Just as he was wondering what these guys were doing, he suddenly heard a somewhat unexpected but familiar female voice. That was Flora's voice. It's so embarrassing. For some reason, when Ryan heard this angry cry, the image that came to his mind was the shy girl with a blushing face in the anime before he traveled through time. Before Ryan could react, he saw the door to the 3rd-floor terrace had suffered the tragic fate of a door robber. A good-looking young nobleman was blown away by an arcane shock wave. He turned 720 degrees in the air, did a front flip, and fell heavily to the ground. Dead. Ryan's facial muscles were all stiff. Grass. It turns out to be extremely embarrassing. Literally extremely embarrassing.